Chapter 1209. Gao Lishur was very puzzled. Every time he saw His Majesty in the past few days, His Majesty would praise his son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo. What was going on? The two children were indeed good, but there was no need to praise them every day. Thinking of His Majesty's question, he replied, I reckon that if what your Majesty said is true, the northern part of Hebei province has already belonged to Xinlu. Moreover, Xinluo is strong. After all, their country is small and easy to govern. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have a very easy time dealing with it. Unlike the Tang Empire where the land is vast, there are many people, the geography is complicated, and disasters occur frequently. Xiao Bao and the others have many things to consider. They have to consider everything when dealing with it. It's difficult. In my impression, they never seem to play like other children. Speaking of this, Gao Lishur's eyes were slightly red, and his heart ached. Li Longji listened and ate a few mouthfuls of radish skin. The rich taste of aged vinegar stimulated him to breathe a few times, and he felt much better. After Gao Lishur finished speaking, Li Longji took a bite of the cake. As he chewed, he said in a vague voice, If they were born in Xinluo, I would not lose the northern part of Hebei province. The population there is small, the winter is bitterly cold, and there are many mountains and few plains. Xiao Bao will not occupy that place. I have no doubt that the first place to be lost will be the eastern part of Hunan province. They will also take away Deng province, Lai province, Jili province, and the place near the sea that they named Bohai Bay. Then it will be Huainan province and Jiangnan province because they are all close to the sea. Countless Xinluo gunboats cruised on the sea. The place that they occupied on the Tang Empire shore was built with tall reinforced concrete cities with cannons on it. If I send troops to attack, the catapults will be destroyed in the artillery fire before they can be transported to their positions during the siege. Then it will be risking people's lives to build ladders. As for the battering rams and other things to attack the city walls and gates, there is no need to send them. When the ladders were moved forward, the soldiers raised their shields and rushed forward. Countless light and heavy machine guns spat out flames at the same time. There were also grenades and hot air balloons that were specifically looking for commanding generals to bombard. We lost our morale. I asked for peace and negotiations. Xiao Bao said peace with a smile, proposed trade, and began another kind of invasion. Hercules, tell me how scary it is. Gao Lishur nodded repeatedly as he listened. When Li Longji was done, he asked with concern, Your Majesty, are you tired from dealing with government affairs during the day? Or did you not sleep well at night? How do you know? I had a nightmare last night and woke up in the morning. I dreamed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had died, and then reincarnated in Xinlu. I've analyzed it according to the psychology Xiao Bao taught me. I feel that it's because I heard the news of Xinluo during the day. I'm so happy that I keep thinking about it. Then it's because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have been away for too long. Help me think. Isn't that the case? Gao Lishur continued to nod and said awkwardly, It's not good to ask them to come back. It's too far away. Otherwise we can send a telegram first and ask them to assemble a broadcasting station and a radio. We can use Zhang Zhong's things to communicate. Li Longji fell silent and began to compete with the food in front of him. When he was 80% full, he stopped and said, I'm worried because of the dream. It's fine. I'll be fine after dealing with a few things. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Your Majesty, you can think of it this way. Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo die and reincarnate in Xinluo, their hearts will definitely be with the Tang Empire. They will definitely find a way to come back to you and prove their identity to you. Then they will continue to support the affairs of the Tang Empire, right? Gao Lishur could only follow along and persuade him. Yes. Hercules, you've thought it through. Even if their bodies are not of the Tang Empire, their souls are still. I believe that even if they are at the ends of the earth, they will find a way to come back. With their abilities, no one can stop them. Even if they are further away, they will fly back like a balloon. I just need to wait patiently. Li Longji rubbed his stomach and said in a good mood. He stood up and walked out with Gao Lishur, intending to personally see the progress of the construction in the palace. Not long after they left, a voice came from behind, reporting, Zhang Xiaobei, Wang Xiaoyuan, and the other patrol inspectors called last night. Li Longji was happy at first, but then his face darkened. Why are you only showing me last night's telegram now? Your Majesty, it was too late last night. They didn't say that it was urgent and didn't want to disturb your rest. The person handed the telegram to Li Longji with both hands. Li Longji snatched it over and said, "They aren't anxious, but how can I not be anxious? In the future, when they call Xiao Bao, they must immediately show it to me. It's actually colluding with the enemy. The Chun family is really unlucky. They hid in the remote Tunghua and were still caught by Xiaobei and the others. TSK. Heaven's net has wide meshes. Look, I've said before that they are definitely unique to the Tang Empire. No one can snatch them away. The fate of the Tang Empire is clearly displayed on them. So many patrol inspectors couldn't find them, but they sneaked over and caught them. They even colluded with the enemy. If this isn't the fate of the Tang Empire, what is?" Li Longji muttered to himself. Gao Lishur was waiting anxiously at the side. He wanted to take a look, but he was afraid that it would affect His Majesty's mood, so he could only continue to wait. Li Longji also continued to grumble. The value of the copied items is estimated to be 600,000 strings of coins. There are also a lot of cows and sheep, but they didn't give it to me. They said that it was enough to compensate for the official robes and salaries of the two families. It's just a bunch of small trinkets. As for the Gu family, they took back all the benefits that I've taken from them over the years. Lishur, don't you think it's very interesting? Yes. Gao Lishur replied. At the same time, he rubbed his hands anxiously. Fortunately, he could tell from His Majesty's words that the little fellows had caught someone again. Furthermore, it was the crime of colluding with the enemy. It was a huge crime. Not bad. After being greedy for money, they took it out and asked me to help organize a competition for the children of the Tang Empire. They wanted to cultivate a love for the Tang Empire from the moment they were children. They actually drew my head so big and my body so small. Lishur, can you guess who drew this? Oh, here, take a look for yourself. As Li Longji spoke, he realized that there was a problem. Gao Lishur also waited for him to take a look, so he casually passed it over. Gao Lishur was very surprised. There was a drawing on a telegram. He took a look and saw that there was indeed a drawing of a cartoon with a big head. Below was an explanation of the drawing. It was a square drawing of 20 centimeters on each side, 3 centimeters on the top, 5 centimeters on the left, a horizontal line, 2 centimeters on the left, 3 centimeters on the bottom, 5 centimeters on the left, 4 centimeters on the bottom, a 39-degree arc. After reading it, Gao Lishur suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. It's really a waste of telegram resources. Your Majesty, this subject thought that it was Xiaobei who suggested that Xiaozhu draw the drawing and Xiaohai calculate the location. The location where the telegram was received must have been drawn by someone else. To be able to use data to replace intuition, Xiaohai's skill is really impressive. Look at the content. Li Longji really didn't think about the cartoon drawing before. At this moment he was equally shocked. Gao Lishur quickly finished reading the content of the telegram. His mood was the same as Li Longji's, very happy. Li Longji said, "Reply, I approve. Let them help me catch more bad guys over there. When they come back, I allow them to take a picture with me just like when they draw for me. The kind with my autograph, haha." After receiving the order, the person who delivered the telegram turned around and ran out to deliver the report. Li Longji and Gao Lishur once again walked towards the construction site. However, just as they walked a short distance, another person who delivered the telegram hurried over. "Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao has sent a telegram." Li Longji's expression became serious. Zhang Xiaobao's telegram was different from Zhang Xiaobei's, so it must be something important. He took a look at it and said to Gao Lishur, "Why else would I say that when I dreamt that they were born in Xinlua I would wake up in fright? Xiao Bao is always scheming against people. Take a look." Gao Lishur took a look and nodded vigorously. The content of the telegram was very simple. To be precise, it was a supplement to the telegram sent by Xiaobei and the others. Why did it have to be the children of the Great Tang to hold a children's competition? In line with the Great Tang's care as a superior country, it was better to invite the children of Japan, Xinlua, and other small countries in the southwest to participate in the finals in the capital. 100,000 people from Xinlua, 200,000 from Japan, and 50,000 from the southwest could come in families to participate in the friendly competition in the Great Tang. At the same time, they could tour the capital of the superior country. All the expenses would be paid by the great Tang. Each person would also be given a gift worth no less than 100 strings of coins, 2 sets of exquisite clothes, a set of fine glassware, and a medicine box that would be prepared at home, including commonly used medicines. If the participants had outstanding results, there would be more valuable prizes and rewards from the emperor of the superior country. Gao Lisher understood the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao's plan in the telegram. Oh, it was not a plan. It was a plan to appease the surrounding countries, the kind that could show friendship. Xiaobao called a few days ago and said that they had invited important people from Japan to the Great Tang for a tour. It must be to cooperate with Xiaobao. Xiaobao must have known what Xiaobei and the others were going to do and chased after them. This way they can go and hunt for duo food in peace. Gao Lisher analyzed the situation. Lisher, do you think that if they come to the capital, they won't cause trouble when Cuckoo fights duo food? Li Longji asked. Precisely. No. Li Longji shook his head. Has Minister forgotten Xiaobao's style of coming up with plans? Style? Is His Majesty saying that his plans are always chained together? Gao Lisher looked at the telegram again and shook his head. How could this subject not see it? Perhaps Xiaobao did not think it through and was just casually coming up with a plan. No matter how Gao Lisher looked at it, Xiaobao wanted to use money to attract people, and then numb the surrounding countries so that they would not be disturbed when he dispatched his troops. Moreover, the amount of money used was not small. The travel expenses, accommodation, and food in the capital, as well as the gifts, added up to more than 30 million strings of coins. All of this was for the sake of obtaining victory on another battlefield, using money to buy time. But who would pay in the end? Gao Lisher began to worry and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, this subject has secretly calculated and found that 30 million strings of coins might not be enough. Who will pay? The national treasury? Your internal funds? The Zhang family and the Wang family? Xiaobei and the others definitely won't be able to fork out that much money. Li Longji waved his hand. The national treasury's money cannot be touched. It's fine if I fork out a portion of my money, but I would feel the pinch if I were to fork out all of it. As for the power generation, ask Xiaobao who will pay for it. Is it the national treasury, me, or his family? Li Longji instructed the person who delivered the telegram. After that, he was not in the mood to visit the construction site. He just waited there and got someone to bring tea and sunflower seeds. Nearly half an hour later, the person who delivered the telegram ran over and shouted, Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao has replied and said that we don't need to fork out any money. There are others who are willing to fork out the money. Thank you for your support. Chapter 12:10. Accompany us to the construction site. When Li Longji heard the report, he put his hands behind his back and walked towards the back. After Gao Lisher was reassured, his footsteps became lighter. Lisher, to be honest, I quite dislike Xiaobao. He always speaks halfway. When I ask him, he always beats around the bush. Guess with me, who did he transfer the money to? How did he transfer it? Li Longji began to sink into a special emotion. To put it bluntly, it was as if he was possessed. He would only act like this when he was facing Zhang Xiaobao. In the past 10 years, he had fought in this dark scheme time and time again, but he had never seen the light of day. Without waiting for Gao Lisher to reply, Li Longji continued, It has already become a habit that we like. We can only relax when we are facing Xiaobao and Cuckoo apart from the harem. Do you know why? This subject does not know, but this subject also dislikes Xiaobao. When others face this subject, they will always flatter me, but this subject has never seen this from Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They will not mock this subject behind this subject's back because of the defects of this subject's body, nor will they flatter this subject because of this subject's status. Xiaobao will sometimes flatter this subject, but this subject knows that it is definitely not because this subject is close to your Majesty, but because he has recognized this subject as his adoptive father. This subject, who is used to others flattering this subject, feels uncomfortable. Gao Lisher followed Li Longji's words and acted as if he was angry. Li Longji smiled and patted Gao Lisher's shoulder. As expected of this subject's most considerate Lisher, you are as hateful as Xiaobao. You have to beat around the bush even when explaining things. You should have just said that Xiaobao is not afraid of this subject. Why did you have to shift the topic to you? They are indeed not afraid of this subject. In fact, they don't even show the most basic respect. The only time they showed respect from the bottom of their hearts was when they decided to abolish the land and salaries of all officials and increase taxes based on their income. At that time, I promised to give Cuckoo half of the military forces to fight against the threats of the important ministers and the various families. Unfortunately, I was wrong at that time. I thought they would use force to force the various families to compromise. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that when His Majesty wanted to give them soldiers, they would have no use for them at all? Not only did they have Cuckoo, who was good at fighting, they also had Xiao Bao, who liked to play tricks and schemes. They knew what they would face, so they made preparations in advance. However, they still accepted your kindness. This time, Gao Lishur did not beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. In this era, he was the only one who dared to analyze Li Longji's psychology. No one else dared to. And it was even more impossible for Li Longji to have such a heart-to-heart with his subjects. Similarly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan respected him, not because of his high position, but because they knew his loyalty throughout history, even if he was a eunuch. Li Longji nodded. Speaking of dislike for Xiaobao and the others, it's a recognition of them. However, there are people that I truly dislike. The group led by the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, and the people from the censorate are eager to try. Their goal in opposing Zhang Zhong is to oppose Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I know that they are doing this for me to see. The way to be a ruler is to use people and use their abilities to suppress their hearts. There needs to be a balance. That's why they stood out and opposed Zhang Zhong. I can't deal with them yet, so I can only give them hints. They clearly received the hint, but they still acted the same way. Li Longji's expression turned ugly as he spoke, as if he thought that Wang Bei and the others wouldn't understand his intentions. Furthermore, they were hinting at him through their actions, asking him to remove Zhang Zhong from the position of Minister of Works, even if it was another minister. The problem is that Your Majesty doesn't need to be balanced against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This subject has discovered that they are also ambitious. The difference is that their ambitions are not in the imperial court, but outside. They want to use all sorts of methods to seize more land and resources so that the common people of our dynasty can live better lives. According to their psychology, this is the path that they use to realize their personal worth. This subject feels that the imperial court and even imperial authority are too small for them, and they aren't willing to tie themselves to the court and play with the world. Gao Lishur was even more disgusted by Wang Bei and the others. It was easy to remove Zhang Zhong but difficult to replace him. Xiao Bao had said long ago that they needed to take control of the Great Tang's industries and build a powerful Great Tang heavy industry. If Zhang Zhong wasn't given the position of Minister of Works, Xiao Bao would definitely have split the research institute and not allowed anyone else to interfere. But it was clear that Wang Bei and the others wanted to seize the research institute. How could that be possible? Let alone Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, even His Majesty wouldn't agree. Only by placing the research institute in the hands of Xiao Bao and the others would His Majesty be at ease. He wouldn't have to worry about the speed of development or the problem of confidentiality. Thus, we intend to adjust Wang Bei's position. What does Minister think? Li Longji asked. This subject believes that it cannot be done. Wang Bei has done very well in the Bureau of Revenue. If it were someone else, they would have made many mistakes. Moreover, Xiao Bei and the others have already acted first and cut off the free welfare provided to Wang Bei's family. Wang Bei's daughter-in-law was pregnant at the right time, so Xiao Bei and the others took out the things to send over. Benevolence and righteousness. Little children also know how to give and take. They're much better than many officials in the court. When officials are in conflict with their opponents, they won't rest until they're dead. Who could have imagined that Xiao Bei and the others would send so many nutritious products to Wang Bei's daughter-in-law when she was pregnant? Wang Bei should feel ashamed. That child should be able to walk now, right? Gao Lishur wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Bei. But when he considered his opponent's abilities, he could only give up on his grudge. It's born. That child has received a great deal of support from Xiao Bei and the others. They're of prenatal education, and they've even sent him a carriage to learn how to crawl and walk. In a few days, he'll probably have his first birthday celebration. We will go and take a look when we have time. When we get back, we can report to Xiao Bei and inform them. Speaking of Wang Bei, we remember the court assembly at the end of last year. Because the Zhang family and the Wang family had spent too much on other things, especially on intelligence, the year-end settlement was 5 million strings less than the previous year. Wang Bei was overjoyed. But later on, the new group they set up with the Ministry of Works didn't make a single cent of profit. They were in a situation where they would make a loss during the year, but would be able to make a profit after the year. That is to say, there were no dividends during the year, but they didn't have to worry about making a loss because after the new year, they would be able to make up for the loss. According to what Zhang Zhong said that day, this is called breaking even. But according to what we heard from Xiao Bao, as long as a sum of money doesn't produce a profit, then it's depreciating. This is a type of relative depreciation. It means that our country is issuing more money, so the amount of money that can be bought has decreased. And there's a simple rule. The more luxury goods are bought in society, the more the currency will inflate. This is a type of relative depreciation. Xiao Bao also said that there's another type of absolute depreciation. He said that he guaranteed to control this situation and wouldn't allow it to happen, or at least within a certain period of time. An absolute depreciation is when the rate of increase in currency issuance exceeds the rate of increase in the production of people's goods. This is reflected in the specific situation. The price of goods necessary for survival is rising too quickly, much faster than the rate of people's income. There are two reasons for this situation. First, it's the issue of large amounts of currency when productivity can't keep up. If we don't want to give up on the speed of currency issuance, we have to improve production technology. Second, it's the wrong interference of administrative orders. The ruling class artificially hinders the majority of the people from obtaining the right to currency. If we don't want to give up on this wrong interference, we have to add new administrative policies aimed at the welfare of the majority of the people. This is what Xiao Bao said to us. Wang Bei wants us to balance out Xiao Bao, but we're confused. What do we use to balance? If we balance Xiao Bao, who will balance the country's income and output? Who will balance the problem of unemployment caused by the speed of social development? Who is going to balance the balance between spiritual civilization and material civilization for me? Can he, Wang Bei, do it? Whenever a part of the country is affected by a disaster and needs money, Wang Bei will have a sad expression. He's sad because he can't find a good way to allocate money. If it's Xiao Bao, he's sad because he's afraid that his orders will be issued too slowly and the people will suffer. These are two different things. One is sad because he can't do anything, and the other is worried because he's afraid that his actions will be implemented too slowly for the people affected by the disaster. This is so infuriating. If we were Xiao Bao, we'd teach him a lesson. Li Longji muttered a bunch of things under his breath as he rubbed his chest with his hand. It seemed that he was really angry. Gao Lisher hurriedly comforted him. Your Majesty, calm down. It's not worth it. Wang Bei can't do anything about Xiao Bao. The censorate wants to impeach him, but they don't dare. Not to mention them, even if Wei Zhang was alive, he would also have to remain silent. Just as Your Majesty said, Xiao Bao has already taken revenge on Wang Bei. Otherwise, with Xiao Bao's ability, how could the new company not be able to make money? When it comes to making ends meet, it's also a skill. Even if you investigate carefully, you won't find any problems. Xiao Bao can't go too far. You heard it that day. Wang Bei shouted that Xiao Bao promised not to do anything to the people in the country, but he played tricks on them. If they really lost money, they'll cry even louder. The main thing is that Xiao Bao promised Cuckoo that he won't use his ability to harm his own people. Otherwise, look at Tibet in the past as well as Xinhua in Japan now. When Xiao Bao was against them, he really invaded them like fire. Your Majesty, don't be fooled by Wang Bei's loud voice. He's actually afraid. He thought that Xiao Bao is gentle and kind to the country, but he forgot that Xiao Bao is a vengeful person. Your Majesty, look, we've arrived at the Yin and Yang Palace. According to your instructions, we'll build a 3-story building here, and make some space to build a fountain. We'll raise ornamental fish in the pond and transport local water plants from Hangzhou. It'll definitely be a grand scene in summer. Li Longji looked at the busy people at the construction site and nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, in the past, when I wanted to build the palace, the ministers always stopped me. Now that I'm building it, who dares to say anything? If it weren't for Xiao Bao making money for me, not to mention building a 3-story building, I would have been controlled by others. Gao Lisher could tell that Her Majesty's mind was filled with Xiaobao's goodness. No matter what was said, no matter what topic was brought up, Her Majesty would definitely think of Xiaobao first. After Li Longji finished speaking, he looked around the Yin and Yang Palace and did not give any instructions to the construction team. This was because the construction team here was from the Zhengzheng construction group. No matter if it was safety, technology, or quality, there were no problems. What made Li Longji depressed was that the price was very high. This was because, according to the rules set by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the charging method for the rich and powerful was different. The higher the status and the richer the family, the higher the fee would be. They were not afraid that the other party would play dirty tricks. Whoever had the guts to try it could try. As the emperor, Li Longji's fee for him was naturally the highest. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. For the internal funds, building the palace is like a drop in the bucket. The annual interest is enough. Moreover, the money earned by the Zhengzheng construction group will immediately be used in other areas, such as building bridges for the village, schools, or roadside pavilions for people to rest. Gao Lisher fanned the dust with his hand as he spoke. I know. It's just that every time I take money out, I can't control the urge to take it back because I don't know how to earn money. I'm not like Xiaobao, who doesn't feel bad about spending money because he can continue to earn. I can't even compare to Xiaobei and the rest, who don't have to pay for all the expenses at home themselves. The money earned by Darling's Candy House can be spent as they please. Furthermore, Xiaobao and Huan don't care. Li Longji murmured. At this time, Gao Lisher did not know how to respond, so he maintained his silence. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is here. He's already inside. The sound of the construction site could not cover up the eunuch's shrill voice. A eunuch came to report the situation. Just as he finished speaking, Crown Prince Li Hong, who was originally Li Ying, walked in from outside. In theory, even the Crown Prince could not casually barge in, but Li Ying had received a telegram from Zhang Xiaobao, so he had enough confidence to enter directly. Moreover, he had also received guidance from Zhang Xiaobao, who told him that if he followed the rules too much, he would lose affection. Occasionally, he would make a small mistake to bring people closer to each other. Therefore, Li Ying chose to barge in at this time without any notice. In his hand was an item with the signatures of the manager of Savant's restaurant and the head steward of Zhang Wang. Hong don't you have anything to do today? Li Longji did not consider the fact that his son had come without notice. This was a construction site and it was a mess. Who would be notified? I have something to do, so I'm busy. However, Xiaobao sent me a telegram and told me something. At the same time, he asked me to bring something over. I also miss father, so I rushed over. Look, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Li Ying lifted the item in his hand and smiled at Li Longji. This casual attitude of his was faked. To be precise, it was trained. In front of the mirror, he practiced according to Zhang Xiaobao's teachings. Not only did he have to practice his expression, voice, and eyes, but he also had to cooperate with his mental cultivation method. That was, if he was strong, he would be strong. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. The kind that would not fight back and would talk cheerfully and wittily. Li Longji sized up his son and saw that his son's clothes were dyed black. Other than black, there were also yellow and red. What was the Crown Prince busy with before you came? Gao Lisher asked Li Longji. Li Ying was very respectful of Gao Lisher. In private, he would call him Master Gao. Of course, the respect he had for him now was slightly less or perhaps even more. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao's support. Therefore, with Zhang Xiaobao's support, he did not have to pay too much attention to others. However, Zhang Xiaobao was Gao Lisher's adopted son, so he had to respect him even more. Li Ying understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning. He did not want the country to be too unstable and affect its diplomatic relations. At the same time, he would not allow others to mistreat his adopted father. Thinking of this, Li Ying adjusted his attitude and said with a smile, General, I went to the newly established printing workshop to see them working. The Ministry of Works Research Institute sent a new dye called ink paste or coloring agent. Anyway, that's what it is. As a result, newspapers can be printed with various colored patterns and words. Although the patterns are a little troublesome and not very accurate, they are modularized. Various small patterns are done first and then pieced together. The requirements for the printing staff are very high. Otherwise, they would not be able to piece together well. Oh, you brought printed newspapers over? Li Longji's interest was piqued. He had just seen a remote data command map today. Now there was a colored newspaper and some modularized patterns. Very good. Li Ying, who was already prepared, took out a few rolled-up newspapers and handed them to Li Longji with one hand. Then, he placed the things he was carrying on the ground and stood there panting. It was obvious that the things he was carrying were not light. Li Longji and Gao Lisher gathered together to read the newspaper. There were indeed patterns, but they were a little rigid. There were many different colors on the newspaper, and it was very eye-catching. The two of them then looked at the content. The headline was two large red words. Debate. Following that was a row of small yellow words. Strong enemies are watching. The long journey is not for the next life, but for this life. With the hot blood of Tang, who can withstand the blade of the treasured sword? At the bottom, the author's name was written. Wang Wan. Then there was a large picture of a warrior riding a horse and waving a blade. The background was a large flag with the word Tang. There was also a row of blurred flowery words printed diagonally on the picture. Swallowing 10,000 li like a tiger. Li Longji subconsciously straightened his back, as though he was the one riding on the horse and waving the blade. Gao Lisher also gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Li Ying said, "The boards with the picture have been sent to various places. According to the request, a copy of this newspaper will appear in all newspapers in Great Tang tomorrow morning." Good. Send it out. The people know that there is going to be a war. In the past, they were also looking forward to it. Now it has finally begun. Xiao Bao will soon bring out the administrative plan. What is the price of this newspaper? Li Longji knew that tomorrow's newspaper was going to start promoting the war, and it was going to win the support of the people. Li Ying took out another newspaper and put it together with the previous one. Father, it's the same as before. 1 copper coin per copy. Don't throw it away after you read it. If you collect 3 copies, you can exchange it for 2 copper coins. If you cut out the advertisement section of the newspaper, you might even be able to get a bargain of 1 copper coin. Li Longji put on a smile and said, Lisher, do you see this? This is Xiao Bao. There are many articles written by great scholars and the policies of the imperial court. It's easy to sell it at a high price, but look at what Xiao Bao is doing. Why is he doing this? This subject knows. Xiao Bao sells many copies of each newspaper for 1 copper coin. It's not enough to cover the printing costs. But in order to let the people see it, at least their children who have studied for 2 years can read it for them, he only sells it for 1 copper coin. He also sells it for 2 copper coins for 3 copper coins. Buying 1 copy is only a third of a copper coin. Xiao Bao doesn't want the people to lose the opportunity to pay attention to the country because of money, so it's very cheap. But Xiao Bao doesn't want to lose money, so he found merchants from all over to advertise. At this time, the newspaper has profits and it's very big. In order to let the people pay attention to the advertisements in the newspaper, Xiao Bao also asked the merchants to take turns. Every day, a merchant would take out the cost of the item to sell, but they would need the piece of paper in the newspaper. Every place is different, but the same thing is that there are discounts every day. Thus, our dynasty sells many newspapers every day. This is because when the people buy it, there's no loss at all. If they need to buy a lot of things, they can even take advantage of it. Not only does it allow the people to be educated, but it also promotes the sales of goods. At the same time, it also allows our dynasty's newspaper distribution industry to earn profits. And Xiao Bao clearly can get more money from this, but he gives it up. He doesn't have any selfish motives. He's doing this for the sake of the country and the people. Gao Lisher sincerely praised, not at all affected by Xiao Bao's identity as his adopted son. General Gao is right. Xiao Bao. Li Longji said doubtfully. Li Ying quickly changed his words. Zhang Xiao Bao? Li Longji continued to question. Father, what do you want me to call him? Usually when Xiao Bao sends me a telegram, he always ends it with Xiao Bao. I can't say Zhang Jidushi, right? Li Ying said awkwardly. Li Longji replied affirmatively this time. Li Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Even though it was just a title, it involved a lot of things. Normally, the people could casually address them as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, officials were definitely not allowed to do so. They had to be addressed as officials, unless one was a retired official or an elder recognized by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It represented a kind of closeness, a kind of relationship, and even a kind of identity and status in the bureaucracy. Xiaobao and Cuckoo weren't that easy to address. Thus, Liang was allowed to address them as Xiaobao. It wasn't easy for him to obtain this title. Revealing a sincere smile, Liang said, Xiaobao has indeed done many good deeds. If they were to make a move on their own people, our great Tang would be in danger. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are trying to make their own families rich first before helping us. I discovered something, and that is, the more power they have, the better the lives of our people. Many officials come from rich families and are businessmen. The people are jealous, helpless, and resentful. But when I go out for a stroll, I've never heard any of the people say anything bad about Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Could it be that they don't have money? They are truly rich enough to rival a country. Xiaobao has restrained himself, but he still earns hundreds of millions of strings of cash every year. He has already stopped expanding the businesses of the Zhang family in Great Tang, but the people who work with them are expanding, so their money will only increase. But the people still acknowledge them. Why? I've thought about it. They are earning money in our Great Tang, and they are earning it fair and square. At the same time, they have to fork out a lot of money to help the disaster areas every year. Disasters are the same as before, and they never stop. The only difference is that there was no Xiaobao and Cuckoo in the past. Imperial Father, although they always donate money in the name of the Imperial Court, the people aren't fools. What was the Imperial Court's policy towards disaster areas in the past? What's the speed of response now? What speed? Li Longji realized that this was the first time he truly cared about his crown prince. In the past, Li Hong had never spoken so much. He had always been very careful, so he deliberately asked this question. He hoped that he could feel more familial affection and communication from his son. Just like when he was with Xiao Bei and the others, it wasn't that everything Xiao Bei did was right, but that he cared about Xiao Bei's considerate feelings. Even if she did something wrong, seeing Xiao Bei's bashful and embarrassed appearance, he had to give her the right answer. Yes, what Xiao Bei did was wrong, but shouldn't he support such a cute child? If she was wrong, then she was wrong. Did he have to beat her to death? Could it be that everything he did in his life was right? Nothing went against his heart? Li Longji considered this, so he was very tolerant of Xiao Bei and the others, especially Xiao Bei. When she hugged you and acted coquettishly, you would feel sorry for Xiao Bei's cuteness if you didn't sign a few unequal treaties. Even if you were dreaming, you would be scared awake by guilt. Liang waited until her father was almost done thinking before she said, "Half a month ago, Hudong Circuit's Luzhou had been dry for more than 20 days. Fortunately, they had to plant soybeans, so they weren't in a hurry at the beginning. However, it didn't rain. So Li Sun found me. He is now in charge of the agriculture and industry of the entire Hudong Circuit. Previously, he had already reported it to the Imperial Court, but it was suppressed by the head of the Secretariat. He asked the local officials to pray for rain, but it didn't happen. While I was thinking of a solution, Xiao Bao sent a message to the Research Institute and asked them to move the things that were still being tested to Luzhou. That day, the clouds drifted horizontally from west to east as usual. However, the rumbling sound of artillery fire came from Qinzhou, and then it rained in Luzhou. That day was the last few days to plant soybeans. If it was missed, the soybeans wouldn't be able to grow well or even be sown. On the third day after the rain, the well drilling team of the Ministry of Works Research Institute came. Li Sun told me that he saw the bearings break down one after another, because they didn't rotate fast enough. Within a day, the Research Institute had drilled 142 wells in Luzhou, and the local drought was immediately solved. This is what I understand about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's speed. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are as fast as lightning. 1 day of rain, 3 days of well drilling. Therefore, the people are not afraid of the Imperial Court's administrative orders being issued slowly, nor are they afraid of the unrest in the surrounding countries. At the same time, they acknowledge that the Zhang family and the Wang family have endless wealth. They are afraid that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will give up on them. Liang said that the people of Tang supported Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and at the same time, expressed that she also supported them. However, Li Longji and Gao Lishur couldn't follow his train of thought. Li Ying didn't need to say anything to know that the people supported him. At this time, Li Longji and Gao Lishir were thinking about what could make it rain. This thing was even more terrifying than high-speed bearings. If the bearings didn't meet the standards, it was just that their hardness wasn't good enough, and the curvature of the balls wasn't accurate enough. This was within the scope of industry. Rain was different. Honger, tell me, how did it rain in Luzhou? Li Longji grasped the crux of the problem. Firing cannons. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had people fire cannons at Qinzhou, which is in front of Luzhou. They fired at the clouds, and when the clouds flew to Luzhou, it started to rain. It's very simple. It just needs to rumble for a while. Li Ying's eyes occasionally signaled to Li Longji to look at the things he had brought over. Li Longji no longer cared about his dignity as an emperor. He walked over to Li Ying and slapped him on the head. Are you stupid? This is rain, not a simple method of burning firewood to resist frost. Do you think I don't know how to fire cannons? Problem is, what are they firing? You don't think it's the cannons we're using now, do you? That'll kill people. What exactly did the research institute send up? Li Ying finally reacted and shook his head. I don't know. I only heard that Li Sun sent a signal to Xiao Bao for help. Xiao Bao sent back several orders in succession, and thus the disaster in Luzhou was resolved. Father, don't you think Xiao Bao is amazing? Do I need you to tell me whether Xiao Bao is amazing or not? Go to the research institute and ask. Oh, go greet Zhangzhong first. Although you're the crown prince, you can't directly enter. If you're stopped at the entrance, you'll be embarrassed. Zhangzhong will also think that you have something against it. Li Longji instructed. Yes, this son understands. If you provoke Zhangzhong, you'll be miserable. If you scold Xiao Bao, he might ignore you. But if you scold his father, then it's over. Li Ying understood very well. Li Longji lowered his head and finally turned his attention to the thing his son brought. He asked, what is this? A large pressure cooker. There's a wild boar's elbow and hind elbow stewing inside. In less than an hour, the meat has already been separated from the bone. It's suitable for use in highlands, Li Ying replied. Li Longji asked curiously, it's so magical? This is good stuff. Let's set up a project. Father, there's no need to set up a project. This is a byproduct of the steam engine. Li Ying smiled and introduced. Chapter 12:11. Oh, I've heard of it before. It has always been used in Tibet. Why did you bring it here today? Li Longji pondered for a moment and realized that he had never seen such a thing before. Thus he wasn't sure why his son brought it here. Li Ying took a sniff. The pork shoulder in the pot smelled very fragrant and replied, this pressure cooker is different from the ones in the past. It uses electricity. Other than the pressure cooker, there's also an electric rice cooker. I intend to promote this in the capital. In the past, the Ministry of Works produced more electricity than the demand, and they required a lot of firewood and coal every day. It was very difficult to transport and clean them. Li Longji suddenly understood. He couldn't possibly check on the sanitation of the capital in the morning, such as the empty chamber pot and the leftovers from the previous day. Thinking about it, the people around wouldn't feel good if there wasn't a car passing by. Nodding his head, Li Longji praised. My son is able to think of working for the welfare of the people in the capital. I'll keep the pork shoulder. What else do you want? I still want to manage a project. Li Ying said nervously. He was afraid that he would be rejected by his father if he went to earn money as the crown prince. Li Longji didn't say anything. When he was talking about power, his son said that it wasn't necessary. Now he wants a project. What project is it? I've discussed with my brothers and sisters. We intend to sell the pressure cooker and electric rice cooker to Japan so that the people in Japan can enjoy life together with the people in Great Tang. Li Ying had learned how to do things under the banner of world peace. Li Longji frowned. He knew that if he wanted to use electrical appliances, he had to have some first. It was only because the Ministry of Works had built a few power generators that the people in the capital could use. However, the power generation technology wasn't perfect yet. The power generators in the Ministry of Works were built with money and couldn't be popularized. Otherwise, they would have been sent to various places for the people in Great Tang to enjoy. In Japan, would they use thermal power, hydraulic power, or wind power? Would the technology be learned by the Japanese? This probably wouldn't happen. Even if the Japanese were to take a closer look and didn't understand the principles, they wouldn't follow suit. Furthermore, without the foundation of the industry, they wouldn't be able to produce the parts. Could it be that the power generation technology can be popularized? Li Longji asked. Li Ying shook his head vigorously. No, only small hydroelectric generators can be tested in various places. What I want to use is thermal power. I will help the Japanese build a few more thermal power plants, and I will only take the cost. Send a batch of rice cookers, pressure cookers, and light bulbs to them at the beginning. When they use them, sell them for money. Hearing his son's words, Li Longji was even more perplexed. Gao Lishir was also perplexed, and he asked, "If you can build a power plant elsewhere, why don't you build one in our Great Tang so that the common folk can enjoy it as well?" That's because the new thermal power plant at the Ministry of Works is a big plant. It generates a lot of electricity. The blueprints have just been designed, and the components are about to be produced. They haven't been assembled. There were two problems involved. One was that when burning coal there was too much ash. They had not thought of a solution yet, and the burning was not enough. The other problem is that the performance is not stable. The transformer is easy to burn, and at the same time it is easy to blow up the furnace. Li Ying explained. It seemed that he had thought of this idea after going to the Ministry of Works. Li Longji and Gao Lishir suddenly realized that the Li Ying in front of them was no longer the same as before. At the very least, he now knew how to scheme against others. What he had just said was definitely not his final objective. There had to be a deeper reason behind it. Harumphing coldly, Li Longji asked with a dark expression. "Tell me the truth, what are you all trying to do? Why aren't you all obediently staying in your own territories and insisting on interfering with business and administration? Don't tell me that you're thinking of harming the common folk for your own benefits?" "Father, who would dare to do that? It was Xiao Bao who supported us to come out and do this. Their fief is already on the verge of collapsing, and the money provided by the fief can't compare to what they earn by doing things themselves. They intend to return their fief to the royal court and take a sum of money to learn while doing things. This way, the common folk won't always call them vermin behind their backs. As the crown prince, it's natural for me to take the lead. I don't feel comfortable relying on the royal court for money. What others can do, we of the royal family can do as well. In the past, I thought that there was only so much wealth for geniuses. If we were to compete with the common folk when doing business, I now know that the world is vast and wealth can be created." Li Ying found a reason. In truth, it was because Zhang Xiaobao wanted them to take back their fief and gradually take back the land of others. This was to avoid land annexation and make it easier to control the agricultural production and infrastructure in the country. In the future, the surrounding areas would be colonized. They wouldn't be sending people far away all at once, as that would result in the gradual independence of the various regions. Right now, they were gradually sending people to the neighboring regions and providing them with land tax relief. In the future, when transportation and communications were more developed, they would be able to colonize even further places, such as the various large islands. At that time, as long as the Central Army controlled them well and didn't make the difference in income between the various regions too great, the other regions wouldn't be able to become independent. Li Ying's words were very moving, but Li Longji and Gao Lishir were unmoved. They continued to look at Li Ying, waiting for him to explain further. Fine, actually, how should I put it? We feel that we should quickly bring Japan into our Great Tang's territory and add fuel to the fire. After some research, we realize that Japan will be very happy if we build power plants there. Then we'll send many polluting departments that require electricity there, polluting Japan. Furthermore, Japan lacks natural resources, so the coal needed for power plants has to be transported from our Great Tang. Shouldn't we build roads? Shouldn't they spend money to buy coal? Shouldn't we build more fleets? Shouldn't their electrical appliances break down quickly when the voltage isn't stable? In order to squeeze every last bit of profit out of Japan, we'll start by changing their living habits. When they rely on our Great Tang for their daily lives, that will be the time when their regime will be wiped out. Li Ying revealed his ambitions. Personally sending an entire dynasty to the execution ground was a very meaningful matter. Aren't you afraid that after they learn more in the future, we'll take a liking to their capabilities and change the crown prince? Li Longji tried to scare Li Ying. Unexpectedly, Li chuckled nonchalantly. Looking at Li Longji and Gao Lishur, Li said confidently, "While they're learning, your son is also learning. Furthermore, they've hinted to your son that they don't want to be the emperor. In the past, you don't have much contact with the outside world, so you feel that authority in the royal court is very important. Now, you know more, and there's still a large area overseas that you haven't conquered. Instead of staying in the palace, you might as well think of ways to go out and help Great Tang conquer more land and educate more people. Targeting Japan is our first attempt. After we succeed, they'll want to go out. Some will travel by land and some will take ships. They'll bring many people and guards with them, as well as Great Tang's products. They'll go out and have a look. They'll set up trading companies and realize the value of their lives just like Xiao Bao and the others." When Li Ying spoke, his eyes were filled with yearning. It was as though he wanted to go out and see how exciting the world was. In the past, he wanted to be the emperor so badly that he went crazy. Then he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even if the two of them didn't become the emperor, they still held a lot of power and could roam the world. Moreover, the sea merchants from Luzhou to the capital had also said that the outside world was huge, and the land was filled with uneducated people. The land outside was fertile, the trees were tall, there were animals that had never been seen in the capital, and there were delicious fish in the sea. There were countless mineral deposits. As long as a few pieces of porcelain, silk, and delicious seasonings were shipped over, the locals would even help the merchants mine the ores. A set of porcelain bowls and plates that were only worth 5 copper coins in the Great Tang could be exchanged for a ship full of cedar. In truth, that set of porcelain wasn't bought from the locals but from the locals. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, this was an era of gold everywhere. Go out and help the people of other places obtain better living conditions, help them enjoy life, and then bring back the valuable things for the people of Great Tang to enjoy. If he were the emperor, he would at most travel around the Great Tang, and he would have to listen to the advice of his officials. That was far too boring. Li Longji was surprised. He hadn't expected his children to have reached an agreement in private. Xiao Bao had probably instigated and tempted them a lot. But he was right. With the current technology and weapons of the Great Tang, there was no danger in going out unless one fell ill. In the outside world, there were far fewer restrictions. They could do as they pleased, and the capital of Great Tang couldn't send specific orders. If they were tired, they could come back and enjoy themselves for a few days before going out again. If they stayed in a certain place for too long, the Great Tang would send people to take them back, and they could move on to the next place. They could treat the process of fighting for territory and resources as a vacation. They could realize the value of life, enjoy the fruits of their labor, and create wealth. We permit it. You can go and play, but you are not allowed to make yourselves kings in the future. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will rule that place in a few generations. This is precisely why Xiao Bao doesn't support colonizing the islands. Li Longji felt that it was a good idea to let his children go out and fight for territory, so he nodded in agreement. Li Ying happily left to make arrangements for the Japanese. Turning back, Li Longji said to Gao Lishur with the same yearning, "In truth, we also want to go to the places where there are koalas. Koalas are too delicate, and we need to transport fresh eucalyptus leaves from Luzhou. Fortunately, we transplanted a lot of them, or else the koalas would have starved to death in the capital. The daily heating fee for these animals who are afraid of the cold is not a small sum. Fortunately, the children who come to the capital and live in the capital like them, especially the koalas. Lishur, I remember that a few days ago there was a koala that seemed to be sick, but the people in the medical academy couldn't tell what was wrong with it. They just said that it was very listless and not lively. Has it been cured? Your Majesty, it has been cured." The people in the zoo sent Xiao Bao a message. After Xiao Bao asked clearly, he asked someone to carry the koala, and it was cured. Because the color under the koala's eyes is not pretty, no one usually carries it, and it fell sick. Gao Lishur replied. Li Longji could not help but laugh. "Aha, so it's true. That little thing can fall sick because no one carries it? This is the first time I've heard of this. Sai Xiao Bao and the others are really knowledgeable. Ask someone to tell the people in the zoo to put makeup on the koala to make it cuter so that people can carry it." "Yes, Your Majesty is very thoughtful. Koalas are very cute. Sometimes when they sit on the tree they look like pandas. They look like they have been wronged. The only difference is that pandas are very fierce. The zoo in Baoxing County earns more than the zoo in the capital. The monthly profit of the zoo in the capital is very small, but the zoo in Baoxing County can provide a profit of 1,000 strings of coins. The zoo in Baoxing County earns more than that. Speaking of the zoo, Gao Lisher thought of Baoxing County, the place where Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first became officials. Li Longji had almost forgotten about that county. When he heard Gao Lisher mention it, he asked, "What's the situation there now? Don't tell me that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo left and the new officials ruined the good things they left behind?" "Your Majesty, do you think anyone would dare to do that?" Baoxing County paid a lot of rent taxes last year. Excluding the counties in Luzhou, Baoxing County and Great Tang ranked 9th in rent taxes. This was a result that no one dared to dream of in the past. The local officials are the same as the Sanshui County. They have to post a notice before they start their administration. The monthly income of the county, where it comes from, how much it can be used by the county, and how they plan to spend it next month. Everything has to be made known to the people. If there's something they don't understand, they have to explain it to them. If the people agree, the money can be used according to the plan. If the people don't agree, the plan can only be changed. If they want to enforce it, it's the end of the official's term. Gao Lisher seemed to have a thorough understanding of the situation. Good, very good. I'm very happy. However, it's still difficult to promote it to all parts of Great Tang. Not all the people have developed the habit of participating in politics. If there's an unreasonable demand, the decree can't be implemented. Education, everything still depends on education. In the future, each state will have its own newspaper. Do according to Xiao Bao's method, and don't sell it too expensive. Also, set up reading boards in crowded places and put up newspapers for the people to read for free. Now, it's usually read by people who attend night school or children who have studied to a certain level. In the future, when the people hear more, they will naturally recognize the words on the newspapers. Li Longji really wanted to implement the matter of the people participating in politics everywhere. That way, the local government would make fewer mistakes and not waste money. Gao Lisher noted it down so that he could urge others to do it. Moreover, he had to control the local newspapers and not write anything casually. Another 3 days passed. Xiao Bei and the others had already sent the cement to Weizhou and helped Wenshan County find interested merchants. In a few days, the merchants would personally go to Wenshan County to take a look at the output and transportation situation. Xiao Bei and the others stayed in Weizhou for a day and took a nice bath. Because they were running around outside, they didn't even have the chance to take a bath. The group set off for Yizhou at dawn to catch up with their brother and sister. Just as they left the city and walked less than 5 li, a horse came from the side of the road. The person on the horse looked very tired. When she saw Xiao Bei's group, she shouted happily, "Xiao Bei, I'm here. My name is Su Yilong. I'll follow you in the future." "Is this someone from Brothers Group? Who is it?" Xiao Bei heard the noise and stood out of the carriage to look forward. The person was checked, mainly to see the certificate written by Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't find any danger, so they let him in. The person first looked at Xiao Bei and then looked at the others. He glanced around and asked Xiao Hai, You are Zhang Xiaohai?" Seeing Xiao Hai nod, he said happily, "I finally found you. Let me ask you a question. There are 2 kinds of candies, one red and one blue. Red candies cost 5 copper coins per box and blue candies cost 3 copper coins per box. You bought a total of 9 boxes and spent a total of 33 copper coins. Ask how many boxes of blue and red candies did you buy?" Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment and then answered casually, 3 boxes of red candies and 6 boxes of blue candies. Su Yilong. Today there is only 1 chapter, tomorrow there will be more. Chapter 12:12. Su Yilong actually knew the answer. He didn't calculate it, but he used the 2 types of boxes back and forth to make up the exact number. In theory, he only needed to make it 9 times, and he had to count the boxes of a certain color to 0. But he knew that if the number was big and changed to hundreds, it would take him a long time to make up the number. He could see that when he asked Little C clearly wasn't paying attention to his calculations. After hearing his question, there was a clear pause, as if he didn't understand why he would ask such a question, but then he easily gave the answer. In other words, Xiao Hai could calculate this kind of problem quickly. Su Yilong thought a lot and was completely shocked. Just as he was about to continue testing the abilities of the other children, Xiaobei's voice rang in his ears. What do you do? My grandfather is Su Jian, he's the academician of Jixin Academy Yuangu from the Great Wall of Huzhou. He studied books like Records of Heaven and Beginner's Notes and wrote a book called The Legend of Da'in. Before Su Yilong could introduce his grandfather, Xiao Yuan's voice sounded. Su Yilong looked at Xiaoyuan in surprise. You? How did you know? There are only a few people in Jixin Academy, you just have to memorize them. And in order to prevent you from talking bad about my family behind my back and suddenly stabbing me, we have to send things to your family during the holidays. For example, the 3-year-old child in your elder brother's family now eats and uses children's toys. They are all sent by our precious candy house. Unfortunately, when someone took advantage of us, they didn't have the slightest intention to refuse. In the end, they turned around and didn't recognize us. Fortunately, your family still knows that the hand that takes advantage of others is short, and the mouth that takes advantage of others is soft. Xiao Yuan looked like he had suffered a great grievance. Why did he remember it so clearly? Of course, one had to know the family's situation when sending things, especially when there was a baby at home. Su Yilong was slightly embarrassed by Xiao Yuan's straightforward words. He had also eaten the birthday cake given by others. The cream on it was very sweet, and it was not given by the Zhang family and Wang family. It was given by the 9 children's own candy house. Therefore, after this blow, Su Yilong's contempt and dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. He decided to follow the children and see what he could learn. At least, Xiao Hai's calculating ability was better than his. Since you came here in such a hurry, why don't you find a car and rest first? We'll talk about other things after dinner. Xiaobei didn't know what his brother and sister were planning to do by giving him a person, but it didn't matter if there was one more person or one less person in the group. Right now they were in a hurry, so he ordered the group to continue speeding up. Su Yilong obediently found a car with Xiaobei's toys. She sat on the shaft outside and took a bottle of water from someone. She didn't open it for a while. He swallowed his saliva and asked the person driving the carriage next to him in embarrassment, "Brother, how do I drink water?" The coachman was leisurely waving the whip in the air. When he heard Su Yilong's question, he gave her a simple and honest smile and took the glass bottle from her hand. He clamped the whip under his armpit and used his other hand to break the bottle open with his thumb. With a pung sound, the iron lid on the bottle was removed. He returned the bottle to Su Yilong and put the lid back into his pocket. Su Yilong widened his eyes in surprise. He tried it just now and the iron lid was very tight. He felt that if he tried to break it with his hand like the other person, he would scrape off a piece of flesh on his hand. Damn, I didn't expect the coachman to be an expert. Su Yilong thought for a while, wiped the bottle open with his hand, and raised his head to drink. As soon as the water in the bottle touched her tongue, Su Yilong felt as if her tongue was gently pricked by many needles. She almost spat out the water in her mouth. She suddenly reacted and didn't dare to spit in front of others, so she forced herself to swallow the water. As a result, after the water entered her stomach, she immediately felt an indescribable comfort filling her body, from her mouth to her stomach. It seemed that her breathing was comfortable, and she was more energetic. She burped from her stomach and spurted out from her nose. The sour taste seemed to penetrate her brain, and she couldn't help but shiver. An inexplicable ease lingered around her body. When the taste calmed down, Su Yilong smacked her lips twice. Her eyes looked away and felt brighter. She held the glass bottle in her hand and asked the coachman beside her, "What did you give me to drink?" "A kind of carbonated drink. The conditions don't allow it. Otherwise, it'll taste better if it's iced," the coachman replied. "Why haven't I seen it before? I don't even see it in the supermarket outside." Su Yilong felt that it would have been better if she had come earlier. Such a delicious, comfortable and refreshing carbonated drink. She would regret it if she tasted it later. The coachman continued to wave the whip a few times and didn't reply. After waiting for a while, Su Yilong saw that the other party didn't intend to tell her. She lowered her head and pondered. This thing must be something that the Zhang family and Wang family enjoyed in the inner courtyard, just like the canned food and heated food in the past. The purpose of its research and production was to let the people in the inner courtyard live better when they were outside. It was a special kind of care and welfare that others wouldn't even think about. Only when a better welfare product of the inner courtyard was developed would the previous one be sold as a high-end product for others to enjoy. This situation was known to everyone in the Tang Empire, so no one wanted to bribe the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family with money. They wouldn't agree. In the whole world, no one could find a main family like the Zhang family and Wang family. The kind of warmth and mutual love that blended together couldn't be bought with money. In envy, Su Yilong carefully took another sip. Under the circumstances of preparation, she finally tasted the good taste of the carbonated drink. She stuck out her tongue and licked her sweet lips. She carefully asked the coachman, "Is there anything else that can be eaten? I haven't eaten the previous meal, so I'm hungry after riding here." The coachman wasn't stingy. He took out a flat thing from his pocket and tore open the metal-like paper that Su Yilong didn't know what it was. He revealed the dark brown thing inside and handed it to Su Yilong. "Bite it in small bites. It's a little bitter at the beginning, but it'll have a strong aftertaste if you taste it carefully," the coachman advised. "Okay, thank you." Su Yilong also hadn't seen it before, but she knew that it was definitely not bad. She carefully took it and bit it according to the coachman's method. Sure enough, it was a little bitter, and then it was fragrant. She took another sip of the drink. It was nothing more delicious than this. "What is it?" Cuckoo named it chocolate. "It's refreshing and can restore the body's strength. Why haven't I seen it before?" As soon as she said it, Su Yilong immediately regretted it. She realized that she had asked a very stupid question. Seeing that the coachman didn't answer, Su Yilong continued to eat the drink and chocolate bit by bit. After eating, she leaned on the carriage and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. She gently opened her mouth and enjoyed it as much as she wanted. After a long time, Su Yilong happily asked the coachman, "Brother, can I also get a fixed amount of drinks and chocolate in the future?" "You are?" "My name is Su Yilong. I was arranged by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to be with Xiao Bei and learn to do things." What Su Yilong wanted most at this moment was the same benefits as others. "Yes," the coachman answered simply. Su Yilong was happy. "How much can I get?" "You can eat as much as you want. As long as there's more in the team supplies, you can take as much as you want," the coachman explained. "I can eat as much as I want?" Su Yilong felt that happiness came so suddenly. She could drink as much as she wanted and eat as much as she wanted. It was a fairy-like life. Suddenly she asked the coachman in confusion, "Why don't you eat as much as you want?" After eating too much snacks, you will find that the best and most fragrant is actually the main meal. A bowl of white rice, a few meat and vegetable stir-fried dishes, and some pickles. A small bowl of soup is much better than snacks, the coachman said to Su Yilong. Su Yilong touched her stomach and seemed to want to eat a big bowl of rice. It would be better if she could make some vegetable soup. She was really hungry. After drinking a bottle of water, she seemed to want to eat more. She said to the coachman with understanding, "You probably have too many snacks and are tired of eating them. Why don't you sell them? It's a waste of resources." "Because it's specially provided for by the inner courtyard. As an inner courtyard student, I cannot eat it. But what I have is not available to others. When I'm outside, I take it out to eat. It's a symbol of status and can satisfy my vanity. The owner took this into consideration, so they don't sell it." The coachman's answer was very honest, and there was a happy smile on his face. "Damned vanity." Su Yilong followed and muttered, "Seeing others have it, but you can't buy it with money. It's really helpless. It would be a lie to say that I'm not jealous. I'll go take a look later and see what good things there are. I'll keep it with me and take it out when I see others. They'll be envious to death. Ha 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 ha." Compared to Xiaobei's team that was like a marching army, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team slowed down again and moved towards Izhou like a snail. Occasionally, they would stop and chat with the local people who were watching by the roadside. They would let the logistics staff make convenient food for the people to taste. Fried chicken wings, smoked pork livers, and the like were made by well-trained chefs, and the commoners were all eating happily. Moreover, they were not polite when they accepted the food. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave it to them, they would take it. After eating, they would praise them as if they were good, so were they. Bai Go came over worriedly. "Xiao Bao, if we continue to send out, the reserves in the team won't be enough. We'll be arriving at Izhou soon. We'll have to clean up in exchange for a new batch of supplies." Cleaning up in the city will only earn us a little money, so it's better to give it to others for free. It's not easy for us to come here, so let's make everyone happy. Money can only reflect its value when it can buy happiness. Zhang Xiaobao, who had been clearing the inventory, said to Bai Go indifferently. Bai Go also became indifferent. After all, it was not his money. It was just that when they were waiting for the little ones to come over, they moved too slowly. He did not know why they had to wait for the little ones' guards to come over. Now there were many guards in the team. You take your time to deliver the food to others. I'll go back and rest. Bai Go planned to get out of the car and find his own place to sleep for a while. Before he left, Yao Chong appeared outside the car on a horse and followed the car slowly. When he came to the window, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the car, "Just now there was a telegram saying that you sent out a kind of cannon. If you shoot at the sky, it will rain." "What kind of cannon?" "Really?" Bai Go was no longer sleepy. "It's not shooting at the sky. It's shooting at the clouds. It's not the usual cannonballs. It's a rocket. It's like fireworks. There are different things in it. When it explodes in the sky, it will rain. Last time it was an experiment. The technology was not mature yet, so it always missed." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Yao Chong was asking. It was just artificial rain. 10 years ago, he and Wang Wan had hoped for it. Now they finally saw the light of dawn. 10 years, such a long wait, but it also seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The time passed unknowingly. It was not an instant but an eternity. As an old man, Bai Go did not pay attention to the passage of time. He only cherished every day and then enjoyed it. Therefore, he did not have any burden in his heart. What others did to him and what he did to others was not as good as what he had now, because he was more direct when he asked. If he could get some good news, he would take advantage of others. If he could not, he would think of other ways. "Xiao Bao, did you specially ask the Research Institute to do research on the drought in the Tang Empire?" "Very good. It's what we should do to think about the people's lives." Bai Go asked indirectly. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said with a smile, "For any invention, no matter what the intention of the inventor is, the first thing that the ruler thinks of is to use it in war. When Cuckoo and I provided technical ideas, we naturally did not think about artificial rain first. Instead, we thought about the scene of countless rocket launchers being fired at the same time on the battlefield. Cuckoo's and my initial idea had very low requirements. That was, within a range of 10 to 15 kilometers, there would be hundreds of rocket launchers, and at least 3,000 rocket launchers would be fired in a few minutes. It would be an area of saturation attack. Unfortunately, whether it was the range or the accuracy, the people of the Ministry of Works did not give us a satisfactory answer. We thought about it together and then thought that the rocket launcher could be simplified and used for artificial rain. I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me if I tell you." Wang Wan played along and smiled bashfully. Who asked her to be prepared to hit someone in the beginning and not the clouds? Bai Go was silent. Yao Chong was also speechless. The two of them were not stupid. They understood why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo thought about making rocket launchers. It was because the cannons used usually could not fire so many shells in a few minutes. But were the two of them war maniacs? It was clearly a design that could help the people in the dry areas, but it was developed to destroy the enemy. Are rocket launchers good, useful to hit people? Yao Chong wanted to know more about this. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, but we won't be able to use them in the next few years. The technology for hitting clouds is simple, but the technology for hitting people is very complicated. The advantage is that it is light and convenient compared to cannons. The disadvantage is that the cost is too high. But it doesn't matter. In order to protect the lives of our soldiers and to effectively kill the enemy's forces, it's okay to spend some money. Let's wait and see. Based on the speed of the Ministry of Works research, it should be no problem in 8 to 10 years. If they don't learn foreign languages and only focus on mathematics, they can cultivate a group of smart geniuses in 6 to 7 years. Ordinary people won't be able to do it. The technicians trained by my family started learning more early, more than 10 years ago. The Ministry of Works recruited people from all over the country a little later. However, the people recruited later all had very good skills. They only lacked more advanced theoretical support. According to the current speed of development, Cuckoo and I can still provide guidance on the direction of research. Give us another 10 years, and we will be able to truly subdue the enemy without fighting. When Wang Wan thought of all the hard work she had put in over the years, she was also very emotional. Her eyes were slightly red as she said, "Yes, I believe that with their tireless research and learning, after the great Tang Empire, we don't need the special forces to take the life of a person in any country. We just need to inform the ruling class of that country, and they will send that person's head over themselves." Can this old man live for another 10 years? Bai Go also wanted to see that day, but he was worried about his health. He knew that if he hadn't met Xiaobao and Cuckoo at that time, he would very likely have died. Now many old men were living very well, all because Xiaobao and Cuckoo provided absolute healthcare support. Therefore, when Xiaobao and Cuckoo used trains to go to other countries to exchange benefits with high-income and landowners, the process of negotiation was very smooth. These old men used their huge influence behind the scenes. When the exchange conditions were similar, no one dared to provoke them. Yao Chong on the horse clenched his fists and bent his arms to make a bodybuilding pose. After thinking about it, he said, "I will try my best to live. I will listen to the doctor. I will eat whatever he tells me to eat and do whatever he tells me to do. I will not be angry. I want to be in a good mood tomorrow." Bai Go nodded vigorously in agreement. He decided to only drink a small cup of wine every day, eat more fish and vegetables and not pickles. After thinking about his diet, Bai Go suddenly found something wrong with Wang Wan's words and the way she gritted her teeth when talking just now. He asked, "Cuckoo, did someone from another country make you angry?" "There is a country called Zhenla." Wang Wan mentioned the name of the country and then said, "Last autumn, they came to the capital to pay tribute. In order to temporarily stabilize them, our dynasty gave them a lot of rewards. When they left this year, they took the land route. When they reached Jiaoji, which is not far from the border of our Tang Empire, they ruined 2 newlyweds in the village." "Xiaobao, you tell me." Wang Wan did not want to talk about it. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was not good. Then the 2 women wanted to commit suicide, but they were stopped by the local tribal chief. The tribal chief took them to the provincial government of Jiaozhou and sent a telegram to ask if our dynasty had taken their rent for nothing. Let me explain first, they did not pay rent before. They only started paying rent in the autumn of the year before last. In the end, this matter was found out by the local provincial governor. He threatened them not to cause trouble for our dynasty. They are now waiting at home. The people from Zhenla have probably returned to their country by now. This shows that our Tang Empire is still easy to bully. Some of our officials are still not killed enough. This matter happened 7 days ago. Cuckoo and I only received the telegram the night before last. That is why Cuckoo said that we do not need to send troops in the future. We can just let them come with heads. Otherwise, we will destroy their country. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, tell me, isn't it very uncomfortable? Actually, our country is a bit remote. They do not pay much attention to this matter. The women will be casually bullied by the men, and they are powerless to resist. For example, the local tribes of Jiaoji may hold some bonfire party, and the women will be forced to find a place to do that kind of thing by a few men. But I am not very angry. This is a matter of education, and the local women are used to it. But now they are being bullied by outsiders. They have paid rent and sent a telegram to ask about it. When we received the news, Cuckoo and I were angry for a long time. After hearing this, Bai Shu and Yao Chong raised their hands to their chests at the same time. I am not angry. I want to live a few more years. Yao Chong took 2 deep breaths and muttered. Then he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "How did you deal with it? Did you not do anything?" The local provincial governor escorted them to the capital. He sent a telegram and asked the people in the telegraph office to find them. He told them not to think about dying first, and that the imperial court would give them an explanation. Zhang Xiaobao replied, "What explanation?" Bai Shu asked. Lu Xing is on the move. The reason why she is sad about being ruined is because the men she marries feel uncomfortable about being taken advantage of by a man from another country. She will always think about this matter, so she will capture him and let them beat him to death personally. Then this thought will disappear. Cuckoo gave an order that those people must be brought back alive. We will chase after them all the way. Those who ask for information will be killed. Those who try to stop us will be killed. Those who try to protect them will be killed. Those who try to persuade us will be killed. Even if they hide in the palace, we must bring them out alive. Then we will cut off the heads of those who are killed along the way, marinate them, and bring them back to Jiaoji. We will let them know that their taxes are not in vain. As long as they acknowledge the imperial court's rule, the imperial court will give them an explanation. Even if they bully people from other countries, the imperial court will send troops to help their relatives and not reason. When the pride of lions is fighting with the hyenas for food, the lion will not give an explanation to the hyenas just because its cubs started the fight first. It will only kill the leader of the hyenas and let its children have meat to eat. Zhang Xiaobao first mentioned Wang Wan's decision, then said something very unreasonable. Bai Shu and Yao Chong did not object. They seemed to think that Zhang Xiaobao was right. They also knew what the Lu Xing that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was. It was a revenge special force formed by all kinds of talents from various elite troops. Its full name was the Lu Xing Battle Squad. Everyone in it had a name that belonged to their own star. Death is the shining. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what if the Lu Xing Battle Squad you send provoke Shenla and they go crazy and suddenly send troops? Yao Chong asked worriedly. Then we won't fight Duosher first. Let's get rid of them first. How dare a small country shout at us? We would rather lose 100 times the price in other aspects than make any compromises or concessions to them. Wang Wan will put my words here today. If they dare to say no, Xiaobao and I will personally lead troops and slaughter the fire of their entire race. Otherwise, what right do we have to make the people of Tang love this country? Wang Wan swore with a gloomy face. Originally, everything was going well. The plan for Duosher was going very smoothly. Moreover, they had already suppressed Japan and Xinlua. At the same time, they could use other means to seek more benefits from Japan and Xinlua and make arrangements. In the end, Jean La's people came to pay tribute. When they returned, they had to find something to do. So the two of them had no choice but to consider the thoughts of the people in their country. Could they not send the Lu Xing battle squad to capture them? The consequence of refusing was to lose the hearts of the people. If Jean La dared to send troops, could they not knock them out? How many pairs of eyes were looking at them with anticipation? Were they looking at the god of war in their hearts, Cuckoo? At this time, apart from them, even Xiaobao would not do. This was because Xiaobao's methods needed time to be carried out, and the people would not give them time. What the people wanted to see was how their god of war, Cuckoo, would cut people down like chopping melons. Zhang Xiaobao added, when we received the news 3 days ago, we had already asked Lu Zhou to prepare for war. In fact, they had been preparing there all along. This was because, apart from the navy in Jiangji province, the navy in other places had all been gathered in Luzhou. Originally, we planned to come to Jiannan province and act as if we were to attack at any time. We planned to mobilize Duosher's forces to gather at the front line of Jiannan province and the former Tubo. Then our navy would bring the Lu Xing battle squad and suddenly descend on Duosher's territory from the surface of the sea, catching Duosher by surprise. With all their forces gathered here, it was natural that the other places were empty, and our navy could march straight in. But now we have to deal with Jean La's matter, and we have to wait for the news from the Lu Xing battle squad. If Jean La dares to provoke us, the navy that was supposed to be used to fight Duosher will fall on its head. Grandpas, do you think Cuckoo and I will be angry? So, as long as we send troops to Jean La, we can guarantee that we will wipe it out. If we let it go because it has delayed our strategic deployment, we will die of anger. When Bai Shu and Yao Chong heard Zhang Xiaobao's strategic deployment, they were struck dumb. At the same time they thought, no wonder Xiaobao and Cuckoo said they were going to fight Duosher. However, when they arrived at Jiannan province, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they were announcing the whereabouts of the troops and the mobilization of their forces. It turned out that it was to mobilize Duosher's forces and gather them here. Then, the navy would move out and transport them from the sea to Duosher's territory. Presumably, the gunboats deployed from various places would be able to protect the safety of the landing area. At that moment, Duosher would have no way to back down. If they were to transfer their forces here, Xiaobao and Cuckoo would immediately attack. If they were not to transfer their forces, what would they use to stop the Tang army from landing? Facing the superior Tang army, would they dare to fight on 2 fronts? At the same time, it would affect the speed of the supply line and the reinforcements. Even if a portion of the reinforcements returned, they would be exhausted. Sigh. Bai Shu sighed and said, Jean La is really hateful. Cuckoo's strategic deployment was so good, but they actually dared to interfere. This old man agrees to destroy them when they cause trouble. But after that, when can they attack Duoshire again? I believe that when the Tang Navy goes over, Duoshire will definitely think that our soldiers can use the same method to attack them. Therefore, we should prepare in advance. Yao Chong was also worried. He frowned and tried to think of countermeasures. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his hands and said, Cuckoo and I have discussed it. If we have to attack Xinla, we can immediately attack Duoshire after we attack them. However, the strategic deployment needs to be changed, and it will cost a lot more money. It's annoying. These 2 days I have been thinking about how to make use of this to turn a bad thing into a good thing, but I haven't thought of anything yet. This is really testing my IQ. Chapter 12-13. Whether or not to attack Xinla and how to attack them would depend on Xinla's reaction. Zhang Xiaobao continued to think about how to turn the unfavorable situation into a good one for the Tang Empire. He went into another carriage alone to ponder. Bai Shu and Yao Chong wanted to help but couldn't. Their way of thinking was different from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, their way of thinking was the way of thinking of the normal ruling class. If they could solve the problem without using weapons, they would try their best not to use weapons. Otherwise, it would be a waste of manpower and resources. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to speed up the expansion. While the weapons were advanced and the morale was high, they wanted to occupy more territory and plunder more resources. Seeing that Bai Shu and Yao Chong were still worried, Wang Wan persuaded, Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, don't worry about the lack of domestic supplies, and don't worry about the sharp rise in domestic prices. In fact, we have other ways to solve the problem of Xinla. That is, we can send people to their ruling class to exchange benefits and let them take the initiative to send people over. But Xiao Bao and I have unanimously decided that we can't indulge their bad habits. The exchange of benefits itself represents our weakness. Bai Shu waved his hand. No need to say more. Let's fight. I can see that even if Xinla doesn't attack this time, you will still attack them when you have the time. They are too close to the Tang Empire. Sooner or later, they will belong to the Tang Empire. Yes, Xiao Bao and I also think so. Moreover, their land is connected to ours. If it were Japan, we may be gentle because our ships are enough to control the people on their island. But the neighboring countries have the ability to send troops, even if their weapons are not advanced. Wang Wan admitted very straightforwardly. Peace would only appear when the difference in military strength was not big. The entire history of human beings in the world was actually a history of war. In war, resources were obtained, technology was developed, and technology was used to start wars. Whoever didn't follow the footsteps of this rule would be beaten. Neutrality was the charity given by the strong countries under the balance of interests. Bai Go and Yao Chong didn't want to waste their energy on this issue. They left Wang Wan's car and got together to discuss the fishing when they arrived in Izhou. Seeing that they did not try to persuade her, Wang Wan was very happy to have someone take out the military map and continue to study the route of the army to attack Xinla. She did not want the other party to withdraw their forces when the situation was dire, and then hide in the mountains and forests while she played a jungle battle with them. That was truly too cruel. The advanced firearms of the Great Tang would be limited, and the number of casualties would increase. Thus, a strategic objective had to be set, and only then could tactics be used flexibly. All the generals looked forward to forming a strategic objective after completing countless small tactical objectives. Xiao Bei's team was still moving forward quickly. Xiao Bei's 9 children were still carefree. They did not need to worry about the strategic problems of the country, and they certainly did not need to worry about the livelihood of the people. The only thing they could do was to spend the money earned by the candy house on the children of the Great Tang according to their own ideas. In fact, no matter how they spent, it would not be wrong because they did not need investment in return. Although the money they earned every year was higher than the national revenue of Japan in the past years, it was only a small part of the current Great Tang. They had time to read books, edit and organize various kinds of stories for their younger brothers and sisters who stayed at home, and then teach others to show their strengths. Not only could they teach others, but they could also consolidate their knowledge. As for playing, they did not lack, and they also had many toys. They did not lack the right to have toys because adults also had toys. Su Yilong did not eat that night. After eating a lot of snacks, he was not hungry anymore. Then he went to Xiao Hai, who was teaching others, and listen to Xiao Hai teach mathematics. Although Xiao Hai was good at mathematics, the overall 9 people were very bad. The other 8 people's level was equivalent to that of Wang Wan's 4th grade, so Xiao Hai was able to teach them with ease. Su Yilong's level was slightly better than that of the 4th grade, but definitely not at the level of a 1st or 2nd grade. Therefore, he listened very seriously, ready to lay the foundation first, and then learn more advanced mathematics from Xiao Hai. Okay, tonight we will go out for a while, rest for 3 hours and continue tomorrow morning. We will be able to meet up with brother and sister at dusk, and then we will go to Ijo as usual for a day. Our difficult days will be over. After listening to the lesson, Xiaobei said happily. Rushing like this, even if they stayed in the carriage, obviously would not be comfortable. Once in a while it was okay for 2 or 3 days, but they had enough of running back and forth like this. Su Yilong thought that it was very hard for the 9 little guys to keep running with the team outside, so she advised, Xiaobei, in fact, you just need to follow your brother and sister. Why do you have to run out? It will be easy to get tired and sick. It's okay. We are still okay. Don't you see many children around our age studying hard in school during the day, and helping the adults when they go home at night? Just like Tunghua County, although there was a school, it had not reached the level where all the children lived in school. The farthest child had to walk for 3.5 hours to get from home to school, and another 3.5 hours to go home. I have seen the teachers we found when we left, and their standards are far from the same. But the children are very satisfied. In comparison, we are really too happy. Not all teachers can be like brother and sister, and specifically weave knowledge into stories. Xiaobei was very sensible, and compared the situation of the other children. If only the students in the Imperial College could be like you, Su Yilong said with emotion. Xiaobei curled his lips in disdain. Them? Their lives are so good. Their families are all rich and powerful, and they have their own maids and manservants. Usually they just flip through books at home and have someone to wait on them. When they reach school, someone will bring them lunch at noon, and then there will be teachers like great scholars to teach them. During class they are absent-minded, and when school is over they will go somewhere to play. This is the Imperial College, and the Imperial College is not very good. It is said that there are children of poor families in there, but in fact if they are selected from the local government, how can they be poor? There are already local merchants who sponsor them, and there are capable people who value them. Saying that they are poor is relative. It is not that they can't eat meat, but they can't take out the money to hold banquets and poetry recitals. Xiaobei was very familiar with the situation in the national key schools, because the Imperial College had sent them invitations more than once, hoping that they could study there. In the end, they were directly rejected without any mercy. Not only did they say to the person who sent the invitations that they were ashamed to be associated with the students there, but they also said that the teachers wanted to teach them, but they were not qualified and were not worthy. The students in the Imperial College were very angry, and so were the teachers, but they could not do anything to Xiaobei and the others. Su Yilong used to think that the Imperial College was good, but now that she saw Xiaobei's 9 children, she realized that when it came to education their brothers and sisters were better, so she tried to ask Xiaobei, how can the students in the Imperial College be like you? It's very simple. Brother said before that when all the children in the Tang Empire reach a certain level of knowledge, the students in the Imperial College will no longer have the advantage of education, and they will be able to find their own position again. Or use another method to improve the status of merchants, improve the status of craftsmen, and give more treatment to farmers so that the students can't enjoy the high position. But I don't want to do that, especially the status of merchants. I plan to always suppress it, or else it will make the Tang Empire think that money is the most important thing, and it will shake the foundation. Xiaobei told Su Yilong what her brother had said and nodded solemnly. She had a worried look on her face. It was not clear if she could really understand, but her expression was impeccable. Su Yilong was stunned. She squeezed her eyes hard and looked at Xiaobei again. She felt that the person in front of her was no longer a child, but a scholar older than her. How to shake the foundation? Su Yilong humbly asked for advice. Do you know about shaking? It means shaking. For example, our toys, the ones that can be assembled into buildings, if we shake it hard below we will find a problem. Guess what the situation is? The screws on the top can actually loosen a little. Xiaobei patiently explained to her. I'm asking about how to shake, not the consequences of shaking. Su Ilong asked again. How to shake? It's just that. This is a good question. Think about it first, then ask me if you don't understand. I'll take you to see the real thing, which is our toy. You will definitely know how to shake from it. Xiaobei hesitated for a moment, then ordered someone to bring her assembled toy from the toy carriage at the back. Su Ilong understood. Xiaobei did not know the key to shaking at all, so he was diverting her attention. She had heard that Xiaobei was good at this kind of thing and she finally saw it today. That serious look was so cute. Soon Xiaobei's toy was sent over. The road that the carriage was traveling on was not bad. It was an official road. Because there were many caravans coming and going, there was a lot of investment and maintenance, so it was considered stable. Xiaobei's toy was put in a big box. There were many small boxes in the big box, which were filled with small wrenches, screwdrivers, calipers and other tools, nuts and bolts and iron pieces of various shapes. It did not feel like a toy, but a common item in a craftsman's home, or even more complete. Xiaobei let Su Ilong come closer to take a look and said, "Look, we can use the parts in the box to assemble a variety of other fun things, such as a dog or a car. Look, brother once assembled a very beautiful car for us. Can walk on its own. It needs this thing called a motor, which is an electric motor. Brother always likes to call it a motor, and there's also a battery. I'm sure you haven't seen it before because it hasn't been popularized. To be precise, only we have it and no one else has it. Because it belongs to children Xiaoyu and Xiaonan, and I will use it first to figure out better parts and assembly methods. When the time comes, Baby Candy House will take it out to sell. Do you want to have a car that can move on its own while being assembled by itself? Do you want to have a beautiful new home for dolls? Come on, please pay attention to our Baby Candy House. Every once in a while we will introduce a new toy or a new way to play so that you can be full of happiness, so that you can have everything you should have." Su Ilong swallowed her saliva, and then... Chapter 12:14. Xiaobei was still assembling. Her movements were very skilled. It seemed that what she was assembling now was not her first time. Soon something that looked like a tank appeared. To be precise, it should be an infantry transport vehicle. The wheels were made of rubber and did not have tracks. Xiaobei was very skilled in using screwdrivers and wrenches. There were many items in the box that did not need screws to fix. Su Ilong, look, not all parts can be fixed with bolts when they are assembled, because in that case you will find that the other parts of the thing you are assembling are stuck and there is not enough space. At this time you need to use parts that can bite into each other. For these parts we spent a lot of effort. We have to tell our ideas to brother first, and then let brother and sister figure out what should be specially made for that position. Xiaobei was finally like a normal child at this time. Like many children, she showed off to others when she was working. Moreover, she was mumbling as she assembled. No one knew who she was talking to. Using a part with grooves on both ends to fix the wheel and the small axle together, Xiaobei muttered to herself and suddenly laughed. "Su Ilong, why do I feel that your name sounds like a girl's? Why aren't you called Su Linglong?" Xiaobei asked. Su Ilong was focusing on the thing that Xiaobei was assembling. When she heard her words, she came back to her senses and became silent with a depressed expression. When Xiaobei was about to continue talking about her name, she cleverly opened her mouth first and asked, "The wheel you are holding looks familiar. It seems that the bicycle wheel sold in the capital is made of the same material as the one you are holding." "It's not the same. The bicycle wheel is inflated, but mine is dead. Speaking of bicycles, I thought of something. Did you buy one? Remember, if you want to use it in Chang'an City, you can choose those with thin wheels. If you want to ride it out, you have to buy one with wide wheels. If you bring the bike over, I can help you modify it so that you can go uphill easily. That's because the gears at the bottom of the bike, to put it simply, is the lever principle. So you're asking what's the use of this principle, right?" Xiaobei stopped what she was doing and took out a piece of paper from the side. On it was the assembly steps of the components. At this moment, Xiaobei was still holding a component that was supposed to be used in one of the steps, but that step had already passed. For a moment, Xiaobei was at a loss. She didn't think that saving a part was a good sign. While thinking about what went wrong, she said to Su Ilong. Su Ilong didn't know about the difficulties Xiaobei was facing now and said, "I know, it's the power multiplied by the power arm, which is equal to the resistance multiplied by the resistance arm." "That's right, so if the front and back gears of the bicycle can change their sizes at any time, Then you can adjust the distribution of power at will. But there was a problem in the middle, and that was that it had to be accurate. I couldn't just throw away a random part. For example, the small gear in my hand should be on the axle. Otherwise, this car could only move forward and not backward. Yes, that's right. If this set of modules wanted to move, it had to be on the gear. So now you see I have finished the assembly steps in front, but the gear wasn't put in. Do you know what to do? Xiao Bei finally found the problem with the instructions on the diagram. The gear in her hand was made of hard plastic. Because the requirements for precision were not high, she could easily put it on the axle, and then connect the axle with the gear on another module through it. Su Yilong kept nodding. Xiao Bei's words were difficult for him to understand. He never thought that one day children's toys would be like this. There were all kinds of parts. In his opinion, even if he was given the diagram, he couldn't assemble it. There were too many, and he didn't know how Xiao Bei remembered it all. Hearing Xiao Bei's question, he hesitated and replied, "Do you have to take it apart and reassemble it?" "That's right. I have to dismantle the first 2 steps now. According to the terminology, it's called rework. It's a very annoying thing. From now on, we know that we have to be serious when doing things. Otherwise, when we find out that we did something wrong, it will be more tiring to go back and correct it." Xiao Bei frowned and started to dismantle it. "You can ask others for help." "Xiao Bei, can you teach me how you know how to look at diagrams?" Su Yilong pointed at the assembly diagram and asked. "You'll know when you see it often. The diagram you see now is very simple. You haven't seen the diagram drawn by Sister. You'll feel your eyeballs hurt when you see it. To be honest, Sister Xiaozhu taught me. Speaking of helping, we have our own division of labor. I'm responsible for the transportation of troops, so I have to assemble the current troop carrier. They have their own places to be responsible for, but they still need other people's help to assemble the current vehicle. This can only mean one thing." When Xiao Bei's voice fell, she drew a finger. It was an index finger, not a middle finger. Zhang Xiaobao didn't teach his younger siblings to use body language to scold others. "What's the problem?" Sure enough, Su Yilong asked cooperatively. "It means that my personal ability is poor. No matter how exaggerated other people's praise of teamwork is, you can't ignore the personal ability of forming a team. According to brother's words, that is, not afraid of a godlike opponent, but afraid of a pig-like teammate." Xiao Bei's 2 chubby little hands had already dismantled the front as he spoke, and reinstalled the extra gears just now. After waiting for a few more steps to complete, he clapped his hands and said, "Okay. Only the box outside is left. I'll put the box together now." The so-called box was the outer shell, and it also needed to be put together. Su Yilong looked at it enviously. She felt that even older people would like the things in front of her, let alone children. After waiting for a while, Xiao Bei finally put the outer shell together and covered the internal parts just now. He pushed the cart back and forth with his hands and said to Su Yilong, "Look, can we go now? Is it fun? My infantry transport vehicle is very useful. It can provide enough troops to the front, and at the same time, it can also be used as a temporary escort force." Su Yilong looked at it a few times and suddenly felt that it was very normal. It was just that there were more parts inside, but a carpenter could also make a cart that could be pushed back and forth with wood. Just as this idea arose, Xiao Bei stuffed 4 batteries into the cart, and at the same time, took out a wire and connected it to the reserved port of the cart with a copper plate with a bayonet. In his hand there was a small box with a button. Xiao Bei sat upright and put the cart he assembled in place. He turned his head and said to Su Yilong, "Let me show you how we look like when we work together. Because they're not here, I'll say it with my mouth. You can understand it yourself, okay?" Su Yilong nodded. Okay. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Xiao Bei could play. "Ready!" Xiao Bei shouted and then said, 1,500 meters ahead, the enemy has formed a temporary blocking position. My Xiaoyuan battalion's advance is blocked, requesting for support. I, Xiao Bei, am an independent mobile battalion. I was ordered to go and pull Xiaoyuan battalion around the enemy's blocking position to achieve the purpose of penetrating in depth. When Xiao Bei said this, he pressed the button on the box. Su Yilong saw the cart assembled by Xiao Bei move forward by itself, and his eyes widened. Not good, there are enemy troops rushing towards my mobile battalion. My battalion drivers, pay attention to the enemy trenches in front. Set up the machine gun and sweep them all down. Beep 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 report. My mobile battalion broke through the enemy's small blocking force and met up with Xiao Yuan. Pay attention to the enemy pursuing soldiers in front. Transport troops temporarily retreat and find another way out. Xiao Bei released the button just now and pressed another one, and the cart began to move back. Not good, there is actually no less than a brigade behind the enemy. Calling Brother Xiao Hai. Request for artillery support. 2222 high ground, 300 to 1,200 meters in front, cover the area. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, haha, Brother Xiao Hai's artillery is firing. You guys are having fun, huh? Xiao Bei had already forgotten Su Yilong, who was beside him at this moment. He controlled the cart to move back and forth, and kept talking to himself. This was the normal behavior of most children when playing games. Generally, you would give a girl a few dolls, a set of small kitchen utensils and shovels. She would play from morning to night, and she would have a lot of fun. The dolls could also eat a lot of meals. If it was a boy, you would provide him with enough soldier models, and he would be able to fight a long and drawn-out battle. Zhang Xiaobao had done such a thing before. When he was in the orphanage, he collected a lot of poker cards that were missing one, and then divided them according to red and black. One side represented the good guys, and the other side represented the bad guys. He spread them in the yard, on the steps, in the sandpit, and everywhere were poker soldiers. When a soldier died, the poker cards would be turned over, and the final result would always be the good side winning. It seemed that the poker soldiers that represented the good guys were very strong, and there were more reinforcements than the bad guys. So now Zhang Xiaobao also provided the same game for his younger brother and sister. However, the things that represented the soldiers were no longer poker cards, but lifelike models. Each soldier was independent and could even be loaded into a car. If Xiao Bei and the others had the time and energy, they could set up tens of thousands of models to cooperate in a grand battle. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to teach Xiao Bei and the others knowledge through such a game, they first had to immerse themselves in the game like Xiao Bei and the others. They definitely couldn't stand aside and watch the children play. Then, as an adult, you would laugh and let the children's attention be on you. Then, as if coaxing the children, you would say, "Are you playing this? Is it fun?" If you said that, the children would be very angry. They would think that you were mocking them for being small. The battle that they had painstakingly designed was disrupted by you, and a feeling of not being recognized would fill their hearts. There were two kinds of consequences. First, they would angrily push you away and not let you watch. Then, they would turn around and readjust their mood and continue playing by themselves. Second, they would simply stop playing and not care about the battle situation that they had created. They would turn around and find a place to sulk. Every time Zhang Xiaobao, who knew this kind of child psychology, wanted to participate, he and Wang Wan would secretly observe from the side and analyze Xiao Bei and the others' deployment of the battle. Then they would go over and provide support. Usually they would be logistics and engineers. The expression on their faces had to be serious. However, there was one thing that had to be said first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan definitely couldn't use Xiao Bei and the others' troops and tools. When they were needed to participate, they had to lead the troops themselves. This was because all the troops of the other party had already been arranged. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a lot of toys. Usually they would put them in a big box and take them out when needed. They would cooperate with Xiao Bei and the others and play together with them. They would also tell them the knowledge that they wanted to teach Xiao Bei and the others. This was why Xiao Bei now knew so many battle terms and understood tactics. Su Yilong had already started to develop a situation where his IQ was gradually decreasing. Xiao Bei was only commanding a car, but he slowly felt the situation of the entire battlefield from Xiao Bei's words. Penetrating deep, dividing, encircling, advancing horizontally, setting up blocking positions to resist the enemy's reinforcements, and cooperating with the main force to annihilate the enemies in the encirclement. Interfering with the enemy's logistics, setting up a pocket formation, luring the enemy deep into the encirclement, attacking reinforcements surrounding 3 and missing 1, digging tunnels, building trenches, protecting the medics, and so on. Xiao Bei controlled the car and completely immersed himself in his own fantasy. He used all the war knowledge he had learned. Su Yilong listened to Xiao Bei's muttering and didn't dare to disturb him. He had a feeling that if he was really in a troop and his opponent was Xiao Bei and the other 9 people, he would definitely be beaten silly by Xiao Bei and the others. Even if Xiao Bei and the others had never organized a real war, They were still better than him. He couldn't even analyze what Xiao Bei was muttering. Sometimes he would be very happy when he figured something out. After thinking for a while, he realized that he couldn't understand many of the methods Xiao Bei mentioned. Su Yilong gave up on continuing to follow Xiao Bei's train of thought and turned to consider more important things. That was the car controlled by Xiao Bei. This car was equipped with a motor, an electric motor and a battery. Could move forward and backward. According to Xiao Bei, this was called a troop carrier. It was indeed a toy and couldn't be used in a real war. If one stepped on it, it would definitely be flattened. However, this thing could be made bigger. After the parts were enlarged, wouldn't it be possible to let the soldiers go up? Moreover, Xiao Bei had just muttered that there were machine guns in the car. Once the enlarged car was sent to a real battlefield, the outside of the car would be iron, and there would be machine guns in the car. In the face of the enemies of the surrounding countries, what method would the other party use to stop this weapon that gave people a sense of power? Out of battery? Sure enough, as I said, the battery won't work after an hour. They also said that it can last for 2 hours. Liars. Well, that's it for today. I won't take the battery. I have to save it. Xiao Bei's car was difficult to move. He found that it was because the battery was out of battery. Xiao Bei put down the control box in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he remember that there was a person beside him. Did you see everything just now? Xiao Bei asked embarrassedly. At this moment he realized that what he muttered just now was just his imagination. What if others heard him and laughed at him for thinking too much? Su Yilong didn't understand the child's thoughts and nodded honestly. When Xiao Bei was even more embarrassed, she said, I saw and heard it. But there are many things I don't understand. For example, why is there a trench in front, but Xiao Bei's tracked armor doesn't move forward? Why does he have to wait for Danan's explosive soldier to rush over first? Oh! Xiao Bei was relieved. He let out a long sound, smiled complacently and explained. Because the enemy's trench. My wheeled car will get stuck in it. The tracked armor can rush over. But what if they don't want to live anymore and tie a lot of grenades together and hold them above their heads? When the tracked car goes over and explodes, the car will be finished, and the people in the car will be shocked to death. Danan's explosive soldier will rush over under the cover of the armored car's machine gun and throw grenades into the trench. Don't you think so? A tracked armored car is very expensive. But you just said that you want to end the battle quickly. If your armored car is waiting there, you will lose your speed advantage at the same time. How will you achieve tactical deployment? Su Yilong asked the key question. Xiao Bei was stunned. His eyes stared at a place and thought for a moment. He patted his head and nodded, admitting, Yes, I forgot. It should be under the condition of not caring about the damage of the car, quickly rushing forward, tearing apart the enemy's line of defense, and cooperating with other troops to complete the encirclement. I didn't consider it thoroughly. You are very good. I believe that with you as my adjutant, my team will be able to reduce a lot of command mistakes during battle. I have decided now to allow you to join our army. Now that you don't have any soldiers, I will transfer some of my soldiers and let you form your own direct troops. The number may be a little small, but don't worry. When we reach Izhou, I will ask people to make more soldier models. As for you, what you need to do now is to formulate the framework of your army. When the time comes, I will complete your formation of troops. Do you have any other requests? Thank you, General. I don't have any other requests. Can I have a mobile army? It's just... Su Yilong pointed at the car assembled by Xiao Bei expectantly. Although he was much older than Xiao Bei, this kind of wired remote-controlled car was also very attractive to him. If it could be changed to wireless, the whole world would probably go crazy with it. With a remote-controlled car or plane, even an old man would be immersed in playing with it. Xiao Bei said generously, Yes. In fact, brother and sister's team has a lot of small cars. One is for us to play with, and the other is for the technical staff to constantly improve and design what should be designed so that it can be used in a real war in the future. Later, I will teach you the use of a group of small cars on the battlefield. There is a tactical name called magnetic tactics, using fast mobility to maintain a relative distance from the enemy and constantly consume the enemy's strength. However, first of all, we need to have sufficient technology, especially strong long-range firepower. Su Yilong saw that Xiao Bei was willing to support some small cars and immediately became excited. When she heard Xiao Bei mention magnetic tactics, she became even more curious and asked, "Is magnetic tactics very powerful?" "Very powerful. In a war story that sister told, magnetic tactics caused a lot of damage to the enemy. Moreover, because the enemy's technology couldn't keep up, they could only passively take a beating." Xiao Bei looked very helpless when talking about magnetic tactics. "Is it because you can't think of a way to break this tactic?" Su Yilong asked again. Xiao Bei shook his head. "No, it's because when we used magnetic tactics we didn't get any advantage from brother and sister. Now I can't figure out what went wrong. At that time, when we were playing games with brother and sister, we distributed the money according to the same principle. That is to say, if we have good weapons, then we have fewer soldiers. If we want more soldiers, then the weapons can't be too advanced. At that time, brother and sister wanted very ordinary weapons and then fought with us. In the end, brother and sister kept the ordinary allocated money and didn't use it. We used all kinds of tactics, whether it was partial or overall, but we didn't get any advantage. Don't you think it's uncomfortable? Before brother and sister could counterattack, we admitted defeat." Su Yilong couldn't help but laugh out loud. She reached out and touched Xiao Bei's head. "You are still young. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to beat Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Let them use weapons that are not too different from yours. You still want to win? Didn't you see the sand table sealed in Hibiscus Garden? Using indigenous cold weapons against hot weapons, how much torture did those generals in the court suffer?" I know. War is fought with people. Unless the weapons are really too powerful, it depends on the commander's commanding ability. Let's not talk about it anymore. Help me take apart the small car and put it back." Xiao Bei began to dismantle the car. Su Yilong helped at the side and carefully put the parts back to their original positions. Her heart was filled with pride. She looked forward to the day when the small car in front of her became bigger, forming an absolutely superior mechanized army and rampaging in the enemy camp. What Su Yilong didn't know was that small cars like Xiao Bei's toy had already started to be manufactured in the Ministry of Works. Moreover, they weren't making toys and didn't have any remote control devices. There could be wireless telegraphy, but wireless remote control was too difficult for the people in the Ministry of Works. The car made by the Ministry of Works also had a motor, but it was twice as big as Xiao Bei's. The battery used was also different. There was no place to place a machine gun on the car, and the wheels of the car were very suitable for uneven roads. At the filming site of the Ministry of Works, Li Longji had just finished a set of scenes. When he was resting, there was such a small car under his feet. Explosives are placed on top of this car, and then it is sent forward? It can't be controlled and can only be detonated at a certain distance? If it doesn't meet the enemy, how can it be stopped? After listening to the technician's introduction, Li Longji began to evaluate the small car. The purpose of making a small car was to place explosives on top of it. When it was close to the enemy, the people behind would use a telegraph-like device to select a frequency band and send a signal to the receiving device on the car. The signal receiving device would be connected to the battery circuit and detonator. The moment the signal was received would be the time of the explosion. The main purpose was to prevent their own people from taking the risk of rushing forward when the artillery at the back couldn't catch up. The small car could go very far, exceeding the throwing distance of a grenade. The technician said helplessly, "There's no other way. If we use a remote control device, we need a very long wire. For example, if it runs 200 meters away, we need at least 200 meters of wire. If it gets caught on something, it will be very troublesome. If we only let the small car move 50 meters, it would be better to throw a grenade. Now we are researching on the grenade launcher. The main problem is the primer for the grenade. If we can make it, we can even make artillery shells, let alone grenades. The problem is that if we add primer to the grenade, the cost of making it is too high. Xiao Bao called us last month and scolded us. He said we didn't put in enough effort to form a team during our research. He said we felt grenades are not as long as artillery shells and are not important. That's why we didn't research on adding primer to the grenade." When the technician was speaking, he felt wronged. This was because the Ministry of Works Research Institute was rarely scolded, especially by such a harsh tone. "Then is what Xiao Bao scolded us?" Li Longji asked. "Actually, yes, we felt grenades have a shorter throwing distance. If it is a few dozen meters away, we can also use guns to shoot. Also, the weight of a grenade can be exchanged for the weight of a lot of bullets. It is not as convenient to carry as grenades. The technician wanted to explain or shirk responsibility, but he suddenly remembered Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things and didn't dare to find excuses for himself. Li Longji pondered for a while. Do it as soon as possible, but be careful. How much is the cost of the small car under my feet? 30 strings of bursts. The entire set will cost 30 strings of bursts. Xiaobao sent us a telegram a few days ago and asked us to make dozens of big ones. This big. The technician measured the length of the car. It was about 1.5 meters long and 70 centimeters wide. Li Longji followed and asked, Xiaobao wants to use it to blow up the city walls? Why don't we use artillery to bombard them? It's not blowing up the city walls. It's for the little guys to sit and play with. We are currently solving the problem of the battery pack storage capacity and the amount of electricity that can be delivered per unit of time. The technician replied, We are going to war soon, and Xiaobao still wants to make toys for Xiaobei and the others? Just do it. Who knows what they are thinking? Li Longji couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking, so he wanted to stop him. However, he also considered the possibility that Zhang Xiaobao might have some ulterior motive. If he were to stop him, it would be too late. Thus he nodded. Your Majesty, we can start filming the next set of scenes. You need to change your clothes. This set of scenes will show that you support agriculture. You need to wear a bamboo hat on your head, change your clothes into rough linen, and preferably straw sandals on your feet. We have also prepared a hoe for you. Do you want to start? The director in charge of filming carefully came over and said awkwardly. Li Longji had been filming the scenes in the school next to the research institute. He personally held a book and taught others as if he really knew. Now, he needed to change it to the agricultural aspect. The makeup artist was in place and had to make him look like a farmer who was hoeing crops in the afternoon. The only thing was that the color of his skin was slightly darker, there had to be sweat on his head, his sleeves were rolled up, and there had to be some mud on his arms. Actually, when people were farming, the men were usually shirtless to prevent their clothes from being worn out. However, the emperor couldn't be shirtless, or else the people from the Ministry of Rights and the censorate would be excited. After Li Longji changed his clothes and had the makeup done, he looked at the hoe and ordered, Change it. It's obvious that this is a new hoe. Change it to an old one. When filming a movie, even if you are lying, you have to be more professional. It won't do if you don't have the basic qualities. Yes, we didn't consider it thoroughly. Your Majesty, come with us. The people from the Research Institute have opened up some vegetable fields on the left. It just so happens that they didn't have time to clean up the weeds there. You can go and hoe it. The director was very good at choosing the location. Gao Lishur didn't go to the construction site in the palace today. Instead, he came along to watch. He still had a few scenes and added 2 lines. One line was, Your Majesty, you personally teach. You will inspire the students of the Ministry of Works. The other line was, Your Majesty, you personally farm. You will inspire the people. In the end, Li Longji changed it. Otherwise, it would seem too fake. He changed it to, Your Majesty, the students of the Ministry of Works have already seen what you said last time. Why don't you talk more about it later? Your Majesty, there is a place in front that you didn't hoe. There are still edible wild vegetables. I will collect them for you and make your favorite wild vegetable soup. This was much better than the previous one. It felt more natural and showed that the emperor wasn't that amazing. There were also places that the hoe couldn't hoe. At the same time, it also showed that the emperor didn't necessarily eat delicacies. There was still wild vegetable soup. That was the way things were. It was a movie, so of course it was a lie. If it was real, it would be called a documentary. Li Longji came to the unclean field with the hoe in his hand. He pondered for a moment and said, Find me 2 more children. Your Majesty, why are you looking for children? The director was also a rookie. To be honest, Zhang Xiaobao was much better than him as a director. Moreover, he could write his own script, act as an actor, and win all kinds of awards for the male lead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fool people. Li Longji slammed the hoe into the ground and said in a deep voice, I don't intend to give the commoners the idea that I am doing farm work every day. Find 2 children and a group of commoners. or you can act as commoners yourselves. After that, you can stand by the side of the field and watch me. When I am weeding, don't move. Just watch. When the two children come over, one of them curiously asks, I heard that you are the emperor. Why did you suddenly think of weeding today? The other child keeps nodding his head with a curious expression. At that time I will stop and use one hand to massage my waist. I will say to the two children, yes, I am the emperor. Today I am working in the field to tell the commoners of Great Tang that I, the emperor, value you very much. Although I am not good at this kind of work and my waist hurts, I believe that you will do a good job. You will be 100 times better than me. It is because of you that I can eat my fill. Then I will look at the commoners and say to them, don't always look at me as a joke. Come down and help me hoe this field. At the same time, I will also give you a scene. After you are done with your work, go back and do other things. This is what I plan to do. Listen to me and get down to the field to help me hoe the weeds. You will do it skillfully. If you don't know how to do it, don't give me a scene. What do you think? Everyone who heard Li Longji's words widened their eyes. Gao Lisher cooperated and shouted, talent! Your Majesty, this subject never thought that Your Majesty would have such talent. This subject agrees. We will do as Your Majesty says. The flattering voices of the others also sounded in Li Longji's ears. Li Longji narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. He asked the people around him, say if we find someone to play the role of Xiaobao and pretend to be a fool and follow me around, I can teach him from time to time. Would the effect be better? The people who heard Li Longji's words not only widened their eyes, but their mouths were also wide open. They looked as if they were frozen in a photograph. After a while, Gao Lisher softly persuaded, Your Majesty, why don't you get someone to act as Xiaobao? If you get someone to act like Xiaobao, even if he doesn't go crazy, the commoners will go crazy. The merchants of Great Tang will all commit suicide by banging their heads against the wall. That is too fake. No one will believe that Xiaobao is that foolish. Is that so? Li Longji was clearly depressed. I can't even take advantage of this. Since Xiaobao can't act like a fool, who can? As Li Longji spoke, his eyes began to look around, and the people around him lowered their heads. At dusk the next day, the red clouds were reflected in the sky. In the distant mountains, a few flocks of birds in the forest were frightened by Shui Yun's family, and they flew in all directions, drawing vivid lines under the sunset. Xiao Bei hugged his brother and said that he wanted to eat something good. He kept talking about the hardships of the past few days. The other 8 children surrounded him and added a few words from time to time. Su Yilong had a reserved expression and stood beside Su Jian. She was telling her grandfather that she had been too conceited in the past, and that she had finally seen the power of Xiao Bei and the other 9. Go take a bath first, change your clothes and then eat, Zhang Xiaobao said to Xiao Bei. I'm done bathing and changing. Brother, I'm exhausted from the past few days. I need a lot of nourishment, Xiao Bei shouted. Okay, I'll make you a fat pork shoulder. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Let's make some vitamins. Make some braised potatoes. Xiao Bei immediately changed his mind. Thus Zhang Xiaobao took away the braised potatoes and steak that night. Together with Wang Wan, he held a knife and fork to accompany his younger siblings for dinner. There were many candles on the table. The maidservants and odd-job workers who followed Xiao Bei's 9 bodyguards handed over all their work for the time being and enjoyed a good dinner. Buckets of water were drawn from the nearby river and heated up. After taking a nice bath, they each went to sleep and didn't care about anything else. During this period of time, they were the most tired and needed to relax and rest. After Xiao Bei and the others had eaten their fill, they went to bed early. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to bring over the Chan family from Tunghua County, who hadn't eaten for the entire day. The oldest man in the Chan family, Chan Mutong, looked even older at this moment. There wasn't the slightest bit of redness on his face. He looked like a lamp that had run out of oil and could die at any time. The skin on Chan Guangho, Chan Guangliang, and Chan Guangchuan's faces were also sagging and drooping. Their eyes were sunken. The children in their family no longer had arrogant expressions. Each and every one of their eyes was filled with fear. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them without the slightest bit of sympathy in his heart. Colluding with the enemy with selfish motives would inevitably cost the lives of the Tang people. What they exchanged for was not cattle and sheep, but the flesh and blood of their own soldiers. After sizing up the Chun family for a while, Zhang Xiaobao slowly opened his mouth. I don't need to say more about what you did. Even if you turn yourselves in, the reduced punishment won't let you live. However, I'm a kind person and don't want to kill you, so I need you to do something first. Do it, do it. We'll do anything to leave the Chun family a line of descendants, Chan Mutong said in a hoarse voice. When he raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaobao, his eyes were full of pleading. You'll personally come forward and transfer the transaction with Duosher to my people. I'll directly send people to seize it for fear that Duosher's people will be suspicious. After this is done, you won't be killed. I'll find a place for you to go mining. The women in your family will be responsible for cooking in the mining area. After 30 years, I'll release the 3 youngest children in your family. They'll be in their 30s by then, and it won't be too late to find a wife to continue the Chun family's line of descendants. As for the others, they'll die in the mines. They can die of exhaustion, old age, or sickness. When I announce to the outside world, I'll say that I killed you. Do you have any objections? Zhang Xiaobao left them a way out. Instead of killing them directly, it was better to create some social value. I don't agree, Chen Yaozu shouted because he wasn't the youngest child. His father suddenly covered his mouth and said to Zhang Xiaobao, don't worry about him. He'll go straight in and work. He wasn't involved in the transaction with Duosher at all, so it won't affect our transfer. I'll be in charge of this matter, and I'll make Duosher trust the person who takes over later. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and waved his hand again. Someone from the side came over to take the Chun family people away. After waiting for the others to leave, Zhang Xiaobao took out a map and spread it out. He called out to Wang Wan, help me give some advice on what kind of resources to trade for Duosher's things. Wang Wan came over. If you ask me, we'll trade for livestock. If we can trade for food, that's fine too. I don't think they'll give us any information. At the same time, it'll easily arouse suspicion. Then let's send them more medicine to treat their illness. Zhang Xiaobao followed. Chapter 12:15. The timing of the team's departure was very accurate. They said that they would arrive in Izhou on the second day after the rendezvous. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team arrived at the city gate of Izhou, the Chins had already met up with Duosher's spies who were hiding in the city. They introduced the new contact to them, and at the same time indicated that they might not be able to trade with the other party in person in the future. This was because Xiaobei and the others now had a lot of evidence and could discover the problem with their family at any time. At that time, they might reveal the secret, so they asked the other party to leave immediately. They also had to secretly communicate with the new contact to confirm the contact method in the future. Sure enough, not long after Chang Guangho left, the Qin's portraits were posted in all the public places in Izhou, saying that they were guilty of colluding with the enemy. It was no longer a financial problem as previously suspected. What followed was a citywide search to find the contact between Duosher and the Qins. The people in Tunghua County's Yamen had been replaced, and the original ones were nowhere to be found. Some said that they were sent to work and some said that they were directly shot. While the search was going on in Izhou, the local Yamen did not move. They were all brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This made the spies sent to Izhou by various countries sigh in relief. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not capable, but according to common sense, the local people were more familiar with the local situation. Since the local forces were not mobilized in the end, they only found a dozen local gangsters who wanted to become gangsters. All of them were arrested and sent to repair the road. The local people found that the place where they usually lived was peaceful. The meat sellers no longer encountered situations where they only received 3 or 4 copper coins for a piece of meat that was supposed to be 5 copper coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team camped in the field of the local garrison outside the city, and they themselves led a small group of people into the city. The restaurant in the city had been emptied a few days ago. They no longer received any foreign guests, and only waited for the arrival of the main family. It's time for a battle of wits. To be honest, I'm very angry now. Zhang Xiaobao sent someone to inform the local forces that they were not allowed to visit him now. He sat at the top of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and looked down through the window as he spoke to Wang Wan, who was grinding coffee. Wang Wan unhurriedly shook the coffee grinding machine. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she asked, "What's wrong? You haven't come up with a good idea yet?" "No, I really hate them. Of all the times to cause trouble, why did they have to wait until we were about to take action? I hope that the Meteor Battle Squad's speed can be a little faster. After the results are out, maybe I can have a flash of inspiration and figure out a way to harm others to benefit myself." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he got up to get snacks, sugar, and salt. He was going to have a cup of coffee with Wang Wan later. Now, there were a lot of coffee beans stored at home, but he had never taken them out to sell. He didn't even send them to Gao Lishur. He wanted to wait for more coffee to be planted in Hainan before taking them out to form a new employment industry for Tang dynasty. Just like now, they were looking for unsuitable places to plant tea trees. They were using various methods to make tea leaves and piling them up in the warehouse. Then, when the fleet was free, they would ship them to farther places and conduct a fair trade with the locals. "Xiaobao, I remember that you don't like to drink coffee." When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao busying himself there, she didn't think that he was specially serving her. "I suddenly thought of selling tea. The locals might not like to drink tea. If we sell it boat by boat, the price of the tea will definitely not go up. Things are expensive when they are rare, so we have to sell them as luxury goods, especially good tea. The current coffee is expensive because it's rare. If we don't want it to be rare, we have to add some vegetable fat into it." What Zhang Xiaobao meant was that the coffee in front of him was expensive so he could drink it. Wang Wan was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Things are expensive when they are rare. Can rare and thick be the same? In the past, I never put anything else in my coffee. Coffee with seasonings is the same as tea with salt and ginger. The taste looks like a lot, but it loses the most primitive thing. A simple coffee doesn't mean that it's boring. Simple coffee can also be long-lasting. Coffee without adding anything doesn't mean that it's bitter, but that it's simple and pure. In fact, many things are the same. If you think too much, you will be blinded by prosperity in the end. While talking, Wang Wan's coffee was ready. She poured a cup for herself and another cup for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked down and blew into the cup, using his face to test the temperature. He found that it was too hot to drink, so he said, "Your coffee is too simple. There are still dregs in it." If there is, then there is. When coffee was first drunk, there weren't so many processing equipment. Just like the novel Journey to the West said, the world is not complete, so why make everything perfect? Art has always represented flaws. Perfect things are not called art, but end. Wang Wan had reached the realm of selflessness at this moment, swimming in the sea of philosophy, so she casually took a pair of chopsticks and stirred the cup just to cool it down. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stood up, walked over to open the door, and said to the two people standing at the door, "Go and call the people from the action team." After a while, 10 people came in one after another, each with a writing pad under their arm. "Sit." Zhang Xiaobao motioned, but didn't invite them to drink coffee together, because they had to start recording immediately. "This is my order." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao said these 3 words, the 10 people picked up their pens in unison. Jiangyin Reserve Bureau, open the dry seafood warehouse and use automatic cargo ships to transport the seafood here at the fastest speed. A large amount of dehydrated vegetables in Jiang Province and the black gunpowder stored in Bailing are to be transported to Yi Province immediately. Lu Zhou, send a small fishing patrol team to arrest the fishermen of Zhenla dynasty on the grounds that they are stealing Tang's fish. Also, ask the Zhenla dynasty to give us a satisfactory explanation. Huainan and Henan provinces' grain is to be transferred to Shannon East Province. Shannon East Province's grain is to be transferred to Shannon West Province. And Shannon West Province's grain is to be transferred to Jianan Province. Those who stay in the capital are to send the plan to His Majesty. Everything will start in 3 days. After giving the order, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the cup of coffee that had cooled down a little and looked at Wang Wan. At this moment, Wang Wan was drinking coffee. Her coffee was pure, but she was eating salty French fries. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wei Wei was stunned. When she saw the look Zhang Xiaobao gave her, she nodded and said, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, from now on I won't pursue perfection. I'll pursue art. No one can control the process of war. It's like a one-wheeled bicycle that needs to find balance in motion. Since we are facing the unknown, let's take action first, muddy the water and find what we know from it." Zhang Xiaobao made this decision after hearing Wang Wan mention coffee. Wang Wan took a deep breath, put down the cup of coffee, and said to the people of the action group, "Send a report to the troops stationed at Xindu River. 3 days later at noon, they will launch an attack on the garrison of Duoshi Wuchang. Order the troops stationed in Tibet's Great Balu to cross the mountains at the border and attack the troops of Duoshi army in Minasido. Order the Nepal commandos to advance toward Guangyan City and destroy any enemy lives along the way. Order the artillery directly under Lhasa City to arrive near the river that runs from east to west and be prepared to attack the enemy's troops at any time. Order the Annan Protectorate to take out 80% of its troops and block the border with Jinla." A pile of military orders came out of Wang Wan's mouth. The time of the attack was set to be 3 days later. In the morning, the new administrative orders would be published in the capital in the form of newspapers. At noon the battle would begin. Zhang Xiaobao needed these 2 actions to support the implementation of the new plan. As for whether Jinla would start a war, there was no need to consider. Originally, they treated Jinla as a frontline war. Now they combined it with the war against Duoshi. If it didn't attack, they would let the navy go around it. If it attacked, they would treat it as Duoshi and extend the front line. In any case, the front lines from east to west and north to north were long enough. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not only wanted to attack Iran and Pakistan, but also a large part of India. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rule. With the Himalayas in the way, they might as well take this opportunity to firmly occupy the other side of the mountain. If they didn't attack now, they would have to readjust the domestic situation when they invaded India after the war with Duoshi. At the same time, it was not beneficial for Zhang Xiaobao to make plans outside of the war. They had to give Zhang Xiaobao a strategic territory where he could attack and retreat, and an environment where there was absolute military power to suppress him. Only then could he display his abilities. It was said that economic aggression was powerful, but the prerequisite was that there was military power to protect it. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't do anything. Even if he played tricks with economic means, when the time came and people said that they would directly confiscate his things, he could only hold on. If Wang Wan fought well, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't have to worry about someone finding a groundless excuse to confiscate his operating capital. Similarly, Wang Wan also didn't have to worry. She only had to ensure that her military strength was enough to deter the enemy, or that she would constantly win in small skirmishes. That way, the soldiers wouldn't have to risk their lives. It was very simple to say. It was just the theory of yin and yang, a rule that nothing in the world could escape. In fact, the ancestors had spent a lot of effort to study it, but the descendants didn't inherit and develop it well for various reasons. For example, when the sky thundered and it rained, the ancestors explained that yin and yang combined to form rain, and at the same time yin was born from yang and yin was born from yang. The supplement to yin and yang was the 3 forces and 5 elements of heaven, earth, and man. Wisdom could be said to be soaked in thousands of things, but there were always problems in turning the theory into practical people and the promotion of the era. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in such a situation. One yin and one yang had to cooperate well before they could transform into other aspects. The thing that the 2 of them didn't want to happen the most was barbarians using simple means to destroy the normal development of Chinese civilization. In history, it seemed that at every critical moment, they would be dealt with by others, and they felt helpless and distressed. Thus, when the 2 of them had just developed an industrial system, they first let their own countries collide economically and ideologically, and then made the great leap forward and then resolved it through war. This way, not only would the neighboring countries always be under the shadow of war, but it would also be convenient for them to plunder resources, then come back to research technology, promote weapons, and continue to expand. The 2 of them were riding the development of the Great Tang like a bicycle, not fixed to the left or the right, but always wandering between the 2. As I was writing, I realized that it was already past 24 o'clock. Alright, for the full attendance of 500 yuan this month, I'll update 15,000 on today. When I'm done, please count your votes and encourage me. Chapter 12:16. The dark clouds of war were gathering, and even the people of the Tang Empire could feel this oppressive atmosphere. From time to time, groups of soldiers would come to the docks, escorting packages marked with military insignia to the ships docked there. On the official roads of various places, groups of transport teams escorted by soldiers were also advancing. The local army, which the people rarely saw before, had now opened up their camps. Occasionally, a group of cavalrymen would patrol along the roads. The bailiffs of the local government offices began to take up their duties on time with water and fire sticks in their hands. They also took the initiative to come to the various markets to help maintain order. They even personally set up shelves for the sellers and asked the elderly if there was anything they wanted them to do. The local government put up notices one after another, requesting that local law and order be strictly enforced in the near future. They did not allow hooligans who had nothing to do to continue to wander around the streets in groups. If they caused trouble, they would be severely punished. Darling Candy House had a new program, the Good Baby Award. As long as the children who went to school did not run around after school and returned home to study peacefully, or came to Darling Candy House to study with other children in the open room of Darling Candy House, they would receive a reward. It could be a delicious cake, or a few beautiful candies. If her performance was good enough, she might even get a beautiful dress. In just half a day, the people of the Tang Empire knew that there was going to be a war, and it was a war personally commanded by the war god in their hearts, Cuckoo. There had been wars in the past, but there had never been a time like this. In the past, every war had a common feature, and that was when the horn of war sounded, domestic goods would rise in price. If the war was difficult, there would even be a temporary increase in rent. In fact, the people of various places were already prepared for this. They only hoped that after the war, the price of goods would fall again. The merchants also began to get restless. One by one, they contacted their peers and asked if they should take advantage of this opportunity to stock up on goods. When the time came, they would raise the price and earn more from the difference. The small merchants gathered together to discuss. They felt that they should follow the previous rules, but they were not assured. They decided to find the bigger merchants, especially those on the top list of billionaires, to ask about the situation. Everyone could earn money together. In the city of Suzhou, on the eastern road of Jiangnan, in the Gu family's mansion, it was already late at night. The house was brightly lit. Electric lights hung high in the sky above each courtyard. The sound of the diesel generator roared endlessly as the servants in the house shuttled back and forth. The owner of the splendid general trading company, Gu Yunfei, was sitting in the middle of the hall. Orders to distribute goods came out of her mouth, and the sound of telegrams from the local telegraph office kept ringing. Pay attention to the prices of goods everywhere. If there are any fluctuations, order them to report it immediately. Don't allow the managers of the branches to change the prices of the goods sold in the branches at will. Set up our telegraph machine and be ready to receive news from the Monopoly Alliance at any time. After Gu Yunfei passed down a bunch of orders, she closed her eyes and thought for a while, then passed down a new order. She then picked up a bowl of soup on the table beside her, drank 2 mouthfuls and let out a long breath. Starting at noon today, after the Jiangyin Reserve had taken action, she had not had time to rest. She was very clear on what the large cluster of warehouses in Jiangyin was used for. As long as there was a change there, it was definitely Zhang Xiaobao giving the order, and the war would inevitably begin. Thus, she did not have time to eat. She found the person in charge of the business in the house. After a discussion, they began to arrange the various matters of the splendid general trading company. Now they had finally arranged everything that needed to be arranged. All that was left was to wait. Let's see what the Monopoly Alliance has to say. The Monopoly Alliance sounded like a purely commercial organization, and only merchants who entered the top ranking of billionaires had the right to join. But once one joined, one would discover that this alliance was not purely a commercial alliance. There were also members of the imperial court hiding behind the scenes. For example, the simplest method was to transport goods to places outside the Great Tang and exchange them with the local natives. If it was someone who had not joined the alliance, they would only know to gather the goods and do as they were told. But the information the merchants in the alliance would receive was the general climate of each place, the reefs in the sea along the way, and the regions where there might be storms. At the same time, they would also receive the sailing route of the Great Tang's patrol fleet, a special telegraph machine, and the corresponding password to contact the fleet. Who would believe that there was no imperial court behind the alliance? Let alone the password, even the telegraph machine would not be given to you to use. Most importantly, the chief stewards sent out by the alliance would be given a pistol with 16 bullets and 2 magazines for them to carry on their bodies to protect themselves. At the same time, the stewards would be required to gather as much local intelligence as possible. This included what kind of animals and plants there were, what the structure of the local tribes were, and the doctors following the teams would report on the actual physical conditions of the members. Gu Yunfei knew from this that this was an imperial court operation under the guise of merchants. The purpose was to control all the influential merchants in the country. Moreover, she knew that ever since the Monopoly Alliance had been established, none of the merchants had ever been kicked out, even if they had made less money recently, or if they had done something wrong and lost money. Based on their wealth and status, they should have been kicked out of the alliance and replaced with someone better. But in reality, they had not been kicked out. On the contrary, they had received the support of the Great Tang Bank, and they had even been given interest-free loans. This meant that the imperial court did not wish for the merchants of the Monopoly Alliance to leave the alliance and tell others about the rules, so they could only help them when they made mistakes in their capital operations. And the merchants who entered the alliance would not suffer continuous losses. As long as they were given a little help, they would immediately be able to get back on their feet. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get on the list at the beginning. But other people could also enter, such as those rising stars. As long as their seniors were not kicked out, as long as their assets reached a certain level, they could enter the alliance, and their position on the list would change according to their assets. The only difference was that the list had only 100 people in the past, but now it had been expanded to 500. In theory, the top 200 had the qualifications to enter the alliance, but in reality, there were more than 300 people in the alliance. This meant that there were merchants whose positions on the list had changed, but they had not left the alliance. Gu Yunfei was patiently waiting for the imperial court to give the alliance an order. Then she did not need to consider any other problems. Whatever the imperial court arranged, she and the others would follow. Even if the imperial court wanted the people of the alliance to donate all their assets, she could not object or even hesitate. Reporting, there are guests outside the residence. They say they are coming to Thunderbolt Logistics. This is a name card. While Gu Yunfei was thinking about the alliance, a coachman ran in from outside the hall, speaking as he handed over a name card. Gu Yunfei nodded and very casually took the name card. After opening it and glancing at it, she immediately stood up from her chair and ordered, "Come, open the main door and follow me to welcome them." "Fei-er, who is it?" An old man's voice came from the side hall. "Father, you stay here. Your daughter will personally go over. It is the owner of Thunderbolt Logistics, Li Chengfang. The time is not right. He should be overseeing Luoyang. When did he come to our Suzhou?" Gu Yunfei said to her father and shook her head. She walked out with confusion in her heart. She was truly confused. Looking at the time, if Li Chengfang had just received the news, or had received the news at noon, he should not have arrived in Suzhou in the blink of an eye. Luoyang was quite a distance from Suzhou. Even the train could not reach this speed. Unfortunately, the train tracks were only built from the south to the capital. There were very few other places that were built horizontally. If only it was built directly to Jiannan Road. However, it was clearly not possible now. It was said that no less than 300,000 people had died building this railway. It was truly an inch of blood for every inch of track. Fortunately, the people who had died were all people from outside. The Tang people were also a bit like this, but that was accidental. It was just like how one could fall to death while walking. Very quickly, the main door of the Gu Manor was pushed open with creaking sounds. Li Chengfang, who was waiting outside with a few people, revealed a smile. He was truly afraid that this strong woman would only open the side door. What should he do then? No wonder this little girl felt that the sky of the Tang Empire was shrouded in a tense atmosphere since noon. So it was Boss Li who came at night. "Welcome, welcome. Please come in." Gu Yunfei smiled when she saw Li Chengfang. She clasped her hands together and imitated the way a man greeted. Li Chengfang also smiled and returned the greeting. "Is Boss Gu saying that I brought war? Thunderbolt Logistics and your splendid sundry goods are partners. I only bring peace and money, not war. Please." The two of them greeted each other and entered the Gu Manor. Naturally, there were people in charge of the arrangements for the people Li Chengfang had brought. Returning to the hall, Li Chengfang looked around and asked, "I wonder if Uncle is here? I would like to pay my respects." "You didn't even bring a gift. Just pay your respects like this." My father is resting in the side hall. Let's talk business first. After we are done, I will wait for you to bring a gift and see my father. Gu Yunfei didn't want others to disturb her father. Her father's health wasn't good, especially at the beginning of spring this year. He fell ill and almost didn't make it. First, he had people use ginseng to keep him alive. Then, a telegram was sent out, and the Virtuous Medical College sent a team of experts. Only then was his life saved. Now he was continuing to recuperate. This was one of the benefits of joining the alliance. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to invite a team of experts. Li Chengfeng revealed a regretful expression. He also heard that Gu Yunfei's father was sick, so he wanted to see the situation. He helplessly nodded and said, "Actually, I did bring a gift. It's just that it wasn't convenient to send it over today. I brought 10 tons of hot spring water from Huayuan County. Tomorrow morning I will have someone send it over. You can heat it up yourself and let Uncle soak in it." "Really? Thank you. Now let's talk business," Gu Yunfei said. Wei Wei was stunned. Chapter 12:17. Gu Yunfei was really surprised. She knew that her family was not short of things, but she would never have guessed that Li Chengfeng would send 10 tons of hot spring water. As expected of Thunder Logistics, they dared to transport anything. She appreciated his kindness. Li Chengfeng knew that Gu Yunfei would be very happy. His gift was not only thoughtful but also powerful. He picked up the tea and held it in his hand. He said, "I came here this time at the request of Xiaobei and the others. I left 2 days in advance. If it weren't for the train, I would have fallen apart if I rode a horse or sat in a carriage." "Xiaobei? They told you the news in advance? Would Zhang Xiaobao tell them about the war?" Gu Yunfei didn't believe it. "Then I don't know. Anyway, Xiaobei and the others sent a telegram 2 days ago, saying that they would meet with brother and sister, and then hand over all their guards for brother and sister to use. They guessed that when the number of guards was enough, brother and sister would start the war. So they asked me to come to the seaside in advance. Since you are here, I came to take a look. At the same time, there is something I need Jinxiu General to cooperate with. Xiaobei and the others asked us, who cooperate with Darling Candy House, to follow suit." Li Chengfeng said the contents of the telegram. Gu Yunfei rolled her eyes and thought for a while, guessing the truth of the matter. It was reasonable to say that when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided to start the war, it was impossible for them to tell their younger siblings. Even the palace might not know. Otherwise, it would be easy to leak the news. So Xiaobei and the others were right? Did they think that if they handed over the guards, they would definitely use them for the war? She couldn't figure out what was going on, so Gu Yunfei didn't think about it anymore. She said with a smile, "Xiaobei and the others handed over the guards to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Does that mean that they can't go out to play during this time? Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan can equip Xiaobei and the others with such a strong team. Businessmen like us don't even dare to think about it." Gu Yunfei felt that Xiaobei and the rest of the children would be very pitiful for a period of time. Without their guards, they naturally couldn't run around. At the same time, she sighed at the wealth of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Chengfeng nodded and said, "If I were in that position, I would also equip my family with a strong enough team. I would never give the enemy any chance. If he didn't protect his family when he knew how important he was, he would be a fool if he regretted it when something happened." This could only be seen in the stories written in the newspapers every day. The main character was doing something outside and knew that he would be attacked by others. Then he did not care about his family. In the end, one family member would be in trouble today, and another family member would be beaten up tomorrow. Then he would be busy going back and forth. Today he would be anxious and tomorrow he would regret. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't give Xiaobei and the others a powerful team, I reckon that the people of the Great Tang won't be able to rest easy. How can we count on these people to build the Great Tang well? All right. Let's not talk about their team of guards. In any case, we can't afford to spend so much money. Also, we know very well that the current team of guards is just a transition. When the batch of children in their family grow up in 2 years, they will be more powerful than the current guards. When that time comes, Xiaobei and the others will be running around the world. Did you take the train here? Do you feel that there are more people taking the train? Also, how many more carriages have there been? Estimate it so that we can make arrangements. Gu Yunfei asked about the operation of the train. Although there weren't trains everywhere, they could still obtain useful information. Li Changfeng nodded and then shook his head. There are many train carriages now, but most of them are controlled by others. When I use Thunderbolt Logistics, I need to pay an extra sum of money. This makes me both love and hate it. I don't want to pay and use other methods of transportation, but I find that it costs more. However, I feel uncomfortable handing over the money. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't go to war this year and wait for 2 years to fight again and spend all their energy and money on building the railway, 2 years later, the number of carriages will increase, and my choices will also increase. I reckon that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have no choice but to fight. I keep feeling that they are in a hurry. I don't know what is making them so anxious. They usually give people the impression that they are leisurely, but we can analyze from Xiaobei and the others' movements that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are urging the progress of various things in Tang, even at the expense of many people's lives. Gu Yunfei was different from ordinary people. She needed to grasp the general situation of the country's development and then obtain her own benefits. Ordinary people only considered their own living situation. Who in their neighborhood made more money, whose family gave a generous betrothal gift at their wedding, whose family's children advanced a few ranks in the school examination, whose meat today was 1 copper coin cheaper. Should they buy 2 caddies of stuffing or stir-fried vegetables and give the head of the household half a caddy of wine? Gu Yunfei didn't need to consider these small matters. What she needed to consider was that when a batch of goods came in, and this batch of goods wasn't the type that would be quickly consumed and needed to be stored, then what was the profit margin between the purchase price and the custom-made price when the goods were stored? Under the situation that the fixed price didn't change, what was the depreciation rate of the Tang currency over a period of time? Was there a new production technology for this type of goods that had already been purchased and stored? If there was a new production technology, then it meant that the production cost of this type of goods had decreased, and the price she bought would be more expensive. Faced with such a situation, should she sell the goods at a low price and clear the warehouse to stop losses, or should she continue to buy such goods at a low price to balance out the previous purchase cost? Or should she look for a deep processing technology for this type of goods and set up a company to process the goods before selling them? These were all problems, and the decisions of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always affected the economic and administrative operations of the entire Tang dynasty. It was impossible for her not to pay more attention to it. Even if there was a slight fluctuation in profits, it would affect the profit and loss of tens of thousands of strings of coins. Li Changfeng had the same concerns. The transportation costs and unexpected losses in the transportation process determined the profits of his trading company. Hearing Gu Yunfei's words, he analyzed. My guess is that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to use faster technology to ignite the conflict in the country in a short period of time. Then they will use other means to resolve the conflict and at the same time, obtain more benefits. As for the purpose, I suspect that they are fighting for time with the other countries. They intend to ensure that the country has an absolute advantage in the industrial system and suppress the other countries, not giving them a chance to develop. Therefore, they are using human lives to build the railway. Now that they have stopped, I think that one reason is that there are not enough people to build the railway, and the other reason is that the smelting of steel can't keep up. They need to plunder to get slaves for dangerous jobs and obtain more resources. The more he thought about it, the more confused Li Changfeng became. He put himself in the position of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and found that there was only darkness in front of him. He couldn't see a bright future at all. Don't think about it. Gu Yunfei seemed to know what Li Changfeng was thinking and advised. If you can think clearly, you will be another Zhang Xiaobao. Do you think that the existence outside the top list of billionaires is just something that we merchants casually promote? If that's the case, the merchants of the Great Tang won't be afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. They can adjust the price of goods however they want. During the holidays, even if the price of goods is 10 times higher, even if the imperial court gives the order, the merchants still dare to do it secretly. They still have many ways to deal with the imperial court. But the current situation is that the imperial court is not saying anything. Facing us merchants, the imperial court means that you can raise the price if you want, as long as you are prepared to face Zhang Xiaobao's wrath. Do you dare? No. Li Changfeng shook his head vigorously. I'm afraid that Zhang Xiaobao isn't human at all. I think that in a few years Xiaobei and the others will start to scheme. Why did Xiaobei ask you to come? Gu Yunfei suddenly remembered the matter of Xiaobei and the others' resources and couldn't help but smile. At that time, Xiaobei and the others had brought their own plans to discuss cooperation. Each and every one of them said that they didn't rely on their families and relied on their own abilities. When the merchants saw the plan, they all agreed. To be honest, the plan was not bad. But if it was only because of Xiaobei and the others, the merchants couldn't be at ease cooperating with them. They didn't have the qualifications. With a plan, why should they give the benefits to Xiaobei and the others? Wouldn't it be the same if the merchants worked together? The main problem was that they didn't have a leader. Once they worked together, no one would submit to the others. That was why they agreed to let Xiaobei and the others be the leaders. Behind them were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Chengfeng also had memories. He smiled and said, Xiaobei called and said that after the war, the logistics will definitely be affected. Whether we are willing or not, we have to serve the interests of the Tang Empire, even if it's free of charge. Next, the price of food will fluctuate and basically it will increase. Xiaobei and the others hope that they can help solve a part of the problem. Under the situation that the price of food is on the rise, Baby Candy House will stop selling. In other words, Baby Candy House will no longer sell cakes and candy made of starch. The 4,000 Baby Candy House chain stores in the Tang Empire will be ready at any time to see if any merchant dares to raise the price privately. At that time, we will first suppress them and then gather information so that we can prepare to implement the revenge punishment plan. When Li Chengfeng said these words, his eyes were full of praise. He knew that this was definitely not requested by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Gu Yunfei and Wei Wei paused and then said, It finally shows the difference in education. When Xiaobei and the others think about problems, they are different from ordinary children. Then why did they ask you to come to Suzhou? They said that since Baby Candy House can't sell cakes, they need to use other things for the children to eat. They once cheated from Japan. Oh, they exchanged a lot of seafood, including abalones, sea cucumbers, and other things like fish slices. They put all of them in Haiyan County and asked me to transport them to various places. The big abalones are left for them, and the small ones can be distributed. They will improve the technology of deprocessing seafood and make it into snacks suitable for children. Not only am I here, but Yang Yang of the Dongting Fishery Group is also here. He wants to go out from the estuary of the Yangtze River and then catch big squid according to the advanced technology provided by Xiaobei and the others. He will come back to process them. Li Chengfeng said the purpose of his visit and then looked at Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 12:18. Looking at Gu Yunfei's surprised look, Li Chengfeng feels much better. He was also shocked when he first got the order. A group of little guys can silently cooperate with the actions of their brother and sister at this moment. How can other people's children be so good? Do you feel incredible? The legendary industry transformation happened to them. Due to the demand of the domestic situation, the Candy House Alliance changed from making and selling pastries and candies to selling seafood. They used all means to assist Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Now you know why I am here, right? Li Chengfeng asks Gu Yunfei with a smile. Gu Yunfei takes a deep breath and nods. I know. Even if the Alliance doesn't send the order, Jinqiu Grocery will follow their footsteps. Otherwise, before Zhang Xiaobao gets angry, they will start to revenge first. A group of children will not follow any rules when they take revenge, right? Think so. Who can guarantee that they won't use their identity as inspectors to ask the local government to cooperate when they find that they have no better way? At that time, even if you take the case to the emperor, the result will not change. According to His Majesty's previous words, when investigating the officials, they will say, why didn't they arrest other officials but you? When facing businessmen, they will probably say, why didn't they bully other businessmen but you? When Li Chengfeng says it, he feels very interesting. A group of lawless children like Xiaobei care about the Tang Empire very much, while those honest people may think about something else. Seeing that Thunder Logistics and Dongting Aquatic Products are involved, Gu Yunfei asks, can my business help? Maybe we don't need your business this time. Li Chengfeng says uncertainly. Just as he finishes his words, a servant of the Gu family walks in quickly from outside the hall with a piece of paper in his hand. He glances at Li Chengfeng and then at his master, waiting there. Just say it directly. There are no outsiders here. Gu Yunfei doesn't want to ask Li Chengfeng to go out, and it is also impolite to leave by herself. Thinking that there are no secrets to hide recently, she orders the servant who comes in. The servant nodded and flattened the paper in his hand as much as possible. He read, Sister Yunfei from Splendid Grocery, I am Xiao Bei. I just got the news that my brother and sister decided to launch a full-scale attack on Duo Food at noon 3 days later. This attack was a probing attack and not an all-out attack. They would only use the advantage of artillery to destroy the enemy's frontline troops at the border and force the enemy to retreat. They would also adopt the strategy of scorched earth and cleared fields. Big Brother has already started to order the originally arranged warehouse to transport supplies to the front line. I want to tell Big Sister that when transporting supplies, whether it is by water or by land, there is a possibility that the transportation means will be damaged. There are tools in Sister's splendid miscellaneous goods, right? I hope you can provide support along the way and provide free help to the transport team. I will open up the candy house on the side of the road to provide them with a temporary place to rest. If this arrangement will cause losses to Splendid Embroidery, we will transfer the money to Elder Sister through the Great Tang Bank. Elder Sister only needs to provide proof of the losses. Also, we want to temporarily stop the sale of cakes and starch sweets and temporarily turn them into seafood products. We need tools to make and process them. Now send an order to Elder Sister and provide us with tools according to the order. We will pay when the goods are delivered. In addition, ask Splendid Miscellaneous Goods to release the news that my brother and sister did not use Chongping Song's food reserves in this war, so that the people do not have to worry about the price of food rising too high. Okay, that's what I mean. The servant of the Gu family finished reading up to here and was in a very good mood. The intelligence actually said a lot of detailed things, and even revealed when the war would be launched. This showed that his master's position in Xiao Bei's heart was very high. Li Chengfeng was indeed a little jealous. He said in a sour tone, "The war will start at noon 3 days later? I don't know if my Thunderbolt logistics can help. I think a lot of supplies are already on the way." What he meant was that when the supplies were transported, they did not ask Thunderbolt Logistics and found someone else to transport them. He did not even know when the war would start. Gu Yunfei hesitated for a moment. For a moment, she did not know how to comfort the other party. This kind of information could only be obtained by Xiao Bei and the others, and it could be easily spread out. Whoever got the information would be trusted by Xiao Bei and the others. At this time it was not good to comfort others, as it would make others feel that you were acting innocent. Just as she was organizing her words, someone came in from outside. This time it was a servant of Li Chengfeng's family. He was accompanied by someone from the Gu family. "Little Two, what's the matter?" Li Chengfeng looked at the person who came in and asked. Replying to Master, "My family's telegraph machine just received a telegram from Xiao Bei and the others from Jianan Road. Do you know? Read it." Li Chengfeng ordered in a carefree voice. In an instant, he looked at the pitch-black night outside and suddenly realized that the sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, the sun was shining, and the night wind that whistled past also became gentle. Gu Yunfei smiled and did not say anything. She could understand Li Chengfeng's feelings. Without this telegram, he probably would not be able to sleep soundly at night. The servant of the Li family did not know that the master had just secretly crossed swords with the other party, and had almost lost to the point of crying. When he heard the order, he loudly read it. "Boss Li Chengfeng? Today, we just received information that a large number of people from Thunderbolt Logistics have appeared in Suzhou. Have you arrived in Suzhou? Then you must go and see elder sister Yunfei. Let me tell you something. When we were eating dinner just now, we received definite information. 3 days later at noon we will begin the war. The logistics and transport teams used will all be my family's own strength. The majority of the dishes in the restaurants will be stopped, and the supply of grain wine will also be reduced. However, there will be more fruit wine. Elder brother and elder sister did not use your logistics. We guessed that they wanted to let you operate as usual to stabilize the flow of goods in the country. This decision was originally not a problem, but we thought of a problem. This problem is that we saw a railway route map in elder brother and elder sister's study. It has already been designed, but no one has been used to repair it. We have accurate information. To build that railway, a direct manpower of 1.2 million was used. of which 200,000 were great Tang people. They were responsible for assisting and were not in dangerous places. The remaining 1 million were all captured, cheated, bought, and hired from other places. More than 376,000 people died in the construction of the railway. On average, for every 1 li, that is 500 meters, 37 people died. In addition, there were 125,000 people who were seriously injured. The serious injuries we are talking about are those who have broken arms or legs, as well as those who are blind. If they can be treated, they are not considered serious injuries. The remaining people also need to rest. Otherwise, they will not be able to continue working. Thus, there is a shortage of manpower. In addition, there is not enough steel for the railway. Right now, most of it is used to make bullets and artillery shells. We thought about it and felt that it was a waste for your logistics to be placed there. Because you are usually responsible for long-distance transport, you have your own teams for short-distance transport. Thus, we discussed with Dong Long, the owner of the Wanlu Trading Company in Jiannan Province's Izhou Prefecture. We had them organize people to follow behind the army. You can cooperate with them and help transport some things. When there are captives on the battlefield ahead, you can kidnap them together. You don't have to settle with my brother and sister first. You just don't let the captives die. When my brother and sister are almost done, we will need to build the railway. You can send the captives here to work. At that time, according to the cost paid by each side, we will give you a certain amount of authorization for the carriage. If you agree, return the call and start working. There is one more thing that you have to keep secret first. The number of captives captured may not be the same as the ones in Tufan. There may be many on the sea. If you can unite with other merchants and form a large fleet, you can go to other places to deceive some people while you are fetching the captives. Well, that's all. Everything will be clear in the morning 3 days later. Let me remind you, no matter what you see that morning, don't get excited. Everything is under my control. The servant of the Li family stopped reading and then said, "It's over." After listening to the servant, Li Chengfeng and Gu Yunfei fell silent at the same time. They were thinking about the matter in the telegram. There was too much content in the telegram, so they had to carefully consider it. After a while, Li Chengfeng ordered, "Return the call and say that I agree. We will listen to the arrangements." After the servant left, Li Chengfeng turned to Gu Yunfei and said, "I didn't expect that so many people would die or be injured from building the railway. Is this the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't agree to use the people of the Tang Empire? If the people of the Tang Empire really couldn't bear this kind of pain, what would they do if they were left with disabilities?" Gu Yunfei clasped her hands together. "Sounds like a number. If we use the people of the Tang Empire, it is estimated that 500,000 families will be directly affected. It's too scary. I have decided to listen to Xiao Bei's arrangements. As for the temporary losses, it doesn't matter. My family can still bear it. I'm really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao will use this kind of ruthlessness on me. It can't be said that his hands are stained with blood. He practically swam out of a sea of blood. He walks on the stairs piled up by corpses all the way to the sky. If not, he walks down to discuss matters with the King of Hell." Li Chengfeng nodded and recalled the contents of the telegram. He said, "What does Xiao Bei mean by the sea? Could it be that there are troops on the sea to fight Duoshi? In the morning 3 days later, what news can there be? He told me not to be excited. I am very excited now, but I can't explain it clearly. Wait and see. 3 days will pass quickly. The alliance used to react quickly, but this time, they haven't shared any information. We know some things, but we can't tell others. I won't arrange a guest room for you today. You should hurry to Haiyan County as soon as possible to avoid delaying the proper business." Gu Yunfei couldn't think of anything at all. The few steps in front of her were like a thick fog, making people feel fear of the unknown. She couldn't stop and could only follow orders and rush forward. "Okay, I will leave now." Li Chengfeng didn't dare to delay. He got up and walked out, indicating that Gu Yunfei didn't need to send him off. When he reached the door, he said to Gu Yunfei, "We need to strengthen cooperation in the future. I plan to go to Jiannan Circuit personally." "I will go too." Gu Yunfei meant to call her when she left. Chapter 12:19. Gu Yunfei had just sent Li Chengfeng to the door. Before she could say goodbye, a group of people came from the road beside them. There were servants holding lanterns in front. Gu Yunfei took a look and recognized them. They were all local merchants from Suzhou. Normally, she did not have much contact with them. Most of the time, it was her housekeeper who met with them to discuss business matters. For example, Jinxiu needed to buy groceries, and local merchants needed to buy goods from other places. Usually, they would only meet once during the new year. They would all come to her house to give her gifts. Even though she was a woman, she was ranked 16th on the list of top billionaires. In the past, she was ranked 24th. Ever since she started working with Xiao Bei and the others, her assets had obviously increased a lot. Naturally, her status also rose along with the tide. And these people who came were not even in the top 500, so they had to be more respectful to her. Bosco, we are really sorry to disturb you so late at night. But we have some misgivings in our hearts, so we have to trouble you. The group of people came closer. Surrounded by people, a middle-aged man spoke to Gu Yunfei with a face full of smiles. He then looked at the person beside him and asked, "This noble is?" "So it is Boss Yuan. It is not very late. If you have something to discuss, let's discuss it. This is the boss of Thunder Logistics, Li Chengfang, Boss Li." Gu Yunfei quickly showed that her status was higher than this group of people. She was not rude and introduced Li Chengfang at the same time. There was a series of gasps on the relatively quiet road. The merchants who had rushed over stared at Li Chengfang without blinking. This was the boss of Thunder Logistics, which was ranked higher than Bosco. No wonder Bosco personally saw him off. Birds of a feather flocked together, as expected. The merchants respectfully bowed to Li Chengfang again. There was only envy and admiration in their eyes. There was no jealousy because the difference was too great. So great that they could not produce a trace of jealousy. "Boss Yuan, why have you come at this time? Come. Let's talk inside." Gu Yunfei gave way. She already had some guesses in her heart, so she asked now so that she could pull Li Chengfang to deal with it together. No, we're not going in. We're just here to ask. Gu Dongjia is busy and we're not at ease. Only then did we remember Gu Dongjia's ability. We're here to ask, so we won't waste Gu Dongjia's time. The man with the surname Yuan politely refused. He also knew that he had to enter through the main entrance now. He didn't want to receive this kind of courtesy. One should eat as many bowls of rice as one's ability. He didn't have the ability to enjoy this kind of treatment. Once he did, the consequences would definitely not be good. Someone at the side chimed in. Yes, we just want to ask around. Gu Dongjia, we feel that there is going to be a war soon. Gu Dongjia also knows that every time there is a war, the prices of goods in different places are different. We just want to know if our goods can be adjusted according to the law of the market demand. Gu Yunfei smiled. She looked at the man and said, "What is the law of demand in the market?" "The demand of the market is the demand of the common people. I feel that the greatest demand of the common people is to live in a stable and happy environment, and not to see the price of survival necessities rise day by day, but not be able to afford them. This is the need of the people of the Great Tang, the need of our monopoly business alliance, and even Zhang Xiaobao's personal need. Do you understand?" Understood. The merchants were completely frightened. Before they came, they were still thinking about what to hoard, what to raise the price of, and how much to raise it. Now it was clear that they couldn't hoard anything. Even if they did, they couldn't raise the price. They didn't expect that the business alliance would not take advantage of this opportunity to make more money. Instead, they started to maintain the stability of domestic prices during wartime. Who would dare to go against the business alliance's orders? As for Zhang Xiaobao, there was no need to say more. His personal will was unconditionally followed by all the merchants of the Great Tang. So Xiaobao didn't agree to the price change. The man with the surname Yuan wanted to confirm. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't allow the price of the people's necessities to fluctuate too much at any time. Our monopoly business alliance follows his footsteps. If you really want to make more money, you can try to raise the price of other goods. Li Chengfang gave the merchants a suggestion. After all, merchants had their own needs. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao never cared about the price of other things, especially luxury goods. If the cost was 1 copper coin and one could sell it for 10,000 strings of cash, that was because one had the ability. He just didn't want to see the people not being able to afford rice or wear clothes when they had enough resources. If the country had enough resources, There couldn't be too much fluctuation in the price of these 6 things. As for the other things, the merchants could do whatever they wanted. Linen cloth could be sold for 10 copper coins per bolt, but it couldn't be sold for 13 copper coins. But if one could sell silk for 10,000 copper coins per bolt, that was because one had the ability. When the hospital bought licorice, as long as the licorice wasn't so rare that it couldn't be used on every patient, the supplier couldn't sell it for too high a price. As for the tea leaves that could help with digestion, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't say that you were wrong if you exchanged one caddy for a building. That, may I ask, can the price of candles be raised? Isn't it also something that should be used for people's livelihood? Another merchant carefully asked. You can raise the price of candles. People won't die without candles, but I advise you not to hoard candles because the Ministry of Works will release a lot of paraffin wax this month. What you are talking about now should be grease wax. It can't be compared to paraffin wax in terms of smell and longevity. Once you hoard it and release a lot of paraffin wax, you will suffer a lot of losses. Li Chengfeng kindly advised. Xiao Bei had already told him that he would first ship a large batch to Jiannan Road. There, Xiao Bei would organize people to process it. The rest of the paraffin wax would be placed in various places in Great Tang. After all, the current oil refining technology was the most primitive. A lot of paraffin wax was produced every day. As long as oil was processed, paraffin wax would appear. Then, people would have to spend a lot of effort to clean it up. Otherwise, it would affect the production. The perverted merchant who asked the question was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had asked. Otherwise, if he really had to hoard candles, the losses would be huge, especially now that the weather was getting hotter. After repeatedly thanking him, the group of merchants left. They could go back and do business as usual. When the time came, the price of various things would naturally follow a regular pattern. They didn't need to worry about it. Gudongjiao, leave now. Tomorrow morning, it's better for the business alliance to issue an announcement to the merchants in various places, so as to prevent them from self-righteously raising the price and causing more losses to themselves. Li Chengfeng said to Gu Yunfei and then disappeared into the night with his subordinates. Gu Yunfei stood there and pondered. She muttered to herself, there will be a lot of paraffin wax released. I'll send a batch of it. When the weather is hot, paraffin wax can be stored better than grease wax. There's no need to worry about it. In Hongnong County, Old Willow Village, the 7th grade official Lu Feifei also received a telegram tonight. Compared to other places, Old Willow Village was special because it was directly under the jurisdiction of the Agriculture Temple. Moreover, the villagers were united. In addition, there was only one iron cable bridge to enter the village. Therefore, they had a separate telegraph machine. Usually, there were at least 4 people guarding the machine room of the telegraph machine 24 hours a day in the village. No outsiders were allowed to come close. Not to mention the machine room, it was difficult to even cross the bridge. There was a small hydroelectric generator near the river in the village to provide power for the village. There were simple shellers and flour grinders in the village. There was also a cutting machine for processing willow branches. There were more light bulbs. At night, the light bulbs placed on the bank would illuminate the opposite bank. With so many advanced equipment, how could they let outsiders come in and see? What if they were robbed? Let me make models. When the time comes, the paraffin wax can be turned into all kinds of fun candles. Mainly in the image of little dolls, including the design of various animals and houses. When they are made into candles, they can be sold together with the grass seed dolls. Also, make a lot of willow ware and prepare to provide to the transport team. This was the content of the telegram Lu Feifei received. Xiao Bei didn't tell her about the war, so it was not her turn to worry. Feifei, the telegram said to let you prepare to make new dolls? The old villager had to patrol the vicinity of the telegraph machine room for 3 hours every day. Every time a message was sent and received, he had to participate and help to provide the solution. After all, he was a scholar and had good knowledge. The teachers in the school in the village were all personally taught by him. He was a little pedantic. He always wanted to protect his identity as a scholar. However, there was also a benefit. Scholars like him now had backs as strong as iron. If he needed to pick up a sword and a gun to fight, he might not be the most powerful, but he was definitely the most heroic. When the country was rising and falling, escaping was not the choice of a true scholar. He would pull out the sword at his waist and fight to the end with the demeanor of the 6 arts of gentleman. Therefore, he was the most idle and the busiest person in the world. He would meddle in everything, but at the same time he would not care about anything. He was like an old hen. As long as the chicks were fine, he would lie under the sun and enjoy the warmth of life, cooing from time to time. But when the chicks were in danger, he would stand up and despise all opponents. He would fight with his life until the enemy fled or he fell down. Now he just wanted to take care of something, especially when the telegraph machine finally rang. Lu Feifei respected this old hen very much. When she heard the old villager ask, she nodded and answered. Yes, Xiaobei said that he would send a lot of paraffin wax. At the same time, he asked us to make more wicker baskets. In the future, we will need them when we transport a large number of other things. He didn't mention when the war will start? The old villager was actually most concerned about the national affairs. No, the war has nothing to do with me. I only care about the trade of willow and the planting of willow trees in the surrounding areas. My official position is to prevent others from bullying me. If anyone sees the high income of willow in our village and wants to get benefits from it, he should first think about how a child like me can be a 7th-level official. In the whole Tang Empire, except for Xiaobei's official position, my official position can scare a lot of other local officials. Grandpa, now arrange people to make a large number of willow baskets. Xiaobei said that they will be used soon. Lu Feifei planned to implement Xiaobei's words. The old villager narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, So the war is close at hand. Well, it's time for the 5th watch. For the time being, I have kept 500 full attendants. I guess this money is the most difficult to earn because there are not many subscriptions for this book, so there is no need to count on subscriptions. Then there is only the full attendance left. If there were not still people subscribing, I would have given up. But as a web writer, I think I am also a scholar. Like an old hen, I have to have some spirit to protect what I should protect. I am pedantic, but I also have a backbone. So I never ask. I sell my words, not my personality and dignity. So you should take the initiative to vote. Don't wait for me to ask because you can't wait. Chapter 12:20. The time of the bombardment was getting closer and closer. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were staying in Yizhou, seemed to be more leisurely. Zhang Xiaobao patiently made mutton soup and shumai for his younger siblings in the morning, along with cold dishes made of mutton tripe and mutton liver. His younger siblings were stunned when they saw this. Brother, we're going to war. Xiaobei ate a shumai. Her mouth was full of oil, and she reminded her brother in a muffled voice. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao wiped his sister's mouth with a napkin. Then he took out a mutton bone from the pot, cracked it, and put the bone marrow on Xiaobei's plate. While cracking the bone marrow for the other 8 little guys, he said, That's why you have to let others feel your ease and confidence. Then why does my sister look so serious? Xiaobei sprinkled some bamboo salt on the bone marrow and waited for her brother's answer. Because your sister is a soldier. Soldiers have solemnity and iron blood as their foundation. I'm a schemer, so I pretend to be calm and collected. These 2 performances give others the same feeling, which is steady. They say that the army is approaching, but your sister needs to let others know that she will hold on until the last moment. As for me, I want to let others feel less nervous. Zhang Xiaobao said the 2 different performances with a smile. What about actually? Xiaobei still asked. In fact, your sister and I are very afraid. But we are afraid that we can't solve the problem. Since we chose this position, we have to bear the responsibility of this position. If everyone in the Tang Empire can bear their own responsibilities, the Tang Empire will be invincible. Zhang Xiaobao was very fast. In just a few words, he had already finished cracking the bone marrow for each little guy. Xiaobei stared at the bone marrow on her plate. She was very confused and murmured, What responsibility should I bear? You need to think about it yourself. Even if I tell you directly, you may not agree. Eat or it will get cold. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he drank a mouthful of mutton soup, smacked his lips and poured pepper into the bowl. In the future, I won't ask anything when we eat. The more I ask, the more I think. The food won't taste good. Xiaobei was very good at self-analysis. After eating the bone marrow, he realized that he was missing the process of carefully tasting it. The other 8 little fellows heard Xiaobei's words and realized that they were the same. They all began to adjust their mentality and put their attention on the food in front of them. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled at the side. She liked to see Zhang Xiaobao at this moment the most, teaching his younger brother and sister in a silent way. Even the action of tapping the bone marrow and the tone of voice when he spoke required great effort from Zhang Xiaobao to control it. However, his performance was just as he had said just now, calm and collected. In her eyes at this moment Zhang Xiaobao was the most handsome, even more handsome than when he was scheming. After dinner Zhang Xiaobao said to his brothers and sisters, "I'll go with your sister to analyze the information. You guys can play by yourselves. You can go out but you're not allowed to leave Yizhou City. There are many spies in the city, so you don't have to worry about someone suddenly rushing out and hurting you." While waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to another room, Xiao Bei whispered, "Okay, we definitely won't put ourselves in a dangerous place." After a while, the 9 little fellows finished eating the fruits after dinner. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "Can I ask what our responsibilities are?" Lil Bei brought up the matter again. "It's to build the Tang Empire, right?" Xiao Yuan said uncertainly. "Why don't you say to save the building from collapse?" Xiao Bei was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Xiao Hai wiped his mouth and said, "Let's go. Our responsibility is to have fun and grow strong. We'll put on some disguises and see what fun things there are in Yizhou City." Xiao Bei thought for a moment and nodded. "I think so too. Brother and sister don't need us to do anything earth-shattering. Just like when we taught Panner and Xiao Yuan when they were young, we'll be happy to see them smile." Therefore they, who had put on some disguises, went outside under the protection of a few people who had also put on some disguises. They took on their own responsibilities and played. Yizhou was a famous place, and its bustling scenery was only slightly inferior to the capital, Chang'an. The difference between Chang'an and Chang'an was that its climate and environment had determined its uniqueness. The blowing wind was less fishy than Luzhou's, but more gentle than Chang'an's. Similarly, the rising and falling voices of hawkers were soaked in the bustling hustle and bustle. There are so many bamboo products just like the ones in Hangzhou. Look at this little bamboo building, it's actually carved, not woven. Big brother, how much is it? Xiao Bei came to a stall with dozens of bamboo carvings, looking at the little building that had not been painted and inquiring. The seller looked to be in his 30s. When he heard the big-eyed girl in front of him call him brother, he was very happy. He stretched out 4 fingers, but after thinking for a while, he withdrew one. Xiao Bei's gaze fell on the seller's hand, and she nodded. 30 coins? It's cheap. I'll buy it. While speaking, she began to take out money from her bag. The seller hastily said, "It's 3 coins. I wanted to sell it for 4 coins, but since you're so cute, I'll give you 1 less coin." "No, that's definitely not right. Don't lie to me. You're trying to curry favor for no reason. Your motives are not pure. It's only 30 coins. If you give me 1 less coin, I'll report it to the authorities and say that you have other ideas about us." Xiao Bei took out a handful of coins, counted them, and threw them on the stall. Then she happily picked up the bamboo building, called out to little Yuan, and walked forward. The seller was stunned for a while. He did not know what to do. He did not want to take advantage of the child, but he was worried that he would be sued. Even when Xiao Bei and the others were far away, he still had a worried expression on his face. At this moment little Yuan asked Xiao Bei, "Why did you give him so much money? We're not those spoiled brats who don't know what's good for them. Don't you know the value of a bamboo building? It doesn't matter how much the bamboo building is worth. What's important is that the seller's middle finger is injured. There's a cloth tied to it, and the cloth is tied into a beautiful bow. Do you think he's still a child?" Xiao Bei pointed out the injury on the seller's middle finger. "It can't be, right? The bow will affect his carving," little Yuan analyzed. "That's right. So this beautiful bow must have been tied by his daughter. What's wrong with me giving him more money to buy something good for his daughter?" Xiao Bei said confidently. "That's right. Anyway, 30 coins isn't much. The bamboo building's carving is indeed very exquisite." Little Yuan agreed with Xiao Bei's statement. The other kids had no objections. It was just a matter of spending a little more money. It was just like the rich people who worked with others at home in a supermarket chain. They habitually threw the few coins they found into the donation box at the door. and then picked up a beautiful colored origami that was placed next to them. That origami was not worth a single coin at all. It was very quick to make by hand, and the cost of the paper itself was also very low. However, after throwing money and picking up an origami, the harvest was a happy feeling. Of course, there were donation boxes only at the door of the Zhang family's and Wang family's stores. Even if they were made in other places and placed there, no one would throw money at them. No one believed in their quality. Ah, the candy blower. Quick, let him blow a little pig. Xiao Bei's eyes looked around. Suddenly, he found that there was a candy blower on the left side of the road in front of him. He put the pole there to make candy for the two children, so he ran over happily. I want a little pig this big. While Xiao Bei said little pig, he gestured a shape the size of a football with his hands. The candy blower looked at Xiao Bei's hand and shook his head. If it's too big, you won't have any strength. Oh, let me blow. Yes, I can eat it myself. If you blow it and blow your saliva in, I can only play with it and throw it away. Xiao Bei understood this very well. He reduced the distance between his hands and made it as big as a glaze. At this time, the candy blower nodded. He took a bamboo slice and stirred it twice in the pot of thin sugar. Then he reached into the bowl with starch and rubbed it. He used the bamboo slice to scoop out a piece of thin sugar, and quickly rolled the thin sugar on his hands, making it stick to the starch. Then he gently took out a small bamboo tube from the bamboo box next to him, and inserted one end into the thin sugar. He signaled Xiao Bei to blow it in front of him. Be gentle. You have to breathe evenly, the candy seller patiently said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded, puffed up his cheeks and began to blow. The candy seller's hands moved. After Xiao Bei breathed in 3 times, a beautiful and cute little pig appeared in front of Xiao Bei. The candy seller's 2 fingers gently pinched the back of Xiao Bei's head, sealing the little pig's mouth. Ah, I'm so tired. Uncle, what if the child doesn't know how to blow? Xiao Bei asked when he saw the candy blower throw the bamboo tube. He had just blown into another box and stick the little sugar pig with a bamboo stick. Ordinary children are fine. Children who are too young have adults by their side and let them blow. In the past, there weren't so many rules and we were the ones who blew. Later, medical centers all over the country said that directly blowing is not good for the child's health. Now the children of Great Tang are precious. In the end, if the child still can't play, I can only draw it for him. I'll use sugar to draw what he wants and stick it on a bamboo stick. Can also be eaten. Look, the flat bamboo board on the side is used for drawing. We are willing to go through the trouble if we can avoid hurting the beautiful children of Great Tang. While speaking, the candy seller stretched out 2 fingers, meaning that the candy was worth 2 copper coins. Xiao Bei directly threw down 5 copper coins and said to the candy seller, Uncle, I think you are very beautiful too. After saying this, Xiao Bei ran forward again, leaving behind the confused old man who shouted, This is 5 copper coins, not 2 copper coins. You plan to be the child of wealth today, right? Xiao Yuan asked when he saw that Xiao Bei liked to give more money to others. It's a virgin. Comrade Xiao Yuan, please don't blindly change my gender. I'm not giving away money but recognition. I'm receiving sweetness. Don't you think that Great Tang is very beautiful when you see them? Xiao Bei said to Xiao Yuan like a philosophical person. I think you are very beautiful. You have always been like this. Xiao Yuan was very afraid that Xiao Bei would bully him, so he quickly flattered him, just like how a brother always praised his sister. The sister clearly knew that her brother sometimes did not mean what he said, but she was very happy every time. Now I don't have to rush to give away money. There is a place in front that specializes in collecting money. Let's go and take a look and see what's inside. Xiao Bei first gave Xiao Yuan a bright smile, then pointed to a house with a sign in front. It was a gambling house. Under Xiao Bei's gaze, 2 people had already entered. Gambling is not good. Xiao Yuan advised. Wrong, it's not good to gamble privately. Buying lottery tickets is not a problem. I don't know if the gambling house collects a lot of taxes. We can't let them take advantage of us. Sai, this is human nature. We always want to reap without sowing. I'll also experience it today. Chapter 12:21. When Xiao Bei arrived at the entrance of the gambling house and was about to step in, 7 people squeezed in groups of 3 or 4. After Xiao Bei and the others entered, more than 10 people in different outfits followed them in. I thought we were going to gamble. I didn't expect there to be a place to drink tea. When Xiao Bei entered the house, he found that there was no one shouting or gambling. Instead, there were many people drinking tea in a room that looked like a hall. They seemed to be in a good mood from the way they talked and laughed. Smelling the tea in the air, Xiao Bei finally found that his nose was not always sensitive. At least he couldn't distinguish the type of tea that others were drinking. The curtain leading to the back was lifted from the inside, and a person with a red face walked out. He greeted the others with a smile, found a place to sit, and ordered someone to serve tea. Xiao Bei didn't understand and stood there thinking. Xiao Yuan saw it and whispered, "Those who win money and don't care about winning or losing come out to drink tea and eat snacks. Those who care about winning or losing and lose should leave from the back." Why should we leave from the back? It's only proper to walk in front. Xiao Bei couldn't understand. Who knows? Let's go. Don't you want to see what it looks like inside? Let's go in. Xiao Yuan found that more than 30 people had come in from outside in a short time. She guessed that the secret guards were in place. She pulled Xiao Bei and walked in with a person who was walking in the back. When they went in, they found that it was not a place to gamble, but an alley. After walking for about 30 steps, they finally heard the noise of shouting. The 9 little fellows and the 6 bodyguards followed the sound and entered. This time it was bustling with noise and excitement. There were all kinds of people dressed up, and there were even a few who shamelessly bared their arms. They began to look around. The hall was not small, and it was connected to other halls. There were many gambling devices such as mahjong, poker, pai gow, billiards, shaking balls, and so on. How shameless. The things that Big Brother made for entertainment have all been copied by them. Look, there's a chess and go game over there. Where did the dice go? Xiao Bei curled his lips. He felt that the people in the gambling house should first pay a patent fee. Let's go. I like the dice game in Big Brother's story the most. Xiao Bei got excited and walked to the right. When they entered, the smell of sweat and mud assaulted their nostrils, causing the 9 little fellows to hold their breath for a moment. After a while, they slowly breathed in and adapted to the smell. Only then did their senses feel better. This room was filled with dices. There were people from the gambling house who were the dealers, people who took turns to be the dealers, and there were also people who were 2 people, 3 people, and so on. There were no dealers, and they only competed on the size of the dice. The 9 of them were first brought to a table arranged by a dealer who was dressed in green and had both his sleeves rolled up. He looked very standard. With his sleeves rolled up, it was to let others know that he was not hiding any dice. The more you buy, the more you lose. The less you bet, the less you earn. Once you're done, leave. The dealer put the 3 dice into the colored cup and shook it for a while. Then, with a flip of his wrist, he turned the colored cup upside down on the table and shouted to the people around him. This table only had the size of the dice, and there was no specific number of points on it. Xiao Fang was very puzzled. The more you buy, the more you lose. Does that mean that if we buy, we will lose? No, it means that if we win, he will pay us more. If we bet less and win, we will earn less. In fact, what they are shouting is that they want us to lose more. It's a common saying. For example, in a pawn shop, if you bring a new piece of clothing, they will immediately shout bitten by insects and rats, broken thread, faded color, and missing edges. Although the specific purpose is different, there must be a rule. Xiao Hai explained to Xiao Fang, meaning that the gambling house wanted to be auspicious. Who wants to go first? Xiao Bei took out 5 copper coins from his bag. Each coin was 1 copper coin, so there were 5 in total. He asked the other 8 people. Seeing that the others shook their heads at almost the same time, Xiao Bei eagerly said, "If you guys don't want to go first, then I will." After the dealer shook another round, Xiao Bei immediately put 1 copper coin in the small place. The others also put in their coins. There were also people watching at the side, in case they did not put in their coins and said that they had let go. Before the gambling cup was picked up, Xiao Bei's ears were buzzing from the other people's shouts. The shouts of small and big almost passed through the tent. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, as if the louder they shouted, the more accurate they would be. When the gambling cup was picked up, the 3 dice below were revealed. For 5 big, Xiao Bei watched as her 1 copper coin was taken away. He smacked his lips twice, his face filled with heartache. "If you can't take it, let's not play, okay?" Xiao Yuan softly persuaded. Don't be unable to sleep at night because of losing a few copper coins. I didn't see you frown when you gave them more money just now. It's different. When I gave the money, I was willing to give it. Now I don't want to lose. I want to win. Outside, I was happy when I gave the money away. Here, I only feel happy when I get the money back. Now I'll give you a task. Think of a way to let me win. Xiao Bei was very stubborn about the 1 copper coin she lost. She wanted to win it back and then win more to comfort her hurt heart. Xiao Yuan shook his head vigorously. I don't have a way. Why don't we find someone to ask? Look, there's a child beside you. Why don't they go to school and help others get money and introduce them? You count the days yourself. Today is the school rest day set by my brother. Every 3 days there's a rest day. Otherwise, the child will lose interest in learning. Of course, most children are good. In order to stand out, they usually study very hard. If they haven't suffered the hardship of not being able to afford to study, they won't experience the blessing of studying. Xiao Bei spoke as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She was used to speaking like this. As for whether she really understood, it was not important. Xiao Yuan cooperated. Yes, so it's useless to regret after losing it. It's better to cherish the person in front of you. Okay, I'll cherish it. Especially the opportunity to bully others. If I don't take advantage of the opportunity to bully others, what should I do when I can't bully them in the future? Bet. What are you betting this time? Xiao Yuan was very wise and no longer sought her status in the family. Last time I lost. This time I'll bet again. I don't believe it. Xiao Bei took another copper coin and pressed it on the small button. Put your bets away. 3 for 5 big. Eat small and lose big. With a clatter, Xiao Bei's copper coin was returned to the other party. Xiao Bei lowered her head and thought for a while. When she raised her head, she muttered, "That's too much of a bully. Brother, help me. Didn't brother say that all gambling houses don't welcome mathematicians? Even if that gambling house says that it's impossible to calculate the rules of the game, it's still the same." Xiao Bei was naturally talking about Xiao Hai. When she said brother, it was Zhang Xiaobao. Xiao Hai's eyes were fixed on the dealer. He did not pay attention to the big and small numbers on the table or the dice. When he heard his sister's question, he helplessly shook his head and said, "No, in theory, the chances of big and small are the same. Normally we can win unless our luck is very bad. This is because we only need to look at the numbers of the bets on the table. The side that bets the least amount of money each time has the highest chance of winning. However, there is a problem here. The dealer's rule is that if 3 of the same number of points are the same, they will win. 1 die is divided into 3 and 4 points, 2 dice are divided into 6 and 7 points, and 3 dice are divided into 9 and 10 points. Because the smallest number of 3 dice is 3, there are 2 fewer chances. It is impossible for a 2 and 1 to appear, unless it is the special shaking method in Brother's story. Therefore, in theory, the probability of betting big is higher than betting small. But, the dealer also understands this principle. Therefore, when he is shaking the dice, if his skill is good, he will have to take into account his artificial factors. How do you want me to calculate? How would I know the dealer's psychological preference? I have been observing him all this time and found that his eyes are always so indifferent. No matter if it is a big loss or a big gain, I can't detect the slightest change in his expression. Xiao Bei blinked her eyes and said, "It is good to have a good brother. At least we know where the problem lies. So it is the dealer's problem. He is playing a psychological game with us. I guess that he is also calculating. He is calculating the thoughts of the people around the table who are participating in the gambling. He is calculating the profession and personality of each of them. According to this, I won't be able to get my 2 copper coins back today? Really, if I had known, I wouldn't have bet. AI, the landlord doesn't have any extra food." Xiao Bei continued to worry about the 2 copper coins she lost. "I'll do it." Zhang Chang's eyes narrowed. He then found a child who worked at the gambling house and bought a normal dice from him. Zhang Chang held the dice in his small hand and came to the table. He took out 4 copper coins and bet them on small. "Place your bets. For 5, 6 big. Eat small and lose big." The dealer picked up the dice cup and shouted. He did not shout "eat all," which meant that even if the table was shaken with a 1, 2, 3, they would not lose. Zhang Chang did not care. When the dealer finished shaking the dice again, he took out the dice he bought and casually threw it on the table. It was a 4, so he took out 8 copper coins and bet on big. The dealer opened the cup. 1 3 2 small. Eat big and lose small. Zhang Chang's 8 copper coins were gone. He continued to wait for the dealer to shake. When the dice cup fell, he took out 16 copper coins and continued to shake the dice in his hand. It was a 2 small. He put 16 copper coins on small. The dealer opened the cup and Zhang Chang lost again. His luck was really bad. However, Zhang Chang did not give up and continued to do so. The amount of money he bet began to change. After a few times he had bet 4,096 copper coins. There were notes and coins. This amount of money was not small. Many people's monthly wages could not reach this level. The dealer's forehead was sweating. He had already seen that the child who bet money was definitely not from an ordinary family. They did not care about money at all. Of course, his boss was not afraid of them, but he could not always shake out a leopard every time. If he really did that, once the child came home and told him, he would be dragged to a secluded place one night within 3 days. Then he would be buried in the ground or drowned in a river. If he did not shake out a leopard, he could only rely on his years of experience to guess the other party's character and choice when betting. But the problem was that the other party's choice was the size of the dice they threw. He could control the size of the dice he shook, but how could he know if the other party threw a big or small one? The dealer trembled and his eyes began to look elsewhere. He wanted to find the adult who came with the child. As long as he found the adult, it would be easy. He could continuously shake out small. Even if his luck was bad, he believed that he could still lose once. At most he would lose 4 copper coins. For example, the next round was 8,192 copper coins. After losing, the child had already lost 8,188 copper coins. Overall, he would lose 4 copper coins. He would just treat it as playing with the child. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear it. Chapter 12:22. The dealer glanced around and found that there were adults following the child. He could confirm that there were 4 of them. The 4 of them were expressionless and their gazes did not linger in one place. The 4 of them split into several directions and looked back and forth. It was obvious that the 4 of them were bodyguards and very responsible ones at that. When the child they were protecting lost 4 strings of money, they were still indifferent. This showed that they did not care about this little bit of money. The dealer felt bitter in his heart. The gambling house opened its doors like a mouth, swallowing guests from all directions. There were winding corridors inside, encircling 8 sources of income. As long as it was a gambler, the gambling house would eat it according to the rules. But no matter what, there was always an exception. Some people's money could be earned, but some people's money could not be earned. Why did the gambling house leave a back door? According to feng shui, one only ate and did not vomit. If one lost and wanted to leave, they had to leave through the back door and not the front door. At the same time, it was said that there was entry and exit, and the entry and exit was for survival. As a dealer, he had to know how to live and know how to judge people. He needed to compromise now, otherwise, no matter how many doors were left open, he would not be able to survive. The dealer secretly calculated. He had already picked up the dice and slowly put them into the dice cup one by one. This was different from before. Previously, he had just lightly tossed the dice cup and the 3 dice went in. Xiao Bei had been observing the dealer and found that something was wrong. He whispered to Xiao Hai, "Brother, the dealer seems to be panicking. Look at the corners of his mouth and eyes. The corners of his mouth are moving unnaturally and his eyes are looking up and down." Xiao Hai nodded. This is a case of the shop bullying the customer and the customer bullying the shop. Xiao Chong scared him. Xiao Chong did the right thing. He fully used his advantage. What advantage? Xiao Bei asked. The advantage of having money. Xiao Chong actually wants to help you win back the money you lost, and win 2 more strings of money to make everyone happy, Xiao Hai explained. Xiao Bei was confused. How? How do you calculate it? Win back my money and then get 2 more strings of money. Now it's more than 4,000 strings of money. Xiao Chong first bet 4 strings of money, then he doubled it every time. If he won in the end, he would get 4 strings of money. If he won in the end, he would win in the end. In fact, a string of money is not that much. After 10 times, it would be 1,024 strings of money. After 10 times, it would only be 1,000,000 strings of money. When Little Hai started talking about simple mathematics, he didn't need to stop and slowly calculate it. He just opened his mouth and said it out loud. This was a talent that made people admire him. Xiaobei blinked her eyes in confusion. In any case, she couldn't calculate without a pen. Listening to Brother Xiaohai wasn't wrong. Thinking of the money at home, Xiaobei said, "Brother, you don't have time to think about making more money. You send people to bring back things from faraway places and send them to the Sanongxi temple for them to cultivate. Our family's money adds up to more than 300 million strings of coins, right? And this was the amount that was sent to the various disaster areas every year. Actually, I also felt that it was meaningless. 300 million strings of cash was equivalent to 300 billion copper coins. How was I supposed to spend it? There are only two places to spend money. One is the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works, and the other is the disaster area. But we can't expect the Great Tang to suffer a disaster, right? I still haven't figured out how to spend the money we earn every year. My plan is to discuss with Big Brother and Big Sister and come up with an idea. We'll get the Ministry of Works to develop targeted technologies that we can use in all the schools in Great Tang. Big Brother, do you think everyone will support this?" Xiaobei was very worried that her proposal wouldn't be passed when the final vote was held. Xiaohai nodded. "Shouldn't be a problem. We don't need a lot of money either. A good restaurant does have a meal that costs more than 100 strings of coins. But if we want to eat good food, why should we go to other people's restaurants? That's not being rich, that's being sick." "Huh, what's the banker doing?" The two of them chatted for a while before realizing that the banker's actions were very slow. First, he slowly loaded the dice, then shook it. After waiting for a long time, he finally put the dice cup on the table. Now, he covered his stomach and ran away. He didn't eat well for breakfast. Did he have a stomachache? Xiaobei helped the banker think of an excuse. When she looked at the money on the table again, she understood and said with a sneaky smile, "I guess the money in the dice cup is big. Xiao Chong is betting big now, but there's another person who actually bet 60 strings of cash. He doesn't want to open it." "No, look at what's on the 60 strings of cash." Xiaobei's eyes were sharp and saw what was on the bill. "It's copper coins. There's no hole in the middle. Is it a copper pad? There's also a picture on it. It's a person's side profile. It looks very familiar." Xiaobei stretched her neck and looked twice. "Of course it's familiar. When we play poker, we usually use the same thing. It's just a little thinner than the ones on the table," Xiaobei said. "Oh, I know. Gold. Our gold chips were specially made by Big Brother. One is comfortable to look at and feel. The other is that Chinese medicine doctors say that gold is medicine, and that it calms the heart and mind when placed next to it. But Big Sister doesn't admit it. She says that it's better to put a bunch of magnets instead. It has a magnetic field effect." Xiaobei finally found a chance to speak. Xiaobei found that things had become complicated. When she came in, she only wanted to win a few copper coins to satisfy herself. Now even gold appeared in front of her. Gold can't be circulated. Thinking about this, Xiaobei waved at a person who was squatting next to a gambling game of throwing dice into a bowl with his chin in his hand. That person, Weiwei, was stunned. Then she stood up and came to Xiaobei. "Brother Susi, you know a lot. Look at that gold. What's going on?" Xiaobei asked the person. Susi was really stunned this time. He was stunned for a while and even secretly took out a small mirror to look at himself. He looked at Xiaobei in shock. How could Xiaobei still see through his disguise when he had already disguised himself like this? "You're always holding your chin with one hand and touching your ears with the other. No matter if you're standing, sitting, or squatting, other people find it awkward, but you use it so smoothly. I've never seen a second person do this." Xiaobei explained to Susi with understanding. Susi regretted that he didn't have a good memory. Someone had mentioned before that his habitual movements were too obvious. He didn't expect Xiaobei to notice it. Seeing that Xiaobei was waiting for him to answer, Susi carefully looked at the gold on the table. He rolled his eyes and softly said to Xiaobei, "It should be money. It's like the copper coins and silver pieces we used before. But now it's made of gold." "Oh, gold used to be used before. The circulation circle was fixed. Ordinary people couldn't spend it. They could only sell it based on its weight or make jewelry. Brother Susi, how much do you think that piece of gold is worth? I feel that it's bigger than the gold we played with. How heavy is our gold? In truth, what Xiaobei was most curious about was where the money came from. The great Tang couldn't possibly have gold circulating in the marketplace. Besides being used as decorative goods, the majority of the great Tang's gold and silver had been stored in the vaults to ensure the value of the great Tang's currency, which was the gold standard. 5 grams. Susi was very familiar with this. He looked at the gold on the note and said, looking at the size and thickness of his gold, it should be less than 10 grams. At this time, not only were Xiaobei and the rest paying attention to the gold on the note, the other gamblers were also very curious. In the past, there were people who took out silver pieces to gamble. But today it was strange. There was actually someone who put out gold. They couldn't blame the banker for leaving. They must have gone to report and see how the gambling house would deal with it. The gambler Weiwei, who took out 60 strings of coins and a piece of gold, raised his head and revealed a faint smile. With his hands behind his back, it made people feel that he was showing off. Obviously, Xiaobei didn't allow others to show off in front of him. He looked at the gold and turned his head to Susi and said, even if it's 10 grams, one tael can be exchanged for 2 to 5 taels of silver. It depends on the purity. Let's say that it's 5 taels. 1/4 multiplied by 5 is 25 taels of silver. Every tael can be exchanged for 800 to 1,000 copper coins. I'll give him 1,000, but that's only 1,250 copper coins. It's not even as much as his 60 strings of coins. What a fool. The main thing is that such a large piece of gold is not common. I wonder what his family does for a living. 60 strings of coins? If it were an ordinary family, would they be willing to take out 2 to 3 years of their income to gamble? Susi began to size up the person who took out the money in gold. He wanted to judge the other party's occupation and family conditions through his clothes and expression. After looking at him for a while, Susi became more and more confused. This person was in his 20s, and his clothes added up to less than 30 copper coins. His hair was black and not shiny, and his exposed hands were slightly rough. His fingernails were not trimmed, and there was black mud in the middle. His shoulders were slightly protruding, and his neck was tilted forward. When he raised his head, it was very awkward. Such a person shouldn't have 60 strings of coins. It was impossible to say that he stole. Whether it was playing with knives or fishing, his hands were not suitable. They were too hard and were not well maintained. And from the color of his hair, he ate a lot of vegetables on a daily basis. Occasionally he ate meat, but he didn't eat snacks, especially nuts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his hair to not shine. Looking at Xiaobei, it was clear. His hair was bundled up and tied together to form a buckle. As long as he let go of his hand, the buckle would unbuckle. It was very elastic. While Susi was trying his best to guess, the banker, who had just left holding his stomach, rushed back. He gave an apologetic smile to the people waiting for him and explained, I have a bad stomach. Maybe it's because I drank too much herbal tea in the morning. My stomach is not good. Please forgive me. Open it, open it. The people waiting for him shouted. They didn't care if his stomach was uncomfortable or not. The most important thing was to open the cup and see if it was big or small. Open it, open it. Place your bets. 5, 5, 6 big. Eat small and lose big. The banker happily picked up the cup. Sure enough, it was big. Xiao Chong won. He won 4 strings of coins. To be precise, it was 2 strings of coins. There was also the 2 strings of coins that Xiaobei lost. What should be lost had been lost. Only the person who took out the 60 strings of coins and the piece of gold was left. The banker quickly took out the 60 strings of coins and pulled out a rod like a magic trick. To be precise, it should be called a mace. It was not clear whether it was used to measure money or which pharmacy he got it from. Perhaps it would be known if he got close to it and smelled it. Normally, using a mace to measure money was a few strings of coins, a few fon, and a few centimeters. But now, the weights and measures were relatively chaotic. When it was used among the people, it was still according to money. Once it was involved, it was mainly based on grams. The banker measured the piece of gold and smiled at the person. he said. It weighs 7.5 grams. According to the rules, you can't lose everything. There is a discount. How about I give you 600 copper coins? According to Xiao Bei's calculation, 600 copper coins was indeed too little. However, if the gold was processed into beautiful jewelry, it might be a bit more expensive. There was no fixed price for it if it was directly sold. When the person heard that he was going to give him 600 copper coins, he revealed a very complicated and reserved smile. He then took out an item from his bosom and said, 600 copper coins is fine. I also have a bead. How much can it be worth? Chapter 12:23. The thing that this person took out was a pearl. It was white in color and was held in the palm of his hand. As the surrounding people swayed, the light on the pearl changed in intensity. The gamblers who had surrounded him subconsciously stepped back, afraid that they would not be able to afford to pay for it if they damaged it. Even the knowledgeable banker could not help but show a surprised expression. He narrowed his eyes and estimated that the pearl was about 2 centimeters in diameter. It was uncertain whether it was a 6-part pearl or a 7-part pearl. However, no matter which one it was, the value of this pearl would not be low. Ordinary people could not have it, otherwise it would be a crime. All kinds of eyes flashed in the eyes of the surrounding people, and all kinds of expressions changed on the faces of the people. In a trance, the light of the pearl seemed to illuminate the entire hall. With their silence, more and more people around them were affected, so they followed the gaze and were shocked together. The entire hall was quiet in a very short time. Isn't it just a 7-part pearl? Look at you fiddling with it. Don't you know that the sweat on your hands is harmful to the pearl? At least wash your hands first. Look at the pearl. It's yellow because of you. Is that mud or oxidation? It means that it's been there for a long time. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded. She could not bear to see someone rubbing a pearl with a dirty hand and putting it on a piece of silk. It looked good, didn't it? It was a pity that the pearl could be ground into powder and drunk with water to calm the nerves. How could it be eaten with so much sweat? When the person who took out the pearls heard Xiao Bei's words, she hurriedly rubbed her other hand against her body. When the pearls were turned upside down, her other hand rubbed against her body again. Then she looked at her dirty fingernails and awkwardly bent them, trying not to attract too much attention. Here, put it on. Xiao Bei kindly took out a piece of silver white satin folded 4 times from her bag, and raised her arm to hand it over. Thank you, thank you. The person who brought the pearl put his hands under the satin and held the pearl up. This way it could cover his dirty hands. As soon as the pearl was placed on the silver white satin, it immediately showed a different luxurious appearance from before. It made people who saw it feel a trace of purity in their hearts. The banker narrowed his eyes. He was a person who knew what was what. The silvery white satin looked white, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was embroidery on it. The unique style of Hangzhou embroidery was unforgettable after seeing it once. Using silver thread to embroider on silver satin was something that ordinary people would not be able to do. This was an extremely low-key luxury. When the person holding the pearls moved slightly, the matching light on the satin rippled like the surface of a lake, causing the banker's eyes to widen. He took a deep breath, but it was stuck in his throat. He wanted to exhale, but he couldn't. The patterns on the satin were actually auspicious clouds and phoenixes. It was a legendary masterpiece used in the inner palace. A few hoarse sounds came from his throat as the banker trembled. This piece of satin was much more valuable than the pearls on it. In a state of near exhaustion, the Zhuang family's patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't offend anyone for a few thousand copper coins. Where did these children come from? They 1 2 3 8 9 9? Why 9? Why were there 4 boys and 5 girls? Why was that? Do you have nothing better to do? Why didn't you play in the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant after breakfast? Why did you have to come to the gambling house? The banker complained in his heart. He didn't say anything, but his hands were moving. He opened his palms and slowly placed them on his thighs. He didn't move at all. He was really afraid that his actions would cause a misunderstanding at some point in time. He was afraid that he would have to bid farewell to this world of mortals without an explanation. The banker guessed and confirmed the identity of the children who had lost so many rounds, but he wouldn't tell anyone. He was nervous and happy at the same time. The others didn't know the identity of the children who liked to gamble, so they were all focused on the pearls. Xiaobei was also looking. She was wondering if eating the sweaty pearls would cause her to be poisoned. They're bigger than our pearls, Xiaoyuan whispered to Xiaobei. Are you saying that the pearls in front of us are bigger than the ones in our house? Xiaobei measured with her hands. The pearls in her house were the size of a goose egg. She had once thrown them on the marble floor. They were quite elastic and sturdy. She heard from her brother that there was another one that was the size of a chicken egg at that time. They were afraid that the news would spread to the palace and cause Uncle Emperor to suddenly fall ill with a disease that could only be treated with big pearls, so they sent it to Uncle Emperor before he got the news and fell ill. Sure enough, Uncle Emperor recovered before he fell ill. Xiaoyuan obviously didn't mean that. She continued to whisper, I'm talking about the pearls that we raised. They're not as big as this one, not even the biggest one. You don't need to say that. They've only been raised for a few years. We still have to wait. Why do you think he brought the pearls here? It can't be for everyone to admire, right? Isn't he afraid that it will be snatched away? I don't even dare to take out the pearls in my bag to play with. Xiaobei suddenly remembered what the other party wanted. They could take out pearls in the gambling house, but that was when they had no money. This person clearly won 60 strings of cash just now, but he actually took out the pearls. What did he want to do? The dealer also wanted to know clearly. He subconsciously glanced at Xiaobei and the other 9 people. He coughed twice to draw everyone's gaze back. He smiled implicitly and said to the person who brought the pearls, I don't know if this little brother is planning to sell the pearls, or just let us see what they look like when they're 70% big. When the dealer asked, the others finally reacted. Since you just won 60 strings of cash, why did you take out the pearls? Did you want to tell others that you have pearls? Seeing that the other party didn't answer, the dealer still smiled and said, If you want to sell them, I'll make the decision today. None of the jewelry stores in Ijo City will pay more than the gambling house. If it's the latter, then we have to thank this little brother. It's rare to see pearls today. Today I'm so lucky to be so close to see them. I really don't want to waste my life. However, this little brother should quickly put away the pearls. There are too many eyes. You have to be careful. Am I right? Come on, don't be idle. Let's continue playing. After the dealer finished speaking, he really stood straight again. He picked up the dice and the color cup and was about to start. The person who brought the pearls looked around. Seeing that the others were no longer paying attention to him, he felt very bored. He smiled embarrassedly, shook his head, and began to put the pearls in his arms. This big brother, wait a minute. Can you return my handkerchief to me? Xiaobei was anxious. After looking at the pearls, why did he have to give a piece of Hangzhou embroidery that was more valuable than the pearls in front of him? Do you know how much this silvery white silk is? It's mutated, not the ordinary kind. I'll buy it. The person who brought the pearls casually threw the 10 strings of cash to Xiaobei. He didn't need Xiaobei to give him change. He was in a good mood today, so he was generous for once. Damn. There's actually someone who dares to throw money at us? Xiaobei, get out of the way. Today I'll show him. Come, take out your pearls. I'll buy them. Xiaoyuan stepped forward and said to him. Anyway, he wasn't worried that the other party would run away with the handkerchief. Buy? Can you afford it? Pearls are priceless, do you know that? The person holding the pearls shook his head. I found out. You're just here to show off. You can continue to show off. Return the handkerchief to us. We're used to using that handkerchief, so we're not selling it. Xiaoyuan couldn't be bothered with the other party. It was fine as long as he got the handkerchief back. If he encountered such a situation in the future, he shouldn't interfere. It was annoying. The person with the pearls chuckled and said, Why don't I let you see it again and let you enjoy it? I'll return the 10 strings of cash to you. It won't change. He really couldn't bear to return the handkerchief. When he touched the handkerchief, he felt a cool and comfortable feeling. He felt that the handkerchief was not bad, so he planned to keep it. You're not buying, you're robbing. We know that it wasn't easy for you to get the pearls. We got a handkerchief. Let me ask, where did you get the pearls? As Xiaoyuan spoke, he suddenly thought of a very important question. Looking at the other party's appearance, he didn't look like someone who could have pearls. Otherwise, how could he not recognize the silver silk embroidery? Compared to normal silver silk, it had a thicker feeling. Because the color didn't differ much at first glance, it was very difficult to choose, and the quantity was small. The other party couldn't recognize it, and couldn't even recognize the simplest embroidery. This meant that the other party lacked a foundation. Then where did the pearls come from? The pearls in my hand are. Why should I tell you? In the past, people looked down on me and said that I was poor and had no ambition. Look, am I still poor now? Ambition? Poor people have short ambition. I, Lu Feng, want to let those who look down on me know that I, Lu Feng, am not poor. They are blind. Humph. I can marry a daughter from a better family. I have money. The self-proclaimed Lu Feng's mental state was not very good at this time in Xiao Yuan's opinion. It was probably because he had such a bad memory. When he wanted to form a family, he was restrained by financial matters, so he didn't form one. But who did you come to the gambling house to show off to? Could it be someone who opened a gambling house? That 7-centimeter pearl was still far from enough. If people look down on you because of money, now that you have a pearl, as long as you don't cause trouble, they still won't take a second look at you. Xiao Bei always felt that the money and pearls in Lu Feng's hands came from an improper source. He rolled his eyes and smiled, saying, "Big brother Lu Feng, I also have a pearl. Take a look and see if it's from the same place as yours." As she spoke, Xiao Bei rummaged through her bag. She didn't know where she had stuffed the pearl. After rummaging for a while, she pinched a pearl and took it out of her bag. "Look, it's a little bigger than your pearl." Xiao Bei shook the hand that pinched the pearl and said to Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes widened. He picked up his pearl and put it next to Xiao Bei's hand. Comparing the two, he found that his pearl was smaller than Xiao Bei's. The surrounding people very cooperatively exclaimed in surprise. Today was an eye-opener. "Impossible, how do you also have a pearl?" "It's absolutely impossible. They said that other than me, there's no one else." Lu Feng's confidence that had just risen was destroyed by Xiao Bei's big pearl. Who are they? If you tell me, maybe I can give you the pearl directly." Xiao Bei shook the hand that pinched the pearl and asked expectantly. Lu Feng was silent. He gritted his teeth and suggested, "They are immortals. They won't meet a mortal like you. Do you dare to bet with me? Whoever wins will get the other party's pearl." "Bet, I agree. I'll bet with you. Not only the pearl but also all the money I have." Before Xiao Bei could answer, there was a voice of agreement behind her. Xiao Bei turned around in surprise. She giggled and said, "Brother, you must win and bankrupt him." Chapter 12:24. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were also in disguise, appeared together. Originally, the two of them had wanted to carefully study the specific tactical arrangements and then send them to various parts of the battlefield. Later, they felt that there was no need. The leading generals of various places had already learned very well. In addition, their weapons were advanced. Even if they hesitated at the moment of attack, they could still send back information in time through telegrams. At that time, they would analyze the specific problems. Even if they came up with a good idea now and sent it over, what if the actual situation they encountered was different? What should they do? This was what it meant when the general said that some orders from the emperor were not obeyed. If the general at the front needed to consult with the Ministry of War behind to use any formation, then what was the point of fighting? In Wang Wan's opinion, not to mention the tactical arrangements of various places, even strategic adjustments had to be consulted with the commanding general at the front. You wanted him to complete the strategic objective and pass through in a short time, but in front of him was a snowy mountain. How could he pass through? There was no time at all. This was because the enemy did not have telegrams at the moment. Otherwise, they would need to use electronic silence. The commanding general was very important. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan considered this situation and decided to temporarily let the commanders of various divisions act freely. They just needed to set the strategic objective into a large framework. The two of them had nothing to do, so they came over to see what their younger brother and sister were doing. Before they entered, they already knew what their younger brother Xiaochang was doing. It was not a calculation of a gambling game at all. Instead, it was a big gamble. They used their imposing manner to make the banker not dare to cheat, and they used enough money to balance out the small difference in probability. In the end, they would win 4 copper coins. Unless they bet a lot at the beginning, they would only win more. Xiao Chong's method unconsciously displayed the basic rules of capital operation. The more money there was, the easier it was to make money. The bad thing was that although this way of development was stable, the speed of making money was slow. The fastest and best method was to have the sum of expenses and income be zero in a cycle. In other words, there was no profit or loss. The money was always invested as quickly as possible after the profit. Wang Wan felt that this method was the best theory of capital operation, in a situation where the risk was relatively high. But Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was best to always put the company in a negative capital operation situation. After overdrawing all the resources the company had, part of the risks or benefits would be transferred to credit institutions. In Wang Wan's eyes, doing so was the behavior of a lunatic. As long as there was the slightest mistake, the capital chain would immediately be cut off. Not only would all the previous income not be returned, but the operator would also owe a large amount of debt. However, Zhang Xiaobao believed that this was the most stable way of development. This was because when operating at a deficit, many credit institutions were tied together, and they could even rope in the political system to participate. Even if there was a little risk, there would be people who would be anxious and help to find a way to solve it. As a result, they had unknowingly overestimated the assets of their own companies. In other words, the local political and credit institutions clearly knew that their own companies were not worth so much money, but in order to recover their investment, they had to continue to increase the amount of loans and preferential policies for their own companies. Otherwise, everyone would be doomed. Therefore, according to Zhang Xiaobao's actual standard, he shouldn't have only earned this little bit of money after so many years. He should have more because Wang Wan didn't allow him to do so. Wang Wan absolutely believed that if she let go of the restrictions, Zhang Xiaobao would play even crazier, and no one would be able to stop him. Since he could not gamble with the economic system of the whole society, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to participate in the small gambling game when he saw it. He had not played for a long time and his hands were itching. As the main participant of the game, Lu Feng did not know how terrible his opponent was, mainly because he did not know who his opponent was. After seeing a bigger pearl and knowing that his opponent was noble and had a lot of money, he thought that his opportunity to make a fortune had come. He had a unique skill of playing dice, at least that was what he thought. He was not a native of Izhou City, but a person from a nearby village very far away. When he was at home, he won some money because no one had money. Even if he wanted to win tens of thousands of strings of coins, the total bet of others could not reach that amount. Later, when he was about to make a fortune, he was exposed. He actually used mercury dice. After paying the money, he was even poorer. Therefore, people were not willing to marry their daughters to him, because they thought that one was poor, and the other was not good quality. His bad quality showed that he was active and opportunistic. Later, he found a way to make a fortune. Now, he planned to make more money and make a name for himself. He wanted to go back and show off to those who had looked down on him before. Many people knew that mercury dice could be used to cheat, but not everyone could do it. It required skills and a long time of practice. Mercury was flowing. When it was put in the dice, its weight would be different. Almost no one could tell that it was the effect of the Earth's gravity. The trick to playing mercury dice was to control the strength and get used to it. It was like chopsticks. When you threw chopsticks with uniform weight, it was different to make them spin once or twice. It was easy to make them spin once. After using chopsticks for a long time, they had developed a habit of strength. It was not difficult to make them spin once, but it was very difficult to make them spin 3 times. However, it was relatively easy to change to chopsticks with a heavy end and a light end. Could be done with practice. The mercury dice followed the same principle. The moment the dice was thrown, due to the fluidity of mercury, it would cause the dice to receive an uneven force. If one grasped this degree well, the dice would be able to produce the desired number under certain circumstances. Lu Feng had 3 sets of dice in his hand, each with 3 pieces. The inside of each set was mercury. The color of the outside was different from the material, so it was easy to confuse. If he played with the dealers in the gambling house, he would not dare to change the dice. If he was caught, his hands would be chopped off. Right now, he was bullying outsiders. Outsiders were not people who came from the outside, but people who were amateurs. Lu Feng thought that since the children were from rich families, it was impossible for them to be good at gambling, unless they started their business by gambling. However, from what he saw, it was obviously not the case. He decided to cheat them. He would win the big pearl and more money. After that, he would return to his village and teach all the people who had looked down on him a lesson. Xiao Bei and the other 9 children did not consider what dice Lu Feng would use or how to play. In their opinion, as long as their brother made a move, there was no possibility of losing. Their brother was a godlike existence. As long as they were by their brother's side, even if the sky collapsed, there would be a piece of sky that would continue to float above, because their brother was standing below. Many children were like them, worshipping their parents. Boys generally thought that they should be like their father, and then find a woman who was similar to their mother to marry. Girls were the opposite. It wasn't incest. People who thought like that were too filthy. It was a very normal family habit. Sadly, many boys and girls grew up and received a better education with the help of their parents. Then they turned around and looked down on their parents. Under natural development, this was not wrong. Old wolves would eventually be replaced by strong wolves. Human development could not be like this. This was the reason why wolves could only be kept in zoos. Human parents always hoped that their children would be better than them. However, many people who did not have children always felt that their parents were holding them back, causing their development to be slower than others. Then they felt that their parents were very stupid. They did not know how to do this, they did not know that. They taught them many times, but they could not remember. Of course, if such people met Xiao Bei would scold them to death. How many times do you need to teach them? Do you know how hard it is to teach children? I tell stories to Pan Air and the others over and over again, but in the blink of an eye, they forget. What did I say? It was also because they had taught younger children that Xiao Bei and the others were more sensible than many older people. Even now, they still worshiped their brother and sister and swore to learn well. In the future, they would not need their brother and sister to worry about them. They would be able to support the entire family. Xiao Bei and the others worshipped Zhang Xiaobao. In the entire hall, other than the Zhang family and the Wang family, only the Zhuang family knew about it. No one else thought about it. The Zhuang family was very excited. When he saw the legendary figure, he was even more excited that he was able to guess who the 9 little guys were. He really wanted to leave, find the boss, and tell him to increase the security of the gambling house. It would be best if he could persuade everyone else to leave. He could not let them make any mistakes, even if they were disturbed. However, he did not dare. He understood human nature very well. If the other party did not have fun in the gambling house today, the gambling house's consequences would be very tragic. Let's play dice. Big brother wants to gamble with him. Xiao Bei turned his head and said to the Zhuang family in front of him, I'll try first. I've never seen Big Brother play dice before. Let Big Brother see how to play. Xiao Chong took out a few copper coins and signaled for the Zhuang family to roll the dice. At the same time, he also prepared his own dice. The Zhuang family was about to cry. He secretly cursed, Little guy, you're too much of a bully. My dice is not the same as yours. Can't your big brother deal with me? Although he thought this in his heart, he had no choice but to roll the dice. The crashing sound stopped when the dice cup fell. The Zhuang family raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao expectantly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said to their younger brother, Xiao Chong, just play 3 rounds, okay? People with pearls don't need other people's help. Okay. Xiao Chong happily agreed. He was about to throw out the dice in his hand. He wanted to bet 3 copper coins. It was not that he couldn't take out more money, he just wanted to play. However, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the dice in Xiao Chong's hand and casually threw it. It was a too small. The Zhuang family was stunned. Then he let out a sigh of relief and said, Place your bets. He opened the dice cup. The 3 dice inside were 1, 3, 4 and 4. 1, 3, 4. Eat big and pay small. He gave the 3 copper coins to Xiao Chong. Then the dice cup fell steadily. Zhang Xiaobao threw the dice. It was a 5. The Zhuang family opened the dice cup. 4, 4, 6. Eat small and pay big. For the 3rd time, Zhang Xiaobao waited for the Zhuang family to finish rolling the dice. He threw a 1. The Zhuang family opened the dice cup. 3, 3, 2. Eat big and pay small. After shouting and giving the money to Xiao Chong, his eyes were full of shock. He already knew that Xiao Bao could hear the sound of the dice in his dice cup. This was definitely not a fluke. After 3 rounds he did not believe that Xiao Bao was lucky. Then, he looked at Lu Feng with a pitiful expression. He said in his heart, "You are dead meat. You could have chosen anyone but you chose Xiao Bao." Wang Wan's beautiful eyes were also shining. She had never seen Zhang Xiaobao play dice. The information she collected before also did not mention it. But after thinking about it, she felt that it was normal. Zhang Xiaobao first learned his skills in prison. There were many gambling gods who broke their arms, legs, or eyes. Plus Zhang Xiaobao was smart and hardworking. She believed that it would not be difficult for him to learn a few skills. "How come I have never heard that you are good at gambling before?" Wang Wan touched Zhang Xiaobao. She moved her lips. Zhang Xiaobao also moved his lips. "Because you did not send the meteor squad to deal with me. I have always been gambling in private. If I had known, I would have sent the meteor squad to deal with you," Wang Wan said. Zhang Xiaobao chose to be silent. The meteor squad he had at that time was many times stronger than the meteor squad that had just been formed not long ago. If they were to fight, it would be the worst-case scenario. Although the meteor squad was strong in the world, the meteor squad was not the only strong organization. There were other ruthless people and mercenaries. What's the point of watching a little kid play? Little brother, let's compete. Lu Feng felt the pressure. He had won 3 times in a row. Was it true ability or good luck? Zhang Xiaobao was indeed not 20 years old. Moreover, he was different from other people who looked mature at a young age. He had always looked very youthful, even his eyes. If there was no special description, he would be a gigolo who lived off women. However, in reality, this gigolo only freeloaded on a certain country. When he was full, that country would collapse. He was very handsome, especially his hands. They were slender and fairer than a woman's hands. In Wang Wan's eyes, his hands were red and stained with blood. If she had to find a dignified saying according to Zhang Xiaobao's words, "Buddha is merciful, but there are still 18 arhats. After killing people they would turn back and be saved. After killing people, they would put down the butcher's knife and become Buddha immediately." Even if he was kicked to hell by thousands of creatures, he still dared to make friends with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. "I'm doing this for you. I'm afraid you'll be lonely." Zhang Xiaobao showed his hands and said to Lu Feng, "How do you want to bet? You and I will throw dice in a bowl. Whoever gets the most points wins. It's a best of 3. Lu Feng suggested. "Okay. Someone bring the bowl and dice." Zhang Xiaobao followed the suggestion. The dice and bowl were brought over. The people around consciously took 2 steps back, looking forward to today's game. Zhang Xiaobao slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his forearms. He asked Lu Feng, "Who's going first?" Lu Feng grabbed 3 dice and was about to throw when Zhang Xiaobao stopped him. "Roll up your sleeves. To be honest, you need to be topless to play dice. It's not elegant. You should at least roll up your sleeves, right?" Wang Wan smiled at the side. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to win with skills and not tricks. It was impossible for him to not show his arms. His wide sleeves were enough to hide a set of mahjong tiles, let alone dice. Many people who practice close-range magic usually rolled up their sleeves to give others the impression that they were not cheating. However, they would always roll up their sleeves. Hence, the rolled-up sleeves would become something to store props, and they could store a lot of things inside. Therefore, when she saw the magician touching the sleeves, she was not interested in watching. What she admired was the kind of magic that was purely technical. The magician knew that the magician's magic was fake, but because the magician's hand movements were too fast, it was faster than the human eye could react, thus achieving the goal of deception. This was real skill. As for the magician who specialized in playing with props, it was better to look at the people in the National Spy Organization who were involved in the production of spy materials. Seeing their ideas and the process of production was truly amazing. However, they could not show their talents on the screen. My arms are afraid of the wind. I'm afraid that the wind will blow my arms." Lu Feng obviously did not want to cancel out the function of the dice. "I'll ask someone to close the door," Zhang Xiaobao said. "I mean, it's not okay to show your arms." Lu Feng continued to find excuses. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with understanding. "Oh, I see. Then let's use a dice cup and bet on the size of the dice roll. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion was very fair. One was to see the skill of the dice roll, and the other was to see the skill of the listening. Could also be said that it was a game of luck. Lu Feng didn't want to believe that the person who gambled with him had such good skills. Although he had won 3 rounds in a row with the dice, it could be attributed to good luck. After belittling his opponent infinitely in his heart, Lu Feng still shook his head. It's better to do it in the bowl. Others can see it clearly. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and did not correct him. What did he say? Could it be that others could not see the dice roll? Instead he said okay and reached out to pick up 3 dice. Without any movement, a small knife appeared in his hand. The knife was thin and narrow, and the handle was very short. It did not have a sheath. The knife was 2 inches long, and the handle was more than half an inch. It was very strange. What knife? The people around saw Zhang Xiaobao's knife and were puzzled. Wang Wan narrowed her eyes. This kind of knife did not follow the principle of weight distribution of objects flying in the air, but Zhang Xiaobao had a special skill. When the knife flew up, it was 100% accurate within 20 meters. Even if the opponent had a gun, he was not afraid of within 20 meters. Of course, he would not be crazy enough to use a knife to hit the opponent's bullet. That would be a story or it would be an accident. He would make a dodging action that the opponent could not aim at and shoot the knife to achieve his goal. No matter how unusual it was, Zhang Xiaobao was now doing something normal with the knife. He was drawing lines on the 3 dice in front of him. The dice were provided by the casino, and it was free, unlike the cockroaches that had to be bought. After drawing a cross next to each of the dice, Zhang Xiaobao threw the dice into the bowl with satisfaction. He smiled at Lu Feng and said, "You can use the dice to throw into the bowl. I've made a mark in case you think I'm cheating." Lu Feng's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched into fists. He did not expect the opponent to be so experienced. He hesitated and said without any embarrassment, "It's better to use the color cup. When I see the lines on the dice, I always feel uncomfortable. There are flaws." "Oh, okay, I'll listen to you. Who's going first?" Zhang Xiaobao was still very easygoing. Xiaobei's eyes were smiling like peaches. She admired her brother's confidence. If it was not for Xiao Yuan's photographic memory, she probably would not be able to find a husband in the future. She would always unconsciously compare others with her brother. Whether it was her big brother's ability or Xiao Hai's arithmetic skills, they were deeply imprinted in her heart. In fact, Xiao Yuan was the most powerful among them. In another 10 years, he could transform into an encyclopedia at any time. He was even better than Zhang Song in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. "I'll go first." Lu Feng did not have time to pay attention to the confidence in the eyes of Xiaobei and the other children. He reached out and picked up the color cup, swinging it left and right in front of him. He put the dice into the cup and shook it. After a few breaths, he threw it on the short table in front of him and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He took a deep breath and said slowly, You just dropped a dice. How do we calculate this?" Chapter 12:25. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned, and then burst into laughter. To be able to shake the dice out of the dice cup was not something an ordinary person could do. Lu Feng was very embarrassed, and it was not clear whether he was too nervous or too excited. He lowered his head to look for the dice, and sure enough, there was a dice lying there quietly by his feet. He did not want to cheat by changing the dice with mercury, because his skills were not good enough to control the dice while shaking the dice cup. Putting the dice back into the dice cup, Lu Feng shook it again, but this time his movements were much smoother. Accompanied by the sound of the dice rolling in the dice cup, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, as if he wanted to exert mental pressure on Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, squinted his eyes, and did not move at all. Lu Feng shook the dice for a while, and then slammed the dice cup on the table. With a bang, and the sound of a few dice rolling, it returned to silence. "Is it big? Or is it small?" Lu Feng still stared at Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words from his lips. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Lu Feng's hand that was still on the dice cup, indicating that he should move his hand away. Someone else had to open the dice cup, otherwise it was easy for the person who shook the dice to touch the dice when opening the cup. When Lu Feng moved his hand away, the aura that he had just gathered suddenly dissipated. The people around them all looked at Zhang Xiaobao. The bet involved a lot of money, and there were also 2 precious pearls. One wrong word and they would lose half of the chance to win. Wang Wan was also very curious about Zhang Xiaobao's knowledge of the dice. She wanted to know how much ability Zhang Xiaobao, who had lived with her for more than 10 years, had not shown her. Sometimes deciphering one's own man's secrets was also a kind of pleasure. Especially when one's own man knew more, the more interesting it would be to decipher his secrets. Occasionally, the little secrets and mysteries of both parties could add a lot of stability to their family life if dealt with properly. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and said to Lu Feng, "If it were a normal rule, you would be able to take it all. It's actually 4, 5, and 6. Do you think it should be big or small?" "Wow, for real." Xiao Bei rested his head on his brother's shoulder and asked excitedly when he heard his brother say the number. The other people around him were also shocked. In the gambling house for gamblers, rolling out the dice points they wanted was a skill. This skill was very useful in gambling. However, the most useful thing was the ability to hear the number of dice that others rolled. With this ability, one could almost become the god of gamblers. As long as one was careful and did not reveal it easily, one could win a certain amount of money in the gambling house every day, and the gambling house would not care about one's actions. Unless one won too much and was too conspicuous, the gambling house would discuss with one and ask one not to come to the gambling house in the future. There were different opinions about the bottom line of this amount. Some said it was 10 strings of coins, some said it was 1 string of coins, but even the lowest one said it was 1 string of coins. One could earn 29 strings of coins or 30 strings of coins a month. They did not have to do anything else. Every day, they would come to the gambling house, take the money, and go home to give it to their wife and children. It was enough for their family to live well. Of course, those who thought so were all gamblers. They thought very well, but if they could really hear the number of dice one day, the result would not be what they imagined. Otherwise, if they really had a sense of responsibility for their family, they would not continue to stay in the gambling house. Instead, they would look for work outside. Even if they had to work hard to earn the hard-earned money, their family could live a good life. The gamblers were amazed for a while. One of them asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Little brother, can I open the dice cup?" He said what others wanted to say. Whether he had the ability to hear the dice still needed to be verified. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and nodded, indicating that the person who spoke could do it. The person carefully put his hand on the dice cup and used his fingers to slowly raise the dice cup. Before it was completely raised, someone had already exclaimed, 456 456, it really is 4566. Little brother, you are amazing. Good skill. Someone praised loudly. He was about to lie down and watch. After the dice cup was completely raised, the 3 dice were not close together. There was a little distance between them. Obviously, it was the result of them colliding with each other. At this moment, Lu Feng also saw the number he had rolled. 456 was a very big number, and in some rules it could be taken all. However, at this moment, he did not have the slightest happiness of taking all others. He almost could not believe that he had rolled it, and that his opponent had recognized it. You are confused, right? Lu Feng wanted to get an answer from Zhang Xiaobao, an answer that could restore his confidence. Zhang Xiaobao still smiled and nodded. Yes, I am confused. My luck is good. Now it's my turn. It's your turn. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his hand and took the cup from someone. Because he rolled up his sleeves, he looked very proper when others looked at him. His pair of white hands also made many people jealous. They felt that they shouldn't be on a man's body. How could these white and tender hands protect his own family? If his child and wife were bullied with his past, what could he do other than be beaten? Those who had such thoughts clearly did not know Zhang Xiaobao's fighting strength, and did not guess his identity. The dealer in charge of a gambling table in the gambling house looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a face full of admiration. Compared to Xiao Bei and the other 9 children, his admiration was even greater. Even his eyes were beginning to develop in a cute way. This is a pair of hands that kills without spilling blood. The hands that have spilled blood are also very fair. The dealer looked at Zhang Xiaobao's hands, then at Wei Wei's and then at Wang Wan's hands. He secretly compared them and felt that he could not tell who had killed more people. In any case, his hands were very beautiful. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao's hand that was holding the dice cup moved. He did not let the mouth of the cup face the dice horizontally like ordinary people. Instead, he directly put the cup vertically close to one of the dice. Suddenly, Weiwei's hand moved, and one of the dice on the table disappeared. The sound of the dice rolling came from the cup. Then, with another move, the second dice also went in. Just like that, 3 dice went in one after another. After a few clattering sounds, Zhang Xiaobao gently put the dice cup on the table. He did not do any fancy movements like 3 circles left, 3 circles right, or twisting his neck or twisting his butt, unless he was asked to shoot a movie about the god of gamblers. As the dice cup fell, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Feng, waiting for his answer. Lu Feng was very nervous. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said with a trembling voice, 5 too small. Fuck you, are you lying to a fool? Before Zhang Xiaobao could say anything, the person who opened the dice cup for him scolded first. Is it big or small? You said 5 too and that's small? Are you trying to block both sides? After he shouted, the people around him shouted as well. For a moment, the silent atmosphere was broken. Lu Feng rubbed his sweaty hands on his body and did not let go. He just grabbed his clothes like that. His eyes started to turn red, sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. He opened his mouth and said with all his strength, Yes, 3 too small. Open the cup. I'll do it. It's the person who helped open the cup earlier. This time, his movements were faster. With a whoosh he grabbed the dice cup, revealing the 3 dice inside. Pairs of eyes widened, and there was a series of gasps. How is that possible? The dealer murmured. There were still 3 dice on the table, but the difference was that the 3 dice were not arranged on the table at the same time. Instead, they were arranged one by one. From the dealer's point of view, he could see 2 sides of the dice. From top to bottom, the numbers on both sides of the dice were the same. This showed that the numbers on the dice were the same. For a person who played dice, he did not need to think too much to know that the number on the dice was 1. The small red circle proved the identity of the dice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the person who opened the cup took down the 2 dice on the table and placed them on the side. 3 dice, a total of 3 points. Great, I guessed right. It's small, isn't it? We agreed when we were gambling. Otherwise my 4, 5, 6 and so on would have taken all of them, right? 3-1 doesn't count as winning all of them. Lu Feng cheered happily. His eyes looked around, waiting for the others to prove it for him. The others first sighed at Lu Feng's luck. He actually got half of the dice right, but at the same time they felt sad for him. Even if you got it right once, what was the use? It was impossible for you to get it right every time. The opponent you met was like the god of gamblers. He was good at dice shaking and dice listening. If he wanted to win, he just had to play a few more rounds. Yes, it's considered small. Shall we continue or do you want to go first? Zhang Xiaobao did not show any signs of depression and said calmly, Ugh. Lu Feng, who was happy just now, choked. When he came back to his senses, he also realized that something was wrong. Very wrong. Could he continue to be confused? Let's call it a draw. I don't want to gamble anymore, Lu Feng suggested. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No, there is no such rule at the gambling table. When 2 people gamble, how can there not be a winner? A single round can be called a draw, but there must be a winner in the end. If you want to break the rules, just admit defeat, and the thing will belong to me. That's right, that's right. You didn't look like this when you were yelling at me just now. Didn't you say that a god would give you something? Go ask the god for it. What's wrong with losing once? Xiao Bei chimed in at the right time. Her cute appearance and age made it easy for others to sympathize with her and see her as a weakling. Everyone felt that Lu Feng did not do things properly. When he was bullying the child just now, he was so arrogant. Now that the child's brother came to support him, he shrank back? Continue gambling. Hurry up or you'll go out lying down. Someone began to threaten Lu Feng. Lu Feng seemed to know that he had to lose all his money and pearls today. He gritted his teeth and nodded, continuing to gamble with Zhang Xiaobao. Sure enough, he knew how to use luck. After 4 consecutive rounds, Lu Feng finally guessed wrong. He saw that his opponent rolled all kinds of leopards every time and had completely lost his confidence. Lu Feng put down all his belongings. His face was pale, but then he put on a look of indifference and said, Isn't it just this little money? It doesn't matter. After saying this, he left. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and said to Xiaobei and the others, "Come follow me. Take the pearls. Brother will go back later." The group also left the gambling house at the same time. Chapter 12:26. Following their sister, Xiaobei and the others were not in the mood to stroll around. They were all thinking about the situation when their brother was gambling with others and felt very satisfied. Xiaobei didn't know that listening to dice was more difficult than shaking dice. He grabbed the dice cup with his small hand and shook it. He asked his sister, "How do you roll 3 dice when you put them in one by one?" "It's like a tall house. There's a ladder on one side of the wall and 3 people are going in. The first person goes to the ladder first, the second person continues to go up the ladder, and the third person stands at the bottom. All you have to do is stick the 3 dice together one after the other, and that's it." Wang Wan explained with a smile. She also understood that the effect of shaking dice was different from understanding the principle. "When we go back, I'll also find a dice cup to practice." Xiaobei looked eager to try. He felt that he could quickly master this skill with his intelligence. Wang Wan didn't stop him. She believed that Xiaobei would lose interest after practicing a few times, especially for dice cups. If it was too light, it would be hard to master, and if it was too heavy, it would be tiring. With his dream of becoming the god of gamblers soon, Xiaobei skipped and walked in front. Just as he was feeling happy, an adult and a little girl about his age walked over from the opposite side of the street. The little girl was also holding a candy figurine in her hand. Obviously, the candy figurine in their hands was not bought at the same place as hers, unless the old man who sold the candy figurines changed places. The little girl's candy figurine was also a little pig. It was very cartoonish, but it was much smaller than the one Xiaobei bought. After seeing it, Xiaobei smiled knowingly. He felt that it was very interesting. However, before he could finish laughing, the little girl's hand naturally reached to the side, and the little pig fell to the ground. "Yaya doesn't want a little pig." The little girl's tone was obviously not comparable to Xiaobei's. It was too childish. No, a little pig is not good. Let's go to the front. Daddy will buy you something more fun." The adult pulled the little girl away. Xiaobei was stunned. Seeing that there was no carriage on the road, he ran to the opposite side of the street and picked up the broken little pig on the ground. Only a small half of it was stuck to the bamboo stick. He shook his head regretfully. "Malt candy. Brother said that this piece of candy can let an adult live for a day if they are hungry. Let's go. He spent money to buy it. If he wants to throw it away, so be it. Our great Tang doesn't lack food now." Xiao Yuan pulled Xiaobei away. "Wait, pick it up. What if it sticks to other people's feet?" "Xiao Yuan, how many people do you think have bought Darling Candy House's candies, and then casually threw them away?" Xiaobei squatted down and began to pick up the pieces of little pig. He placed them in his palm piece by piece and then grimaced from the stickiness. Xiao Yuan thought about it and gave up on the idea of picking them up together with Xiaobei. However, he decided to stick it to himself. There were only a few pieces anyway. He could wash them when the time came and leave his hands behind. Perhaps he could even help to carry the items. So he stood by the side and answered Xiaobei's question. "I don't think so. Our candies are very delicious, and the packaging is beautiful. Every candy has its own story. How much determination would it take to throw them away?" "That's good. Xiao Yuan, where's that light blue handkerchief of yours? I saw a flower bloom on it last time. Let me take a look again." Xiaobei nodded and stood up to join his sister. He then asked Xiao Yuan very casually. Xiao Yuan also answered casually, "Yes, I saw it last time too. I just threw it away casually. Also, I feel that if we were to compare based on money, my clothes are more valuable than the candy." "Oh." Xiaobei seemed very dejected. His act had been seen through so quickly. It seemed that the people around him were not easy to fool. When he returned to the team, Wang Wan had already taken out a wet towel to wipe his hands. She asked, "What's the matter now?" Xiaobei's heart aches for a piece of candy. He feels that it can save lives at a critical moment, but he just threw it away casually. "It's not good." Xiao Yuan helped to explain. "It's okay. Our great Tang has relief stations. If there are really people who don't have enough to eat, they can go to the relief stations. They won't starve to death. The country's food production is enough." Otherwise, your brother and I wouldn't have started a war. Actually, this is something that has existed since ancient times. Those who have more resources have the right to squander them as they wish. Then, people will starve to death at their feet. There's no right or wrong, only choice. Because if you help people who are about to starve to death, they might not thank you. They might even rely on you in the future. At the same time, there are many reasons why people will starve to death. Some are because the weather is bad and there is no harvest. Some are because they are unlucky and their food is washed away by the flood or burned by fire. But there are also some because they are lazy and not smart enough. They are too stupid. Wang Wan tried her best to explain in words that Xiaobei and the rest could understand. When it came to food, she wasn't very strict. She didn't require everyone to eat when they were eating. This was because at that time, other than Africa, it wasn't easy to starve people to death. Moreover, it was not that the world did not have enough food in Africa, but that other people would not provide food to them for free. Humanitarian aid was only a small part of it. However, many people occupied Africa through other means. They planted a lot of food on the land they occupied. A portion of it was used for relief, but more was used elsewhere. Then, people in Africa continued to starve to death. It was a very interesting thing. Therefore, Wang Wan, who was used to seeing human nature, did not think about so many things that should not be thought about. However, Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was very serious about food. When he was young, he had been starved. Even though the relief station at that time could still take care of some of the relief work, no one liked to go there. There were many restrictions, and the food and accommodation were not good. Otherwise, why would everyone stay at home when they went there? This also caused Zhang Xiaobao to be very extreme in some aspects. When Xiaobei heard his sister's words, he still felt that it was a pity. He said sadly, "Is it natural selection? As long as they are unlucky and have little ability, many people starve to death every year. When the time comes, those who have the ability and luck to survive will have more and more powerful descendants. It's really too cruel." Wang Wan could not help but laugh. She patted Xiaobei's head and said, "Not all of them. After all, humans are different from other animals. If they had been doing that since ancient times, we probably would not have seen the people of today. Humans are powerful because they know how to pity and sympathize with others. Maybe it's because they have a smart brain that makes them feel more pity and sympathy. Maybe it's because of pity and sympathy that people become smarter. That's why humans can use tools, and then unite to compete with other animals for resources. Until now it has become like this. Then we all say that wolf packs are scary because they are united and know how to divide the work. But what's really scary is humans. Humans are not only united, they know how to divide the work, they also know how to sacrifice. When a wolf in a wolf pack is injured in battle, if they can't keep up with the team, they will be abandoned. If humans are injured in battle, they will be nurtured. This is the similarity and the difference." Wang Wan was very tired from talking. She did not want her younger siblings to become cold, and she did not want them to become kind to the point of foolishness. Therefore, she had to go back and forth to explain. Xiaobei and the rest listened attentively as they walked. The guards consciously left enough space for them to prevent people from approaching them. After a while, Xiaobei nodded vigorously and said, "I know. If a wolf in a pack dies, its children won't have a good time. They look very united, but they can't beat a human. If a human's adult dies, its children will be taken care of. A race that doesn't take care of its own children will eventually be swallowed up and wiped out, right?" "That's right. Xiaobei is really smart." Wang Wan patted Xiaobei's head again. According to the story, after the main character became very powerful, in order to find a treasure that could make him even more powerful, he went to the grassland mentioned in the story. That place turned into a desert, and the people of the past were all gone. It was said that they were wiped out by other civilizations because the people of the grassland used the law of the jungle. In the beginning, they were very powerful for a period of time, but later on, the technology of other civilizations improved. The grassland people did not care about their lives for themselves, while the people of that civilization did it for the group. The selfish nature of the grassland people made them worse as they fought. In the end, they were gone. Xiaobei had been listening to this story for some time, but he only remembered the plot of the story. Today, he finally understood the philosophy of the story. Wang Wan nodded with relief. She and Zhang Xiaobao worked hard to make up stories for their younger siblings for this purpose. Those stories were full of leveling up elements to attract the younger brothers and sisters to listen carefully. But what really needed to be told to the younger brothers and sisters was a small auxiliary plot that inadvertently appeared in the story, or even a seemingly useless description. Otherwise, if it was just leveling up, and leveling up, it would be purely entertaining. It was superficial but likable, but it could not be used to guide people, let alone children. That kind of writing was not even as good as a school that had appeared in Taiwan before, the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School. At least, many television series had been based on them. Of course, Wang Wan also knew that the stories she and Xiao Bao made up for their younger siblings had an age restriction. If it was shown to children under the age of 13, it would be very interesting. If it was shown to people between the ages of 14 and 20, it would be over. They would feel that you were forcing an idea and experience on them. Some of them would even feel that you were too long-winded, and they would not be able to see that you had written a lot of children in the story. They would feel that the story was very childish. However, if it was shown to people older or even people with children, they would feel that it was very interesting and enlightening. If it was shown to people above the age of 30, they would smile knowingly. Even if there were mistakes in the story, they would be able to understand. Wang Wan's evaluation was based on the fact that people in this era matured earlier. If it was her and Zhang Xiaobao's era, the age would have to be delayed. This was because there were many people who married late and had children late, so people matured later. If you told a school student about politics, economics, human nature, and social philosophy, even if you put it in the story, they would not be willing to listen. What they wanted was for you to be bullied first, and then you would use more powerful methods to bully them back, and so on and so forth. As for the other things, they were not important. That was why it was said that the battle leveling up style and the pastoral leveling up style were different. The audience was different. At present, Wang Wan began to consider whether she should take some time to adjust the story with Xiao Bao. She wanted to add a part of the description of the scenery, geography, and mineral knowledge, so that her younger siblings could learn more. Also, there's what the story says. Once Xiaobei started talking about the story, she could not stop. She began to chatter about the story she had heard and her understanding of the story to the other 8 little fellows. Xiao Yuan and the others were very cooperative. Not only did they listen, but they also occasionally helped to add on and perfect the story. This was because they had their own roles in the story, and they wanted to describe themselves as best as possible. They walked slowly. Just as Wang Wan was about to let the little fellows get on the bus and hurry on their way, Zhang Xiaobao returned. "What did you find out?" Wang Wan asked when she saw Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. "No, he's planning to go on a long trip. He's buying things at various stores. Cans, ropes, hatchets, and clothes. This kid actually hid money. After winning against him, he didn't take out all the money. There's a Shiguan note in his shoe. When I think about how I might have come into contact with that kind of money, I feel disgusted. How many germs are on it? I finally know why Luck and Berry can infect each other, and also breath. Don't come back to disgust me. Is breath the same as Berry? I'll stuff a sock in your mouth at night." "Then you came back?" Wang Wan punched Zhang Xiaobao. "I came back. I can see that he doesn't plan to leave today. He needs to have a good rest. I got someone to keep an eye on him. When he leaves, I'll go over and take it as a break." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at his younger brothers and sisters who were looking up at him. He asked, "Why don't you take the car? If you want to go between the clouds and the water, you guys can't go far. It's over there. We'll take the car later. It's good to walk around and see what people are busy with. Just now there was a child about my age who threw away the candy. What a pity. Look, which restaurant is that? The leftovers from yesterday, right? Why is it only now that someone is going to collect it?" Xiaobei saw a cart pulling a large wooden bucket. A person got off the cart and took out a small wooden bucket from the back alley of a restaurant. He poured the contents into the big wooden bucket and said in puzzlement. Zhang Xiaobao was also puzzled when he saw this. Under normal circumstances, the restaurant would pour out the things the night before. If it was open very late, it would be done early in the morning the next day. It didn't seem good to pour it out now. There were many people on the road, and they would feel uncomfortable after seeing it. It would affect the restaurant's business. With doubts in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao led a group of people over. Their actions clearly frightened the person who was pouring the things out. He stood there and didn't dare to move. Zhang Xiaobao came closer and looked over. He said, "It's all steamed buns and rice. Where are the leftovers?" Xiaobei also extended his arm to a guard and let him carry it. He also looked over. Sure enough, it was as his brother said. The big wooden bucket was full of staple food, and there was very little noodles. The person who was asked didn't dare to not answer. He replied, "The leftovers were collected by someone last night to feed the pigs. After the pigs eat it, they will become very fat. I raise chickens. My family also sells steamed buns and sesame seed cakes. If the chickens eat too much greasy food, they will become greedy. In the future, they won't lay eggs if I don't feed them often." Zhang Xiaobao stared at the other person's eyes. When the other person finished speaking, he questioned, "Are you sure you didn't take the things home and put them back in the noodles?" "I wouldn't dare," the person said repeatedly, but his eyes flickered. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything else. He led his brother and sister and continued to walk forward. Wang Wan, who was beside him, sighed. There are more and more smart people now. They know how to further reduce the cost. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's not a big deal. The leftover staple food from last night was taken back by someone. If it's not spoiled, they can put it back in the noodles and steam it or roast it. The high temperature will also sterilize it. Not only is it reusing the resources, but it also saves on yeast. Wang Wan's words were obviously not true. But living in a society, there will always be some helplessness. If everyone could consciously do what they should do, then it would become the communism that she didn't dare to believe. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a while. He shook his head and said, "No, we definitely can't allow him to do that. Today we let him make steamed buns. Tomorrow he might do something to the vegetables he received. For example, you can first precipitate it, then boil it, filter it, precipitate it again, heat it up again and filter it again. Then you can put it in a bucket and sell it to a restaurant at a very low price. The kitchen chefs of the restaurant use it to cook ordinary tofu. If the previous processing technique is not perfect, you can actually taste the minced meat tofu from the tofu. You can give a thumbs up and praise this tofu is amazing." Beside him, Xiaobei listened and felt that the processing technique mentioned by her brother was very magical. She thought hard and reminded, "Brother, then can the leftovers be put into compressed biscuits? Compressed biscuits are a lot of things put together. This way it won't be a waste." Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. You can draw inferences from one example. Wang Wan was very helpless. In the past, when she said that the medicine for diarrhea on the skewers could treat dysentery, Xiaobei wanted to help with the cold medicine to treat typhoid. That's why it depends on how you look at things. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and hugged his sister. If we let it go once, it will happen more often in the future. I hope that the people of Great Tang can save and cherish food, but I don't want to use this method to recycle and reuse. Of course, I don't care if the oil is sold to other countries, but it can't be sold in our country. So many things have been fermented, reacted, and heated. Who knows what will appear in it? What if it affects the genes? Just hearing about it makes me scared. Isn't that right, Xiaobei? Yes, I'm scared. I feel disgusted just thinking about it. Putting the leftovers of other people's food into a big pot and boiling it, and then giving it to me to eat. It's so uncomfortable. Xiaobei covered her mouth and pretended to vomit. Pass down the order. Have them pass a law in the imperial court. Then announce it in the newspapers and on the bulletin boards of the local government offices. Whoever dares to recycle food from restaurants and remake it for people to eat will be judged guilty. The person who reports will receive a lot of rewards. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't just say a sentence and then arrest the person and convict him. After all, such a crime hadn't been committed yet. He had to pass it through those boring people in the imperial court first. Let's go. We'll take the carriage back. I'll make ice cream for all of you when we get home. Zhang Xiaobao carried his sister and boarded the carriage. The others followed suit. In the outskirts of the capital's Ministry of Works, Li Longji was able to finish filming the last set of scenes before noon today. After which, he could edit and copy the scenes before sending them to various places in Great Tang. At least 3 sets of equipment had to be sent to each prefecture, and then it would be played in the counties under their jurisdiction. If there were villages that were too far away, a team of people would be sent to them so that the citizens of Great Tang could see the heroic image of their emperor. We can see that filming a movie isn't an easy task. During the break in the filming, Li Longji sat under a large sun umbrella and casually grabbed a bottle of iced soda. He opened the cap and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of it, after which, he used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead and sighed. He didn't dare to move his hands too much in case he wiped off the makeup on his face. Gao Lisher wasn't guarding the construction site in the palace today. He believed that even if he wasn't around, no one would dare to slack off, let alone cut corners. Hearing His Majesty's words, he didn't say anything. He knew that His Majesty was complaining happily. Filming a movie wasn't just tiring for one person. Everyone was tired. However, only those who were filmed could be shown on the screen for many people to watch. This was a great opportunity to become famous. If other scholars could join in the future, they would be willing to do anything for a spot. Usually, they would tire themselves out by participating in poetry gatherings, cocktail parties, and even sending invitations to high officials and nobles. They would flatter each other and occasionally criticize the government. Their goal was to become famous, and then take the imperial examinations and take in students. Once they succeeded, not only would they gain fame, they would also gain benefits. Now they could publish articles in newspapers and encourage others to buy them. In the future, when they were filming a movie, they would be able to see the real person and become famous faster. What should they do then? Gao Lisher was worried about the movie. He was worried that when the emperor's movie was released, many officials who had the same idea would use various means in the imperial court to get a chance to be filmed. Therefore, there would be one more benefit to compete for. The imperial court would be very lively, and the censorate would not be lonely anymore. Lisher, I'll give you a few more scenes. Li Longji saw that Gao Lisher was in a daze. He thought that Gao Lisher felt that he didn't get enough scenes, so he comforted him. Your Majesty, this subject thanks you, but there's no need. This subject has enough scenes. Previously, there was a person who helped you pick eggs and gave this subject a lot of scenes. There were also a few lines of dialogue such as Your Majesty, look, this small one is an egg, this big one is a duck egg, this bigger one is a goose egg. Gao Lisher didn't intend to continue wasting the film. No matter what, he had to give the emperor more chances to show his face. Li Longji rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't you cut that part? We can't not tell the difference between chicken, duck, and goose eggs. If it was broadcasted, the common people would laugh to death. Who wrote the script? Punish him." He has already been punished. He was given 10 whips, but he kept saying that he was wrong because his angle was different. He said that he was not filming the official history, but a drama. If it was an official history, there wouldn't be so much dialogue and scenes. Although this subject hit him, I feel that this person is not bad. I plan to let him write a distorted history to belittle the emperor of other countries according to the situation of other countries. After Gao Lisher helped to come up with the bad idea, the person who was hit said that although that person didn't write the script well, he did have some skills. It would be a pity to drive him out of this industry. Li Longji nodded. He personally opened a bottle of soda and handed it to Gao Lisher, praising, "It's my great Tang's fortune that you know how to use people well. Tell me, do you want to send someone to Jianan Road to find Xiao Bao and the others and give them a few sets of scenes? Among the common people, there are actually more portraits of them than of us. It's not good for us to not give them a chance to show their faces." Gao Lisher could tell that this person was obviously jealous. The emperor also had portraits among the common people, but not many of them were used. Furthermore, they were mostly abstract. Unlike Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's portraits, there were people who specially painted them and then printed them. They were then bought by people with money and placed in different places. For example, if they were placed outside the rice vat, it meant that there would be a harvest with them around. If they were placed on the stove, it meant that they could replace the kitchen god. If they were placed on the incense table, it meant that they could throw away the sculptures of the Bodhisattva or the 3 pure ones. If they were placed on the door, not to mention ghosts, even gods could be kicked out. If they were placed under the bed, they would think that they couldn't do this. If others were to find out about it, they would be beaten to death. In any case, it was the kind that had many uses, and almost every household didn't lack it. If they really couldn't buy it, they would draw an imaginary one that was more famous than His Majesty. After thinking for a moment, Gao Lisher said softly, "This subject believes that if His Majesty really sends someone to send the equipment over, They will get the soldiers to take a picture of it and then publicize it. For example, the soldiers of Great Tang fought valiantly, didn't fall, fought to the death, and so on. For example, a soldier's clothes would be torn, his face would be wounded, and his arms would be bandaged. In order to avoid the enemy's fierce rain of arrows, he would carry a rifle on his back and a grenade by his waist while crawling forward. When he was within 20 meters of the enemy, he would suddenly stand up, hold his rifle, and shout, "Long live the Emperor," while reloading and reloading. In the end, he would be shot like a hedgehog and be dragged back to his position by his comrades. He would cover his heart where he was shot, speak for a quarter of an hour, explain his will clearly, and thank His Majesty before he breathed his last. Initially, Li Longji was nodding his head in agreement, but as he listened on, he was stunned. He stared at Gao Lisher in shock and said, "What kind of scriptwriter and director are you talking about? Instead of shooting from afar, you would run to the most comfortable range of the enemy's bow and open fire. If he dares to stand up 20 meters away from me, I'll shoot him down with an arrow. Furthermore, it's already 20 meters away. If he doesn't throw a grenade, what kind of treasure is that?" As he spoke, Li Longji shook his head, clearly finding it inappropriate. It was fine to fool those who didn't know, but wouldn't those in the know laugh to death? If this was really filmed and broadcasted to the masses, they would think that Great Tang's guns were useless. This is what Xiao Bao said in the past. He said that it would further reflect the iron-bloodedness of the soldiers and express the desperation of war. Gao Lisher felt wronged. After all, he wasn't the one who came up with this idea. Xiao Bao is always up to no good. What iron-bloodedness? To stand up within the range of the enemy's long-range weapons is to be called a retard. When the masses see this, their first thought wouldn't be about the desperation of the war, but who trained the soldiers of Great Tang? They deserve to be killed. Li Longji said confidently. Gao Lisher nodded in agreement. The two of them chatted about interesting matters regarding the filming of the movie. After Li Longji finished a few more sets, he was finally done with the filming. However, he wasn't sure about the post-production. After all, he hadn't tried it before, so he had to try it out according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's methods. He would just have to familiarize himself with it in the future. After finishing the last set, it was already noon. Li Longji decided to be generous and treat everyone to a meal to celebrate. The location was the canteen of the Ministry of Works. Pointing at the pictures on the wall, he told the crew to choose whatever they wanted. He would pay the bill and put it on Xiao Bao's tab. After all, the Ministry of Works belonged to the Zhang family and the Wang family. As the emperor, he couldn't break the rule of not spending money. The crew was extremely grateful. They all greeted the chefs and chose dishes that weren't on the wall. They belonged to the Zhang family and the Wang family, so they were used to eating the dishes prepared by the chefs arranged by their families. A peculiar expression appeared on Li Longji's face. If Zhang Xiaobao saw this, he would definitely give a bad taste evaluation. It was as though it was an honor to spend other people's money to treat someone else to a meal. After scheming against Zhang Xiaobao when he wasn't around, Li Longji felt extremely happy. On the other hand, Gao Lisher felt very helpless. Her Majesty was normally fine, but when it came to matters involving Xiao Bao, she would always be in a special state. Her blood pressure would obviously rise, but her appetite would also increase. It was very mysterious. The crew took the food and ate quickly. They were really hungry. They only had a bowl of porridge in the morning before rushing back to work. Moving the props back and forth was very tiring, so they could have a good rest after lunch. With a victorious smile on his face, Li Longji asked someone to bring him his plate. He also deliberately asked someone to pour him a glass of wine. He sat down and started eating. Right at this moment, someone from the telegram department came in. When he appeared at the door, he shouted, Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao is calling. Quick, bring it over for me to see." Could it be that Xiao Bao found out that I was treating everyone to a meal in the canteen? Haha. Li Longji swallowed a piece of sweet and sour pork and took the telegram excitedly. He read it with a smile. Gao Lisher also took a plate and sat across from Li Longji. He waited for Her Majesty to read it so that he could bring it over. As Li Longji read, he frowned. As he read, his Adam's apple began to move up and down. He glanced down and closed his mouth to let out a muffled groan. He forced himself to hold it back and put the telegram to the side. He then picked up the wine glass and drank half of the wine. Your Majesty. Gao Lisher noticed that the emperor didn't seem to be in a good state, so he asked with concern. Li Longji waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Bao probably calculated that I would treat his crew to his canteen and spend his own money to eat his food. That's why he sent me a set of swill processing methods. After some processing, it can continue to be a delicacy on the dining table. For example, this dish of Chinese cabbage in front of me right now. If the chef makes it well, not only will I be able to taste the crispness and tenderness of the cabbage, but I will also be able to taste the meat in the vegetable oil stir-fried dish. Don't you think it's amazing? When Gao Lisher heard it, he felt a little uncomfortable in his throat. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten yet, so he was very glad. However, since Her Majesty had eaten, he could only suggest, Your Majesty, why don't we go on a diet for lunch today? No need. I wasn't prepared earlier, but I'm not afraid now. Xiao Bao wants to make a law to prevent others from getting sick from eating. We'll discuss it during the morning court tomorrow. Eat. Xiao Bao is against people reprocessing swill. He's even more against people who order a bunch of dishes and throw them away without eating a single bite, especially people like me who don't need to spend money to eat. After calming his stomach and mood, Li Longji began to eat again. He ate very happily, which showed that he had good control over his food. Furthermore, he was confident that no one would dare to feed him swill oil. This method probably hadn't been developed yet. Gao Lisher hurriedly poured wine into Li Longji's empty glass and also poured a glass for himself. He drank it to suppress his disgust. After making Li Longji feel disgusted, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a good time preparing lunch. Ever since Xiaobei and the others found out that swill had a great effect, they didn't want to eat lunch anymore. They were preparing to make some snacks such as nuts. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a while and chose a dish that wasn't easy to make with swill. That was barbecuing. Barbecuing a whole sheep without oil would be done directly. At most they would sprinkle some chili powder, cumin and salt, and eat it with fruit juice. Xiaobei and the others thought about it and felt that it was fine, but they had to see their brother kill the sheep with their own eyes to prevent them from not knowing where he got the dead sheep. When they ate it, they also had to take medicine to treat diarrhea, which was troublesome. Look at you, you scared them. They can't even eat peacefully. Wang Wan expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhang Xiaobao, who had just put the sheep on the grill. What are you scared of? You'll get used to it. Of course you didn't eat it at that time, but other people ate a lot. Zhang Xiaobao began to cut the sheep with a knife. It's just scary. Impossible. Wang Wan shook her head. Forget it. How much oil does the family produce in a year? How much oil does the family use in a year? Where did the extra oil come from? Anyway, I don't have any evidence now. If it was in the past, I could bring you to the kitchen of a restaurant to take a look. You would see many plastic barrels with black grease on the outside. I'm just saying. Anyway, you didn't eat it in the past and I didn't eat it in the future. I'm just saying. Let's not let them show up while we still can. If they form a chain of interests again, it will be difficult to deal with them. Zhang Xiaobao began to shake the grill slowly, and the sheep emitted a sizzling sound when the grease was being burned. Do your work. When Xiaobei and the others come later, you are not allowed to say such disgusting things. Wang Wan began to arrange the knives and forks. Chapter 12:27. On the west side of Yizhou City, Zhang Xiaobao came out of the west gate and guessed where Lu Feng was going. There were two big rivers on the west side of Yizhou, which was an important part of the Yangtze River. In addition to the two rivers, there were also mountains, one next to the other. In between, there were many ravines and other small rivers, and even small lakes. The west side of the city was not the main road in Yizhou. The main roads were in the north and south. But now there were people who took the west side of the road because it was closer. Originally, the roads were all small paths. If you didn't take them for a few days, you wouldn't see any traces of people walking on them. At the same time, there were also various kinds of snakes and insects. Occasionally, a few wolves would appear to cooperate with the people who wanted to take a shortcut. Now, it was relatively easier to travel. There were no cement roads, let alone asphalt roads. Of course, the living standards and quality of people living in a country depended on the development of the country's science and technology, agriculture, and animal husbandry. When these three things improved, handicrafts and commerce would inevitably prosper. People would have higher requirements for the variety and quality of goods, which was directly reflected in the price of goods. Therefore, people who had the means would first think of transporting goods from other places to sell. With the money they earned, they would then buy the necessities they needed at home and the relatively luxurious things they liked. Therefore, the caravan would naturally expand from its original size, and the number of people would also increase. As a very important prefecture in Great Tang, the living standards of Izhou were naturally close to that of the capital. The locals found that by going out from the west side of the city, crossing mountains and rivers, they could exchange for things that were considered valuable in Izhou from the west side. On the way they could even hunt, gather medicinal herbs and wild vegetables. It was said that people who walked a lot would become a road. This was passive. But the working people would change from passive to active when there was a possibility of improving their living standards. There were mountains ahead. It was simple. They would use saws and axes to cut down trees, and use picks and shovels to level the road. There were stones nearby, which they would put in baskets and occasionally transport to the road to prevent the road from being washed away by heavy rain. There was a river. If they didn't want to buy iron chains or couldn't afford them, they would use bamboo fibers to connect the two sides and lay planks on top. When everything was ready, they could start the road. In truth, the most important thing was the stability of the Great Tang. In the past, no one would be willing to go through the trouble of building a road from the Izhou prefecture to the west, unless they were tired of living. Now there was no need for him to worry about being bullied by the Tibetans. Tubo had already become a part of the Great Tang, and he didn't need to worry about being harmed by the locals when he went there. Riding on his horse, Zhang Xiaobao had already felt the enthusiasm of the working people under the protection of the country's powerful military. The road to the west of Izhou was a dirt road, but there were many people coming and going. There were wheelbarrows, donkeys and mules, and some people even carried sticks on their backs. Zhang Xiaobao, who deeply understood the relationship between stability and economic development, understood the thoughts of the passerby. An inexplicable pride filled his heart, as he had contributed greatly to this. Without his wife's battle achievements and his last trick, Tubo would never give in. This had nothing to do with the ordinary people of Tubo. It was the ruling class that didn't want to lose their independent ruling status. Although many of the passers-by in front of him had travel-worn faces, there was no hesitation in their eyes. When he pointed out a path for them, a lamp lit up in his heart. This was the joy of helping others. While Zhang Xiaobao was riding on his horse and thinking, a caravan came in front. The other party must have calculated the time and arrived in Izhou in the morning. After a short rest, they would be able to ship out the goods in the afternoon. At night, they would invite the local merchants to have a meal. If they were fast enough, they would definitely be able to ship out the goods tomorrow. After that, they would rest for the night and restock the next day before forming a caravan to rush back. The reason for this was because there were no man-made risks on the road. They didn't need to be like the caravan of the past, where every trip was like a gamble, constantly worrying about being attacked by others. Some were bandits, some were fellow travelers, and some were people who happened to be nearby. Who would dare to make a move now? Unless they were tired of living and couldn't think of a good way to die, so they attacked the caravan of their own country. Once they attacked, regardless of whether it was successful or not, once the caravan escaped back or was discovered by others, the Tang army would be mobilized. It wouldn't be the local yamen runners at all. Then, you could lead a group of people to pray and escape. The prerequisite was that you could be sure that the military dogs, goshawks, and tracking experts wouldn't be able to find any traces of you. You also had to be sure that your internal personnel wouldn't be tempted by the high reward and exemption from punishment. In other words, if you led your men to attack a caravan and earned 1,000 strings of coins and divided it among everyone, everyone would get dozens of strings of coins. If you were discovered, the imperial court would offer a reward of 10,000 strings of coins and exempt the person who reported you from punishment. Do you think your men would be able to resist? When Zhang Xiaobao saw the caravan on his horse, he deeply felt the safety of the other party. An organized caravan didn't seem to be very tired. Everyone was talking and laughing, and they felt that anyone by the roadside was like family. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and nodded to 4 people in a row. For a moment, he thought that his identity had been discovered. Later on, he thought that as long as you looked at him, he would nod to anyone. He was probably a public relations staff member of the caravan. The brother in front, pay attention. The one riding the horse, stop scratching. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood when he heard a shout from behind. Wei Wei turned to the side. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and saw a caravan of more than 100 people, 20 carriages and many mules. A large flag was raised in the middle of the caravan. It wasn't accurate to call it a flag. It had 2 poles with a piece of cloth in the middle. The advantage was that people could see the symbol on the flag even without the wind blowing it. The disadvantage was that the wind would increase the resistance. The design of the flag was very interesting. At the top was a row of slightly smaller words Great Tang, as if they were afraid that people wouldn't know that the caravan was from Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao's first impression was that the caravan was going abroad to do international trade. However, they wrote the words Great Tang. Would people recognize them after they left the country? In the middle of the row of words Great Tang, there was a cartoon character. Zhang Xiaobao guessed that it was the character Fan. You have so many characters but you still wrote it as a cartoon. It's too torturous. Cartoons are popular now, right? Because there were no people on foot, the caravan moved very quickly. Although there weren't many people, it showed the caravan's strong financial strength. Zhang Xiaobao's horse couldn't keep up with the caravan's speed. Naturally, he was overtaken by the caravan. However, Zhang Xiaobao was very puzzled. For a moment he felt that he had become very stupid, very stupid. The road to the west of Izhou could be used by animals and people, but how could a carriage go there? Could it be that there was a special method? That was strange. With infinite curiosity, Zhang Xiaobao hid by the side of the road. When the caravan brushed past him, he asked, "Hey, are you going to India?" "That's India." It couldn't be helped. After all, he had the impression that the caravan was in international trade. If they were going west, they would definitely be going to India. It was the same place that the monk had gone to previously, but the road was different. Someone in the caravan slowed down and looked at the person who asked the question. He smiled and replied, "Why are we going to India? India is too far away. The food in the caravan won't be enough for us to eat." Zhang Xiaobao felt that his question was correct. A carriage could go over mountains, so what was there to be afraid of going to India? Since the other party said no, he could only continue asking, "Are we going to Tubo?" "What Tubo? Have you ever seen a carriage going west?" The other party retorted. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "That's what I meant too." "Then you go over a few hills and you will be a few dozen miles ahead," the other party said. Zhang Xiaobao felt that his thinking ability had deteriorated. What was the meaning of forming a caravan to take this route? Seeing that the other party was about to speed up and follow them, Zhang Xiaobao had an idea. He took out a bun and handed it over. It was the first time they met, so it was better to have some etiquette. Actually, for those who had cigars, one was reluctant to give it to the other party, and the other party might not know how to smoke them. When the other party saw the person who asked about the matter handing over a bun, his expression changed. He was very surprised, but after some consideration he still took it. He did not believe that this person would use poison. Similarly, out of courtesy, he took a bite in front of Zhang Xiaobao and nodded. Good stuff. Good bun. Beef and onion stuffing. Your bun is fragrant and doesn't have a bitter taste. What's going on?" As long as he could keep the other party for a while, Zhang Xiaobao did not care what topic they were talking about. He smiled and said, "When other people eat beef, they usually don't eat it fresh. The so-called taste is not very good. There are also people who put seasonings. The purpose of seasonings is to get rid of the smell, but too much of it will make it bitter. The ingredients of seasonings are 1 animal, 1 plant and 1 mineral." Yes. You are absolutely right. Do you know what seasonings to put in wontons?" The other party took small bites and was reluctant to eat too quickly. The skin of the steamed buns was thin, the stuffing was big, and the ingredients were good. Excluding Zhang Xiaobao's personal labor costs, just the cost of the steamed buns was 5 copper coins. If sold at the restaurant between the clouds and the water, it would cost at least 60 copper coins. Therefore, people who ate at the restaurant between the clouds and the water generally didn't want to waste money. It was too expensive. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Duanfang was eating happily, so he handed him another steamed bun. He also took one out to eat. He had not eaten in the morning. Thanks, brother. It's delicious. Hurry up, let's eat while we walk. This person was not polite at all. He took a bun and threw the leftover bun into his mouth, urging him to hurry. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with the bun in his mouth and urged the horse to speed up. When the two people finished all the steamed buns brought by Zhang Xiaobao, they started to talk about wontons again. When it came to eating, Zhang Xiaobao could say that he knew a little about it. He was very modest. Seeing that the other party was still staring at the wontons and asking, he said, "It depends on what you are pursuing. Is it fragrant or fresh? What kind of people are your customers? How much do you want to sell a bowl? Is the stuffing pure vegetarian or pure meat? Or is it a combination? From the selection of ingredients to the preparation of the stuffing, the blending of the soup, the taste of the soup base, and the auxiliary dipping sauces, there must be a detailed arrangement. Otherwise, it is hard to say. If you really want to say it all, it is estimated that you will not be able to finish it in a day. There are thousands of combinations of various aspects. Of course, people who are not into this kind of food will not be able to taste the subtle differences. What do you want to know?" In the spirit of helping others, Zhang Xiaobao said very honestly. The other party listened with wide eyes and nodded from time to time. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, the person was surprised and praised. "I met an expert. Brother, you are a chef, right?" "Absolutely. Where do you work?" Hobby. I have not considered a full-time job for the time being. In fact, my real identity is an official of a businessman who deals in goods." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the other party would pester him to become a professional chef, so he explained. The person was more confused after hearing that. His occupation was a mess. After thinking about it, he felt that it was very reasonable, so he said, "Well, as expected, a businessman who is not a good cook is definitely not a good official." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "Brother, to be honest, the best stuffing for the wontons we make is the mutton stuffing. There is not a lot of it. Mutton is expensive. Generally, pork is accompanied by vegetables such as pork and celery, egg and chives and cabbage, loofah, cucumber and dried shrimps, but it is not very much. Dried shrimps are expensive. The soup is soup. The water used to cook the wontons, add some sesame oil, chopped green onions, and salt." The person chose to believe in Zhang Xiaobao, thinking that he could give him a better idea. Zhang Xiaobao listened carefully and said, "In this case, I will teach you a simple method. It is not too troublesome. I guarantee that your wontons will sell well." Zhang Xiaobao paused for a moment to give the other party time to listen carefully. "There is no need to say much about the stuffing. I estimate that you can't afford the stuffing. The seller can't afford it. Let's talk about the soup. It must be chicken soup. Put pickled vegetables under the soup. It should be seaweed, but you can't afford it. Put the dried shrimps in the stuffing. If there is coriander, put some in as well. Then prepare the vinegar and soy sauce and some pepper. Chili, you don't have chili, so don't prepare it. Prepare the garlic. That's all. Just do as you say. You don't have any extra cost. If you think that chicken soup is expensive, pork bone soup is also fine." Xiaobao said a very common recipe. The first time he made it for his family, it was the same. The only difference was that he added seaweed. After listening to it, the other party nodded. "So simple." "Simple? Yes, simple. Everything is simple. Do you know what the first test of the chef between the clouds and the water test is?" Zhang Xiaobao was stunned and immediately followed the other party's words. "What?" The person obviously didn't know how the chefs of the restaurant between the clouds and the water tested. 3 dishes. One is scrambled eggs, one is roasted eggplant, and one is cold shredded cucumber. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out 3 fingers. The other party obviously didn't believe it. Between the clouds and the water was such a famous restaurant. The first test of the test was only these 3 dishes. It was impossible. Impossible. He said it out loud. Do you think it is very simple? The first dish is scrambled eggs. You need to beat the eggs into the pot. They have to be cooked but not burnt, tender but not sticky. Zhang Xiaobao introduced. You don't need to pour the eggs into the pot and stir them? The other party was surprised again. Then is it possible that it is the test of between the clouds and the water? Because it is simple, you can see the basic skills. If you don't have a solid foundation, even if you play tricks with the kitchen knife between the clouds and the water won't accept it. The simpler things are, the more challenging they are. The more common things are, the more details they pay attention to. If you don't believe me, I will also make a bowl of wonton for you when I have the chance. You take the ingredients. If you use the same ingredients, I will roll the skin, mix the stuffing, and mix the soup by myself. Let's see if the taste is the same. If the taste is the same, it is for fast food. But Chinese cuisine is particular about spirituality. For example, the steamed buns you just ate were filled with beef, scallions, and salt. Nothing else. The skill lies in the choice of the meat, the position of the scallions, the amount of salt, the degree of fermentation of the noodles, the strength of the hand when rolling the skin, the drawer of the steamer, the amount of water, and the heat. Zhang Xiaobao talked a lot, mainly because they got along well with each other. The other party was used to acting surprised, so he showed the same expression again and asked, "Can you be more specific?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No, if there is an absolute ratio, it will become fast food again. I have to see the meat, scallions, and where the noodles are produced before I can mix them. When I am cooking, there can be people watching, but it can only be understood and not explained." "I understand. It's a pity that you don't work as a professional chef. Alright, I'll remember the wonton recipe you mentioned earlier. When I meet you in the future, I'll treat you to it for free. I'll take my leave first." Seeing that he had fallen behind the group, the man clamped his legs on the mule and sped up. Zhang Xiaobao waved at him. After the man was far away, he took out his binoculars to look for the water cloud. The water cloud was still slowly circling in the sky. Below him was Lu Feng's position. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the road and roughly estimated that Lu Feng had not left the main road yet. The speed of the horse was not fast. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the water bag on the horse and rinsed his mouth. Then he began to think about other things. From time to time there would be people coming from the opposite side, but there was no group behind them. Obviously, the other caravans were different from the previous one. With so many goods on their backs, they could not catch up. After walking for about half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao saw the team that had just passed by. The flag was very eye-catching. What made him puzzled was that not only did he see the team, but he also saw the target he was following, Lu Feng. The group stopped. Some people were busy there and Lu Feng was helping. Zhang Xiaobao took out a mirror and looked at himself. After confirming that there was a big difference from when he met Lu Feng yesterday, he urged his horse forward. The man who had eaten Zhang Xiaobao's steamed buns and several people in the group were using shovels to repair the road. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao found out what was on the carriage. The bags were filled with sand and stones. There were several obvious potholes on the road. The people in the group first paved the sand and stones, and then rolled them with stones. Lu Feng held a long iron bar with a sharp tip at the bottom. From time to time, he would insert the tip into the ground where the stones had rolled over to see if the road was solid. Seeing the people working, Zhang Xiaobao did not understand. Were they a caravan or a professional road repair team? Could it be that they could make a profit by carrying sand and stones on the carriage? "Brother, you also came? Wait a moment, I'll finish right away. These potholes are easy to flatten. The worst thing is that after a heavy rain, we have to go back and forth a few times to transport enough sand and stones." The man who had eaten the steamed buns raised his head and greeted Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. He did not forget to complain about the damage of the road. Chapter 12:28. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what to say for a moment. He nodded and waited at the side. His target was right in front of him, so he couldn't run ahead by himself. The person who spoke before picked up a few more shovels of soil, clapped his hands and stopped. There was no more work for him to do. He wiped his sweat and said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting, "Our team is only responsible for the 70-li road from Izhou City to the front. Normally, it would take an ordinary caravan a day to travel. This section of the road is completely repaired by us. Once the road is repaired, no one is allowed to set up stalls on the side of the road. We have stalls 30 li and 70 li respectively. We specialize in selling things to people who come and go. Usually, people will be tired after walking 30 li. They will drink tea and eat something. This is the money we earn." When he mentioned his words, Zhang Xiaobao understood. They were not a team that traveled far to do business. Instead, they set up stalls nearby. If there was something wrong with the 70-li road they were in charge of, they had to fix it so that it would be more convenient for people to travel. At the same time, they went out to work and occupied the spots on the road to do business. Just like the small pavilion in Sanshue County, when people were tired, thirsty, or hungry, they would go to the pavilion to spend money to buy things. Of course, if they didn't have money, they could only eat for free. Sanshue County didn't allow people to starve to death there. But he didn't know if the team in front of him had considered this. If people who come back from other places lose money because of business and don't have money, will you still provide food? Zhang Xiaobao thought and asked casually. Of course. The person answered straightforwardly. Who doesn't have difficulties? People who don't have money to buy food today may be people who make a fortune tomorrow and form a caravan. It's just a meal. Who doesn't have a heart of compassion? Not to mention people, even if a dog is hungry, people will give leftovers when they see it. You can't be black-hearted when doing business. Otherwise, if the authorities find out, the punishment will be very severe. Therefore, the things we sell are not bad. If they are bad, we will throw them away. There are also ordinary medicines in the stall, relieving people's worries for a moment in exchange for a lifetime of merit. This is a good deal. Zhang Xiaobao listened with a smile on his face. He believed that as long as the leader of the team maintained this mindset, he would definitely be able to create a great family in the future. Unless there was a change in the political situation, however, it was absolutely impossible within the next few decades. In the future, it would depend on himself and Cuckoo. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobao thought of another problem. What if other people also set up a stall? How do you deal with them? It's very simple. If others also want to set up a stall, we'll just pull them into the team and maintain this section of the road together. Then we'll sell things together, but we can't sell the same thing. Someone from another team happened to walk over and casually said when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question. What if they don't join your team? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Then they won't be able to sell anything. Those who walk this road often know that the current section of the road is the responsibility of our fan family's caravan. We've been working seriously, going back and forth once every 3 days to transport things. They know that we maintain the road so that we can set up a stall. Once they buy something from someone else, it will be difficult for us to do business. We might not continue to set up a stall on this section of the road. And naturally, the road won't be maintained. Other people who sell things by themselves can't take on the work of repairing the road. Even an organized team might not be more serious than us. Therefore, even if someone sells things at a cheaper price, those who walk this road often won't buy them. If they take advantage of them now, they'll lose their future. When you continue to walk forward, you'll know how good this section of the road is. The person who came later was very confident when he spoke. It just so happened that there was a small team coming from the opposite direction. There were 3 mules and 7 people. When they heard this, one of them testified. It's true. The fan family has maintained this section of the road quite well, especially the large river and 2 small rivers in front of us. As long as the bamboo rope shows obvious wear and tear, the fan family will have someone change it. If it rains and the water level rises, making it difficult to cross the small bridge, the fan family will specially set up tents on both sides of the river to provide a place for us to rest and take shelter from the rain. Then they'll boil a pot of ginger soup and give it to everyone for free. With such benevolence and righteousness, how can we have the nerve to buy other people's things? Yes, it's been 2 years. The road that the fan family has built is the most comfortable for us. Their 2 stalls aren't just set up stalls, they've built a large row of wooden houses. When you're tired, you can go in and sleep. It only costs 1 copper coin each time. If you want to rent their bedding, it costs 3 copper coins. However, as long as someone has slept on their bedding once, they'll take off the outer cover to wash it. Usually when there's sunlight, they'll take it out to dry. Lying on top of it and covering one's body is soft and warm. Furthermore, as long as you eat at their stalls once, they'll remember your preferences. The people at their stalls speak at least 10 different dialects. Zhang Xiaobao's target, Lu Feng, also spoke up. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he felt that this wasn't an ordinary merchant setting up a stall on the 70 Li Road, but the Oriental Hotel in Thailand. Was there such a restaurant in the Great Tang? Yes, there was. Zhang Xiaobao was very sure. That was because it was his family's restaurant, and it could remember every customer. However, the problem was that those who wanted to eat at his restaurant had to register. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to do a chain check. They hadn't reached that level yet, and only special customers would receive such treatment. Now this Fan Clan stall could actually remember people, which meant that the other party had an outstanding memory. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't worth it to spend so much effort on these two stalls. There should be better developments, and he shouldn't waste his energy on these customers who didn't need to be remembered. Zhang Xiaobao sighed inwardly. While admiring the Fan Clan, he also felt sorry for them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao said with good intentions, the Fan Clan should actually make their business bigger. For example, they should take on the 500 Li Road. Then the Fan Clan will be responsible for all the transactions within this 500 Li Road, and they'll have to pay taxes. The Fan Clan doesn't just deal in food, drinks, and lodging. They can also repair cars and provide finished clothes. They can also take on the 500 Li Road's emergency messenger business. They can even invite medical centers to station people at a certain place, and the Fan Clan will provide rooms, food, and lodging. Zhang Xiaobao said this to the people who had eaten his steamed buns. He believed that if the Fan Clan really did such a good job, his subordinates would naturally tell the person in charge that was beneficial to the Fan Clan. However, just as he finished speaking, the person who came over to speak sighed helplessly and said, I'm the current head of the Fan Clan. I've considered what you said. Right now there's the aspect of repairing cars, but my family doesn't have the money for other things. I'm thinking of a 500 Li Road, which requires a lot of money. I went to the bank to ask, and they said that at most, they'll loan my family 15,000 strings of cash. It sounds like a lot, but the cost of building roads and houses is definitely far more than 15,000 strings of cash. I plan to manage the 700 Li Road well first, and when I have more money in the future, I'll gradually push forward. In fact, I've also thought of looking for someone to work with, but they couldn't meet my requirements, so it didn't work out. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He didn't expect that the person who worked with him would be the head of the Fan Clan. A businessman who lowered his status to work with his subordinates, a businessman who provided the best service based on the customer, a businessman who had a dream and seriously worked to start from scratch, shouldn't waste his time on the accumulation of raw capital. Then fine, let's learn from him. I'll lower my status and stop looking at all the problems in the Great Tang's overall economic situation. I'll start from scratch and help him meet his needs in terms of capital first. Zhang Xiaobao thought so, but he felt that he should ask more clearly, so he asked, why can't they meet your requirements? Because they think that my requirements are unreasonable, and say that I'm stupid. The head of the Fan Clan said, my requirements are, first, build a bathing pool in every resting area, and give it to the guests for free. The person from the Fan Clan raised a finger, indicating that he still had other requirements. Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply and continued to listen. Second, regardless of whether the guests are sick or not, we have to arrange for people to examine them. At the same time, we have to prepare a change of clothes of all sizes for the guests to wear the clean clothes the next day, free of charge. Third, we have to hire idle people to work at our place. At the same time, we have to buy local game at a high price and bring them back. Fourth, every place has to have at least 2 women who can take care of children. Because some of the groups have women who give birth on the way, we have to think of them. The head of the Fan Clan listed 3 more requirements, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. They think that what I said is useless, and that doing it will only increase the cost. But I've always felt that doing business is also being a person. Earn what you need to earn and pay what you need to pay. Only when you treat your guests well will they be willing to spend money at your place. Zhang Xiaobao decided to help the other party. He knew that in this era, there were many inns that could provide guests with services that made them feel at home, but he had never heard of one that was as detailed and free of charge as the other party. Although it was said that the Fan Clan would lend a hand to any of their businesses when someone needed help and didn't have the opportunity to seek help from the yamen, the Fan Clan was different. The Fan Clan was not doing this out of the ideals of a businessman, but because he and Cuckoo were intensely interested in transforming the Great Tang. In the eyes of the two of them, there were no guests, only the common people of the Great Tang. For the head of the Fan Clan to think this way was epoch-making, even better than his younger brothers and sisters. He had to think of a way. Since the road was being repaired, the country should provide a portion of the money as subsidies, and then the banks should provide more credit loans. This way there would be no problem. Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. If he were to tell the head of the Fan Clan, he would need to show his status, or else why would the other party believe him? His target, Lu Feng, was right next to him. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao continued to smile at the head of the Fan clan. Owner Fan's thinking is truly correct. I'm not very good at judging people, but I'm confident that you'll succeed this time. I'll borrow brother's auspicious words. I'll write a written agreement for brother. When brother reaches the front, if we don't make it in time, brother can go to the stall and drink tea. It's my treat. As the head of the Fan clan spoke, he really did find a pen and paper and wrote a written agreement that he would provide something for free, and then he handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao still didn't know if he would have a chance to enjoy this free treatment. Right now he was considering how to continue following Lu Feng, whether to reach the front first or find an excuse to stop. After some thought, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Many thanks. How far will the road be repaired before you're done?" The head of the Fan clan looked at the road crushed by stones and said, "Now is enough. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Why don't we go together? I've prepared some wine, and today's weather is pretty good." At the same time, he invited Lu Feng to drink with him. Zhang Xiaobao knew that these were just polite words. If Lu Feng went, he couldn't refuse, but if he didn't go, then so be it. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaobao revealed a surprised expression and said to Lu Feng, "So this brother Lu isn't a member of the team. You're really a good person. Brother Lu, how about this? I have nothing to do right now, so I'll accompany brother Lu to sightsee along the way. What do you think?" When Lu Feng heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he immediately revealed a difficult expression. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I have to hurry. Sorry." It's fine. Brother Lu, go ahead." Zhang Xiaobao sat on his horse and cupped his hands. Lu Feng mounted his horse and urged it to gallop away at a fast speed. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and also ran ahead. He was a bit slower than Lu Feng, but faster than the Fan clan's team. Zhang Xiaobao began to regret his decision. Before he came out this morning, he thought that Lu Feng would run a few dozen miles and then turn into a fork in the road. But now it was obvious that he had run until noon, and he had passed by 2 of the Fan clan's stalls. Because Lu Feng didn't slow down, he couldn't stop to drink the free tea. If he continued to run, he wouldn't be able to go back today. However, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried about not having a place to stay at night. There were still many people behind him, and they kept a certain distance. When they needed to rest, they would stop and wait. Naturally, someone would set up a tent for them. After a while, Lu Feng finally stopped. Zhang Xiaobao had just let out a sigh of relief when he realized that Lu Feng didn't stop because he had reached a place, but because the horse needed to rest. Looking down at his horse, Zhang Xiaobao also stopped a few miles away from Lu Feng. He found a place with water and led the horse to, watching it eat grass and drink water. After resting for a while, Zhang Xiaobao mounted his horse again and followed Lu Feng. When the sun turned salty like a duck egg yolk and fell on the mountains in the west, Zhang Xiaobao finally came across another stall set up by someone else. He bought delicious food at 3 times the usual price, and let the horse eat some grass as well. When he mounted his horse again, he sped up, afraid that he would lose track of Lu Feng. Otherwise, when night came, the water cloud wouldn't be able to help. When the stars twinkled in the sky, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt uneasy, so he urged his horse to run faster. After running for 6 or 7 miles, he encountered a group of people walking forward with torches. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and asked, but the other side said that they didn't see any other horses. "Hey, you're good. You timed it so well. When night came, I was too close so you could hear the sound of the horses' hooves, but I was too far away so I couldn't hear your horses' hooves. Where did you come from?" Zhang Xiaobao muttered angrily and turned his horse back, wanting to see if there were any traces left. If he went back directly, wouldn't Wang Wan be happy for half a month? If he lost track of Lu Feng with his own hands, it would be recorded in the history books. "Where did you go? Is there a hoof print no matter what? The horse is so heavy, and there's a person sitting on it. It's impossible to disappear directly." Zhang Xiaobao, who lost track of his target, continued to mutter. At the same time, he took out his flashlight and shone it on the road, hoping to see an obvious hoof print. After going back a few miles, Zhang Xiaobao met his family. "Little young master, we're here. Do you plan to?" His family saw Zhang Xiaobao and asked. "I plan to look for the hoof print. I don't know where Lu Feng went. Just before the sky turned dark, I saw a cloud of water hovering. After the sky turned dark, I ran for about 20 miles. This is the approximate range. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly said to the people who rushed over. Everyone understood that since the little young master had lost track of his target, then they would help him find it. One by one, they took out their flashlights and divided into several groups to speed up. Then they began to look for the obvious hoof prints left by the horses. After more than an hour, when Zhang Xiaobao was looking forward to it, someone reported, "Little young master, I found it. It's about 3 miles ahead. Go down the left side of the road. There are traces of horses trampling on the grass there." "Okay, come with me. I need to get the Ministry of Works Research Institute to figure out the night vision equipment as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaobao called out and rode the horse to the place. He asked the others to set up tents and rest here for the time being. A few others went back to report to their family. Zhang Xiaobao led 10 people to follow the tracks. He could have gone there himself, but he was afraid of encountering wild animals. He didn't want to play with wolves, bears, or anything like that. After walking for about half an hour, there were hoof prints on the grass in front of them. If they continued to walk forward, they would reach the mountain. Following the tracks, they saw a horse tied to a tree in front of them. The flashlight didn't shine directly into the horse's eyes. He was afraid that the horse would be startled and hurt itself while trying to break free from the rope. Instead, he shone the flashlight on the ground. When the horse saw the light, it opened its eyes wide and looked over curiously. Unlike the well-trained hungry war horses, this horse didn't show any vigilance or irritation. It was a rental horse. For it, no matter who it met, as long as they didn't do anything to hurt it, it would feel normal, not to mention that there were 11 of its kind. He actually got off the horse and left. "Leave 2 people to watch the horse. The rest of you follow me. Don't put the horse with his horse. Clean up the nearby tracks." Zhang Xiaobao ordered and led the remaining 8 people to follow the tracks left by Lu Feng. This time Zhang Xiaobao was not afraid. Before, he was far away. Now that he was in the mountains, he hid the flashlight in his sleeve and didn't let the light spread out. He could find any trace left by Lu Feng. If he didn't have this skill, he would have been caught long ago. After that, he spent money to learn the tracking methods of the special forces of other countries. No matter what, he was still a professional. Moving forward, there was a river. Zhang Xiaobao observed the sand and stone tracks by the river. After confirming that Lu Feng had crossed the river, he followed him. While walking, Zhang Xiaobao admired Lu Feng. He was really brave. What if he encountered a wild animal in the woods? Did he also carry snake and insect repellent with him? It was a behavior that valued money more than life. "Little Gongzi, this person has been trained. He can be considered a talented person." A person said to Zhang Xiaobao. "What I am thinking now is where he got the money." Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 12:29. Zhang Xiaobao led the 8 people and continued to move forward. He disliked tracking people at night the most. If it was a chase, it would not be a problem. However, if he brought along a hunting dog and used a flashlight and a torch to swing back and forth, the person being chased would have a hard time at night. First of all, the physical exhaustion was very high. Although they could see the light, they were always afraid of being chased. In addition, the constant barking of the dog would further deplete their physical strength. At the same time, the psychological pressure was not small, and the body heat was draining too quickly. However, tracking people was troublesome. Without a light, they could not see the tracks, but with a light, they were afraid of being discovered by the other party, not to mention bringing a dog. In the middle of the night, in a place where there were no people, suddenly hearing a dog barking, anyone would have to think carefully about what was going on. "I hope we can get some useful clues this time. I have always felt that he was bribed." His pearls were looked at by a jewelry shop, and they said that there is a high possibility that he belongs to the West, which is Duoshi. Zhang Xiaobao saw through the tracks that Lu Feng did not know how to anti-reconnaissance, otherwise, he would not have left such obvious tracks, unless he knew too much and then created a false impression. The obvious branches were broken, which was clearly to tell the trackers that he passed by here. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao was very relaxed. He lowered the flashlight and said to the person who was closest to him. This person also lowered his voice and said, Young master, if he is found to have colluded with the enemy, how should we deal with him? That depends on how he colluded with the enemy. I am very puzzled now. You say that he is an ordinary person, not as powerful as the people of the Chun family in Tonghua. If he wants to collude with the enemy, what can he provide to the enemy? If it is information that many people can get, would Duosher give him gold coins and pearls? That gold coin is unique to Duosher and is very valuable. Under normal circumstances, it is used by a special group of people. Occasionally, it will fall into the hands of the common people and is very precious. However, the gold of our dynasty cannot be used, and can only be used as a special currency. Therefore, Lu Feng must have been valued by Duosher. What did he betray? To be honest, when I saw his actions at the gambling house, I analyzed it a little and felt that even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be worth that pearl. Don't you think it's interesting? Zhang Xiaobao said in boredom. Then he saw a mark and almost laughed out loud. It was actually the mark of Lu Feng accidentally lying on the ground. There was a vine in front of him. It was obvious that Lu Feng had tripped over it. With this level of skill, he dared to take action in the middle of the night. Furthermore, he was valued by Duo Cannibal. Zhang Xiaobao felt that there was either something wrong with his brain or Duo Cannibal's head had smashed into a wall. The person accompanying Zhang Xiaobao also saw the obvious signs of lying on the ground, so he covered his mouth in silence. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Little Gongzi, do you think that he might have told others about your arrival in Jianan?" After saying this, he said to himself, "I don't think it's possible. We came with great fanfare to attract the attention of the Duo Eaters, and then let them transfer their troops over so that their other side of the defense would be empty and provide support for our landing operations. Move back a little, don't speak blindly." The person behind the person pulled him to the back and took his place. He turned to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "I think that Lu Feng must have obtained some kind of technology and shared it with the Duo Eaters. The Duo Eaters found the technology to be extremely useful, so they rewarded him handsomely. What kind of technology could have attracted the attention of the Duo Eaters? All right, don't speak anymore. Just follow me. I'm about to be misled by you all. If it were up to me, I would say that he has sold himself." Zhang Xiaobao turned around and nudged the head of the person behind him. That person was too close, so close that they were almost touching him. The person behind chuckled and fell silent. They had always been very casual with Zhang Xiaobao. As long as it did not involve serious matters, they even dared to joke with Zhang Xiaobao, and even tease Zhang Xiaobao. The atmosphere in the inner courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had always been so relaxed. Of course, if they were in danger, they would also rush over and stand at the forefront, using their own lives to protect the main house. It was also because of this that Zhang Xiaobao occasionally joked with them. What else could you ask of someone who would die for you at any time? The 9 people followed the trail in such a relaxed and happy mood. After crossing the river and crossing the mountain, when the moon was clearly above their heads, they finally found more footprints in front of them. These footprints clearly did not appear from the path they came from, but from another path. Then these footprints converged in the same direction as Lu Feng's footprints. Zhang Xiaobao deduced 2 points from this. The first was that the other party had always had a secret hiding place in this area, and the footprints were left when they were delivering supplies or delivering information. The second was that Lu Feng had agreed to meet them at a place they were familiar with, and they had only arrived today. At this time of the year, the vegetation was lush, and if not for the short interval between the footprints, it would be impossible to tell which one it was. Unless it had rained 2 days ago, and these people had come before and after the rain, then the footprints would be different. Now, Zhang Xiaobao did not have the advanced equipment to take samples and analyze them, and it was not worth it. To deal with the current Duo Qi, there was no need to spy on them. Unless their military strength increased, they could solve many problems on the battlefield that could only be solved in other aspects. As they continued forward, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly made a few low sounds from his throat. The 8 people following behind him immediately stopped moving, no longer speaking as casually as before, and turned off their flashlights. Zhang Xiaobao had already heard the sound of people talking, so he took out his binoculars to look carefully. He frowned but did not see any light. It seemed that the other party was very vigilant. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while, and then made some very soft sounds from his throat. If one was not close enough to hear it, One would think that it was an owl calling. Even if one were to find a zoologist who specialized in raising owls, after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's voice, they would definitely not think that it was made by other animals. Zhang Xiaobao was at this level, or else he would not be able to casually imitate other people's speech. After a few simple goo-goo sounds, the 8 people behind Zhang Xiaobao spread out and carefully spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while, but did not hear any movement from his own people, so he was sure that the other party had not sent out any sentries. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaobao felt that playing this game with the enemy was really bullying them. He did not know what the enemy was thinking. Did they think that just because they ran into the mountains they could not arrange for sentries? If his own intelligence personnel were like this, they would not be able to graduate. Since no one was on alert, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried. He followed the direction of the voice and quietly made his way over. The closer he got, the clearer the sound of the voice became. Moving forward and turning a corner, Zhang Xiaobao finally found the light. It was very weak, as if there was a cave in front of him. He did not know if it was a man-made cave or a natural formation. Zhang Xiaobao bent down, reached out, and touched the grass in front of him. There were no other tall trees nearby, so Zhang Xiaobao lifted his foot and stepped on the place he had just touched. Moving back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao approached the entrance of the cave step by step. Using the weak light inside, he looked around and chose a place where it would be difficult for others to pee. Zhang Xiaobao sneaked over. He did not want to be discovered or be drenched in urine. Relaxing a little, he focused on his ears and listened carefully to the conversation inside. Lu Feng's voice was very recognizable, even if he was speaking Arabic. Zhang Xiaobao could tell from the quality and tone of Lu Feng's voice. Lu Feng's foreign language learning was really bad. He was clearly speaking Arabic with local characteristics. If he were to be the translator, he would be beaten to death. Xiaobao listened attentively. He knew Arabic from the start, but some of his vocabulary was different from what he had learned in the past. Even his pronunciation was different. Hence, when he was considering fighting polyphagia, he specially learned it. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how long it was, but he knew that they had not talked about the main topic yet. It was Lu Feng who had been toasting, and the other party would praise the wine. How can wine not taste good? You can't drink it normally. Whoever dares to drink it will lose their life. So Lu Feng came out to buy wine, especially for the followers who are not allowed to drink. Did he rely on this to get pearls and gold coins? Zhang Xiaobao thought. If that was the case, then it was not considered colluding with the enemy, and there should not be any serious business. It should be known that in polyphagy, no matter how much gold coins they had, they could not buy wine. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao thought that Lu Feng was a talent. Selling combs to monks, selling ice fruits to Eskimos, and selling sand in the Sahara Desert were all talents. But to make a man believe that his other half was a male monkey, and to provide things that the followers did not allow, this was a great talent. Back in Tubo, throwing pig dung and pig innards at other people's place was too kind. Looking at Lu Feng, he was definitely more skilled. Zhang Xiaobao continued to listen. It was probably because polyphagy had not drunk for a long time, so his alcohol tolerance was poor. When he spoke, Lu Feng's pronunciation was more authentic, and the other party had deviated from the dialect to some extent. It's decided. If you don't make any big mistakes, when you come back, I'll give you an official position to specialize in diplomacy. Zhang Xiaobao had already made a promise to Lu Feng in his heart. If he did not use such a capable person, he would be guilty of the crime of hindering the integration of the world's races. Lu Feng, what good stuff did you bring this time? One of the cannibals spoke up. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and began to frown. Lu Feng had indeed obtained useful information, and it seemed to be related to the real thing. It's nothing important. This time I brought the manufacturing process and blueprints of cannons. I'll show them to you first. When the time comes, you can consider what kind of price to offer. Lu Feng's words rang out, and Zhang Xiaobao's eyes narrowed. He wondered where Lu Feng had obtained the manufacturing process of cannons. This was something that he had always been in charge of, and the civil servants of the Ministry of Works could not even think of getting involved. Moreover, his father was in charge. Where did something go wrong? Zhang Xiaobao heard the sound of paper flipping. Then polyphagy's voice rang out again. This is different from the blueprint you brought last time. Last time it was a grenade. This time it's a cannon. Did you guys make the grenade? Lu Feng was speaking now. We didn't. We did according to what you said and also compared it to the blueprint you drew. However, there was no explosion at all. There were only a lot of sparks coming from that place, similar to fireworks, Polyphagy said. How is that possible? You definitely didn't understand the main problem with the grenade. First, there needs to be something to store the grayish-black powder in the fireworks. Then you need to leave a spark on the fireworks, light it up, and throw the grenade. It will explode with a bang, right? Lu Feng said in a tough tone. Yes. When we came into contact with the Tang army in the north and had a small battle, we picked up a few grenades that did not explode. It was indeed as you said. However, we made them and then put in the gunpowder of the fireworks. We found that it was useless. Once we lit it up, it would spew out fire from the small hole. It was very beautiful, but it just didn't explode. Polyphagy's voice was full of grievance. I see. What they used was gunpowder, and the powder you used was fireworks. You put it in the iron, so of course it wouldn't explode. However, too many fireworks can hurt people, so after you get the fireworks you have to take them apart. Don't put the powder in the iron, understand? Lu Feng seemed to be very patient as he continued to explain the theory. Now that you understand, what should we put it in? Polyphagy asked. Put it in the paper. Iron is too strong. If you put the powder in the paper, won't it explode? Lu Feng seemed to be very impatient. It made people feel that he was complaining that Polyphagy was too stupid. Yes. Put it in the paper, Polyphagy said. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt a stomachache. The gunpowder of the fireworks was originally wrapped in the paper. Instead of taking out the gunpowder and putting it in the paper, it was better to just throw the fireworks. At least the craftsmanship of the fireworks was more authentic, and the quality was good. The explosion rate was close to 100%. If it was Polyphagy's handiwork, it would be good enough if half of them could explode. The rest would either be put in Qihua or misfired. Why did I ask you to rewrap it in paper? There's a problem here. As if he felt that there was something wrong with what he said, Lu Feng's voice sounded again. What problem? You must be very curious. It turns out that the smaller the fireworks in the Tang Empire are, the less powerful the explosion is. When you redo it, take out the powder and 10 fireworks and roll it in the same paper. Won't it be powerful? Yes, we will definitely do it when we go back. Now let's talk about the cannon. Why did the cannon you drew have 2 holes? A few Sundays ago, the cannon we saw at your side had 1 hole. From the sound of it, Polyphagy was tongue-tied. It seemed that the wine was delicious. That's a good question. Why are there 2 holes on the left and right? When your side fought with the Tang Empire army a few times ago, they saw 1 hole. It involves a new kind of technology. You have seen fireworks, right? The kind that is arranged in rows. Once it's lit, it can fly up into the sky one after another. Have you seen that before? Lu Feng's tone changed again. Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with it and missed it. When he first started learning how to cheat, he used this kind of tone. His voice was sticky and magnetic. It was said that he had been a technical official for more than 20 years, and had always been at the department level to have such a voice. This was because when one reached the deputy department level, one would appear very gentle. When one reached the department level, one would be full of energy and gentleness. Only those department level officials who had been in technical positions for a long time would speak like this, making people feel that they were very confident, authoritative, and unquestionable. For this reason, he had practiced for 3 months before he reached the standard. This was because he had enough talent. He didn't know how long Lu Feng had practiced for. To be honest, Zhang Xiaobao had never seen a double-hole cannon before. He had seen a double-hole autocannon and a double-hole hunting rifle. If he had to talk about a double-hole cannon, it was fine. A double-hole self-propelled cannon was like a tank, but it was 2 up and down, not 1 left and 1 right. Now, the Tang Empire hadn't created a cannon that was parallel to the left and right, and they wouldn't create one either. That was just too idle. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was thinking, a voice came from inside again. I've seen it before. What kind of technology is it? If you want to understand what kind of technology it is, you first have to know that the Ministry of Works has a special research department. It's called the New Combined Power Gunpowder Weapon Connection System, Autonomous Control Long Range Strike Killing Technology Institute. Yes, most people don't know that there is such a department. Even those who have heard of it occasionally definitely don't understand the main function of this department. What does it do? Why does it do this? What kind of problems were discovered in the process of doing it? And what kind of technical channels were used to solve them? Lu Feng's voice began to become aggressive, high-pitched, urgent, and powerful. Zhang Xiaobao instantly liked Lu Feng, the kind of like that of admiration. His words were really too beautiful and he had a bright future. If he had known that this was the case, he wouldn't have won his pearls yesterday. It would have been fine even if he had given Xiaobei's pearls to him. After all, Xiaobei didn't lack those lousy pearls. Duosher was clearly dumbfounded and couldn't say anything for a while. Lu Feng very understandingly continued. The series of problems I just mentioned in the entire Tang Empire, you won't be able to find a second person who understands the situation to tell you. Come, I'll explain it to you in detail. Bring the blueprint over and you come over too by my side. Okay, pay attention, don't be distracted. What I hate most is when other people are thinking about other things when I'm talking. Now follow the dotted line that my hand is drawing. Look here, there are two muzzles, but look carefully, isn't there a connecting hole in the middle of the two muzzles? Why is there this small hole? Do you think that fireworks also have small holes in them, and then they are connected to each other and ignited one by one? Let me tell you, you're wrong to think so, very wrong, very wrong. If that's really the case, then the people in the research institute are all trash, rice buckets. This hole is empty, let me tell you, it's empty, it's always been empty. Why? Why is it empty? It involves the aerodynamic linkage of inhalation and exhalation. It doesn't exist independently. If it exists independently, do you think the research institute has any value? New combined power gunpowder weapon connection system, autonomous control long-range strike-killing technology institute. Think carefully about the name of this research institute. Did you notice the problem? There are a few keywords in its name, one is joint, one is loading, and one is autonomous. Of course, the most important words are long-range, strike, and killing. Think carefully, what are they trying to do? What are they trying to do? Tell me. They want to create even more powerful weapons to kill us. Do Ranzhou said with a trembling voice, slightly sober. Yes and no, to kill you is simply killing you. What I want to say is that they want to use a low price to kill you, and they want to kill you efficiently. Do you understand efficiency? Alright, Zhou Ren, I won't say anymore. Actually, I really don't want to hand over the technology to you. After all, I'm from the Great Tang. But how did they treat me? As a technician, I don't even get paid as much as a pork seller. What do you call this? Last time you said that you arranged for troops to be stationed at the border. How are the arrangements? You must remember, don't be within the range of their cannons, and build more wooden and grass houses around your camp, so that they can't tell which one to blow up. I have an irreconcilable enmity with them, and I can't take revenge myself, so I have to rely on you. How are you doing now? Let me analyze it for you. Lu Feng seemed to be persuading them to drink again. Take a look and help us analyze it. Don't worry, we remember what the Great Tang did to you, and we'll help you take revenge. I'll draw it for you first. We're still sending troops to the border, and the logistics are also moving to the border. It's all here, and here good wine, you won't be able to drink it when you go back. Do Ranzhou said a lot, and then he kept praising the wine. It's not easy for me to come here. Let me say first, I don't want gold coins. That thing is only worth a few hundred copper coins, and it's not worth much. I need to spend money to get the technology. Yes, this paper money will do. You still have a way to make money. I don't want pearls, it's not easy to sell, and it's easy to arouse suspicion. I'm thinking for you. What? You're asking where Xiaobei and Xiaobao are now? I'm a technician, can I help you find them? Yes, they're in Ezhou, and I heard that they change places every 2 hours. They're afraid of assassination, so don't let me go to the restaurant. Now the restaurant is closed to outsiders. How about this, I'll tell you one last time. I'm not in charge of finding out their exact whereabouts, but I'll tell you something. The day after tomorrow, they'll hold a military parade 12 li west of Ezhou City. Take your men there. Give me some more money. I'm afraid that your ambush will fail, and they'll find out in advance. Then they'll increase the security and search the city. Yes, they're searching now, but it's not too strict. It's not too strict for me, but I'm afraid that if you're exposed, they'll be even stricter with me. Be careful, be very careful. Give me 600 strings of coins. Fine, you don't have money either. If I didn't have a grudge against them, don't expect me to give you information with this little money. As for wine, I'll bring you some next time. Don't drink too much. You can't hold your liquor well, and drinking too much will delay things. I'm leaving and you can continue drinking. Ah, my conscience, you're condemned, aren't you? Sometimes I'll be scared awake in my dreams. After all, I've betrayed my country. Fine, don't comfort me and don't send me off. Following Lu Feng's series of words, the cave was quiet at first, and then footsteps were heard. Zhang Xiaobao saw Lu Feng swaying out of the cave, and then walking in the direction of Tsanma. Zhang Xiaobao quietly followed beside him. After Lu Feng walked 100 steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Seeing that no one was following him, he let out a long sigh, exhaled, and walked a few hundred steps forward. He laughed to himself and murmured, "You're so gullible. Damn, I have to find a way to pass the news to Xiaobao and the others. I've done a meritorious service, and it's a great meritorious service. Damn, I'll show those who look down on me that I, Lu Feng, am also capable and can make contributions." Zhang Xiaobao, who was nearby, took a deep breath, pursed his lips and nodded. Chapter 12:30. Lu Feng left without any hindrance. He also did not notice that he was being followed. When he rode back to the main road, he met Zhang Xiaobao by chance. Zhang Xiaobao rode alone, saying that he wanted to enjoy the scenery at night. Lu Feng thought that Zhang Xiaobao should go to the medical center in the city to have a good look. The bodyguards who followed Zhang Xiaobao disguised themselves as a temporary business bodyguard team. They wanted to see if they could get any work, so they also met Lu Feng and Zhang Xiaobao by chance. When there were more people, it would be lively. Lu Feng felt that it was the most reliable. He did not want to walk alone at night, and he especially did not like to eat the dry biscuits that he carried with him. The temporary team of bodyguards warmly invited him and Xiaobao to have a meal together. What's more, it was a stew that was still warm. There was no other way. When they came, they didn't prepare enough, so it was impossible for them to prepare other dishes. "Brother Lu, it seems that you have finished your business. When you return to the city, come to my place when you have time. I opened a new place that sells stationery. See if there is anything that you like. I will give you the capital." Xiaobao had a good impression of Lu Feng, so he warmly said to Lu Feng while they were on the road after dinner. Lu Feng was very surprised. He did not expect that this person who liked to enjoy the scenery was actually a businessman. When they met before, he seemed to have said that he was an official. Could it be that all the officials now started to do business? Lu Feng nodded in confusion. Then he shook his head and said, "I can go to your place to have a look, but not to buy anything. I am not a scholar." "Is your stationery store specialized in selling the 4 treasures of the study?" Zhang Xiaobao smiled under the light of the team's torches and explained, "More than that. The 4 treasures of the study store sell a lot of things, but I sell more." "What do you have? Tell me roughly." Lu Feng was interested. He also knew that the 4 treasures of the study were not only the ink, paper, and inkstone. There were many other things such as water drops for dripping ink on the inkstone, pen holders for holding brushes, and so on. Most of the shops nowadays were about the same, but from what the other party said, it seemed like there was something even better. He didn't know if he could use it. Zhang Xiaobao had already made arrangements for Lu Feng. When he heard Lu Feng's question, he nodded and said, "There are indeed a lot of things. If I were to tell you all of them, I wouldn't be able to finish them all by tomorrow. In addition to buying things commonly used by scholars, my shop also sells things used by craftsmen. There's a horizontal ruler. It's a tool to see if a flat surface is flat or not. You know how to build a house, right? You need a string. Mine is attached to a flat surface. There's a small bubble in the middle. The bubble is in a kind of water. As long as the surface is uneven, the bubble will lean to one side. It's very useful." Lu Feng had never even heard of the things that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned, let alone seeing them. His eyes revealed a curious look as he asked, "Apart from this thing, what else is there?" "Yes. For example, the tool caliper. It's a ruler with a small gadget on one end. I call it a vernier caliper. It's very convenient to measure the inner and outer diameters of an object. My caliper is also very accurate. It's made of good materials. You can use it not only to measure things but also to draw pictures." Zhang Xiaobao continued. He had overheard Lu Feng's conversation with the duo cannibals. They had talked about the blueprints for the cannons. Moreover, it was a double-holed cannon. There was also some data. It seemed that Lu Feng had some knowledge of this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to trick them. No matter where Lu Feng learned it from, at least it showed that he had a good foundation. In that case, he would give him a set of tools. It wasn't necessary for him to use this set of tools to do something earth-shattering. It was just to give him a job. Sure enough, Lu Feng was very happy when he heard that he could draw pictures. He hesitated and said, "Is there really such a thing? How about wood? Is it expensive? How do you take care of it?" It wasn't easy to pretend to be a technician. Lu Feng had unknowingly asked as a technician. "Wood? I have wooden rulers, but most of them are used by ordinary people. Vernier calipers are made of stainless steel. I'll give you the cost price 20 copper coins. If it was someone else, I wouldn't sell it. It's difficult to maintain it. The caliper is very accurate. It can't come into contact with water, salt, or vinegar. It also can't be maintained when the air is too humid. But Brother Lu, you don't have to worry. When you come to my shop, you can look at other things. I'll give you a set of tools specially used for maintenance. I still have a telescope. It's very useful." Zhang Xiaobao's shop hadn't opened yet, but there was no need to rush. Someone in the group had secretly gone to the back of the shop to report. Now, there were probably people in the city looking for a place. Although it was already midnight, the procedures were still smooth. Even if they needed the seal of the provincial governor would still get up. Zhang Xiaobao said it casually, but Lu Feng didn't feel relaxed at all. He was already very surprised by the caliper. Was stainless steel something that ordinary people could have? And it was only 20 copper coins. What was even more bizarre was the telescope. He had heard of this thing before. It could be used to see the scenery from far away. However, ordinary people definitely couldn't get it. In an instant, Lu Feng felt that he had encountered a swindler. It was just like how he had swindled Duo Cannibal. He didn't expect that this chef, businessman or whatnot was also a swindler. Lu Feng was unhappy. After a moment of silence, he slightly urged the horse to go faster. This was a way to express his dissatisfaction. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to notice it. He was still talking to Lu Feng. "I still have the microscope used by the medical school. It's not very accurate, but it's still okay. It can be used to observe sections. Do you know section? For example, if you want to see what's inside a leaf, you can cut it open and put it between two pieces of glass. Then, you can put some other things on it and take a look under the microscope. You can see very clearly. I also have a set of drawing tools in my shop. No matter if you want to draw a square or a circle, it can be done in the blink of an eye. Also, you can add different kinds of pencils. When you have time, you can use them to draw sketches. You should have seen them before, right?" As Lu Feng listened to Zhang Xiaobao, he forgot that he was in a situation where he was being swindled. He nodded subconsciously. Suddenly, he reacted and revealed a cold smile. He cooperated and asked, "Do you have a more precise scale with you? They can be used to weigh very small things." "You've asked the right person. Yes, it's even more accurate than the ones used to make medicinal herbs. There are quite a number of weights. Let me tell you this. As long as you want, you can buy them from my shop to make anything you see on the market. Whether it's a blowtorch, glass test tubes of all shapes and sizes, or chemical agents controlled by the Ministry of Works, I have everything you need." Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest. He seemed very confident. The enthusiasm on his face didn't change. "Okay." Lu Feng faintly said these two words and then stopped talking. He treated Xiaobao as a dishonest person. They had only met twice, and he even said that he was looking at the scenery outside. How could he lie to someone he met? "Are those things that you said you can have?" "Brother Lu, do you not believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "I believe you. If Brother Zhang says you have it, I will believe you. If you say that you have a pistol now, I will believe you." Lu Feng's tone was obviously not right. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care and smiled. "It will be dawn when we go back. Let's speed up and get to the place in the morning. Brother Lu will know then." "Okay, I will wait." Lu Feng sped up. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk with Lu Feng about other things. He talked about the scenery of the places he had been to, the products and the culture. Anyway, he said everything that could be said as if he knew everything. Therefore, Lu Feng was under a lot of pressure. On one hand, he thought that Zhang Xiaobao was a liar. On the other hand, he listened carefully when Zhang Xiaobao talked, because many of the things that came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth seemed to be true. When the sky started to brighten, Lu Feng was very suspicious. If Brother Zhang, who was chattering nonstop, continued to talk to him for a while, he wondered if he would get an illness in his head. It was really too torturous. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao finally stopped talking. He had secretly taken medicine to soothe his throat twice. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao had a purpose in saying these words. He felt that Lu Feng was angry in his heart. It could be said that he was sulking or ambitious, but the target of his anger was obviously the people in his village who looked down on him in the past. This was not good. It would make people become extreme. Usually they would not have much contact with things. Spending all their time in anger was not good for the body. Telling him about the outside world would broaden his horizons and broaden his mind. When he sees the things in the stationery store again, she believed that after some time, he would realize how foolish he was in a fit of pique in the past. When he was alone in the house, he would feel that the scenery in front of him was not good. Then, he would open the window and look at the more beautiful scenery outside. When the team returned to Izhou City, it had been 30 hours since Zhang Xiaobao came out. Lu Feng looked sleepy, but Zhang Xiaobao and the guards were better. After all, they had received training and could cope with the current situation. "Ah, you're back. Brother Lu, do you want to have breakfast together?" Zhang Xiaobao invited. Lu Feng wanted to sleep now, so he was not in the mood to eat. Hearing that, he shook his head. "Since Brother Lu doesn't want to eat, I won't eat either. Come to my place first, look at the things, and then sleep for a while." Zhang Xiaobao invited again. At the same time, he pointed in front of them. There was a sign with the words Magical Stationery Store written on it. Lu Feng looked in the direction Zhang Xiaobao pointed and was stunned. When he came out yesterday, he remembered very clearly that there was no such store. It turned out that the store was selling grains. Did he go to the wrong place? Not only was he surprised, but the people who came to buy grains in the morning were also stunned. They were used to having a grain store in this place. How did it change overnight? "Brother Lu, do you want to have a look?" Zhang Xiaobao invited again. Lu Feng was stupefied. He followed Zhang Xiaobao to the door. When they got off the horse, the door was opened from the inside. A man dressed like a manservant came out and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Boss, you're back." I'm back. Do your work well. Brother Lu, please." Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and invited Lu Feng, who was still in a stupefied state, into the store. There were many glass counters in the store, in which were some of the things Zhang Xiaobao mentioned on the way. Lu Feng walked over and picked up the telescope in the most conspicuous position. He raised it to his eyes and then his eyes widened. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother Zhang, do you know people from the Zhang family and the Wang family?" Chapter 12:31. Just as he asked this question, Lu Feng suddenly put down his binoculars and rushed to the door. He closed the door with 2 loud bangs. His eyes flickered as he picked up the latch and quickly locked the door. He turned around and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Do you know what you are doing? I don't care if you open a shop to make money, but you can't sell things that you shouldn't sell. Don't think that you can do whatever you want because you know their family. Can you sell binoculars? Can you? Also, look at the things you have here, look at how exquisite they are. If you sell them, not in case, there will definitely be other enemies who will buy them. You want to reduce the technology gap between us. You are more hateful than the people who directly sell strategic materials to them. You should be arrested and shot, no, put on the Vermilion Bird Avenue. I sell stationery, look at this stationery box. Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Lu Feng, walked behind a counter, and took out an antique stationery box. According to his calculation, it was an automatic stationery box from many years ago. There was a button on it, and when pressed, a stationery box would pop out from somewhere else. It was very fun, but it was later eliminated as it was not practical. When the students held the stationery box in class, they were not obedient. Their attention was all focused on the button, and then the pencils and pens inside would either break or leak ink. In fact, it was not suitable to take it out for the children to use, because in addition to pencils, the children still needed to write with a brush. Obviously, the stationery box could not put a brush, even if the brush was up and down, and would not directly hurt the brush hair, but when it moved it would shake and it would be very harmful to the brush. Zhang Xiaobao chose to take it out because the stationery box was designed by his brothers and sisters. When they were playing with assembling toys, they played with it and assembled the stationery box. Since that was the case, it was better to produce a batch and then let the children who could afford to play with it. At least it could cultivate the children's interest. He believed that there would be curious children who would take the stationery box apart and then assemble it again by themselves. This was the inherent thinking and behavior of a normal person. They liked to think about things, and even adults were the same. As long as they felt that something didn't require too much technology, or thought that their knowledge could be applied to it, they would always want to take it apart and put it back together. Of course, in the process, most of the things eventually broke down. Science was all about curiosity. There was a saying that the poor studied while the rich studied martial arts. However, those who were truly involved in research needed money the most. Those who could afford to buy a pencil case were most likely from wealthy families. 10,000 bought, 5,000 opened. Perhaps many years later, it was precisely because of a pencil box at this time that a scientist with a major invention was nurtured. Sure enough, when Lu Feng saw the stationery box, he found it very interesting. He placed the stationery box on the counter and pressed the buttons over and over again. For a moment, he forgot about his tiredness and hunger. He was completely absorbed in it. Is it fun? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Lu Feng nodded. Is it interesting? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Lu Feng nodded. Did you find it interesting? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Lu Feng nodded. Then do you think it can be sold? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Lu Feng shook his head. No. Is there a spring inside? And it's a spring made of better material? What if someone from Duo Nihility buys it and uses it to make guns? Don't think that I don't know about springs in guns. I've seen Duo Nihility's guns. They're filled with gunpowder, then iron pellets are put in and a shot is fired. It's very dangerous if you get close to it. Also, they're currently researching impact ignition. Don't think that they're stupid. They can also think about it. If you put firecrackers on hard ground and hit them with a hammer, what does it mean? It means that the firing method of a gun can be studied carefully. If it can't be fired, the power of the firing can be increased. Now that there's a spring in the pencil case you're selling, what if they use it to make a firing device? What do you say? I have to take a good look at the things in your shop. If there's anything that I don't think others can learn, you're not allowed to sell it. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Xiaobao was very impressed. He said 3 things in a row and Lu Feng nodded. According to conventional thinking, Lu Feng should continue to nod when the 4th question was asked. Unexpectedly, he shook his head. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and smiled. It seemed that Lu Feng knew a lot, but he wasn't proficient in it. It was too difficult to use gunpowder to make a firing gun. He might as well hold a hammer in his hand. It was more useful than a spring. As for the accuracy, he couldn't care less. "Okay, I'll listen to you. You go to sleep first. I won't open the door today. When you wake up, I'll ask the shop assistant to show you around." Zhang Xiaobao planned to go back to sleep as well. He would sleep after drinking a bowl of soup and not eat any dishes or staples. Lu Feng looked at the closed door and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You know their family, so you can take things from them. Why don't you do me a favor? Help me pass a message to Xiaobao or Cuckoo. Just say no, help me contact them. I'll tell them personally. It's very important, very important. I'll go to sleep first, you contact them." "Okay." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. "Look at how happy you are. Did you find something good?" Zhang Xiaobao went back to the restaurant. He greeted his younger brother and sister who were studying and asked someone to bring him a bowl of egg drop soup. He soaked himself in a big wooden bucket filled with hot water. He bathed to relieve his fatigue while drinking the soup. Wang Wan saw that his expression was good, so she asked. Zhang Xiaobao blew the floating green onions in the bowl. He took a deep breath and said, "It smells good. When people are tired, they need hot water, salt, and a little bit of fat. Drinking a few mouthfuls of hot soup can increase people's chances of survival in a difficult environment." "So you're so happy to see the soup?" Wang Wan held a book in her hand. She didn't read it and pretended to talk to Zhang Xiaobao. "Not exactly. Yesterday morning when I went out to follow them, I found a colleague, a very interesting colleague. Lu Feng, this kid is not bad. He's talented, hardworking, and most importantly, He knows how to use any resources to help himself gain benefits. Zhang Xiaobao tried to drink a mouthful of the soup. It was so hot that he stuck out his tongue and continued to blow. Wang Wan had long been used to Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things. She wasn't in a hurry. She looked at the words in the book again and waited. After sticking out his tongue, Zhang Xiaobao moved his body, making a sound of water. He suddenly asked, "Why didn't you put a spoon in the soup for me? Since I met you, I've never seen you use a spoon to drink soup. Generally speaking, your mouth is facing the edge of the bowl. Look at Bei Bei and Xiaoyuan drinking soup. They're all influenced by you." I tried to persuade them again and again, but the effect was very bad. Wang Wan still didn't ask about the previous words. She followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and tapped the table a few times with her hand. "We're also considered a big family. We have to cultivate the quality of our children from a young age. Aristocrats aren't born. You don't use a spoon to drink soup and you make noises when you eat. What qualifications do you have to enter the upper class circle? I protest. You're mocking us working people. Drinking soup with a spoon isn't satisfying. But when you open your mouth, it's delicious. In the past, when people who were cheated by me saw me eat like this, they praised me and said that I was bold. It's the same principle as pouring wine on one's body instead of swallowing it into one's stomach. For example, my harvest this time. When Lu Feng went to cheat people and competed in drinking with many people, no matter what he said, many people would flatter him at the side. Otherwise, how could they let themselves be cheated so comfortably? Zhang Xiaobao's body kept moving as he spoke. Obviously, the space in the wooden barrel was small, and not as comfortable as in the pool. Wang Wan put down the book and showed a curious expression. She asked, "Oh? You're saying that Lu Feng can cheat many people to drink wine? In this period of time, they don't seem to be allowed to drink because of the food problem. If they get addicted to drinking, maybe they'll find a way to make wine themselves. That's a good idea." "Yes, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking about how to secretly trade them a good winemaking method. I want to break the current prohibition rule and change it into the future. That is, people can drink, but they can't do anything that endangers public safety because of drinking. Alcohol can make people relax to a certain extent. If drunk in moderation, it can also drive away the cold and speed up people's blood circulation. Drinking on the battlefield can make people braver." Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes and said to Wang Wan with a smile. In his heart he had a plan. Wine was more harmful to the country than to individuals in this period of time. Fruit wine consumed fruits, while white wine generally consumed food. It was not easy to make fruit wine into white wine. Wang Wan frowned slightly and nodded after thinking for a while. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. After the war began, in addition to the fierce confrontations at the front, there would be small-scale conflicts and the repositioning of the border. They had to fight continuously, but they also had to control the rhythm and attack countries with strategic positions. This was the disadvantage of not being able to quickly occupy them. If they didn't have very sharp mechanized troops, they couldn't fight a blitzkrieg battle. If they didn't have a good policy to pacify the people, they couldn't guarantee that the people in the places they fought wouldn't organize resistance. If they couldn't guarantee that the supply line would be extended due to various factors, then they couldn't rush too fast. Otherwise, if they forcefully pushed forward, it would lead to more deaths. Not only would they be killed by the enemy's guerrilla warfare, but there would also be psychological stress and illness after a long period of war. When fighting to a certain extent, Zhang Xiaobao's methods would be needed to break down the enemy's soldiers' will and destroy the people's mentality. The best method was to let the enemy realize that they couldn't beat the opponent in front, and that they had nothing to eat at the back. In addition to Zhang Xiaobao's plan, if several steps were used at the same time, the effect would be very good and obvious. It's actually a loss that you didn't go with him. Lu Feng is too interesting. I don't know how he got in touch with the man-eaters. He actually gave himself the identity of a technician, the kind that is oppressed and unfair. He drew the blueprints himself and wrote the technical information himself. Yesterday he sold a new powerful weapon to the man-eaters. It's a double-hole cannon arranged side by side. There's a small hole between the two muzzles. This kind of technology is not accessible to ordinary people because it was successfully researched and tested by our new combined power gunpowder weapon connection system, Autonomous Control Long-Range Strike and Kill Technology Equipment Institute. It's a very powerful research department. Just the name alone is scary enough. Count how many words. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he began to drink the soup. It was a little cold now. If he didn't drink it now, he would feel uncomfortable. His stomach was already aching. Wang Wan. After being stunned for a while, she asked with a smile. Lu Feng actually tricked the man-eaters and even created his own department. At the same time, he drew blueprints and wrote data? He's really a talent. So, he also got his money from the man-eaters? No wonder there are special gold coins for the man-eaters and pearls that match the local characteristics. Yes, but yesterday he didn't ask for the gold coins and pearls. He said that the gold coins were not valuable and that it was troublesome to sell the pearls. He took people's. I estimate that it was 700 or 800 strings of coins. He seemed to take less at the beginning. Later on, he specifically asked for 600 strings of coins. It's enough for him to spend for a while. He said that in 2 days we will hold a drill outside the city. When the time comes, we will participate and let the man-eaters cooperate with the assassination. Now he's waiting for my reply to see if he has contacted the Zhang family and the Wang family. He wants to make a contribution and then use it to attack the people who once looked down on him. Zhang Xiaobao said and shook his head helplessly. Wang Wan and Wei Wei opened their mouths. He suffered a lot in their village. He actually thinks about revenge all the time and even dares to deceive the man-eaters. Once the man-eaters realize that there is a problem, or if they think that he has enough knowledge, they will tie him up and he can forget about coming back. Yes, that's why I admire him. He's a living person. He has his own happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. He has his own pursuits. His understanding of happiness is also different from ours. He wants to use his future identity to make the people who look down on him regret. He wants to return to the village after he has money and show it off. But he can't figure out other ways to make money faster, so he takes the risk. Through his words in the gambling house, we can know how much resentment he has for the people in the village. It can be said that his hatred is monstrous. Zhang Xiaobao said with a sigh. He could actually understand. It was just like when he was taking revenge on others. When he was wronged, he would not seek any legal support. He could not fight against the power of others, but he could do it more directly. He could not represent the law, but he had his own scales. The most direct reason for this situation was that the people who enforced the law were people, not machines. People could not get rid of social relations, and the importance of human resources was well reflected. Wang Wan also sighed and said, so Lu Feng chose a different path. He did not use direct force to kill the people in the village who looked down on him. In the village, he had an inferiority complex. After he came out, he was confident. He was better than you at that time. He did not challenge the country's law. Don't drag me into this. He's probably just discriminated against because of economic pressure. It's not that he was beaten up by the county magistrate. If it's the latter, do you think the current law enforcement department of Tang Empire will let the county magistrate off? What about me? If it was also the county magistrate who beat me, what do you think the consequences would be if I went to complain? You still have the nerve to mention this kind of thing. If someone broke the law against me and I went to complain, then I would be suppressed or even persecuted. If it was more serious, I would disappear. In order to avoid this situation, I used other means to take revenge. I was breaking the law and then no one helped me to suppress or excuse me. Does it mean that the best way is for me to choose to endure? Otherwise, I would be a bad person, a person who endangers public safety, a person who does not know strategy, a person who crosses the street like a rat who is hated by everyone. In fact, I am worse than a rat because no one cares whether the rat crosses the street or not. Zhang Xiaobao was angry when he talked about this kind of thing. It seemed that after being bullied, he had to do things according to other people's rules. Otherwise, it was wrong, and other people's rules were to protect other people's interests. So Lu Feng is a very good person. Wang Wan sighed and blamed herself for bringing up this topic. She couldn't possibly change the mentality that Zhang Xiaobao had developed over a long period of time. Although it was extreme, it depended on the strength one had. When one's strength reached a certain level, then it was no longer extreme but the truth. At that time, although Zhang Xiaobao couldn't become the truth, he could make it so that you couldn't use the truth to deal with him. At the same time, he could also make a move on the people who protected the truth, then hide in other places that didn't agree with your truth. Yes, it's very good. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to talk about this old topic. He was only occasionally touched and felt uncomfortable. This was also the reason why he encouraged Li Longji to spend a lot of money every year to send waves of inspectors to different places. He had been wronged and suffered injustice, so he wanted to try his best to let people who were in the same situation as him suffer less. In this regard, he could not be the world, he only represented himself. After drinking the soup in the bowl, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and said to Wang Wan, who was helping him dry his body, "What makes me most gratified is that Lu Feng is still protecting this country, or this regime, when he wants to take revenge on the villagers. If he is willing, I believe he can find a way to sell restricted goods of Tang dynasty to Duoshi like the Chun family. But he chose to cheat people of Duoshi, risking his life. Not only is he cheating people of their money, but he is also considering cheating people of their lives. You know the shop I opened after I came back, right? There are a lot of things in it. Actually, I don't intend to sell them at all. The things I want to sell are all ordinary things that don't require high technology. For example, slightly higher precision rulers, compasses, protractors, and so on. Also, I don't only sell them to children. If the craftsmen want to buy them, they will also sell them. If the tools are not uniform, there will be a big difference in the products produced, which will affect the overall craftsmen of society. In the future, if any craftsman invents something good, we will buy it directly. If the craftsmen do not have high technology, we will make a finished product and help them sell it. Even if it is a child who invented it, it will be the same. When the stationery box is sold, I will sign an agreement with Xiaobei and the others to share the technology patent. This will be a great boost to Tang Dynasty's technological research. It is too slow to only rely on the rewards given by the Ministry of Works for craftsmen. As for the phenomenon of imitation, I have considered it carefully. We can imitate the theory, but we cannot completely imitate the appearance. Also, every imitation must have a little bit of its own technology. If not, we will investigate and punish severely. What do you think? After he finished speaking, Wang Wan dried Zhang Xiaobao's body. He did not return to the master bedroom. Instead, he slept on the bed in the study that was neither a study nor a side bedroom. Wang Wan covered Zhang Xiaobao with the blanket and sat at the head of the bed. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was lying there, and said, "I understand what you mean. If the person who imitates wants to avoid the law, he has to add in his own technology. When he adds in the technology will belong to him. If others want to imitate, they will have to change the technology. In this way, as time passes, all kinds of technology will appear among the people, which is very beneficial to the overall development of our country. Let me add that the craftsmen now do not have many requirements for patents. They have always wanted to use their own means to keep it a secret. If you have to say that there is a requirement, it is best to write their name on the patent. The person who invented it will be named. Many foreigners are like this. The name of the thing is actually a person's name or an abbreviation of a person's name. If it is done, the craftsman will be very happy. In addition to the rules you set, if we help them sell it in the early stages, they will be able to earn a lot of money. Especially when they use our name, that will be a brand. When the craftsman's income increases, they will consciously continue to invest in research to earn more money and gain a greater reputation. Fame and profit, I have not found anyone who does not need it. The foundation of a country's development is to increase the production of profit and fame. At the same time, it is to maintain the rules of fame and profit. It is very stable, but it is very difficult because any rule has a loophole. There are many people who want to break the rules. Alright, I have already thought of it. You are planning to let Lu Feng be in charge of this, right? His luck is really good. He can go to a gambling den and meet Xiaobei and the others who are shopping. There are many people like him in the world, but not everyone has the same luck as him. Hey, are you asleep? As Wang Wan spoke, she saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not moving. His breathing had become even and his eyes were closed. She started to get angry. Who was she talking to? No. Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes. I am thinking about how to deal with it the day after tomorrow. We will start fighting tomorrow. Will they come to assassinate us? The people who are keeping watch over there have not sent back any news. What should we do? Wait, what else can we do? They probably won't come. Let's take the initiative to go there. Which of the guards in the house has not killed before? We can go there and kill a few to train our courage. But if we don't catch them and then train, many people will not be able to get past the psychological barrier. If there are many of them hiding in the mountains, we can catch them to repair the road. Wang Wan felt that the guards in the house had been too idle recently. A small portion of them had not participated in battles. No matter how harsh the training was, it would not be enough. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and hugged Wang Wan's waist. "Madam, you are so thoughtful. All right, I will listen to you. I do want Lu Feng to be in charge. Now that the magical stationery stores are opening in the central cities of various states, he will be in charge of being a deputy in Ezhou before he is trained. I admire his patriotism. There are many advanced things in the stationery store. After he saw it, he directly blocked the door of my store. He clearly knows that I am in contact with the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he still righteously scolded me. Human nature is like this. He has his own shortcomings, but he also has his own merits. I don't care about his shortcomings. I only use his merits. Of course, if he can slowly get rid of some of his shortcomings, that will be better. Doesn't he want to be outstanding? I will give him a chance. When there is a need, I will vigorously promote it. I will say that he is not afraid of difficulties and dangers. He fought with the enemy with wisdom and courage. With the support of his patriotism, he won the battle at that level. He is a hero. A hero who comes from an ordinary family but dares to do anything for the Tang Empire. His opposite is the Chun family. The Chun family is rich, but they can never be compared with Lu Feng. Lu Feng is more important than a goose feather, while the Chun family is less important than Mount Tai. What nonsense is this? Is there a saying that the Chun family is more important than a goose feather? You are brainwashing. I agree. If the ruling class doesn't brainwash them, they will be robbed by the ruling class. Wang Wan smiled and patted Zhang Xiaobao's hand. She stood up and said, "You continue to sleep. I am going to see Xiaobei and the others. Seems that you can't eat lunch. What are you going to eat for dinner?" "I will cook dinner after I wake up." Go. Oh, there is also the Fan family. You should also contact them and provide them with money. Let them do a good job in road construction and management. He is also very good. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and retracted his arm. He leaned inwards and hugged part of the quilt to sleep. He had this habit of hugging the quilt to sleep. Even in summer, he needed a thin quilt to cover himself. After the quilt warmed up, he would turn over and continue hugging the other side because it was cooler. On the road to the west of Ezhou City, about 40 miles away, there were more than 10 connected houses by the roadside. All of them were built with wood. As noon approached, more and more people came from both sides of the road. Many people would habitually look up at the sky when they saw the houses, looking for the position of the sun. Then they would find a place under the shed outside. Some people directly took out money and ordered food. Some people even drank. Generally speaking, people who came from the west drank because there were only a few dozen miles left. At the end of the road was Ezhou City, where they could have a good rest. There were also people who didn't have money at all. They just took out some fried noodles from their bags. They were dry fried and didn't want to use oil. If oil was used to fry noodles, it would waste a lot of oil. There was only a little bit of salt in it. These people didn't order food. They just greeted the waiter and asked for a bowl of water. People who walked this road often knew that the hot water at the Fan family stall didn't cost money. If they really didn't have money or food, they would give them a steamed bun when they saw that they only had water. One steamed bun wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, but it could prevent them from starving to death. They could persevere until they reached the city. When they reached the city, they didn't have to worry about starving to death. They could just go to the local government office and ask them to find a suitable job for them to feed themselves. "Old Fan, give us a jar of yellow wine and some hot dishes. Serve the cold dishes first. We'll drink." 3 people came from the west. Each of them was in charge of 2 mules. Familiar people could tell at a glance that the 3 people didn't travel too far. Moreover, they chose the right path. Otherwise, one person wouldn't be able to watch 2 mules. The 3 people were dressed the same, but they were definitely not relatives. The most common thing was that each of them had a full beard. Obviously, because it was difficult to wash them on the road, their beards had stuck together into strands. One of the people with a black mole under his left eye shouted at the person in charge of collecting money. They seemed to be very familiar with each other. Otherwise, they would normally call each other waiter. The person who was shouted at was the head of the fan family that Zhang Xiaobao saw yesterday. He stayed at the stall to take care of the accounts and collect money. The person in charge of the accounts had gone to do other things. When he saw the three people, he revealed a warm smile and said, "Second brother Do, it seems that you guys are rich this time. The last few times you came here you couldn't bear to spend money on wine, let alone hot dishes. You guys can handle a bowl of noodles. How about 4 dishes? 6 for is too little. 4 cold dishes. Old fan, it's not that I want to criticize you, but look at the restaurants in the city. When customers come, they serve cold dishes first. There are also a few small plates that are free. Why don't you prepare some?" The person who was called second brother Do unbuttoned 2 buttons on his collar and sat there boldly. He laughed and teased the head of the fan family. "Oh, isn't this the second son of the Do family, Do Qiong? Why are you so poor now that you want to eat for free?" Before the people of the fan family could speak, someone at the table next to them interrupted. Judging from his tone, he was also familiar with second brother Do. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly regretted it. Because there were 2 people, one old and one young, who were also poor. In front of each of them was a steamed bun, a bowl of hot water, and a plate of pickles. Real pickles, not cold dishes. According to him, these 2 people were eating for free. His words struck a blow to everyone. He hesitated, but seeing that the old and young people didn't even raise their heads, he didn't have the nerve to deliberately apologize. However, his face clearly turned red. "I'll say it again. My name is not Qiong, it's Qiong. It's very delicate. You said that I'm eating for free, so I'll eat for once. Today you have to treat each table to a dish. Otherwise you'll have to say what you said." Do Qiong also glanced at the old and young people, then said to the person who just spoke, "Of course I'll definitely treat, but the dishes won't do. The head of the fan family doesn't have enough hands, so it's troublesome to cook. Let's just have a bowl of wonton each. Those of you who ordered other things like wine, I won't care." The person nodded at Do Qiong gratefully. This was a chance to apologize. Otherwise, based on what he said just now, those who knew him today would laugh at him when they saw him in the future. The old and young people didn't provoke him, so why did he have to criticize them? Who didn't have difficulties? The head of the fan family, Fan Cheating, also quickly followed. "Today's wonton is different from other times. I've been taught by an expert, so when I got up in the morning to prepare the ingredients, I specially made a bowl and tasted it. The taste is simply amazing. Xiaoba, each person has a bowl of wonton. Those who order and drink wait until they're almost done eating." The waiter, Xiaoba, was very perceptive. He immediately agreed and immediately put 2 bowls of wonton into the pot. After boiling for a while, he took out the wonton and put it into the bowls. Then, he added the ingredients according to the method Zhang Xiaobao taught him yesterday. The bone broth was mixed, and the aroma was overflowing. He sprinkled some coriander and chopped green onions on top and carried it to the old and young people's tables. "Old master, give me some face. Someone insisted on treating us. It's hot, so take your time." The waiter was very good at talking. The old man looked at the 2 bowls in front of him, and then looked at his grandson who was looking up at him. He touched his grandson's head and said, "Eat, this uncle is treating us. In the future, if you have the ability, you can go and help others. Today we have to travel more. When we get to the city, you can go to school. I'll go to the yamen and ask them to arrange a job for us." "Old master, where did you come from? It seems that you have traveled a lot." The person who was treating them saw that the old man understood everything, so he greeted him. In the West, the child's parents came out to look for work. I heard that they went to Hunan province. There are only mountains in my hometown, so it's close to the border. I brought my grandson and didn't want to wait any longer. It's hard to send a message, so I came here first. When I have enough money, I'll go there to look for his parents. Thank you very much." The old man explained his situation and thanked the person. "Don't thank me. It's not a big deal. You also had difficulties on the road. When you get to the city, it'll be fine. People like you don't need to look for work at all. When you go to the yamen, just tell them where you are, and the yamen will arrange a place to take care of you. You don't have to worry about the little ones. When they get to the school in the city, there will be someone to take care of them immediately. I'm familiar with this. First they need to take a bath. If they can eat, they can eat. If they are tired, they can choose a place to sleep. When they wake up, they will have new clothes. As long as they are in the school, their food and clothes are better than what we usually eat. Many businessmen are willing to invest in the school. Compared to them, my situation is nothing. When I came over, I heard that Xiao Bao and the others had arrived. Maybe Xiao Bei and the others will go there and let your grandson meet them. The person who was treating them continued, as if he was saying that it was a blessing for his grandson to meet Xiao Bei and the others. I heard. The old man continued. I heard about it on the way here. When I was at the front, the yamen even gave me money. I didn't come out and took the wrong path. In the end, I took a big detour and spent the money. I didn't get to the place, but many people helped me along the way. This place is better than my place. There is no yamen to manage my place. There is no yamen at all. Along the way, I heard people praising Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, as well as their younger siblings. Praising is the right thing to do. Who dares not to praise? The relief area in the yamen was built according to their request. There is also the school for the elderly. The school was originally called, what was it called again? The person forgot as he spoke. It was started in Baoxin County. It was called Operation Chaoyang. At that time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were still young. They had just finished leading the army and returned to become officials. That was when they started. Until now, there are businessmen in all the places in Great Tang that we go. A few days ago, I heard that Xiao Bei was angry because there was a Tunghua County in Maozhou that only had the yamen's kindergarten. The conditions were very poor, and there were no good schools funded by good businessmen. Therefore, Xiao Bei said that he wouldn't force the businessmen to fork out money. Wherever there was no school funding, their precious candy house would take care of it. However, in the future, even if the local businessmen wanted to fork out money, he wouldn't give them a chance. Old fan, don't you think so? I heard that you fork out a lot of money. Do Cheong drank a big mouthful of wine to help replenish her drink. She even talked about something new and treated it as news. The grandfather and grandson came from afar, so they really didn't know what was so great about Xiao Bei. From what he said, it seemed that he had to give them a chance to pay. Therefore, the old man asked in confusion, if they don't fork out money, they will take their lives? Is it very important for Xiao Bei to give them a chance? They don't want their lives. Fan Cheating, who was named, said with a smile, as long as you don't make any mistakes, no one will take your life. There won't be any bad consequences, and your business won't be suppressed. However, from now on, all the businessmen in that place will be recorded by Xiao Bei and the others. In the future, they won't look for you if there's anything good. Moreover, once you commit a crime, they might come to arrest you personally. Once they catch you, they'll finish you off. Even if you have the ability to complain to the morning court of Hanyuan Palace Hall, no one, from the emperor to the ministers, will say a word for you. My family really doesn't fork out a lot of money. Every month we get about 70 strings of coins. It's not that I don't want to give more, but the school doesn't need that much money. There are other people who will pay. I've always believed that in this world, there is a return on investment. It seems that there is no return on investment, but in fact that's not the case. For example, according to my normal family wealth, I can get a loan of 10,000 strings of coins from the bank. However, when I asked, they said that I can get 15,000 strings of coins because I'm paying for the school. They are looking at your character and reputation. A person who cares so much for children, I believe that he can't be bad. Fan Cheating described the treatment he received to prove the relationship between investment and return. While everyone was discussing national affairs, a few fast horses came from the west and came directly to the stall. The people on the horses dismounted. The first person looked at Fan Cheating and asked, "Are you Fan Cheating of Izhou's fan family?" "Yes, you are." Fan Cheating was puzzled. "I'm the manager of Izhou's Tang Bank. Yesterday, the young master met with you and instructed us to provide you with a low-interest, high-limit loan. He said that you have the ability to repay, and that there is no problem with your reputation. If you're not busy, come with us to sign the contract." The person who came had a businesslike appearance. "Young master? Your family? Xiao Bao? Yesterday? Yesterday, the one who said that they would go sightseeing was Xiao Bao?" After hearing this, Fan Cheating suddenly shouted in surprise. The others looked at Fan Cheating enviously. They thought that investment really did pay off, and it came so directly and so quickly. Chapter 1232. Fan Cheating left in a special happy mood. Before he got on the horse, he asked the waiter to add a serving of salted beans for each table. Other people got up to see him off. They looked at Fan Cheating's small figure with envy. They were not only envious that Fan Cheating could borrow more money, but also envious that he met Zhang Xiaobao yesterday and got the method of making wontons from Zhang Xiaobao. "Xiaoba, a bowl of wontons," Do Chong shouted at the waiter. She didn't mention that she would be treated. She still had money for a bowl of wontons. The old man who left his hometown with his grandson was still in a trance. On the way here, he had heard many people talking about Xiaobao and Cuckoo, but he had never felt so real. What was the matter with the loan? "Grandpa, it's delicious." The old man's grandson ate the steamed bun and looked at the half bowl of hot water left. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of another bowl of wontons and chose not to drink the water. As a result, he, who had never eaten wontons before, was instantly conquered by the delicious taste of wontons and shouted at his grandfather. The old man looked at his grandson who was eating wontons and didn't worry that the little thing would eat too much. Although the little thing was only 7 years old, his appetite was not small. Moreover, on the way here there was little oil in his stomach. Every meal he ate was comparable to an adult. What made the old man absent-minded was that he almost didn't recognize the country he had heard of before. Because it was remote and located at the border of two countries, the old man and others who were similar to the old man didn't have a sense of belonging to the Tang Empire. Anyway, there was no local government, so it was fine to say that they belonged to any country. The thing that made the deepest impression was not long after his grandson was born. In the past, every 2 or 3 months, he had to come out of the mountains, cross 2 rivers, and walk down the last river for half a month to trade with the local people for salt. At first the price was very high, but he was already used to it. After his grandson was born, he occasionally went down with other people in the village to trade. He found that the salt was cheap and it was no longer black. One kind of salt was white and delicate, and the other was very cheap with a little black color and big grains. Later on, he heard people say that they would continue to head east, where they could find work and earn more money. Only then did his son and daughter-in-law leave. When they left, his grandson was only 3 years old. 10 years later, they never saw each other again. She had originally planned to beg for money along the way when she brought her grandson out. Who would have thought that from the moment they met with the first official, their way of life was different? The people who came and went wore good clothes and they even received money. The official's request was very simple. The grandmother and grandson had to report their names, tell them where they lived, and then put their fingerprints on 3 pieces of paper that they did not recognize. One of the 3 pieces was for her to keep. After that, the yamen gave them money and someone told them how to get there. Unfortunately, because they had never been out before, they took the wrong route and took a big detour. After spending all their money, they had to rely on others to help them along the way. Whenever they met people on the road, they would listen to what they said. They heard a lot, but they were not complete. The one who felt it the most was that the people in the yamen were stupid. They actually gave money just by leaving a fingerprint. The people they met on the road were generous and did not care to treat them to food. It was only today that they heard people speak, and someone even asked them to eat wontons in an apologetic manner. They felt the most emotional. When they were young, they ate wontons once when they exchanged food with others. The taste was still unforgettable. Standing by the table, the old man felt like he was in a dream. When the others sat down again and his grandson called him again, saying that the wonton in his bowl was delicious, he suddenly woke up. He sat down again, scooped up a wonton with a spoon, put it near his mouth, and gently blew on it twice before putting it into his mouth. A strong meaty flavor immediately filled the old man's mouth. After drinking a mouthful of fresh and hot soup, an indescribable smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. "Use a spoon." The old man corrected his grandson's way of eating wontons with chopsticks. His eyes began to look at the people around him, feeling that everything in the world had changed. "Old man, do you want some wine?" Do Chong asked as she poured a bowl full of wine and brought it over. The old man grinned and said, "That's good to hear. I'm always afraid that people will lie to me and say that the school arranged for the kid in Ijo City is a lie, and that the job at the yamen is a lie." The old man didn't refuse the offer of wine, but talked about something else. He had been very tired along the way, so he didn't know much about Tang. After hearing about it from others, he would always mention it casually when he met people again. One was to verify what he had heard from others, and the other was to show that he was familiar with Tang so that he wouldn't be bullied. Many times when he was sleeping with his grandson by the roadside in the wilderness at night, he would be awakened by the slightest noise. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a grandson to take care of, he might not have been able to survive. Do Cheong was stunned by the old man's mumbling and relieving words. She soon understood what was going on with the old man. She guessed that he must have been very careful and on tenterhooks along the way. It was normal to be afraid of being bullied and cheated when traveling. However, Do Cheong suddenly realized that she hadn't felt like the old man for a long time. The last time she had the same feeling seemed to be yesterday, but it also seemed to be very long ago. When did it start? Ijo. Logistics camp? Do Cheong stood at the old man's table with a bowl of wine in each hand and murmured. The old man stretched out his hands covered with blue veins and calluses and carefully took the wine. He took a sip and smacked his lips, revealing his yellow teeth with 2 missing teeth. He praised, "Good wine. What's the logistics camp of Ijo?" "It's nothing. It's just an army that used to be temporarily used to deliver things in wars. Now it still exists, but it's different from before because 2 people are missing." Do Cheong shook her head hard, trying to shake away the idea in her mind. She casually explained to the old man, raised the wine and proposed a toast, and also smiled. "Deliver things? Deliver things to the army? Oh, I know. Before I came out, there were many people who delivered things on the other side. It's not easy for them to carry things on their shoulders and hands. They delivered food. My side didn't send many animals, and they were all people they found from other places. They were all like us and had a hard life. Although it's called an army, in fact they can't fight in wars. The name of the logistics camp. Haha." The old man had his own little calculation, and at the same time, he also had the thought of showing off like many ordinary people. He tried his best to show that he knew more. He was different from those old guys who surrounded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all day. Those old guys were all shrewd, and it was hard for others to guess what they were thinking. The person who was treating them interrupted. "What do you mean, old man? The logistics camp can't fight in wars? Haha, if the logistics camp of Ijo can't fight in wars, there will be no strong army in the world. I don't know how the armies in other places are famous, but the logistics camp of Ijo's fame is built with corpses." "Whose corpses?" the old man asked with a slightly unconvinced look. "Ours." Another person in the small team spoke, but the expression on his face was very calm. The person who heard his voice immediately felt embarrassed. Obviously, since he could say this, he must be from Tubo. "The leader is the one you mentioned just now. I've heard many times along the way, Cuckoo. The one who cooperates with her is another name, Xiao Bao. Demoness Cuckoo, a smile that can destroy the whole world, and a ruthless Xiao Bao who kills without spilling blood." The person who continued the conversation couldn't help but shiver. The old man was stunned. He unconsciously drank a mouthful of wine and recovered from the alcohol. He asked puzzledly, "Didn't you say that the 2 of them were doing good deeds? They wanted the government to help the people and let the children be literate. Why did they kill people?" Another person in the original Tubo team said, "They only help the people of their own country. Take you for example. If you admit that you are the people of the Tang Empire and put your fingerprint, you will be helped. If you don't admit that you are the people of the Tang Empire and don't put your fingerprint when they ask you to, you and your grandson will starve to death on the road." The old man was also shocked. He didn't think of anything else when he was imprinting his handprint. He didn't think of anything else. Anyway, he and his grandson were penniless. They wouldn't be sold. They weren't worth anything. Who would have thought that this would happen? You were beaten up by them and many people died. Then they put your fingerprint? The old man guessed and asked. Actually, not many people died in the war. In total, there were only about 100,000 people. The ones who really died were Xiao Bao's extermination plan. Later, we found out that he didn't show any mercy. In addition, our king also agreed, so we surrendered. After we surrendered, our lives started to get better. If we had known, why did we fight? Who was it? He came up with a plan to dig up the Yangtze River, and the place he dug was the place where the father of Cuckoo and Xiao Bao was an official. This person obviously didn't hate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Instead, he hated the person who came up with the plan. The old man didn't hear this on the way. He couldn't follow the other party's train of thought. After hearing it, he asked, "Who is their father?" A third-rank official in the imperial court, the Minister of Works Zhang Yongcheng. Even if I tell you, you don't know how powerful he is. He is very, very powerful. He is much more powerful than the most powerful official you have ever seen. Even the most powerful official you have ever seen would have to depend on luck to meet him. You might not even have the chance to meet him in your entire life. Do Qiong helped to explain. In fact, he didn't know in the past. The officials in the capital were too far away for him. It was as if he didn't live in the same world. Now there were more newspapers. There was a detailed introduction of the official positions in the newspaper, including their ranks and functions. Those who didn't buy the newspaper would ask others to help them copy it. Those who could read would take it out and read it by themselves. Those who couldn't read would find someone to read it. Then they would memorize it. When they were chatting with others, they would have something to talk about. Today they could talk about it with people who didn't know. It seemed very knowledgeable. The old man raised his head and thought about it. He sighed. So it's because they have a good father. Old sir, you are wrong. But it's also true. Without a good father they can't be born. But our feelings for them definitely have nothing to do with their father. To say something disrespectful, if their father dies we should live our lives. But if they die one day, I don't dare to think about it. I really don't dare to think about it. Do Qiong patted the old man's shoulder and said with a fatherly look, "Grandpa, it's gone. The meat is gone." The old man's grandson actually ate up the whole bowl of wontons in a while, even drinking up the soup. He raised his head and said to his grandpa. It seemed that he wanted to eat more. "Little guy, don't eat anymore. If you eat more, your stomach will burst. Lil 8, do you have any dried fruits? Give some to the little guy and let him grind his teeth." Do Qiong knew that the little guy was addicted to eating and ate so fast that he didn't feel full for a while. But after a while he would feel full. Noodles and meat were digested faster than rice, but there was still time. It was better to eat some dried fruits. No dried fruits, but there are fresh fruits. Last year, the Sidong temple helped to cultivate the former apples. My master planted a batch of them and kept them until now. They haven't gone bad. Give some to him. Lil 8's attitude to the old man and his grandson was also good. He treated them as people of the Tang Empire, and also as people who came back to their parents' home for the first time. He wanted to let them feel the warmth of home as much as possible. So he ran back to the house and took out an apple and a plate of boiled fava beans. These were his snacks. He put them in front of the child and the old man. The fava beans were used to drink wine. The old man was very embarrassed. He had taken advantage of others today. He raised his eyebrows and asked Do Qiong, "Little brother, how much is today's food worth?" "It's not worth much." Just like what the old man said to the little guy just now, when he is successful he can help others. "We're going back to Ijo so we can take care of each other. Lil 8, rent a mule cart from your stall. We'll send you home directly. Our mules are also tired. Let them rest and give them a ride." Do Qiong decided to be a good person to the end. This time they had made a lot of money, so it didn't matter if they spent some money. The little guy didn't care about the adult's business. He took the apple and took a big bite, eating it happily. The old man raised the sleeve of his coarse linen clothes to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. He drank 2 mouthfuls of wine and was silent for a while. At this moment an eagle cry sounded in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. "Shuiyun!" Someone cried out in surprise. "Why is Shuiyun coming out at this time?" As soon as the voice fell, the ground began to tremble, followed by the sound of horse hooves. A large group of soldiers and horses appeared in the direction of Ijo City. The people on the horses all looked serious. In front of the horses was a flag with the word Thai written on it. Everyone stopped what they were doing and watched in shock as the cavalry troop rumbled past. After a long time the old man patted his chest and said, "I thought they were here to kill people. How scary." Do Qiong took a deep breath and said, "I think they are here to kill people but not us. I haven't seen anyone along the way who should be killed. Why are they even sending Shuiyun and the Tibetan Underground Cavalry Battalion? I think there are people from Duoshire hiding somewhere nearby. Otherwise they wouldn't send General Shuiyun out." Another person guessed. That beautiful white eagle is a general? The child asked excitedly. His name is Shuayun, a general of the Tang Empire. He's very powerful. Other eagles can't beat him. As long as he's in the sky, he's the absolute ruler. Lil 8 introduced him with a smile. The old man thought a lot and asked, "Are they going to attack the troops that are transporting goods over there? I have something to tell the people in charge. There's something else in their troop. It's very powerful. Who can help me find it?" "Sir, you're not lying? Are you telling the truth?" Do Cheong didn't expect this old man to have intelligence. Normally he wouldn't bother Xiaobao and Cuckoo, but it was easy to get military intelligence. He could see it at any time. After asking and seeing the old man's confident look, Do Cheong quickly ordered Lil 8, "Set up the carriage for us. Leave my mule here first. We'll leave right away." Lil 8 nodded nervously and said, "Okay, I'll be right away. I still have horses here. I'll look after your things. Let's go." Not long after, Do Cheong and the other two left the goods and the mule. Each of them rode a horse and guarded the mule carriage. They carried the grandmother and grandson to Ijo City at the fastest speed. Chapter 1233. Do Cheong and the other two escorted the two of them forward at a rather fast pace. If they had been on a good horse, they would have been able to travel more than 800 li. Although it was now a civilian road, it was much smoother and wider than the official road of the past. The official road had already been built by the imperial court for the common people. Every year the common people had to volunteer, and if they didn't work they had to fork out money. In other words, they had to hire servants or be called laborers. If they didn't want to work, it was easy to do. They just had to replace them with something else. The imperial court's tax was actually passed to the common people, while the tax on merchants was collected in proportion to their assets. Moreover, the tax on merchants was very irregular. Most of the time it was calculated according to the population, and this population was calculated according to the agricultural tax. Thus, although the status of farmers was higher than that of merchants, they had to bear a heavy burden of tax. It was not worth it. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, they began to instigate the imperial court to levy a special business tax. In the beginning, the tax was based on a small percentage. Later on, the normal tax system in history was still not the same because there was also the rent and tax of the farmers. In the past few years, collecting the tax on merchants had been very difficult, but even so, the imperial court's revenue had clearly increased. Once Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stabilized their positions, the tax on merchants began to increase. Last year, when the tax was distributed on a large scale, no one in the Great Tang could stop it. Whether it was the officials, the great clans, or the hidden business consortiums, when faced with these two powerful individuals, there was no other choice but to obediently exchange benefits with them. Last year's revenue from the national treasury was around 100 million strings of coins, and this year, it would definitely reach 250 million strings of coins. It wasn't that the Great Tang was poor. It was the imperial court's national treasury and ordinary farmers who didn't have much land that was poor. In the past, it was divided into two extremes, with the government and merchants on one side and the workers and peasants on the other. Those who controlled absolute resources didn't have to pay much tax. Now the tax was collected based on income, and the price was that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Longji had to give up the right to distribute the railway. Li Longji appeared depressed and uncomfortable on this point. In truth, he was much better off than before. At the very least, the national treasury and his own internal funds were abundant. But this was how people were. The more they obtained, the more they wanted more. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao had discussed letting Li Longji wait patiently for a few years. Then, as the resources of the railway increased, the people who made the exchange would naturally know what they had lost. Wang Wan believed that things would eventually go according to Zhang Xiaobao's plan. Not to mention that people nowadays didn't understand Taidu's economic methods. Even if they did, they couldn't beat Zhang Xiaobao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cheat so much money back then. As a result, when the imperial court exploited the commoners to build roads, the commoners were very unwilling to work. If they could slack off, they would. Most importantly, the commoners did not have the strength to work. The imperial court did not provide them with food or drink, and did not even provide them with tools. Under such circumstances, wanting to fix the road was no different from a fool's dream. The reason why the road was good now was because the commoners' yearning for a better life in the future was related to the economic foundation they had. It was a kind of spontaneous labor behavior. In addition, there were merchants who helped to pay for it. Everyone had the same goal, so a road that was smoother and more spacious than the official road was produced. The real macro control was like this. It was a little worse than the inaction system, but it followed the rules. If you wanted the commoners to do something, you directly ordered them to do it. It was better to provide them with a good policy environment. Then you would find that the little drops of rain and dew you gave to the commoners would give you green willows and red flowers in return. Of course, the premise of all this was the ratio between the ability and honesty of the people in power. It was not that the more honest the better, and it was also not that the stronger the ability the better. The balance between the two was the Tao. The sound of the horses kicking and the wheels rolling could be heard. Do Cheong and the other two people were on either side of the carriage. There was no coachman on the carriage. The old man did not know how to drive a carriage. He had never even owned an animal before, so how could he learn how to drive a carriage? The mule pulling the carriage was not a newcomer. It knew that it had to follow the road and not go to the side. At the same time, it knew that it should try to maintain the same speed as the rider, unless the rider was running too fast. The child who had never sat in a carriage looked at the scenery on both sides and looked back. He was very excited. The old man was nervous. He already knew that the person he was going to meet was a high official, so high that he did not dare to think about it. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and get his head chopped off. He was even more worried that his grandson would be implicated by him. So he sat on the coachman's seat, and his grandson sat on the other side. Both of them held the shaft of the carriage tightly with their hands, expressing their nervousness and excitement. "Little brother, how much longer?" The old man's body moved with the slight jolt of the carriage, and he shouted to the person on the left. "Don't worry, there is still more than an hour. The mule runs slowly, and the military horses will have already entered the city." The person who was with Do Cheong shouted to the old man. He was also looking forward to it. Although he knew about the matter of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they did not know him at all. It was not good to meet them without any reason. If he delayed their business and was known by others, it was very likely that he would be beaten to death. "Are they easy to talk to? I will be so scared that I can't speak properly. Little brother, you need to help me." The old man shouted again. "Okay." The second person began to feel nervous. He was worried that he could not even stand when they met later. How could he help others? Sure enough, after an hour, the five of them arrived at the city gate of Ijo. Although it was called a city gate, it was actually very dilapidated. The top of the city wall was bare, and there was a lot of grass growing everywhere. One of the city gates was missing, and the other one was open inwards. The paint on it was peeling off, and it seemed that no one had cleaned it after the rain, so there was a lot of green hair growing on it. The 3 horses and 1 carriage slowed down. There was a team in the city that was heading out. More than half of the team had already left. Do Cheong could not ask them to return, so she could only wait. The old man in the carriage looked at the city gate and city wall, and suddenly felt uneasy. He asked, "Little brother, the city is broken and no one is repairing it? Even if the city gate is installed, it will be fine. I don't know who took the city gate away, but the remaining half should be gone soon. It's good wood, and it can be used to make boats and houses." I suddenly remembered that the missing half of the gate is in the provincial government office. It was divided into 2 pieces and used as a notice board. The person on the left side of the carriage had a good memory. He actually remembered where the city gate was. In fact, it was not cost-effective to use the city gate as a notice board. It was not a thin board but more like a wall. The advantage of using a notice board as a notice board was that it was sturdy and durable. One could even climb a ladder to sleep on it. Do Cheong looked at the team that was leaving the city. She knew them, but their business was very big, so she did not have much contact with them. She only nodded occasionally when they met, but now she nodded as well. After nodding, she said to the old man, "Old man, there is no need to be afraid. From Ijo to the west is Tubo. If someone really attacks, they will have to attack Tubo first. Old man, where is your hometown? Did you come from Tubo? Otherwise, you should know more. Is there a lot of cannibals in your hometown? It's over there. They said that we have to walk diagonally to the north. I have never been out before, so I turned a big circle while walking. I can't remember how I walked. Are you talking about the cannibals who are always shouting la 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 la? Yes, there are some who are chanting Buddhist scriptures. Our place is very chaotic. If we walk south from the mountains, there are often people who go there and come back. This year, those who are shouting la 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 spent a lot of money to find people around us. When we come out, we see them. When we see them, I don't want to tell you. The old man, who had never been out of his hometown, obviously did not have a detailed geographical knowledge. He did not even know where he was. Anyway, he heard that the east was better. Since his son and daughter-in-law came first, he followed them. While they were talking, the team had already left. Do Chong hurriedly urged the horse. When they entered the city gate, they did not encounter anyone who stopped to check or collect the entrance fee. Only poor places would do that. There was no need for that in the Tang Empire. After entering the city, Do Chong dismounted and pulled the mule's halter. He slowed down to avoid bumping into pedestrians. Although the main road in the city was for animals to use, if you did not have special circumstances, you would be severely punished if you hit someone in the middle of the road. Only when there was a military emergency would you be killed. Who asked the person who was hit not to be careful when crossing the main road? The old man and his grandson could not see anything. The city was different from the outside. The main road was wide, and there were many tall buildings on both sides. They did not know any of the words written on the shop signs. Not for people? The old man asked in surprise. Are you talking about the residential area? Behind you there are shops near the main road. After walking for about 20 minutes, more than a quarter of an hour, we will reach the place. Do Chong was not a qualified tour guide. Obviously, it was his first time here, but he did not give him a good introduction, such as where there were many local specialties, unique snacks, or scenic spots. He did not say anything. The old man and his grandson could not see anything, so they did not have the mood to ask anything else. The little fellow was attracted by the fragrance of the roadside restaurant and swallowed his saliva. He had eaten a steamed bun, a bowl of wontons, and a big apple before and did not do anything, but he felt hungry again. 20 minutes passed very quickly for the old man and his grandson. Before they had seen enough, they arrived outside the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. Because Izhou was one of the important cities of the Tang Empire, the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was built very high. It had 4 floors and all the windows were of the same color. The first and second floors were windows directly adjacent to the street, while the third and fourth floors were outer cloisters with canopies above. People could come outside to enjoy the breeze while watching the people below. Moreover, there were many courtyards behind the main building of the restaurant, and the price was not low. People who paid a little attention to the restaurant knew that the main dish was seafood. We are here, Do Chong said to the old man. The old man looked carefully at the restaurant and nodded. He must be a high-ranking official to be able to eat here. His family lives here and there are other places. I don't know where they are today, so it's not wrong to ask. Do Chong walked to the door. It was not open now, so there was no sound of people eating inside. Oh, it must cost a lot to stay here for a night, right? The old man felt that he would never be able to stay here for the rest of his life. The restaurant is owned by his family. They don't need to spend money to stay here, so they don't charge for accommodation. The man with Do Chong explained. The old man was confused. Didn't you say that he is an official? Is he a businessman who lives here? He is an official while doing business. His family was doing business before he became an official. He is the richest family in the Tang Empire. It will be troublesome if he runs out of money one day. His family, Xiao Bao, wants to suppress other businessmen in the Tang Empire. You won't understand even if I tell you. Without Xiao Bao, the Tang Empire will be in chaos with the current development speed. Just remember that they are very powerful and important to us. Okay, that's good. The old man really did not understand. Do Chong knocked on the door and said a few words to the man inside. Then she came back and said, "You can go in now. We are lucky today. Xiao Bao and his family live here, so you don't have to go anywhere else." Old man, that man just now promised to find someone from the government to help you transfer your hometown to Izhou. Then you and your grandson can talk to Xiao Bao and go with the people from the government office. The little guy will go to school to study, and you will go to the retirement place. You can work but can't stay idle. You can ask someone to arrange things for you to do for fun. The old man was waiting for this. It was not a big deal for him, but the most important thing was that his grandson could learn to read. He did not dare to think about it before. Learning to read was a promising person. Then he thought of Do Cheong saying that the people from the government office would come. The old man said uneasily, "We will find our own way. There is no need to trouble the government." No trouble at all. The government office in Izhou is temporarily taken over by Xiao Bao and his family. There are too many idle people. They can't just eat their salary for free. They are like mules. If they don't work, they will be lazy. Old man, don't be afraid of them. If they dare to give you a hard time, you can report them to the telegraph office. Speaking of the telegraph office, you can ask them to help you send a report to Hunan province. Then you can ask the local government to help you find your son. As long as they are in Hunan province or have been there before, and have worked there before, you don't have to worry about losing them. Do Cheong was not afraid of the officials at all. She led the old man and his grandson into the house while talking. The old man felt like he was in a dream. He could not understand why people were not afraid of officials. When he entered, he saw that it was a big empty room with only 2 tables. He was even more curious about how the restaurant usually did business. Before he could ask, Do Cheong said to him, "Many tables have been removed. We will wait here. Learn from me and raise your arm." After saying that, Do Cheong raised her arm. The 2 people with her did the same. The old man was at a loss, but the child found it very interesting. As soon as they raised their arms, someone immediately came to search them. The knife and coins carried by Do Cheong and the other 2 were also taken away. The old man and his grandson had nothing, not even a change of clothes. The old man understood. It seemed that the person he wanted to meet was relatively timid. He was afraid that they would hurt him. After sitting in the chair, Do Cheong reminded him again. "When you see them later, don't get up or go forward. Otherwise, you will be easily killed in the blink of an eye." "You said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were afraid that I would hurt them?" The old man sighed helplessly. He thought that he would not dare to hurt them even if he had 100 times the courage. "What Xiao Bao and Cuckoo?" "It's Xiao Bei and the others." "If it's Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, then you don't have to worry about us. According to the storyteller, the 2 of them are very powerful." That's what the storyteller said. Very powerful. Do Cheong obviously did not understand the terms used in some dialects. For example, when he called others melon, some people understood the meaning but did not know why he called them that. Moreover, the meaning of praise and derogatory words could not be judged by the literal meaning. It needed to be judged by the person, the expression and tone of the person when speaking. Just as Do Cheong finished speaking, a voice came from behind. "Yes, it's us. We can't beat the Lord. In times of emergency, safety first." This kind-looking old man is the one who wants to talk to us about important information. Haha, there's also a timid little brother. Xiao Bei was the first to come out. He smiled when he saw people. His eyes looked at the old man and then at the little boy who had not seen much of the world. The little boy's face turned red and he lowered his head. He wanted to hide but did not know where to hide. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people also came out one after another. They sized up the crowd but did not speak. The old man's cloudy eyes lit up. Along the way, he had never seen such a beautiful child. Looking at his age, he should not be much older than his grandson, but he was so much taller. It must be related to the good food he usually ate. This involves military secrets. Unrelated people, please leave. Xiao Bei looked at Do Cheong and the others with a smile. Do Cheong smiled and asked, "You're killing the donkey after it has left the millstone. Where are your brother and sister?" "My brother is sleeping. Yesterday. I won't tell you what happened. My sister went to sleep after eating. We woke up and came to ask first. There will be rewards for not killing the donkey. You guys go to the back. Someone has prepared the seafood. You guys can rest and drink at the same time, okay?" Xiao Bei pointed at the side door and said to Do Cheong and the others. The 3 of them could not ask for more. After greeting the old man, they went out from the side door to eat, leaving the grandfather and grandson behind to talk. Xiao Bei and the others sat opposite the grandfather and grandson. Someone served them fruit juice and pastries specially prepared for the little boy. In front of the old man was tea. Grandpa, you must have worked hard to come all the way here. Beak will listen. We'll deal with what we can. If we can't, we'll look for my brother and sister. Little brother, eat quickly. Once you reach my sister, you'll be home. Xiaobei held the cup with both hands and spoke to the grandfather and grandson. The old man was very surprised. He had thought of many things. When he saw people mention Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he thought about how to say things and not to be afraid. But no matter what, he did not expect that the people who wanted to talk to him were actually a group of children. Although this group of children looked smarter than his grandson, wore better clothes and were beautiful, he was serious about what he wanted to say. But what he was going to say was a big deal. What was the use of a bunch of children hearing about it? The old man felt helpless in his heart. In the end, he decided to say it. In any case, he would do his best and not worry about anything else. You're called Xiaobei? Our place is very far from yours. There is a large area where there are no government offices. There are all kinds of languages. Just like what you said, we also need to go down the mountain to exchange for things to learn. We are poor and it is not easy to eat salt. The land in the mountain is cultivated, and it does not grow well. There are times when people die when hunting. When we come down from the mountain, we walk north for a day. There is a road. On the road, people go there and then come back. We transport cloth, tea, and salt. When we come back from there, we carry other things. There are animal skins, pearls, and seeds. We can always hear people saying that some group has been killed, or that they can't come back. There are also people who catch slaves. It is very chaotic. We don't have a good life. Do you know? After the old man finished speaking, he felt that he had spoken in vain. What did a child know? Just like his grandson, it was useless even if they were 1 or 2 years older. Xiaobei and the others listened very seriously. When the old man stopped, Xiaobei blinked and frowned. He asked Xiaoyuan, "You're talking about the Silk Road that brother and sister talked about, right? Did the Tang dynasty's caravans go there?" "Where?" Xiaoyuan couldn't figure out where the old man lived. He said that there were various languages, but did that include dialects? If it was the orthodox language of a race or religion, it would be easy, but there were many dialects. How could he guess? Are you stupid? Of course, I'm talking about the Brahmaputra River that sister mentioned before. That's because that's the only place where we haven't deployed troops within a year. The road there isn't easy to travel, and the population is small. Furthermore, it's not under our control. If we were to go up there, unless we directly pass through Tubo, it's impossible. With the two of them, old and young, do you think my patrolling guards would ignore them after seeing them? If they were to go further north, I don't think they would be able to come back alive. Look at the clothes they're wearing. Even if they weren't eaten by wild beasts, they would have frozen to death. Xiaobei said to Xiaoyuan. After that, he asked Xiaozhu, "Is that Sister Xiaozhu?" Xiaozhu nodded. Yes, the location of their house isn't completely under the jurisdiction of Duoduo. It's under the jurisdiction of India. Actually, India can't control them. What conspiracy can Duoduo have over there? They shouldn't have taken a detour when transporting things. Isn't it better to walk their own path? After she finished speaking, the 9 children all looked at the old man, waiting for him to answer. The old man was stunned. He looked at the 9 children in front of him and then looked at his grandson. He sighed and said, "It's good to be literate." At this time, the old man's grandson did not eat the pastries or drink the juice. Instead, he lowered his head deeply. Occasionally, he raised his head to look at the girls in front of him. Then, he continued to lower his head in embarrassment. He seemed very uneasy and uneasy. The old man gently shook his head. He didn't plan to compare his grandson to others anymore. Slightly relieved, he said to Xiaobei and the others, "When we came out, we heard people say that there were people shouting Allah and Allah who were exchanging things with others. You guys are talking about Duoshur, right?" "Yes, there are also people called the Abbasid Caliphate, that's them. Allah is the God in their hearts. Just like how Buddhists always say Umitba. We plan to attack them immediately. As for the reason was very simple. My brother and sister said that they had something good and we needed it, so we attacked. Their territory is not small. Anyway, even if we don't attack them now, when they feel that they can attack us, they will attack us." "Old Grandpa, please continue. What do they want in exchange?" Xiaobei really didn't want to think of a high-sounding reason. However, the old man felt that this excuse was very good. I'm better than you. If you have something I need, I'll snatch it from you. That's right. Then he said, aren't they always there when they are exchanging things? I heard people say that they are going around exchanging things like poisonous snakes and other poisonous things. Other than exchanging things there, they also spend money to find people to help deliver them. Many of the people at the place where we came down from the mountain to exchange things were found by them. They found people and gave money to their families. They told them that they would come back after helping them deliver the things. The things they delivered were a lot of wood in the mountain. I don't think wood is very useful. I don't know what they are thinking. After the old man finished speaking, he nodded vigorously, indicating that he didn't have anything else. After speaking, the old man was no longer in a daze. It was Xiaobei and the others turned to be in a daze. They looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on? Xiaobei muttered. Using poison? Going into the river or smearing it on weapons? Putting poison in the river, how much would it take to poison the people who drank the water to death? How would they know when we were going to get the water? It would be gone in a rush. Could it be that they have developed the same chemical weapons as us? Xiao Yuan chimed in, Grandpa, do we have an army at the place where you live? Ah yes. Then it's useless for them to have wood. Don't they know that our artillery can easily destroy walls and camps made of wood? Xiao Yuan was talking about the previous small-scale skirmishes and training. Occasionally, the Tang Empire would send artillery support, but it wasn't at the place the old man mentioned. It was further north. It was impossible that the news couldn't be transmitted. How could the cannibals not know the power of artillery? Don't think about it. Tell brother and sister to avoid wasting time. Xiao Hai couldn't figure it out, and didn't intend to continue relying on the strength of the 9 of them to analyze. It would be very troublesome if they made a mistake. Xiaobei nodded and said to the old man, Grandpa, you and little brother wait here. If you want to eat something, get someone to send it here. In a while, someone from the government will come here to handle the procedures for you. We will go find brother and sister first. I believe the information you sent will be very useful to us. We will reward you when we are done. Xiaobei didn't know if it was useful or not, but he couldn't say it directly. It wouldn't be good to disappoint them. After speaking, the 9 of them got up and left to find brother and sister. Immediately, someone came to ask the grandfather and grandson what they liked to eat. He introduced more than 10 dishes for them to choose from. The old man didn't refuse. He could choose not to eat, but his grandson was hungry. And now he knew very well that Xiaobao's family was rich, so he couldn't let his grandson suffer. He told the person who asked to arrange a few dishes casually. Then he patted his grandson's head and said, You must learn well. Did you see those 9 brothers and sisters just now? Learn well and you can be like them. Can you bring that one called Xiaobei home? The little boy was obviously more mature and knew a lot of things. He had ideas about Xiaobei. The old man was shocked and comforted his grandson. There will be someone better than her in the future. She can't. You won't understand even if I tell you. They are not the same person. The little boy obviously didn't understand the difference in status. He naively thought that everyone in the world was the same. He nodded, but there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 1234. Wang Wan naturally did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. Not to mention that the palivorous people would not be able to think of such a trick. It would be useless even if they thought of it. International opinion. Who was the international opinion? Even if they found out, they would side with the strong country. After pondering for a while, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, I am not very worried. We have to fight a war, and we have to find a way to achieve results. We are playing a small-scale conflict with them in the north to train our troops, and they are also training their troops. The difference is that we are paying with money to train our troops, while they are paying with their lives. We use artillery to find their weaknesses, so that the soldiers can practice the use of weapons through actual operations. They use flesh and blood to observe the deficiencies in the use of weapons when we attack, so that they can think of a way to deal with it. You sleep for a while, don't worry. When the battle starts, we will use our own methods. They won't be able to cause much trouble. A small-scale conflict is different from a full-scale attack. Wang Wan advised Zhang Xiaobao not to think about it, but she was still worried. There were only 2 points for each method: strategy and tactics. If the palivorous people could use poison to make an antidote, According to the lethality, the poison tactics they developed could directly threaten the rear of the Tang Empire, and it would be a large area. That was a strategic weapon. Throughout history, Wang had not found any race or country that had achieved good results in this area. The research and use of biological poison was not as easy as it seemed, unless it was a virus, but even if the pulverized people were given 100 years, they would not be able to research it. It was not even as good as the plague tactic that Zhang Xiaobao said jokingly. That was the simplest biological weapon, but in terms of use, one had to consider the geographical issues, otherwise it would be harmful to oneself. Since it was not a strategic weapon, it was a tactical one. There was nothing to think about this. One was the poison that was spread, and the other was smeared on the weapon. She did not believe that they could collect all the poison and then achieve the goal of controlling it in a short time through some special training method, so that they could command the war from a distance. That was too hard to imagine. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang say to sleep, he felt a little sleepy. He nodded, lay down, looked at the ceiling and continued to yawn. Then he said, "Why do you think animals need to rest? How good would it be if they could work all the time? Then our technological level can be improved even faster." A scientist who could live for 300 years was definitely more useful than 300 scientists who could live for 100 years. This was the gap in the inheritance of knowledge or experience. If we were to invent a drug that would allow people to not sleep for several days and nights, and if the soldiers were to use it, I dare say that we would be able to rule the world within 30 years, no 20 years. Go to sleep. We're talking about other people's strategies. Why do you have to talk about life and human physiology? Wang felt that perhaps Zhang Xiaobao did not have enough rest and was not in good condition. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Poisonous things are meant to affect one's physiology. They are either for us or for themselves. I'm actually not worried about them buying poisonous snakes. What I'm worried about is something else." "Chopping and transporting wood?" Wang asked. "Yes," Zhang Xiaobao admitted and said, "but I'm not concerned about the wood itself. Even if they took out agarwood and Phoebe Zhenan, I don't believe that our soldiers would be bribed by them, let alone some local specialty wood. I definitely think that they are chopping wood and transporting it far away just to warm up or burn it into charcoal. Do you think that there is no wood in that place? Do they have to buy it from the border? Do they need people to help transport it far away all the way to the place?" Wang's mouth moved, but then she shook her head and said, "Anyway, I don't think they are in the mood to cut down trees to create an artificial barrier at the border. It's not like it's a fire. How many people do they need to create an artificial barrier to stop the enemy from advancing on the battlefield? Hubby, do you think they are using the wood to burn the poison and produce a large amount of poisonous smog that will be blown towards us with the wind and shroud our soldiers?" Wang asked, thinking that she had become stupid. If they really did as she said, how much poison would they need? Moreover, the killing effect was uncertain. It was estimated that it would not be as lethal as the pungent smell. And what if the wind changed direction? Zhang Xiaobao smiled, chuckled and asked, "Where are the grandfather and grandson who came to report now? Where else can they be arranged? First, they eat and rest in the hall on the first floor. When the people from the government come, they will be handed over to the government and let them be in charge. They came all the way here. Even if they are a diplomat from a hostile country, we have to treat them well, let alone a citizen of the Tang Empire. This is not to show grace, but to give myself a shot of confidence. When I express my magnanimity, I give myself a hint, telling myself that I have confidence and don't need to deal with the diplomat. Otherwise it will be cowardice." Wang poured herself a cup of coffee as she spoke. She glanced at Zhang Xiaobao on the bed and asked, "Are you still sleeping? Can you rest by lying there and talking and thinking about things?" "I'm not sleeping. I'm just lying down for a while. The mental fatigue is gone. I'm just sleeping. That's why people say that people always have something to cling to. The sleepy people cling to the bed, the lonely people cling to the home, and the people who go further away cling to the country. Those who say this place is my home are probably helpless. I guess what they really want to say is that the moon is the brightness of the hometown. It's not easy to be a wanderer. For example, the Song of the Seven Suns that they once sang. The lyrics are so well written." Zhang Xiaobao was still lying down and talking to Wang. Wang was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. "Now you can either sleep or go to the kitchen to see what you want to eat tonight. Don't be poetic in front of me. To be honest, your literary skills were taught by me later. You are still far from it. I'm not poetic. I'm emotional and expressing my attitude. I hate people who live on the border the most. You say that they are from our country, but they occasionally feel close to the other side. You say that they are from the other side, but their location is within our country's territory. It can't be said that there is no good person among them, but they don't have much attachment to their country. They will choose based on the strength of both sides and the attitude that they treat them. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not patriotism. That's waiting to see who can offer the highest price. Back then, there were many places that were under our control in history. Later on, didn't they all establish their own countries? Moreover, they weren't close to us. Zhang Xiaobao's words seemed to carry a lot of resentment. Wang Wan nodded in understanding. She felt that things were indeed as Xiaobao said. Back then, there were a circle of small countries around our country that had all kinds of inexplicable entanglements with our own country. If you directly deny it from the perspective of ethnicity, and the people who originally belonged to the same ethnic group became a minority in the country, denying it was denying your own people. But if you acknowledge them in this aspect, they won't acknowledge you. There are too many problems mixed in between. You have to rope them in, but you also have to keep a distance. AI. With a sigh, Wang Wan said. Then what's your purpose in telling me this now? The historical reason in the past was that our country ruled in name, but in reality no one was there. We couldn't treat them the same as the people in our country. Yes, and you clearly know that they don't acknowledge your country, but you still have to express your acknowledgement of their attitude at the crucial moment. There have been anti-Chinese actions in various places. The Chinese who are bullied in other people's land don't acknowledge you. If you don't help, you are pushing away the Chinese who acknowledge you. If you help, they will think that you are a busybody. It's a mess and you can't explain it clearly. Then, whenever other people are anti-Chinese, you have to stand on the Chinese side. Isn't it cowardly? Isn't it sullen? Zhang Xiaobao sat up from the bed and sighed with Wang Wan. It's a little uncomfortable. According to you, we should now. Wang Wan changed the topic again. What we should consider now is, once the multi-cannibals push the people who are mixed up in the border to the front line, and then they follow behind, should we fire or retreat? Zhang Xiaobao finally said the problem. Wang Wan was shocked and her eyes widened. Then she said, you mean what they want is not the wood at all, but the existence of the grandfather and grandson in our country's territory? Do they want to push our people to the front like the minefields in the movies we've seen before? Yes, they want to cook Liu Bang's father, Xiang Yu. Liu Bang can say, you cooked my father, right? Remember to bring me the best piece of roasted meat, I want to taste it. But we can't do that. The people who can help transport the wood are all local strong young people. Behind them are their children, parents, and brothers and sisters. That's why I said it's very difficult. If we don't fire, the enemy will advance. If we fire, we will hit them. Then the multi-cannibals will spread the news to their families. This is the most difficult thing for me. If it were the people of Sanshui County, I believe that when they know the situation they are facing, they will definitely turn around and fight the enemy, even if they are unarmed. They will give us an accurate attitude, that is, they would rather die in battle than to implicate us. At that time we can. I know. Wang Wan continued. We can let the artillery fire cut off the enemy's contact with the rear, then send snipers to snipe at a fixed point, and immediately order the people in front to immediately put up their bayonets and rush over to our people. But as you said, they are not the people of Sanshui County. They are people that even the government can't send. They can't turn around and launch a desperate attack. They will wait and hate, not only hate the multi-cannibals but also hate us. Whether to fire or not, it's a difficult choice for us. If we fire, we will lose the people in that area. If we don't fire, they will be treated as cannon fodder, but they will feel that there is hope for survival, and they will help the multi-cannibals to charge at us. It's too cowardly. Wang Wan didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao was talking nonsense, but thought that the possibility was very, very, very high. Chapter 1235. The room fell silent for a moment. Zhang Xiaobao sat on the bed while Wang Wan leaned on the table. The two of them were thinking of a solution. It was obvious why the duo cannibals asked the local youths to help transport the wood. There was a large area of forest there. If they wanted wood, they might as well ask experienced people to cut it down. At the same time, they didn't need a large number of people to go from afar. Obviously, they wanted to trick the hostages and put them in front of the army. Let's see what the Tang army can do. Wang Wan knew very well that the duo cannibals wouldn't be stupid enough to tie the hostages up. The rope was very long, and if the duo cannibals controlled it, there would be enough space between the two groups of hostages. That was something that happened in movies. If that was really the case, they only needed to adjust the shooting angle of the machine gun team, and the hostages in front would lose their function as hostages. Furthermore, they would be successfully rescued. They would definitely send out suicide squad members to carry the hostages forward. Even if they sent out snipers, they wouldn't be able to catch them. Actually, in some cases we can think that there are no hostages. Just treat them as consumables in the war. At most we can say that it was an accident. Retreating isn't a good idea. Just fire. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face with his hands. It was a bad idea, but at the same time it was the right idea. How could there be no deaths in war? How many people died in the world's 1 or 2 wars? Not to mention the civilians. Wang Wan shook her head. She didn't want to attack the hostages, even if she had a way to solve the problem of the people's hearts. Send someone over to ask who was hired and tell the families of the hostages that they were tricked into becoming cannon fodder. Tell them how sinister the enemy was and how dangerous the battlefield was. Then find a random reason to make the helplessness of firing the cannon into a movie. Create a strong public opinion and give more benefits to the locals. Basically, no one would suspect that the Tang Empire deliberately fired the cannon. Zhang Xiaobao, who had just said that they would kill the hostages, spoke again. I am very disgusted by the duo cannibals. Just fight the war properly. Why play tricks? Even if they win the war in the end, isn't it an unfair victory? Wang Wan still didn't open her mouth. Her distress was written all over her face. She was pondering what method she could use to rescue him. Otherwise, wouldn't she be admitting that she and Xiaobao didn't have the ability to face such difficulties? Most of the time I treat this life as a game. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed silent for more than an hour. Seeing that it was getting late through the window, Zhang Xiaobao got up and went to the kitchen to cook. So I didn't care about anything. But I realized that I was wrong. It wasn't that I mistakenly treated this life as a game, but that I couldn't care less. If we had truly become a person of this era, we would have made the decision to directly attack in the current situation because we had no other choice. Only when we were helpless in the current situation would we truly consider ourselves as a person of this era. That was a form of surrender. Any successful ruler was actually playing a game, enjoying the process, and then obtaining victory. When our bodies and minds were completely integrated into the era, that was the moment when we were powerless. So we never gave in to anything. We always had to achieve our goal. No matter how difficult it was, we had you all the way. While speaking, Zhang Xiaobao had already walked outside and stood at the door. Wang Wan stood up, smiled and said, "Yes, from the beginning we despised everything in this life. We were immortals, we were geniuses. Not only were we geniuses now, but we were also geniuses at the top of the pyramid in our time. So we cared more about the improvement of the living standards of the people, the happiness of the children, the dignity of the Tang people, and the little things around us. We were playing a grand game just like the game of Monopoly. We hoped to take every step well. We firmly believed that if we two geniuses worked together, many people would still tremble even in our era. But in terms of conspiracy and intrigue, I trust you more. I believe that you, who could kill a prime minister of a country, can't think of a way to solve a simple hostage problem. What do you want to eat tonight?" After speaking, Wang Wan also came to the door and stood beside Zhang Xiaobao, meaning that the two of them would cook dinner together. Zhang Xiaobao lifted Wei Wei's arm. When Wang Wan tacitly reached out to hold his arm, he raised his head, puffed out his chest, and walked toward the kitchen. "What do you think of making braised potatoes? The kind with lard. It's the first time I've heard that braised potatoes are made with lard. Not to mention cannibals, even Xiaobei and the others won't eat them. After a little cooling, the reverse taste of the potatoes and the meaty taste of the pork will make people refuse to eat these two things from now on." Wang Wan also raised her head. As the two of them talked, they arrived at the door of the kitchen. There were already cooks busy inside because Zhang Xiaobao couldn't cook for everyone. He was only responsible for dinner for his family. Seeing the two of them come over, someone quickly went to check on the single room inside. Seeing that no one else was there, He smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, you're here. Seeing that it's already late, we were just about to ask you if you'd like us to do it. I didn't expect you to come with the little miss. Do your thing. I'll see what dishes there are. Don't worry about us." Zhang Xiaobao nodded at him, and then began to look for things on the shelves in the kitchen's ingredient warehouse with Wang Wan. "This is good. Onion. In fact, I've never liked to eat it. And before we came here, our Tang people didn't like to eat it, so it wasn't spread here. Later we came over by sea. How many detours did we take?" Zhang Xiaobao picked up a few onions and sniffed. He didn't smell anything pungent. There was skin on the outside. Wang Wan took it and put it in the basket that she had just picked up at the door. She said, "It tastes good to fry beef and mutton. It's better than green onions. The onions will shrivel up when they're fried. Then count them in tonight. And tomatoes. You'll plant a lot of them today, right? At least they can be sold in several big cities in summer. And chili. Let's have some of them. Good, tomatoes are really delicious." Zhang Xiaobao picked out chili and tomatoes. He also put the beef packed in cans on the other side of the shelf into Wang Wan's basket. After choosing a few more pieces of beef and mutton, Zhang Xiaobao began to cook. Wang Wan said that she would help. Seeing that the dishes Zhang Xiaobao chose were simple and didn't need fillings and side dishes, she could only stand by and watch. She was closer to each other and gave each other warmth. She wanted to think of a good idea as soon as possible and not directly shoot the hostages. Otherwise, in order to win the war, the hostages would undoubtedly die. But after the war, the two of them would feel uncomfortable and regret. Because the dishes were simple, Zhang Xiaobao made them very quickly. There were cucumber strips that were just marinated, the sauce that he had mixed, a few washed vegetables, steamed rice, and a tomato sauce or juice. After these were done, he began to roast the meat. He cut the meat into small pieces and put them on the iron grate to roast. After a while, the fragrance floated out. He waited for the rice in the pot to be cooked. He heated up the sauce just now and poured it on the rice. Well, there are meat and vegetables. It's nutritious. Because the staple food is a little greasy, it's good for digestion with cucumber. Help take it out. Xiaobei and the others are probably hungry. I didn't hear that they ate any snacks in the afternoon. Zhang Xiaobao divided all the dishes into plates and placed them on 2 large trays. He invited Wang Wan to take one out each. Wang Wan looked at the dishes, her head full of doubts. Smelling it, it was fragrant, but she didn't seem to like it. She guessed that her younger siblings might not be happy eating it either. The two carried the trays to the family room. Xiaobei and the others were already sitting and waiting for the dishes to be served. Each person had a plate of rice, but there were no chopsticks, no knives and forks. The 9 children, who were used to using tableware, couldn't start for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat separately so that they could help their younger siblings at any time. "Don't just look. Remember to use your right hand," Zhang Xiaobao said to his younger siblings with a smile. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and began to grab the rice on the plate. He quickly stuffed it into his mouth and said, "Try not to get your hand in your mouth when you eat. This is a way to eat special dishes." Xiaobei showed her hand and waved it back and forth in front of her eyes. She looked at her brother and found that her brother was not joking. So she sighed exaggeratedly and began to eat. She picked the side dishes that were not hot. The other children followed suit. Anyway, it was just eating. They believed that their brother would not harm them. Zhang Xiaobao ate a few mouthfuls, picked up the vegetables and dipped them in the sauce and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed, picked up a cucumber stick, and dipped it in the sauce as well. Xiaobei gradually adapted after eating it a few times. She liked to challenge new food cultures. In the past, she had eaten many kinds of food specially made for her by her brother. Although the salad on the plate in front of her was different from the steak she used to eat, it was still edible. Wang Wan also ate. After eating about 10 mouthfuls, she stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Why do I feel like this is Indian curry rice? Definitely not. Indian curry rice has more seasonings than what we eat now. It is almost a hodgepodge of seasonings. If you want to eat it, I will make it for you tomorrow at noon. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Let me tell you, curry tastes the best when it is made by someone like me who has sold 13 spices. It is not an exaggeration to say that very few Indians can beat me. In the end, they became lazy and bought ready-made curry powder. Many people do not know how to make their own curry powder. The faster the times develop, the more traditions are lost. Sigh. They always say that they are a strong country. I am worried about them. Eat it. This is an authentic Arab diet. I plan to carry it forward. Part of it is chili, part of it is not chili. Because I don't know if they can immediately adapt to chili rice. We have a canning factory here, right? Yes, we do. Otherwise, many things that can't be directly transported to Beijing and other places will be a problem to preserve freshness. After dinner tonight, I will ask them to process this kind of canned food. Zhang Xiaobao was not afraid of burning his hands at all. He ate very quickly and could talk while eating. Brother, when you have new things, don't you want to give them to our inner courtyard first? Xiaobei felt that they could eat now, so he did not ask to change the food. But he was very confused. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "This is not for our inner courtyard. This is prepared for those who lack virtue for 8 lifetimes. I want to add enough barbituric acid, which is the ingredient of the sedative medicine sold in our medical hall now. These bastards are playing tricks on me. I'll let them see what a trick that's impossible to guard against is. I'll let them like to eat this kind of thing first. I'll put in something with caffeine and poppy water. When they're addicted to it, I'll change the ingredients." Zhang Xiaobao needed a way to vent. After cursing fiercely, he continued to eat. After Wang Wan heard this, her eyes lit up. Then she lowered her head and began to think. Xiaobei wiped his mouth with the napkin in front of his chest and reached out to grab some rice. He stopped there and nodded. He supported his brother and said, "The people who eat more are indeed hateful. They clearly have good resources in their country, but not only do they not sell them to us at a low price, they also don't allow us to go and pick them ourselves. Don't they think about who we are? We are the powerful and highly skilled Tang Empire. We shoulder the responsibility of the beautiful future of the entire human race. If they eat more and stop us, they are going against all of humanity and making things difficult for the world. All right. There are no outsiders here. Put away your tricks." Xiao Yuan could not stand it anymore. How thick-skinned was this person who said such words? Xiaobei, who had found an opportunity to practice his diplomatic speech, was exposed by Xiao Yuan. His face turned red and his body twisted a little. He said embarrassedly, "I'm used to it. From this, you can see how hard it is for me to be a diplomat. I have to pay attention to my image at all times, including my facial expressions and body movements. Do you think it's easy for me? But even so, sometimes people don't understand. They say that I'm just saying cliches and that it's no different from not saying anything. They say that I repeat the same thing over and over again. Is that really the case? Xiao Yuan, tell me." Xiao Yuan shook his head. "No, definitely not. Every word is changed differently, and the meaning expressed is also different. It may seem like cliches, but if you think about it carefully, you'll realize that there's a lot of meaning behind it. Actually, I've said everything that needs to be said. It's just that many people are not educated enough and can't keep up with your rhythm." Although Xiao Yuan did not like to hear Xiaobei say diplomatic words in front of him, he supported Xiaobei. That was a form of wisdom. Unless there were special circumstances, one had to be ambiguous when expressing one's meaning. Otherwise, if one said something wrong, it would leave a flaw for the enemy. How could ordinary people understand the skills of a diplomat and the profoundness of diplomatic words? That's right. Xiaobei freed up his left hand and patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder in praise. He looked like he was saying, "You're not bad, kid. You guys live in such a big place. Your farming skills are not good, and your industrial skills are not good. Your country has a lot of resources, but your military force is not as good as ours. If we don't fight you, who do we fight?" After thinking for a while, Wang Wan smiled and said to the 9 little guys, "Tell me the truth. Do you like eating the current food? If you don't like it, then don't eat it. Ask your brother to make it again for you guys. Tell me, in order to deal with the polyeater, he has to make things difficult for us in terms of food, right?" The 9 of them looked at each other and instantly communicated with their eyes. Then Xiaobei said, "Sigh. Let's just make do with it. Fortunately, it was made by my brother. I reckon that if the polyeater made it themselves, I would have a stomach problem. In the past, we said that Japanese dishes were special, so when my brother made them, we felt that they were not bad. In the end, when we ate the food made by the Japanese, we finally understood that what was good was not the food, but our brother. So we believe that my brother's plan will definitely succeed. With the delicious handheld rice, it will be like eating for the people on the grassland. The polyeater will go crazy when they see it. After Xiaobei said this, his eyes suddenly showed doubt. He asked, "Brother, are we bored? We have cannons and bullets. Can't we just shoot? Why do we have to use a trick on the polyeater?" The other 8 little guys listened to the movements of their hands at the same time and looked up. This matter started with the grandfather and grandson who came before. Your brother and I didn't guess what the use of collecting the poison was, but the transport would behind them already knew. They wanted to drive our people away. Facing our gunfire, your brother and I were worried sick. But now, your brother has thought of a very good plan. First, send the polyeater canned food with stimulants for a few days, and then find a suitable opportunity to give them canned food with sleeping ingredients in it. Then we will solve the hostage problem. Now we have to send people to all our borders and bring the people there to a safe place. Your brother and I plan to play the game more beautifully. We don't plan to use the most helpless method. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao as she spoke, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. Professional was indeed a professional. The quality of a professional swindler never needed to be questioned. He could actually think of a plan in such a short time. People who often schemed against others could indeed face anyone's schemes at any time. After this plan was implemented, there was no need to worry about the polyeater not falling for it because there would be a supporting operation. Xiaobao didn't need to say this. He already knew this. The polyeater tricked the hostages at the border between India and the Tang Empire. Of course, they wouldn't use them on the battlefield in India. Instead, they would move to the place where they stationed troops in the north. Because the information transmission technology was not advanced enough, they wouldn't know that the war would start tomorrow. They would definitely travel slowly. After 10 days to half a month of travel, they would contact the people at the place where they were beaten. Then they would abandon the useless wood and move forward lightly. They could wait for the first few days before they met up and send special forces to destroy their supplies. Then they would send troops to the front to stop them. They would push out the hostages, and the interceptors would use snipers to take out a few of them before retreating in panic, leaving behind some supplies. After losing their supplies, they could only check what the Tang Empire left behind and let the hostages try it. After eating, they found that not only were they not poisoned, but they also became more energetic. In the process of praising the Tang Empire's superb technology, they ate with all their might. At the same time, they secretly thought that their own people were smart. This happened a few times. On the night before they said that they were going to regroup with the scattered and regrouped troops, they would take advantage of the time when they were relaxed to give them a can of sleeping pills. While they were sleeping soundly, the special forces would come out and kill them. Everything was solved. Of course, this was their own idea. The specific implementation would depend on the situation at the time. They believed that there would be no problems in general. The hostage rescue plan was like this. No one could guarantee a perfect success, but having a solution and not having a solution were two different things. The 9 little guys pondered and figured out what was going on. So bad. Can't they just fight properly with us? Why do they have to play tricks? I despise such enemies the most. Xiaobei once again spoke in the name of justice. Eat it. All is fair in war. Xiao Yuan's admiration for his brother and sister was indescribable. When they went to meet the grandfather and grandson, before they could figure out what the information would be used for, his brother and sister had already thought of a way to deal with it. As expected, he had to continue learning. After relaxing, Wang Wan decided to torture Zhang Xiaobao on the bed. Then she proposed to hold a large-scale singing and dancing performance tomorrow. As for starting a war, it seemed to have nothing to do with her. The capital was one step ahead of Izhou to understand the sunset at dusk. Li Longji had no idea that something had just happened in front of him that made things difficult for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also seemed to have forgotten about the war, and walked leisurely on the road to the zoo. Gao Lishir followed beside him and described the progress of the construction in the palace. They would be able to enter in August. At that time, they would have a new mood in the new office environment. Your Majesty, Xiaobao hasn't sent the plan yet. It needs to be published in the newspaper tomorrow morning. Is it urgent? After Gao Lishur finished talking about the construction, he talked about something more important. With a faint smile on his face, Li Longji walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he glanced at the tourists passing by. Some tourists hurried by, while some recognized the emperor. At first they were surprised and then they nervously looked around. On the surface there were more than 30 tourists following him, but who knew how many were secretly following him? The tourists who recognized the emperor very tacitly made the same choice. No matter which direction they went before and what animals they wanted to see at this time, they all chose to walk the same path as the emperor to see the same animals. Moreover, they followed at a place that was neither too far nor too close. They didn't want the emperor to talk to them personally. They just thought that protecting the emperor was what they should do. At the same time they secretly complained, "You don't take more guards with you when you go out. Don't you know that you are going to war? We won't hurt you. What if there are enemies in the crowd? You are cheating us." Many people thought so. While complaining, they were also proud. The emperor dared to walk around in person, which meant that he had a clear conscience. He was confident that he had done what he should do, and that the people wouldn't assassinate him. He was a good emperor. Only an emperor with a guilty conscience would be afraid to face the people. Therefore, they had to ensure the emperor's safety. If he was killed and replaced with a bad emperor, how would they live? Therefore, more and more people gathered around Li Longji. They were all vigilant. When they looked at the people around them, they felt that they were enemies and were ready to attack at any time. Li Longji also noticed the situation and smiled warmly at the people around him. He didn't respond to Gao Lishur's words. Instead, he looked at the place in front of him and asked, "Is that the place where koalas are raised?" Gao Lishur helplessly replied, "That's right. Your Majesty, look at the special trees. They are eucalyptus trees. Many of them were transplanted here, but many of them died. However, the merchants who went out to sea would send more than 10 live eucalyptus trees every month to donate to the zoo. Therefore, the zoo has always had eucalyptus trees." This subject was once interested and saw a merchant who was donating eucalyptus trees. I asked him why he spent so much effort and cost to transport the eucalyptus trees over and didn't charge any fees. He said that his identity required him to come to the capital often, and he found that the children liked to carry koalas the most. He said that the name of the koalas was directly translated from the pronunciation of the locals. He said that since the children liked them, he would help raise the koalas. He said that when he went out personally, or when his caravan went out, what he felt the most was not the beautiful scenery of other places but the warmth of the Great Tang. The people of the outside world were never as peaceful as the Great Tang. More often than not, there was war and the displacement of tribes. When traveling, sick children and old people would be abandoned. As long as they didn't seem to be healthy, they would lose the opportunity to follow the caravan. Every time they encountered such a situation, they would help as much as they could and arrange things for them to do in the various camps they had set up. However, he said that it was because he felt pity in his heart, but he lamented the plundering between the people of the region. Thus he felt that he needed to cherish his country more. Every time, he would painstakingly bring back many things that didn't have much commercial value. He wanted to contribute to his country and seek a trace of peace in his heart. Gao Lishur rubbed his eyes. He was clearly moved by the merchants and also proud of his Great Tang. Many years ago, he didn't even dare to imagine that the Great Tang would one day be like this. This was true strength, not the strength of the past when he was always fighting others. Back then, the strength came from the will of the emperor. Now, the strength came from an inexplicable strength of the whole. Just like how the vegetation was flourishing, one could feel the arrival of spring from any place. The current Great Tang was like an endless sea. Its strength didn't lie in how high the waves were on the surface, but in the surging waves beneath the water. And this powerful center. When Gao Lishur thought of this, he looked at the emperor beside him and then turned his gaze to the far west. The two people there were the root of this strength. Li Longji also turned his head to the west. He seemed to be looking at the setting sun but also seemed to be looking at the red sunset. "Lishur, go and find that koala who got sick because no one carried him. Bring him over here. We want to see how this little fellow is doing now." Li Longji ordered Gao Lishur. who thought that he was going to talk about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Gao Lisher froze for a moment, then nodded. He quickly walked to the front and negotiated with several people. When he returned, he brought a little girl with him. She was around 12 or 13 years old, and she was struggling to hold a very cute koala bear. Of course, she was also very cute. Her hair was spread out, most of it falling on her shoulders, with only a few strands floating by her forehead. There was a large pink bow on her head, and she was wearing a white princess dress. Perhaps because she was afraid of the cold weather, her parents had put on long flesh-colored stockings for her. On her feet were a pair of red leather boots with cartoon dog decorations on the front. She was holding Koala, and Koala also stretched out an arm to wrap around her neck. The other hand was holding a eucalyptus tree branch, and from time to time it would take a bite. Okay, you're only allowed to hold it for a while. I held it first, you're not allowed to snatch it and not return it to me. Little Dudu is the most willing to let me hold it. When he walked closer, Li Longji heard what the little girl said to Gao Lisher and couldn't help but laugh. Gao Lisher nodded helplessly and promised. When the little girl stood in front of Li Longji, she reluctantly handed over the little Dudu in her mouth. Her eyes were fixed on Li Longji, as if she was afraid that the other party would snatch her toy and not get it back. She had a hard time holding it, but Li Longji was much more relaxed. It was not heavy and it was not easy to make it too heavy. Koala was very easy to talk to. As long as someone was holding it, it didn't care who was holding it. When it was wrapped in Li Longji's arms, it felt that this person did not need to be hugged. So it grabbed the eucalyptus tree branch with both hands and slowly ate it. It was Li Longji's first time holding a koala, and he finally understood why so many people like this kind of small animal. It was really too fun, just like holding a quiet child. It's furry and looks like the cloth dolls sold by Xiao Bei and the others. Those who don't know would really treat it as a dead object. Let me see, as expected, with makeup someone will hold it. Lisher, why do you think koalas like to be held by people? Li Longji looked at the little animal in his arms and asked Gao Lisher. Your Majesty, not all koalas like to be held by people. Wild ones are not good, they have to be in contact with them for a period of time. There is a comparison between people, and it is the same between animals. It sees others of its kind being held by people, but it is not held by anyone, so it naturally gets sick. Gao Lisher explained. It's like raising a dog. You are good to one dog, but the other dogs are not comfortable. Girl, its name is Little Dudu? Li Longji lowered his head and said to the little girl who brought the koala. The little girl did not answer immediately, but kept blinking her big eyes, looking at Li Longji in surprise, then turned to look at Gao Lisher and asked Gao Lisher. What did you call him just now? Your Majesty? Gao Lisher nodded. Uncle Emperor, you should have said so earlier. If I had said earlier that Uncle Emperor wanted to hold Little Dudu, I would have already sent it over. Uncle Emperor, it's actually not called Little Dudu, its original name was Tang, but Peng saw that its eyes were sunken in a lot, and its color was not good, so he called it Little Dudu. When I was angry, I called it Little Dudu. Uncle Emperor, who gave it a good name. The little girl seemed to be very smart, guessing Li Longji's identity from a name, and did not forget to ask for the Emperor's support. Little Dudu is good, very good, Li Longji said. Not to mention that this name was very cute, even if it was unpleasant, he had to follow the little girl's words. Otherwise, what if he made her cry? I've always thought so. When I go back, I'll tell Peng that the name was decided by Uncle Emperor. If he dares to disagree, I'll find the authorities to arrest him and punish him for 10 days, no 5 days. He won't be able to eat anything from my precious candy house. The little girl was very happy that she had obtained the Emperor's approval. In the future, she could bully the second fatty that she spoke of. From the clothes on the little girl's body and her words, Li Longji understood that she was not born in an ordinary family, and was definitely a child of an official. If she was from a merchant family, then her family was too powerful, because the bow on her head was specially made by Xiao Bei and the others as a gift to the officials of the capital. To be able to get the bow from the hands of an official, what price would a merchant have to pay? The brackets of this bow were made of gold, and the sparkling things inlaid on them were diamonds. It was very expensive to make, and the production was very small. Each bow had a number on it, and the design was also unique. Alright, I will definitely punish him. If he dares to say that he is not called Little Dudu, how old is this girl? What's your surname? Li Longji said with a smile. 11 years old. Do you think I look 13 years old? I specially dressed up because little Fatty is 12 years old, and he calls me little sister. I'm not young anymore, so I become 13 years old, and when he sees me like this, it's very funny. My face is like that, just like that, do you understand? The little girl said with a smile. I know. Is it like that? Li Longji cooperated and made a depressed expression, causing the little girl to repeatedly nod her head. Li Longji's eyes reddened as he looked at the little lass's appearance. He thought of the past. In the past, most of the girls her age were already married, and there were even more who were engaged. They had to mature early and couldn't enjoy the childhood that belonged to her like the one in front of him. Now, if a girl wanted to marry, she had to be over 18 years old. More often than not, it was according to an unintentional requirement, which was to have children at 20 years old. During this period of time, they could go to school, play, and have countless stories waiting for them. The people who caused all of this did not seem to have a childhood. They left their childhood to others, and they had to learn many skills from elementary school. They had to govern a region, lead troops, manage countless industries, and participate in the imperial court's orders. If you ask where your heart is, you will obtain the world's love. Wei Li Longji shook his head and smiled again. He looked at the little girl in front of him and felt that she was so happy. She could play to her heart's content, while the people who could make her like this were planning a grand war. Uncle Emperor, my surname is Liang, and my father is the county magistrate of Wanyan County. The little girl didn't know what her Uncle Emperor meant, but she remembered that her Uncle Emperor had asked her 2 questions. Li Longji nodded. Oh, your Uncle Emperor knows that your father is Liang Yudao, the county magistrate who always says, listen to Xiao Bao, right? Yes, that's right. Uncle Emperor, you remember my father. My father is from Jinjia, right? Your Uncle Emperor must remember everyone who comes out of that place. Tell Uncle Emperor, how has your father been recently? Li Longji helped the little girl solve the problem of not being able to remember. Jinjia was a legendary academy, which was even more powerful than the Imperial College, the highest academy of the Tang Empire. Even the people of Jishan Academy did not dare to say that they could compete with all the students there. The little girl was happy at first, but then she shook her head. It's not good. In the past half-month, my father has been sighing and saying that there is a big contradiction between the speed of economic development and the proportion of people who have resources. He has said it many times, but my mother and I don't understand. We just remember it. Uncle Emperor, you are very, very powerful. Can you tell me what is going on? I went home and told my father that my father has lost weight. My mother advised my father not to think too much, but your father is from Jinjia. It is impossible for him not to think about it. It has become his instinct. Can you go back today? If you can, tell your father that tomorrow everything will be fine tomorrow. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are also waiting for the sun to rise. Li Longji said to the little girl. Even if he did not know what would be in tomorrow's newspaper, he believed that the news would come in a while. Otherwise, it would be too late to print the newspaper and spread it to various places. Chapter 1236. The next day, early in the morning, all of the branches of the Great Tang Newspaper Company delivered the day's newspaper to the homes of the subscribers as quickly as possible. The notice board of the Yamen was also updated with the day's new content. Almost all of the Great Tang citizens acted as usual, not noticing anything amiss. However, when more people finished reading the newspaper, a portion of them noticed a problem with it, and the entire Great Tang began to fall into chaos. In Hanyuan Hall, Li Longji sat upright while the officials stood by his side, listening to the contents of the newspaper. From today onwards, the royal court will add a new policy. First, the tax on farmers, such as the tax on farmers and the poll tax, will be replaced with currency. All farmers will have to sell their crops to raise money. When the first clause was read out, the officials who were qualified to attend the royal court frowned as they pondered over the function of this clause. After a moment of contemplation, most of them found that it didn't have much of an effect. At most, the grain that had been handed over previously would be converted into money, and the farmers would have to sell their crops themselves. Li Longji narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. The reporter continued to read. Second, all cultivators are allowed to work together with other cultivators in the surrounding area. All cultivators are allowed to work together in groups of 100 households, or in villages. A leader is chosen, and the members of the group are the owners of all the land. The leader can choose two types of farming. The first is to negotiate the distribution of the crops. That is to say, the owner of the land will reach an agreement with the leader, and the variety of crops to be farmed each year will be decided by the leader. The second is to lease the land. That is to say, the leader will lease the land of all the farmers and hire the owner of the land to work in the fields. All decisions will be made by the leader, and they will be protected by the corresponding laws. The moment these words were said, the officials burst into an uproar. They finally understood the function of the first clause. The first clause was to serve the second clause. After a transaction, the amount of money one would earn would depend on the price set at the time of the transaction. If one sold for more money, one would make a profit. If one sold for less money, one would make a loss. All of the risks would be shifted to the owner of the land. The next day there was another way of land acquisition. If one chose the first option of the second option, the owner of the land would have to bet with the team leader. They would bet that the team leader's decision this year was correct. Although it was said that it could not be changed, in fact, once the seeds were planted, they could not be changed even if they wanted to. It would delay the growth of the crops. If one were to choose the second option, the owner of the land would avoid the risk of selling their own grain. They would pay for the land and receive two portions of money. One portion would be the rent for the land, and the other portion would be the income from labor. There were two risks in the process. One was the risk of not being hired, and the other was the risk of their own income being reduced when the price of grain was high. If it was completely up to the team leader to decide, the team leader was likely to exclude those who were not good at farming. These people would only receive a portion of the income from the lease of the land, but they themselves would be unemployed. I don't agree. Without waiting for the person reading the newspaper to continue, Zhang Juling stepped out and said bluntly. He had a good relationship with the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he could not let his personal relationship go to waste. Li Longji put the microphone to his mouth and said, Minister Zhang, stand down. Today's court assembly is not to hear whether you agree or not. It is to let you listen carefully and act accordingly. Today is different from the past. Everything that is done, starting from me to the head of the secretariat to the lower ministries, you only need to cooperate and are not allowed to question. However, Yuan Qianyao, who was nearby, did not agree. He stood out forcefully and asked loudly, Your Majesty, I don't know why this policy was not brought out to discuss with us first before coming to a conclusion. Why did it have to be passed today? Bring it out to discuss? Didn't you need to discuss for a long time? Can you guarantee that not a single piece of information will be leaked? Do you know what the consequences will be once the nobles of the Great Tang know about this policy in advance? Minister Yuanqing, I ask you, do you know the situation that our dynasty is facing now? Li Longji threw out a few questions consecutively and waited for Yuan Qianyao to give a reply. Yuan Qianyao pondered for a moment and said loudly, Your Majesty, our dynasty is now filled with the benevolence of the emperor. The people are of one mind, commerce is connected, agriculture is flourishing, and the army. Speak frankly, I don't like to listen to people talk for a long time without saying anything practical. No matter how much you flatter, the problems that should exist will not be solved. Li Longji interrupted Yuan Qianyao's words. All the officials, including Zhang Zhong, sighed secretly. They felt that His Majesty had been influenced by Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan to be too utilitarian. There must be practical returns for his efforts. If not, he would definitely not waste his time. Yuan Qianyao coughed lightly and changed his way of speaking. Your Majesty, our dynasty's national treasury is now filled with money. This year's national treasury can't be used up just based on the budget. As the agriculture temple has been vigorously researching crops, the cultivators all over the country know how to be flexible when farming. Furthermore, they use fertilizers and pesticides. The crop output has more than doubled. In addition, the roads are well repaired, the railways are connected, the caravans are organized into a large scale, and the small products developed by the Ministry of Works help the people increase the efficiency of manual labor. The situation is very good. Also, in terms of education, many people spontaneously learn to read with their children at night. There are countless schools all over the country, and they can participate in the work of heaven and earth. Everything is very good. Good, I naturally know that there are good aspects. However, in the way of heaven and earth there must be a yin and a yang. There must be a disadvantage to every advantage. I also know that our Tang Empire's military is strong, our weapons are advanced, and our morale is high. We can fight whoever we want. However, I am asking about the disadvantages of the advantages. When Li Longji said this, he was very proud. Especially in the past 2 years, the Ministry of Works had developed a lot of research results. For example, pesticides and fertilizers, as well as the improvements made by the Agriculture Temple. The development of the entire country was like flying. No matter which place was affected by the disaster, as long as the people were fine. As for the money and food that the people lost, the imperial court would directly make up for it. Furthermore, it wasn't like in the past. When the disaster struck, the people would be very grateful just by reducing the rent or sending people to cook a few bowls of porridge. At the very least, they didn't have to leave their homes and die on the road. But now, when the disaster struck, the people's homes would be registered with the government. Even if a cow died in your home, the imperial court would compensate you with a new one. If your house collapsed, it was easy. When the disaster was over, a new house would be built for you. If it was a drought, the government would arrange for you to work elsewhere. They would definitely not let you bear the pain of the disaster alone. This was a great contribution. In the past, which emperor had done this? Which emperor dared to say or think about it? Only Zhen's Kaiwan era. Your Majesty is right. Minister of Works Zhang Zhong stepped forward and said, even though our government is harmonious, there are still some disadvantages. Although Regional Commander Zhang and Deputy Regional Commander Wang have done many things, such as providing for the elderly, educating the young, and treating the sick, all of these are national benefits that don't require the people to spend money. However, in the process of rapid development, many things have happened that are not conducive to the stability of the country. Moreover, it has reached a critical period, so we have to investigate and take action. When Zhang Zhong said this, some people started to pout and cursed in their hearts. Why are you pretending to be a big wolf? Zhang Zhong and Deputy Regional Commander Wang. It's as if you aren't familiar with them. If you don't stand out and show off, will it kill you to directly say that you have a son and daughter-in-law? How shameless. You are really shameless. You are using the fact that you have a good son and daughter-in-law to attack others. Where's your conscience? Do you still care about the friendship of your colleagues? Although they were cursing in their hearts, they had to endure this anger. Otherwise, if they offended them verbally, the revenge would come very quickly. The first to take action would probably be their other children. Yuan Qianyao's face didn't look very good when he was mocked by the emperor and the Minister of Works at the same time. He lowered his head and thought about it before saying, there are also disadvantages, but they are not big. Due to the increase in national benefits, a small number of people have become lazy. Especially the policy that the imperial court will pay for the raising of infants. All kinds of men have started to work. Is there anything else? Li Longji asked again. Yes. Yuan Qianyao said firmly. There are also people who are active at this good time. After they earn money, they won't spend it for a while. They buy a lot of luxury goods and compare their wealth with others. Their friendship with others is usually measured by their wealth. They are arrogant because of their wealth, causing others to compare with them. After saying that, Yuan Qianyao probably thought that he had admitted his mistake, so he explained, of course, this is human nature. Moreover, rich people buy a lot of luxury goods, which will help increase the income of the imperial court's treasury. It can promote the competitiveness of others and make them work harder. Logically speaking, after 3 generations, it will return to peace. Logically speaking, if we don't solve it immediately, we won't need to wait for 3 generations. This generation will definitely cause the country to be in turmoil, and the people's hearts to be unstable. Everything is based on money. At that time, will the world belong to people or to money? Those who only know their nature and food are animals. Money can buy sex, food, clothes, and houses. With money you can do anything. Do you still want ethics and morals? If you lose the warmth of people and only have money left, I don't care about this country. Li Longji said angrily. In the end, he had already started to hit the armrest with all his might. Your Majesty, please calm down. The officials persuaded in unison with tacit understanding. Yuan Qianyao trembled and knelt on the ground. He said, "This official has committed a crime of not thinking deeply and not being aware of many things." Li Longji waved his hand. "Get up, I don't blame you. I did the same in the past. Who would have thought that there was such a hidden danger behind the prosperity? It was Xiaobao and Cuckoo who told me over and over again. After analyzing it over and over again, I finally understood that things in the world are unpredictable. I believe that all of you know how capable the two of them are. When they encountered monstrous disasters, the two of them worked together and stubbornly fought against them. When they encountered military disasters, the two of them laughed and chatted nonstop. When they said that they didn't have enough money, the two of them talked about the world and turned stone into gold. No matter what they encountered, I have never seen the two of them afraid. As for your impeachment, it was just a joke to the two of them. However, every time they talked about today's matter, the two of them would always have a serious expression. Occasionally, they would show a panicked expression and sigh when talking to me. All of this shows that the pressure this matter has on the two of them is far greater than the previous few cases. The sum of the previous cases is not as serious as this. Isn't this enough? Isn't this enough to explain the problem? What exactly is hidden behind the prosperity that makes the two of them so afraid? Do you think there is anything in the world that can make them afraid?" As Li Longji's voice fell, the sound of people inhaling could be heard in Hanyuan Hall. Under the warm sunlight, the officials felt their bodies turn cold. They had always known that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were strong. It was a kind of strength that was soaked in their souls. They had never been afraid of anything and could easily solve any problem in front of them. They were knowledgeable in astronomy, knowledgeable in geography, and knowledgeable in the study of things in between. Regardless of whether it was the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, song or poetry, whether it was farming, craftsmen or merchants, they were able to spread government and administration, and as a general they were able to open up new territories. They were invincible in battle and were invincible. Such people would actually be afraid. Who wouldn't be afraid of something that could make them afraid? However, it clearly looked very good now and there wasn't much of a problem. Why were they so scared? "Brother Yongcheng, do you know?" Prime Minister Song Jing asked. He was asking Zhang Zhong. After all, he was Zhang Xiaobao's father and had probably interacted with him often. Everyone's gazes simultaneously shifted to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong considered, then solemnly said, "Xiaobao and Cuckoo once said that our great Tang does not fear calamities. Calamities are nothing more than rebuilding one's home. We also do not fear weapons. When we fight with our lives. As long as the hearts of the people are united, as long as we are of one heart, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. What they fear is that the hearts of the people are scattered. Officials do not work for their own interests, instead using public office for personal gain. Farmers do not plow their fields, instead stealing their jobs. Craftsmen do not learn their skills, instead using shoddy goods. Merchants do not sell their goods, instead hoarding them and inflating their prices. Teachers do not look good, instead choosing students for their own benefits. Doctors do not inherit their virtues, instead using money to divide the affliction. If they do not control it now, when the time comes it will be very difficult to change it. When the time comes, who will make the first move? Will they be able to kill all the people in the world? How many years will it take to change a nation that has lost its spiritual pillar? What methods will they use to recover the original soul? That kind of country is not a civilization but a slave to money. Thus, Xiaobao and Cuckoo have always been worried about this matter. They need to find a good balance in the process of development, and at this moment they need everyone's help to settle on this point first. We can talk about other points later. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he used a sincere expression to look at his colleagues in the hall. Some nodded at him, some responded with firm gazes, and some lowered their heads in deep thought. After a while, Li Longji ordered, "Continue reading." At this time no one objected. Everyone was frightened by what Zhang Zhong had said. The person reading the report took a deep breath and read again. The second decree, the Great Tang Bank will reduce the loan interest by 10%, the deposit interest by 10%, and the reserve rate by 20%, using the internal funds. Any handicraft industry with more than 100 workers and less than 500 workers can enjoy a one-off loan of 3,000 strings of coins from the bank. Those with more than 500 workers and less than 1,000 workers can enjoy a one-off loan of 10,000 strings of coins from the bank. Those with more than 1,000 workers can enjoy a one-off loan of less than 200,000 strings of coins from the bank according to the requirements of their development plan, and the loan amount can be increased in the future. The officials knew that Zhang Xiaobao was starting to give out money, allowing the people of Great Tang to take out their savings and spend it. At the same time, he was encouraging handicraft industries to swallow each other. There were many consequences, but the most direct one was the depreciation of the currency, even if the country did not increase the amount of currency issued. Song Jing pondered for a moment, then walked up to Li Longji and asked softly, "Your Majesty, can you let the currency depreciate?" His voice was soft, but there was a microphone in front of him so everyone heard it. This caused Song Jing to be taken aback, and he sighed helplessly. Li Longji smiled and shook his head. "It's fine. This is soft depreciation, also known as temporary depreciation. As long as the imperial court does not suddenly increase the amount of currency issued, there is no need to worry about the currency being worthless. After all, this is a cyclical process. The depreciation that you are worried about comes from the taxation of currency circulation. Every time you spend money and earn money, there will be taxation. You're afraid that the imperial court will spend money in a short period of time, causing the production of actual goods to be unable to keep up with the sudden spending of money, resulting in a depreciation of the currency. Is that right?" Song Jing nodded. "That's right. Furthermore, if we do this, the people will take their money out of the bank and spend in a rush. This will cause the price of goods to rise, and if the goods are expensive, the money will be cheap. Of course, this is a small problem and Xiaobao does not care about it. Song Qing, do you know what the main source of goods is?" At this time, Li Longji felt that he could be a teacher. Back then, he had chased after Xiaobao and asked for a long time before he finally figured it out. Gao Lisher, who was standing at the side, also had a smile in his eyes. At that time, he had also followed along with Wu Huifei. If he did not learn, he would not have known. After learning, he realized that the more he learned, the more ignorant he became. The methods, goals, and execution of the various historical dynasties that he had read in books were far inferior to Xiaobao's. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiaobao had played the economic game to the height of the Tao. It was unknown when the people who were learning now would be able to learn all of Xiaobao's economic knowledge and continue to improve. As a prime minister, Song Jing was quite capable. When he heard the emperor's question, he immediately replied, "Your Majesty, is it the production of land and mining of minerals? What you said is only a part of it. There is more." Li Longji narrowed his eyes and said, "There is more. There is also the transportation of goods from the outside. This is the most direct." Song Jing said, "Then how do you do it? During the transportation process, how can you guarantee that the domestic currency will not depreciate in the flow of goods and goods between the cost and profit?" Li Longji asked again. He wanted to show his professionalism. Song Jing regretted. He regretted that he had not properly studied Zhang Xiaobao's book recently. That book was only circulated among the upper class, and ordinary people could not even think about reading it. He was not afraid that others would read it and learn it, but he was afraid that they would learn it at a half-baked level and use it blindly. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao would have to come back and clean up the mess. For example, a person who thought that he was smart would start to play with cash flow after reading the book. He would use all kinds of methods to collect funds. Then, a problem would occur in a certain part of the process, and the chain of funds would be broken and all would be lost. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to add such trouble to himself. Song Jing decided to go back and learn properly. Otherwise, if he was always questioned by the emperor in front of other people, it would be embarrassing. Song Jing hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and replied, "This subject feels that we can use force to solve the problem and make the nature of the trade with the outside world less fair. This way we can use low-cost goods to exchange for high-profit goods. This is a bandit's way of thinking. It's a sign of incompetence. Then just say that you are like Xiaobao and Cuckoo, who did not even exchange goods and relied on the army to fight for them." Li Longji was amused by Song Jing's words. "Your Majesty, please teach this subject." Song Jing played along. "Fine, we will teach you. It's your fault for not learning properly. What you just said was correct, but you did not mention the most important problem. The key lies in the production and application of production technology. Whether it is planting in the fields, mining in the mines, or trading with the outside world, they all require technical support. The problem of the fields is left to the agriculture temple, the updating of the mining tools is left to the Ministry of Works, and the trading with the outside world is also the Ministry of Works. If we want to reduce the actual cost of the goods, we have to increase the cost of the technology. For example, how much do you think a mirror is worth? A palm-sized mirror is not even worth a copper coin, but when we trade with the outside world, we can give it a value of 10 strings of coins. This is the cost advantage brought by technology. If you don't have the technology, you can only accept the other party's cost. If you want to own something, you can only pay as much as the other party says. Thus, a portion of the taxes that our great Tang earns can be allocated to the technical research department, and a portion can be used to build infrastructure, such as roads. Once the roads are built, the cost of transporting goods will naturally be reduced. For example, if you send 5 people to transport a cart of rice, and the road is not good, you will have to travel for several months. Even after the cart of rice is eaten by you, you will still starve to death. The time wasted by your 5 people is actually non-productive consumption. I might as well not ask for a cart of rice and let the 5 of you find a place to raise chickens. Li Longji gestured as he spoke. That's not right. Song Jing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Your Majesty, look, the land needs people to grow it. If you don't grow it, someone else will. There are only so many lands, and with the same technology you don't need to be a laborer. Wouldn't it be a waste for you to go and farm? It's the same for raising chickens. Chickens need to eat, and no matter what they eat, they will consume the local resources. The resources are only in a cycle, and they don't increase. It's not like obtaining things from the outside world. Your thinking is wrong. The resources are indeed in a cycle, but we don't make use of all of them. For example, if you don't raise chickens, can you fully utilize the resources of the land and forests in the area where you raise chickens? Furthermore, these resources are increasing. For example, sunlight and wind. If you don't use them, they will still exist. When the time comes, it will be wasted. The most direct manifestation of sunlight is the growth of plants. There's also water. Clouds bring rain from other places to our great Tang. If you don't use them, they will flow into the sea. Why don't you hoard them and raise fishes? As for wind, it's not easy to make use of it now. The technology can't keep up. For example, the generator in the wind can produce electricity to illuminate the land. If you think that illumination is useless and people only want to read books, then you should think of using it to replace candles. There's also heating. For example, hatching chickens in winter. If you use electricity to hatch chickens, won't you be saving other resources? Li Longji began to give examples to Song Jing. In fact, when he reached the end, Song Jing already knew. But he didn't want to interrupt him. It wasn't easy for the emperor to teach you, so shouldn't you listen carefully? This subject understands. Song Jing saw that His Majesty had stopped talking and was drinking tea, so he immediately said respectfully. Li Longji nodded contentedly and instructed the person reading the report. Continue reading. There are many policies today. Chapter 1237. Article 3. Males who have reached the age of 18 and meet the standards of health must serve 2 months of military service every year from the age of 25 and receive military service subsidies. Males between the age of 26 and 30, who meet the standards of health must serve 1 month of military service every year. Those who evade military service will have all their benefits revoked. The reader continued to read the 3rd article. Based on the previous situation, he stopped reading and waited for the others to discuss. The officials fell silent. No one made a sound. They all looked at the reader. Continue. Li Longji spoke. Article 4. Those who participate in the imperial examinations must accumulate 100 days of voluntary teaching and 200 days of voluntary social work. Those who fail to complete the examinations will be disqualified and will not be allowed to participate in the examinations again for 5 years. When the 4th article was read, the 2 sides of the stairs of Hanyuan Palace began to buzz with discussion. The officials whispered to each other. Wang Bei was very close to Zhang Zhong. As they were both ministers, there was only one person between them. When he heard the 4th article, he couldn't help but squeeze to Zhang Zhong's side and ask, Zhang Xiaobao, what a Wang Wan. Now you feel that you are not afraid of anything. You are beginning to raise your blade against the officials. How bold, how bold. Zhang Zhong, you gave birth to a good son. Zhang Zhong smiled and nodded slightly at Wang Bei. Why do you say that, Lord Wang? Officials take the imperial examinations. If you are a local official, don't you still need to understand education and the people? What's wrong with learning first? Or directly manage the economic field? At the very least, you need to understand the goods and needs of the people, right? Speaking of the economy, I just remembered that last night Xiaobao called and said that the new group we formed together might be able to generate profits this year. It's no longer about breaking even. He said that it's about accumulating and accumulating. After settling down to a certain extent, it will finally start to flourish. Wei Wei was stunned. Then he became even more indignant. Zhang Zhong, do you think that the matters of the world's scholars can be enticed with money? Do you think that a noble person can be enticed with money? Do you think? About 3 million strings of profits. It's said that we will first distribute the profits, and then consider selling them overseas. This way we will be able to generate profits every year. Zhang Zhong finished his own words. Wang Ku was stunned again. He looked away and took 4 deep breaths. When he faced Zhang Zhong again, he asked seriously, "Really? Does Lord Wang want to see the proposal?" Zhang Zhong asked. "I'll believe you this time. Where were we just now? You can't tempt people with benefits." "Yes, there is such a thing. We can't use money or benefits. This is the righteousness of the country. Upholding virtue and proper conduct is virtue and virtue." "Zhang Zhong, brother Yongcheng, you're going too far by talking to me about money. Am I someone that can be moved by money? How can I be unreasonable when you're talking to me? Actually, I deeply agree with what you said before. Yes, you're absolutely right. Students were taking the imperial examinations because they wanted to become officials. How could officials not know the hardships of the common people? In my opinion, the days are still too little. In total, it should be 500 days. However, if the time limit is set for too long this time, it might be repeated. It's better to try it out first." Wang Bei patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder affectionately and said righteously, "Think so too." Zhang Zhong still responded with a smile. Yes. It's not easy to think of the same thing. "Brother Yongcheng, are you free tonight? I heard that prawn rakes are ready to be eaten. Your restaurant bought a lot of them. How about you treat us to a meal?" Wang Bei said with a greedy look. "Of course I should treat you. How about tonight?" Zhang Zhong agreed. Okay. See you tonight." Wang Bei nodded happily and returned to his original position. He ignored the person in the middle as if he didn't exist. That person was the Minister of Personnel, Pei Guangting. Pei Guangting heard everything and suddenly realized that people who were in charge of money really had no resistance to money. 3 million strings of cash wasn't just Wang Bei's profit, but he had been bribed. Can't you have some backbone? You lost in 1 round and it was such a thorough defeat. After belittling Wang Bei in his heart, Pei Guangting thought for a while and squeezed in Zhang Zhong's position. He turned his head and whispered, "Brother Yongcheng, does that company still need to increase its shares? I have some spare money. You know that if money isn't spent and doesn't flow, it will lose its effect on the economy. I'm willing to contribute to the prosperity of Tang's economy." Pei Guangting was more than 10 years older than Zhang Zhong. His 3rd grandson was already 4 years old. He wanted to consider for his family. In fact, it was not bad to rely on bribery, but there were very few officials who bribed now. Even if he did, he couldn't help much. If bribed officials made mistakes, they would be punished. He didn't dare to oppose, even if he was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. He wasn't afraid of the censorate or the head of the secretariat. He even dared to argue with the emperor. However, he was afraid of Xiaobei and the others who were just like him. Moreover, the emperor's argument showed that he had the ability. He was caught by Xiaobei and the others on a whim, but no one helped him. Therefore, it was better to find a proper business and invest more to get a return. He had shares in the new company, but not a lot. It would be good if he could increase his investment. "Brother Lianqing, don't worry." Zhang Zhong comforted Pei Guangting and said, "You'll understand if you continue to listen. There are many benefits to being an official. Otherwise, we as officials have no money, but businessmen have money. If we put all our thoughts on money, how can we use psychological politics? How many people can become saints? Pei Guangting's eyes lit up. He asked for confirmation. In that case, even if official Wang supports us, the new company will still be profitable? Of course, but Brother Lianqing will have to work hard in the future. What do you mean? Pei Guangting asked again. After the hidden high salary, Xiaobao and Cuckoo demanded that the officials must be honest. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you have to solve problems. The officials who receive the hidden salary have to do things. The faster our Great Tang develops, the more loopholes there will be. We may not be able to catch all the patrolling officers, and to catch the officials we need your department to participate. What do you think we should do? Zhang Zhong listened to his son's request and began to compromise with the officials. However, he also knew that his son's schemes were never the kind where he would take a step forward. He took a step back because there was a need for greater benefits. I've given you face, do you dare to take another step forward? Moreover, this exchange was beneficial to the Great Tang as a whole. Otherwise, they would not use the method of exchange but other means to achieve their goals. Pei Guangting clearly understood the temperaments of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It did not matter what they obtained in the end, and they should not covet it. It was fine as long as they could benefit. Otherwise, if they really angered them, they might not give them any benefits at all. Thus, he solemnly promised Zhang Zhong, "Don't worry. Any official who takes money, but doesn't do anything during the Great Tang's rapid development, will be severely punished. The lightest punishment is imprisonment, and the heaviest punishment is extermination." "Thank you." Zhang Zhong clasped his hands in respect. "No need, it's my duty." Pei Guangting returned the gesture. Zhang Zhong had dealt with 2 people, so the rest was simple. There was still the Bureau of Rights, Bureau of Justice, and Bureau of Military Personnel. If the Bureau of Military Personnel passed, the Bureau of Military Personnel would not dare to obstruct them. Since that was the case, he began to approach Su Yi's side and make a deal with him. Similarly, when he gave him benefits, the Great Tang would benefit. The officials in the court had no time to care about where Zhang Zhong was going, or who he was exchanging with. Many of them were deep in thought. The 5th. Wait. Just as the reporter was about to continue reading Xiao Song, the Bureau of Military Personnel shouted. He was very imposing, and it was obvious that he was from the Bureau of Military Personnel. "Official Xiao has objections?" Li Longji glanced over and asked. The officials suddenly looked at Zhang Zhong as if they were looking at a joke. Zhang Zhong had already reached Su Yi's side. Seeing the Bureau of Military Personnel stand out, he stopped what he was doing and looked over in surprise. The situation became awkward. The officials wanted to see Zhang Zhong make a fool of himself. "Look, there was a problem in the place that you thought would be the least problematic. What are you going to do now?" Some people looked at Wang Bei. Wang Bei wanted to curse Xiao Song for betraying Cuckoo, and curse the people who looked over. "Damn it, why are you looking at me? You want me to stand up and support Xiao Song? Then when can I earn back the money I invested? Don't you fucking just want to watch others fight? The problem is, do you know how much pressure I'm under? I can't earn back the money I invested. And then the benefits from Zhang family and Wang family were cancelled. Later on, I had a grandson who was about to be born, so I was able to enjoy some benefits again, and it was always given to the grandson who was born. It would have been easier without these benefits. Ever since there were benefits for children, my life has been getting worse and worse. The servants in the family don't look at me right now. I'm about to betray everyone. Didn't you see that I went over to talk to him personally instead of standing up? I'll remember you. Don't expect me to give you money easily in the future." Wang Bei cursed in his heart as he glared back. The situation paused for a moment. Xiao Song seemed to feel that he had given enough time for others to think, so he deliberately said in a rough voice, "The 4th clause refers to the humanities exam, right? What about my martial arts exam? I strongly request that the Imperial Court not discriminate against us martial artists. In the future, those who take the martial arts exam must also take out 300 days to do volunteer work." I'll stop here. Even if the policy doesn't stipulate that those who take part in the martial arts exam need to do volunteer work, the Ministry of War will strictly implement this policy. Unless I'm removed, as long as I'm minister, those who take part in the martial arts exam can forget about taking advantage of the loopholes. This time it was the people who were watching the show who cursed in their hearts. Xiao Song, would you die if you didn't flatter him? Without waiting for others to finish cursing, Xiao Song spoke again. Also, regarding the third clause on military service, I declare that the Ministry of War will be strict with those who take part in the military service. We will unconditionally complete His Majesty's training. From strategy tactics to personal military skills, we will train those who take part in the military service in all aspects. We will train them into qualified soldiers of the great Tang Empire, to the point where they can fight and win when pulled out. We will also strengthen the ideological education of the army so that all officers and soldiers will not retreat, waver, or hesitate in the face of danger. That's all I have to say. As he finished speaking, Xiao Song took a big step back and stood back. The people who were watching the show were speechless. Xiao Song, you're the minister. You have the nerve to stand out and not show any restraint? Are you afraid of Wang Wan to this extent? Li Longji held back his laughter and said with relief, very good. Official Zhao's awareness is very high. With him in the Ministry of War, I can rest assured. Yes, Hunger still lacks a martial arts teacher. Why don't you add the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince? I won't let you down. Xiao Song stood out again to show his loyalty. He got a first-rank official just like that. A first-rank official was still a first-rank official. Although the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince was an empty title, he would still receive a rank 1 salary. However, when he thought of empty titles, he also remembered that there was a group of young fellows who also had empty titles. They were the young minister of the Supreme Court and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. They were the 9 people of the Great Tang, no, the 10 people of the patrol team. They held multiple titles and did not need to go through any department to convict someone. They just did it directly depending on their mood. Therefore, these officials who wanted to stand out and say something shut up. The Minister of Rights, Sui, who was also waiting to watch the show, put away his thoughts and asked Zhang Zhong with a smile. Yongcheng is here? He's here. There's a matter regarding the application and management of video education, as well as the planning of the printing of newspapers and books. Do you want to take a look? When Zhang Zhong spoke again, his tone was gentle. It was a display of confidence. Sui could understand Zhang Zhong's confidence. If he had such a son and daughter-in-law, he would be so confident too. He asked, is there a lot to talk about? Yes, I'll go after the court meeting. Zhang Zhong lowered his posture even more. Don't, I have something to ask. I'll go. My washing machine is leaking. It's not the kind that leaks next door. It's the kind that leaks by itself when I don't need to. I was washing it when the water ran out. Sui didn't dare to trouble Zhang Zhong now. He wanted to go there personally. As for the leak, was that a problem? That's fine. There's probably a mistake with the seal. I'll have someone go take a look. At the same time, there's a new washing machine that can rotate in 2 directions. It's better than rotating in 1 direction. I'll be very grateful if you can help me try it out. Zhang Zhong said with a smile. His face was worth a new 2-way washing machine. He would probably take out those that had rotating barrels as well. Well said, well said. Sui also smiled happily. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhang Zhong went back to the topic. The secret exchange of benefits was so dirty. However, as long as it was good for the common people, it was worth it. Most of the common people only saw what was in front of them and what was in front of them. They never knew how many people had paid for their benefits. Yu Wenrong, who was also the prime minister, had no choice but to stand up and speak up. His current position was very high, and he was on the same level as the secretary. Thus he had to figure out what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to do. Of course, he was also clear that the reason he could become an official now was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stop him. Although they had a small conflict in the past, they recognized his ability. This made Yu Wenrong sigh. He admitted that he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it when he was in the position of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and still not deliberately attack his opponents. Because if the 2 of them wanted to deal with him, they didn't need to seek balance or exchange benefits. It was just a matter of a sentence. Perhaps they didn't even see him as an opponent, even if his father was the Minister of Works, who was of a lower rank than him. Every time he thought of them, he would feel a kind of majestic aura, vast and unstoppable. As long as you didn't cross their bottom line, they wouldn't care. However, when they cared, you would be gone. Thus, when Yu Wenrong became the Prime Minister this year, His conduct had always been very proper. At this moment he had to ask clearly on behalf of all the officials. Your Majesty, after this subject heard these 4 conditions, his heart is not clear. Speak. In truth, Li Longji hadn't received any explanation from Zhang Xiaobao, but he was confident that he understood thoroughly. This was a kind of tacit understanding, and the source of this tacit understanding came from their daily interactions. Yu Wenrong paused, then said, the first 2 conditions seem to shake the foundation, and the last 2 are exhausting manpower. This subject wants to understand what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are thinking. When he spoke, he didn't call Zhang Zhong like he did. He was clearly the closest person, yet he still insisted on calling him something like Jidushi Zhang. This made others think of how Zhang Zhong had been at the very beginning of the 2's imperial examinations. The result made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel extremely awkward. Quite a few of the people standing on either side of the steps nodded. When Li Longji heard the first 2 conditions, he had already considered this question. Hearing this, he said, we will tell you. The first 2 conditions are to bring out the hidden contradictions. There should be similar policies behind them. Once they are brought out, they will be resolved together, and we will obtain several years of stability. The 3rd and 4th conditions don't actually require the common people to become soldiers, and it's also not impossible to have no students to become teachers and volunteer. This involves psychology. Every year at the age of 18, they become soldiers and receive military management. This can help the common people develop a strict and resolute way of thinking and doing things. This has a great effect on the stability of the country. When students go to teach and volunteer, there is one thing you have to know. Only when a person is willing to contribute to something will they have some attachment to it. If they go to teach, they will interact with the children. If one day they become an official and do things that involve the children's interests, I believe that the chances of them standing on the children's side will be very high. Similarly, when doing volunteer work, they still need to first understand it, or perhaps understand and feel it while doing it. Most of the students are actually not up to standard in terms of living. If you don't believe me, during the imperial examinations this fall, you can ask each of them to cook a dish. See how many people can cook it. This is a part of life. How can people who don't know how to live be an official? We like people from Jianjia Academy because they know how to cook and mend their own clothes, so they understand the people's livelihood better. Zishou, do you know how to cook? As Li Longji spoke, he suddenly asked Zhang Juling, whose name was Zishou. Zhang Juling smiled faintly. Your Majesty wants to try this humble subject's meat with preserved vegetables. The preserved vegetables are produced in this subject's hometown. This subject is afraid that Your Majesty is used to Xiao Bao's food and will find this subject's food tasteless. We believe that you can cook better than Xiao Bao. The food from one's hometown naturally has the taste of one's hometown, Li Longji said meaningfully. Zhang Juling shook his head. Wei Wei said, this subject doesn't dare. Xiao Bao's hometown is Great Tang, and the food in his restaurant is divided into different cuisines. He can even create a unique taste for wild vegetables, so how can this subject compare to him? Everything that is born or raised can be eaten. This subject definitely can't do the same with Xiao Bao's ability. Do you understand now, Qing? Li Longji turned around and asked Yu Wenrong. Yu Wenrong muttered to himself for a moment before raising his head. I understand for now, but this subject is afraid that 300 days will be wasted on other aspects, which will be detrimental to my knowledge. That's not right. Zhang Juling, who had just finished answering Li Longji, didn't return to his seat and directly said, what is knowledge? Is it the University of Moderation? Is it the Book of Songs? What is waste? No matter what you do, no matter how small it seems, you can learn something from it. You should know that a withered grass in spring is a disaster, and a blossoming tree in autumn is also an anomaly. Every blade of grass and every tree is also a heart of love. Yu Wenrong had heard Zhang Juling's words. After thinking about it, he cupped his fists and nodded. I've learned. Li Longji laughed happily and instructed the person reading the newspaper. Continue. Chapter 1238. After receiving the order, the newspaper reader raised the newspaper and read, Article 5. Formulate specific regulations for national sports competitions and professionalize sports participants. After reading this article, he stopped and waited out of habit. This time, not only were the officials confused, but Li Longji was even more puzzled. Everyone knew that the most typical sports competition was football. Currently, every state had its own football team that represented the local government. There were two best stadiums, one in the capital and the other in Luzhou. Every state had their own stadiums. The wealthier places had better stadiums, while the poorer places only had stadiums for appearances. Some did not even have a lawn. Apart from the government, there were also private companies that were interested in forming their own football teams. There were even people who liked to play football who formed their own teams and played with others. Naturally, football was not the only sport competition. There were many other sports such as badminton, billiards, track and field, swimming, and so on. What puzzled the people in Hanyuan Hall was why it was included in the government's decree, when it was usually done for fun. Would it affect the country if it was done well or not? Hence, those who were confused looked at Zhang Zhong, hoping to get some information from him. Zhang Zhong was also confused. He looked at the other person and gave him a "I don't know" expression. "I'll ask Xiao Bao later. Read it." Li Longji gave up on the idea of figuring it out for now. Article 6. Lift the restrictions on the purchase of lottery tickets, further crack down on private gambling houses, and increase the number of sports lottery tickets. The newspaper reader read out. Everyone understood the meaning of this article. In the past, buying lottery tickets depended on other people's wealth and income. The original plan was to control gambling. But Xiaobao and Cuckoo realized that they could not control it. Since there were too many private gambling houses, since they could not control it, they might as well reduce it. Instead of letting the local people earn the money, it would be better for the court to take it. At least it could be used for public welfare. The pursuit of profit was difficult to eliminate since ancient times. After a while, they thought that Article 5 might serve the purpose of Article 6. There must be rules to increase the number of lottery tickets. Otherwise, how would they sell the tickets if they stopped after 2 rounds? Li Longji gestured to the newspaper reader. The newspaper reader continued reading. Article 7. Encourage craftsmen to create their own skills. Improve the technology protection law. Strictly unify weights and measures, and reformulate the craftsman's skills assessment standards. Article 8. Increase food quarantine standards and gradually improve the implementation of food classification. Article 9. Implement the minimum income protection plan for migrant workers. There will be no upper limit on migrant workers' income. Formulate a standard for migrant workers' one-day working hours. Overtime will be double the wage. Increase the cycle of migrant workers' work and rest standards. A week of 7 days with 1 day off in each cycle. The 10th rule. Wait, this subject has something to say. Yu Wenrong stopped the newspaper reader. He turned his head and asked the emperor, "Your Majesty, this subject doesn't understand. The officials have a rest. If the workers also rest, it's like building. If they rest, will the construction stop? Or when the ship is unloading goods at the dock, will it stop when it's time to rest? Should we stop?" Li Longji wasn't sure either. It was mainly because it was too sudden and he didn't have much time to react. After pondering for a while, he said, "You can take turns to rest. Or you can also work overtime like you do on a single day. As for why it's 7 days a week and not 10 days a week, I guess it's based on the Sunday of a certain place." Li Longji seemed to be quite knowledgeable. He knew about the Sunday. If he took a day off every 10 days, perhaps Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would think that it was too long. Yu Wenrong nodded and asked again. If everyone takes a day off, won't it indirectly reduce the Tang people's work time, and thus reduce the production? What is the classification of the migrant workers? Do the farmers also need to rest? There will be a supplementary explanation. It should be sent here before noon today. Zhang Zhong stood up and explained. Even now, he still didn't understand why his son and daughter-in-law didn't send the detailed explanation first. Instead, they made the others wait. That's fine. Yu Wenrong didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he said, "I've thought about the 9th rule a bit. It means to protect the people who work for them. They're worried that the employers will exploit them. But this way, the employers will be very selective when choosing people to work for them. Only in this way can they guarantee greater benefits. So many people with professional skills, when faced with this situation, won't they lose the opportunity to find a job? While protecting a portion of the people, they are actually harming a portion of the people. How does this work?" The officials all frowned. If it was in the past, perhaps some people would think that this matter didn't concern them. But now they couldn't. The imperial court needed efficiency, and it also needed a civil servant to have a sense of responsibility. If they dared to be perfunctory when it came to official matters, they would definitely be taken down. As development sped up, there were more and more things to do, and the connections with the local authorities were also closer. Every day, every department sent out telegrams non-stop. There were always some matters that needed to be resolved. It was impossible to return to the leisurely days of the past. There were already many officials who couldn't ask for leave to go out with their families. Li Longji was very satisfied with the attitude of the officials in the imperial court, but he also couldn't think of a way to resolve the problems and contradictions that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had come up with. Just as everyone was actively thinking, the person reading the newspaper gathered his courage and said, There is a 10th rule. There is? The 10th rule? Read it. Yuan Rong said, overstepping his authority. Li Longji didn't have the heart to care about such a small matter, so he nodded. The 10th rule is that the local authorities will increase the expenditure on vocational skills training. In the past, the local authorities would passively accept the training of people looking for jobs, but they would actively require people to participate in the training. For example, the people who work at the docks will need to undergo basic training on the use of docks tools, so that they can understand the use of the tools and properly allocate their strength. The person reading the newspaper read out, That's more like it. At least there's a supplement to the previous rule. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo saw that the national treasury had too much money, so they helped to spend it. Li Longji said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the national treasury's money was placed there, and couldn't be spent immediately. The income of the past 2 years had increased too quickly, and it had broken the previous mindset of spending money. Moreover, the local officials didn't blindly ask for money to be spent for corruption, so the money could be used reasonably. However, new spending projects hadn't been found yet. It couldn't be said that the money couldn't be spent carelessly. The simplest way to spend money was to repair roads and river embankments. If they were to spread out throughout the country, the national treasury wouldn't have enough money. It might seem like a lot, but if one wanted to build roads, bridges, and river embankments at the same time, even if they threw in a fifth of the money, they wouldn't be able to build them. However, the problem was that there were other policies supporting the construction of roads. It was that the merchants would build them and then charge for them. The merchants were very active, and some logistics companies even worked with others to build roads. They needed to quickly ship out their goods, and after some calculations, as long as the fees collected from the roads and bridges exceeded the interest of the Great Tang Bank and the depreciation of the currency, it would be a very good profit. For the time being, it seemed that the recovery period was just a little longer. There were some that took 5 years, some that took 7 years, and some that took 10 years. As for those that took more than 10 years, because the roads weren't built that well and had to withstand the pressure of hundreds of tons of carts, those that took 10 years were already very good. The far-sighted merchants liked to build roads and bridges. They could see how fast the Great Tang was developing, and the more advanced and practical the technology was, the more the people would earn, and the more goods there would be, so they needed more circulation. Currently, they were calculating the recovery period based on the circulation of goods, but they believed that it wouldn't be long before the actual income would be several times or even more than 10 times the current calculation. At that time, they would have to sign a supplementary agreement with the imperial court to redistribute the sudden increase in profits. Back then, when they signed the contract, it was agreed upon. As such, the officials of the imperial court couldn't directly spend money to build roads. If they wanted to build a road after they had just gotten someone to measure it, and before the money was allocated, a merchant came to ask for it, would they give it to him or not? Now all the officials knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan intended to spend the money on the training of Great Tang's workers. This official thinks that this money should be spent. Wang Bei, who was in charge of the money, stepped forward and said to the crowd. Many people were surprised. Wang Bei, weren't you always at odds with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang clan? Why are you speaking up for them? Could it be that you have reached an agreement with Zhang Zhong just now? But how much can you give away? How much do you get? Is it worth it? Wang Bei didn't care about the different gazes of others. As an official of Great Tang, this official sincerely supports this spending. At first glance, after the money is invested, it won't be recovered in a short period of time. However, when the country does things, it can't always look at the short term. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's Chaoyang operation, now that the merchants are providing the money, our country's national treasury can support it even without the merchants. It's just to let the merchants remember the basic moral requirements of being a person at all times. I believe that everyone has seen it now. 10 years, how are the lives of the people of our country? How many of them are educated? It's not like in the past where it was difficult to understand government decrees. As long as the government posted the notice, the people would be able to understand it. Knowing the affairs of the country and discussing them, knowing the law and abiding by the law, learning the material and applying it, understanding the principles and taking the right path, this is the power of education. The little sapling that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planted many years ago has finally grown. I believe that in another 10 years, in another 20 years, the talents cultivated by our country's education alone will be enough to easily suppress the other countries and make them unable to raise their heads. This is the cultivation of children, but now it's the cultivation of adults. It's the cultivation of people who missed the education period 10 years ago. 10 years later, everyone think about it. When all the craftsmen have their own skills, what will our great Tang be like then? After Wang Bei said this, those who previously had other dirty thoughts began to admire him. At this moment his back was straightest. He put aside his personal grudges and spoke from the perspective of righteousness. Even if he was an enemy, he would gladly do it. Then, the officials began to consider according to Wang Bei's ideas. This was especially so for those officials who had seen outsiders. They deeply felt the envy and yearning of the people of other countries for Great Tang's education, as well as the fear and desire for Great Tang's technology. Li Longji sighed in relief and nodded. Good. I also feel like I'm in a dream recently. I almost can't believe that this is what our Great Tang is like. Come, bring me the newspaper. I'll read a few articles. Chapter 1239. Article 11. All fees for small-scale individual businesses will be waived, but they will not be allowed to move around and sell their goods. Those who are farmers and become individual businesses will not be listed as merchants. Those who are merchants can pay a fee to change jobs at any time. The same goes for craftsmen. Li Longji read out the words from the newspaper, then raised his head to look at the others, waiting for them to discuss. Your Majesty, isn't this a mess? Zhang Jiuling said with a bitter expression. Merchants were lowly and were 2 levels lower than farmers. Although merchants had a high status in many situations, at least others had a psychological advantage when compared to merchants. Zhang Zhong's subordinate, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu, glanced at his leader and had no choice but to stand up and say, I also think so. In the past, farmers and workers tried not to do business because of the issue of origin. Now that they can change jobs as they wish, isn't this encouraging everyone to do business instead of production? What do you say, official Zhang? Li Longji asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had been focusing most of his energy on the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works and had not spent much time studying economics. Hearing the emperor ask, he shook his head and said, I don't know. Ha, you're not as good as me, Li Longji teased. As soon as these words came out, the others were speechless at Zhang Zhong. His Majesty did not always say I in private, but this was a court meeting. Wasn't it too frivolous to talk to Zhang Zhong? Yes, I'm not as good as you. Zhang Zhong's personality was a bit straightforward, especially when it came to the etiquette of a ruler. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone over to Zhang Xiaobao and called his son Zhang Jidushi during the imperial examinations and reprimanded Zhang Xiaobao for not knowing the rules in court. Because of this, the officials could not find fault with him in this aspect. The consequences of doing anything to him were very serious. It was obvious that they were bullying an honest person. Just look at Wang Bei and the others. Li Longji helplessly shook his head when he saw Zhang Zhong's solemn expression. He couldn't understand why Zhang Zhong couldn't be more tactful. Why couldn't Zhang Zhong be more tactful? Why couldn't he make small talk or flatter him? That would make him seem more amiable. If she insisted on being stubborn, how many people would have attacked her if she didn't have her son and daughter-in-law behind her? But this was fine as well. If others were attacking him, he could use him without worry. This was the sort of person who, when asked if he had betrayed the great Tang with a blade by his neck, would do his best to turn his head, pledging his loyalty to the country with his life. All right, since you don't know, I'll ask your son's adoptive father to tell you. Li Longji looked at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur was a eunuch. Normally, he was not supposed to speak during court meetings, but speaking in private was very useful. Now that his name was called, he had no choice but to stand up. Gao Lishur smiled at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong hesitated for a moment before returning a smile. He really wanted to stop Gao Lishur, but after thinking about it, he realized that this was not the first time Gao Lishur had spoken. Moreover, Gao Lishur was able to reason with him. If he stopped Gao Lishur, he would be jealous of him. Since His Majesty has asked me to say it, I will show my incompetence. Everyone just treat it as a joke. If there is anything wrong with it, please laugh it off. Gao Lishur said humbly. None of the officials dared to treat him as a joke. Treating him as a joke would be a real joke. It is said that agriculture, industry, and commerce are interchangeable, and that one's birthplace will be confused. In truth, the birthplace of agriculture, industry, and commerce exist only in name. Farmers also buy and sell things, such as the excess food in their homes or the poultry they raise. Craftsmen naturally have to sell the things that they make. Merchants also buy land to grow crops and research tools to create and process goods. As I said before, let the farmers gather together and use the 100 households as the foundation. However, there is no need to collect rent and instead use money as a substitute. Isn't that the same as being a merchant? Why is there a need to make such a clear distinction? Interchangeability may seem chaotic, but it is actually a process for the common people to adjust themselves. Those who believe that they can do something well can do it without worrying about the influence of their birthplace. I trust that everyone knows how fast our great Tang is developing. There are many talented people in every industry, and the purpose of birthplace is no longer to divide people into different classes. Instead, it is to make statistics and management more convenient. In the past, it was said that merchants were inferior to farmers because they did not produce anything and only transported goods. Now, everyone knows that merchants do not only buy and sell, they can also promote the development of other industries. For example, if merchants say that chickens are worth money, everyone will work hard to raise chickens. If merchants say that handicrafts are worth money, craftsmen will produce more. Merchants can even transport goods from overseas. A qualified merchant is very useful. Let's talk about the people on the top list of billionaires. Speaking of this, everyone seems to find it funny. Its appearance was caused by a children's game for Monopoly. Now it has become a symbol of whether a merchant is successful or not. At the same time, it is also a test for merchants to learn the economic rules. Then everyone knows the rules. Not only do you have to be rich enough, you also have to pass the test. Otherwise, even if you buy a lottery ticket and win a few million strings of coins, you won't be able to enter the list. Of course, a person with a few million strings of coins won't be able to enter the list. When Gao Lishur said this, many people laughed. Some people found it amusing, while others laughed nostalgically, thinking of the past. Back then, who would have thought that a game would have such a far-reaching influence? Who would have thought that a game could earn so much money? Who would have thought that the person who designed the game would do everything for money, but no longer care about money when he had money? That was a legend. That was a legend. Time seemed to have gone on for a long time, but it also seemed to have always been in front of them. Monopoly had always been popular, but the person who designed it no longer played games. That period of time could not be sealed away. There was no need to recall it because it would never be forgotten. Therefore, everyone began to reminisce about the time and place of a court meeting. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and experienced the happy process of reminiscing. He said, all right, let's get down to business. Let's talk about the origin, status, and contribution of merchants. Everyone snapped back to their senses and smiled at each other, as though they were not the ones reminiscing. Gao Lishur thought about what he wanted to say and continued. Any merchant who can enter the list has contributed a lot to the country. They will take the initiative to communicate with places that provide goods when there is a need. For example, there is a merchant who goes to Wanyan County and says that he wants to buy a large number of poultry in half a year. The price is relatively high, about 100,000 birds. The county magistrate of Wanyan County is an ordinary county magistrate, not from Jianjia. Because the difference is very big, an ordinary county magistrate will immediately tell the people when he hears it, and the people will increase the scale of breeding. For merchants who can't enter the list, he will wait for Wanyan County to breed them. However, for merchants on the list, he will send people to investigate. After finding that there are too many, he will tell the people that you can't breed them like this. Otherwise, when he collects enough, you won't be able to increase the price and will lose money. At that time, he will think of a way to adjust, discuss with the people, discuss with the government, and help the local farmers to distribute and scale. Otherwise, he will be severely punished. Of course, if the county magistrate is someone from Jianjia Academy, he will adjust immediately without the need for merchants to adjust. I'm just saying, people from Jianjia won't passively wait for merchants to come to them. For example, the county magistrate of Wanyan County has already finished planning and took the initiative to negotiate with merchants. He is only waiting for the contract to be fulfilled. After saying a bunch of words, Gao Lisher didn't say anything else. He had already expressed what he wanted to express. Zhang Zhuling reacted quickly and said, "Thank you, General Gao. I didn't think it through just now, but now I've thought it through. Indeed, we can't look at merchants like we did in the past. They all have a sense of responsibility, and the stability of Tang is indispensable to their contributions. Besides, Xiaobao has always been suppressing the status of merchants, but suppressing doesn't mean belittling them. Xiaobao just doesn't want merchants to have a higher status than others. We shouldn't discriminate against merchants." Then I'll continue reading the last one. Li Longji didn't expect that everyone's views of merchants were so different. However, there were merchants in every official's family. Otherwise, where would they get money? Their previous salaries weren't enough for them to eat, drink, and play. They just didn't want the status of merchants to increase and be out of their control. Otherwise, why did they have to use the method of exchanging benefits when raising taxes? The biggest resistance behind the scenes came from them. Li Longji understood everything, but he couldn't directly kill them. If he killed them all, who would help him govern the country? Moreover, if he killed a bunch of them, the new ones wouldn't be clean either. Article 12. The local government will set up a county-style carriage company. 90% of the Great Tang's army will be eliminated and used for transportation. At the same time, the postal department will be integrated, and a uniform stamp will be issued. A uniform fee will be set for the weight and distance of mail. After reading the last article, Li Longji put down the newspaper and picked up his teacup. However, he didn't drink from it. Instead, he used the lid of the teacup to sweep the water. The civil and military officials on both sides once again entered a state of contemplation. Some simply returned to the small table at the back and sat down to drink tea. There were chairs and tables behind them, but there was only tea on them and no snacks. They could sit there from the start of the court session. The main reason was that the people at the front didn't sit, and the people at the back wouldn't be able to see the emperor if they sat. Moreover, they didn't have such treatment in the past, so they weren't used to it. The discussion today took too long, and some couldn't stand and had to sit down to rest. After a while, everyone sat down as if they were having a tea party. Only the chamberlains of Jin still had to stand there with their sabers. When Li Longji saw the situation below, he was amused. Usually, when the court session was held in Xingqing Palace, everyone would sit. However, when it came to the morning court session, everyone would stand. Later, he discovered a problem. If they stood for too long, once the court session ended, the officials wouldn't immediately return to work. Instead, they would rest, which would affect their efficiency. Therefore, during the winter, not only did they have to install heaters, but they also had to provide chairs for everyone. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea and waiting for someone to refill it, Li Longji looked at the people sitting and said, "Everyone speak? Your Majesty, the tea is good." Jiangxin, the person in charge of the agriculture temple who was being stared at by the emperor, had no choice but to speak. Have you eaten breakfast? You're drinking black pu'er tea." Li Longji nodded and continued to stare at Jiangxin, seeing that he couldn't avoid it. Jiangxin rubbed his stomach and replied, "I haven't eaten. No wonder I'm hungry." This official was thinking that since many of the military horses have been eliminated, could they be used for farming? We can use oxen in dry fields and paddy fields. Where's Shao Qing? Li Longji looked at the Minister of War, Xiao Song. Xiao Song also didn't eat breakfast. There was only tea on the coffee table, but he brought his own food. He didn't bring any buns. There was stuffing, but he was afraid that the smell would spread too far. He brought hot and dry biscuits. Each biscuit was only a quarter of the size of a palm. There were pickles in the biscuits. When he ate one biscuit at a time, there was no smell, so he wasn't afraid of choking. At this moment, he took the time to eat 2 biscuits. Before he could swallow them, he was called. It must be said that martial artists were also quick-witted. While chewing, Xiaosong quickly picked up the cup of tea and gulped it down. Then he sighed and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this is indeed a famous puri. It's very tasty." Li Longji smiled and nodded. "I still have hibiscus cakes. Xiaoqing, do you want to try some?" "No need, this official isn't hungry." Speaking of the military horses, this official is only worried about one thing. After the military horses are eliminated, will the remaining ones be enough for war? Although there are guns and cannons now, and there's no need for soldiers to ride on horses and charge with swords, transport still needs to be used, right? Cannonballs and bullets, as well as food and medicine. Xiaosong rubbed his chest as he spoke. Just now he had swallowed too much and choked. However, he wasn't afraid that the emperor would see him eat. It was normal to eat in the morning court, but if he was caught, he would be embarrassed. It would appear that he had no ability to steal food. "Is there anything else?" Li Longji asked. "No." Xiaosong put down his hand that was rubbing his stomach. He felt much better. "Then you don't have to worry about this. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have already discovered that the cannibals have gathered no less than 30,000 cavalrymen at the border of the 2 countries. They said that the Arabian horses are more useful, and they want to take them by surprise." Li Longji explained. Xiaosong raised his hand and scratched his head. This official knows about the border. 30,000 cavalrymen is very difficult to take down, right? If you fire the cannons, the cavalrymen will scatter. If you use the guns, when the enemy charges, you must kill the horses in front. Then the horses at the back will trip or take a detour. When you take them down, there won't be many left. That's their problem. If they can't take them down, they'll think of other ways. In any case, they said that it's enough to leave 10% of the military horses. Li Longji also didn't know how to take other people's horses. I don't understand. Xiaosong shook his head and didn't say anything else. Li Longji didn't care what Xiaosong was thinking. His gaze continued to sweep across the officials below. This time there was no need for him to name names. Yuan Qianyao, who was very close to him, put down his teacup and asked. In the beginning there was only military mail and no civilian mail. Later, Xiao Bao and the others set up one. Then, there were private companies in other places. Relatively speaking, it's still considered standard. However, the mailing locations can't cover the entire country. Will the newly established mailing department steal their business? This official has the same question. Yu Wenrong echoed. Xiao Bao's intention might be to steal their business. After all, their coverage is small, and their information system isn't as complete as the imperial court's. Xiao Bao didn't let his own intelligence department participate. Li Longji didn't understand what was going on, so he wanted someone to help him analyze it. At this moment, Zhang Zhong was annoyed. He still had things to do in the Ministry of Works, so he said, "This official will immediately get Xiao Bao and the others to send a detailed explanation. We'll look at it when the time comes and discuss it. In the end, we still have to do according to what's written in the newspaper. Why bother?" Only Gao Lisher understood what was going on. As long as Her Majesty encountered something that Xiao Bao was involved in, she would definitely consider it carefully and think of a way to scheme against Xiao Bao. It was a habit that had been formed over many years. It wasn't easy to change it in a short period of time, and perhaps it would never change. The officials nodded. They were also vexed. Seeing that no one was helping him, Li Longji sighed gloomily. "Court is adjourned. I'll get the Imperial Kitchen to send each of you a boxed meal with 2 meat and 2 vegetables, so that you won't feel uncomfortable secretly eating below. If it really doesn't work out, set aside a quarter of an hour during morning court to eat in the hall. Those who came early can come in to eat. I really don't need to worry about any danger if the palace doors are opened early. It's now the era of firearms. As long as you don't bring explosives or guns in, it's fine. In the future, make sure to reserve diesel locomotives. Even if you're late, you won't be considered late. Disperse, disperse." Waving his hand, Li Longji didn't leave. He sat there and looked at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. The civil and military officials were now used to the situation where etiquette was getting worse and worse. Her Majesty was beginning to be pragmatic. She saved time on etiquette and could do other things, even if it was just listening to music or reading stories in the newspaper. Therefore, the officials didn't want to waste time. They drank all the tea in their teacups and got up to leave. Those who brought food couldn't eat it. When they went back, they would eat boxed meals. At noon, there would be people from Savant's restaurant or Success House who would send them food. Life was getting better and better. This bunch of people, I really don't know what to say about them. Li Longji shook his head and complained. He then instructed Gao Lishur, go to the pear garden and choose a few crosstalk and skits. I'll be happy. Tell me, what kind of reaction do you think the 12 national policies will have? Gao Lishur turned his head and glanced at eunuch Luo Bin. Luo Bin was very perceptive and ran to the pear garden to make the arrangements. Turning his head, Gao Lishur reached out to help Li Longji and said, I think it will be very chaotic. After a day and a half of chaos, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will take the opportunity to take action and resolve the unstable situation. If it were me who saw the newspaper, I would definitely be confused. I've been confused for a long time. The officials haven't even discussed the specific consequences, let alone the common people. Chaos, chaos, chaos. After a while, there will be stability for a few years. Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need anyone to help him. He walked to a corner, grabbed a bicycle and rode it toward the pear garden. Now he didn't sit in a sedan anymore. It was slow and not as comfortable as riding a bicycle. Gao Lishur also quickly took a bicycle from someone and rode it. With a wave of his hand, the large bicycle team left Hanyuan Palace Hall. There were also people with guns running behind them. The hot air balloons above were signaling to each other, doing their job as guards. It could be said that Li Longji wasn't afraid. The palace and the main streets were illuminated by large light bulbs. The hot air balloons in the sky were on alert. There were also many hidden sentries. Who could come in and assassinate him? When reading the newspapers in the morning court, the major prefectures had already begun to post the newspapers. There were also people who delivered the newspapers to the various counties. Those who were too far away could only see the newspapers at night. As for the villages that were further away, they had to be weekly or monthly. In any case, there wouldn't be anyone who would go out of their way to deliver the newspapers every day. The commoners who didn't subscribe to the newspapers at home all gathered at the bulletin board. Those who subscribed to the newspapers also gathered in front of the bulletin board. In fact, there were many people who subscribed to the newspapers in the prefectures. This was because in the end they didn't lose money at all. Moreover, by cutting out the parts where there were discounts from the merchants, they had an overall advantage. The first few pages of the newspapers were content, while the back pages were filled with advertisements. The merchants who placed the advertisements would bear the cost of the subscriptions. Furthermore, it wasn't that wool came from the sheep's back. The price of similar products was the same. If they placed the advertisements in large quantities, they would earn this portion of the money. If the quantity was large to a certain extent, the price could be lowered when the goods were purchased. This would cause the merchants who didn't advertise similar products to not have to pay extra, but they would earn less. The law of the market was just that interesting. Of course, the Yaman's bulletin board couldn't put the advertisements on the front pages. They only put up the useful ones at the front. There were 2 copies and both sides had to be displayed. The commoners who weren't in a hurry to work basically liked to look at the bulletin board in the morning. They would chat with others and discuss the state affairs. The commoners who were used to reading the newspapers came to the bulletin board today. When they saw the first 12 national policies, they suddenly felt unaccustomed. What's the meaning of this? A bunch of policies came out today? In front of the Yaman's bulletin board in Luoyang Prefecture of Hunan Province, a person who usually learned to read a few words from a child was stunned when he saw the 12 national policies. Usually, there would be a national policy every 10 days or half a month. Most of it was about the new laws. The economy was developing too quickly, so there was a need to constantly supplement the laws. Therefore, most of the time it was about the laws. Most of the time it was about the new security requirements and the situation of the poultry being farmed to let everyone pay attention. Most of the advertisements were printed according to the situation of each prefecture. Unless it was a chain store that crossed prefectures, there would be merchants from other places who would come to spend money. 1, 2, 3, 12. There are 12 in total. Another person followed. In fact, he was just showing off that he knew how to read. You still need to count one by one? At the end it says 12. Of course it's 12. The main question isn't how many, but what is written every day. The person who spoke first continued. Everyone looked at it as if they were reading it. Occasionally, someone would read a few words. Not only did they not read it completely, but even if they did read it, there were some who read it wrongly. Who can tell us what the newspaper means? Everyone crowded to look at it for a while, and realized that they didn't understand. They began to look around for someone who understood, such as a scholar. Otherwise, if they let their children read it out at home, they wouldn't understand either. Everyone looked around for a while, and finally found a scholar who had just finished his breakfast. More accurately, he was a teacher. He taught in the largest school in the prefecture and was a high scholar. Usually, he would only teach in the afternoon. In the morning, he liked to wander around the bulletin board to gain extra respect. Teacher Yuan, good morning. Quick, help me take a look. What's written on the newspaper? I don't understand. As soon as he arrived, someone greeted him. The teacher with the surname Yuan smiled reservedly. He strode through the path that others had made way for him to get close to the notice board. He looked up and said, the first point is, it is a series of material tax forms minus the farmer's rent and poll tax. It is replaced by money. All farmers need to sell their grain to raise money. Teacher Yuan, can you tell us what it means? When the people around heard this, they couldn't understand. It means that in the future you don't have to give them food or other things. You just have to give them money. Using money to pay the rent, isn't that making things difficult for them? After Teacher Yuan finished explaining, he added another sentence. The people around looked at him and waited for him to continue. Look at this. You have to sell your own crops and exchange them for money to pay the tax. If you sell your crops for a lot of money, then it's fine. But if you sell your crops for a little money, then won't you lose money? And when the crops are harvested, it's also the time when the crops are cheap. How can the imperial court do this? Teacher Yuan's tone became serious. He was obviously very angry. He didn't understand how the imperial court changed in the blink of an eye. The people around started to discuss. Then what should we do? How can we do business? Even if we raise chickens, someone will come and collect them. It's the same for our crops. We have to wait for the government to come and take them away. Teacher Yuan, are you sure you didn't read wrongly? Teacher Yuan, please think of a solution. How did it become like this? Teacher Yuan, please read on and see if there are any other explanations. All right, I'll read it. Mr. Yuan suppressed his anger and continued reading the newspaper. The first and second point is that the cultivators are allowed to work with other cultivators in the area around them. All decisions will be made by the leader, and they will be protected by the corresponding laws. After reading the second point, the people around continued to wait for his explanation. Teacher Yuan pondered for a moment and then sneered. All right, you don't have to worry about selling your own crops or silk. The imperial court has already thought of a plan for you. 100 households will be grouped together and one person will be chosen as the leader. Or you can group a village and choose one person to be the leader. If you want your own land, you can discuss with him and see what you want to plant. Once the decision is made, you are not allowed to change it. When the time comes, you will be responsible for whether the crops you grow lose or earn. If you don't know anything, just rent the land to him and wait for him to hire you as helpers. If you lose or earn, it will all belong to him. After all, you don't have to sell your own crops anymore. But if the leader feels that your family's health isn't good and you work slower than others, he won't let you be his helper. You will have less income and it will be worse than farming on your own. What a good imperial court, what a good national policy. This is clearly land annexation. This is the law of the jungle. This is self-elimination. I can't help but ask, has the Tang dynasty's emperor changed? Are Xiaobao and Cuckoo not around anymore? Teacher Yuan had turned into a roar at the end of his words. His hands were clenched into fists. The people listening to him were dumbfounded. Even the yamen runners standing next to him were dumbfounded. According to what Teacher Yuan said, Wasn't this a national policy? Couldn't be, right? For a moment the people were scared. They were afraid that Teacher Yuan's words were true. If the emperor was changed, then Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would also be gone. What should they do? The sky was falling. What nonsense are you talking about? A person walked out of the yamen. He was the secretary of the Department of Defense. The people all knew him. He was Su Wei Suingyi. Secretary Su Wei's eyes swept over the people and Teacher Yuan. He said, "Look at the back." The 12 national policies were written by Xiao Bao, and then unanimously passed by the imperial court. What happened? Do we need your money to see a doctor? Don't let children go to school for free? Don't you have a place to complain? Can't you eat and starve to death? Don't you have a single old man to take care of? Teacher Yuan shook his head and looked at the back. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's names were written. There was also a seal. He was even more puzzled. If it was Xiao Bao's policy, why did he allow for the annexation of land? Furthermore, he used the first point to speed up the annexation of land the next day. The people around were not as worried. When they heard that it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who wrote the national policies, they were relieved. Then someone asked Teacher Yuan, "Teacher Yuan, did you think wrongly?" It was clearly written. How could I think wrongly? I am a high scholar. How could I not understand such a simple thing? Teacher Yuan, no one said that you don't understand. It's just that. Look at it from the beginning. Think carefully. Everyone makes mistakes, right? There were still people who did not believe him. Teacher Yuan was so angry that he did not speak. He looked at Tian. Advisor Chao laughed and helped him out. It's just as Brother Yuan said. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's national policies, according to the literal meaning, are to encourage the annexation of land. However, I don't think that they would have the intention to harm the people. It's just that we are unable to understand the deeper meaning. Everyone, there is no need to panic. That's right, that's right. What's there to be afraid of? Would Xiao Bao and the rest harm us? I don't believe it. They would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Isn't that so? If they say that I am harming myself, I believe it. If they say that Xiao Bao and the rest are harming me, I don't believe it. I guarantee that there is something that we do not understand. Let's not worry about it first. Teacher Yuan, please continue reading. There are still 11 more. Teacher Yuan was clearly in a fit of pique and didn't say anything. I'll read it. Su Wei, who had already read the 12 national policies 3 times, stepped forward. Official Su, please continue with your work. Just find an official to do it. An official to do it is even busier. I'll read the same thing. The second policy, the Tang Bank will reduce the interest rate in one go, and can increase the amount of loans in the future. Su Wei read the second policy out loud and explained it according to what he understood when he was reading the newspaper in the yamen. The purpose is to tell everyone not to keep their money in the bank. Take it out and spend it. If you are not willing to spend it, the interest rate will decrease when you keep your money in the bank. There is no need to worry about the money you have saved before. Furthermore, it encourages everyone to work together to open a workshop and take a loan from the bank. The interest rate will be lower than before. Furthermore, the bank will have enough money for you to take a loan. There is no need to be afraid that the bank will not have enough money. But money will become less and less valuable. Teacher Yuan could not help but say. Su Wei shook his head. That is hard to say. Whether money is valuable or not depends on its purchasing power, not how much it can be spent. The second policy is just like that. Su Wei then read the third policy, which was military service, and the fourth policy, which was for students to work as volunteers. The people did not understand the first 2 points, but the third point did not matter. Being a soldier was much better than being in the past. In the past, they had to prepare their own weapons and armor, and they were not paid. Furthermore, there was only so much time every year, and they could still shoot to satisfy their cravings. The food in the army would not be bad, and after some training their bodies would be strong. In case there was a need to fight, they could pick up a gun and contribute to the country. The fourth policy was for students to work. If they want to do it, they can just treat it as training. Don't study all day and become stupid. Su Wei then read the fifth policy. The people felt that this was good, and it would be more lively in the future. The sixth policy was for lottery. The people were indifferent. Only those who opened gambling houses were troubled. The seventh policy was for craftsmen to use the same ruler. The people felt that it was not bad. In the future, when making furniture, there was no need to worry about the different sizes. The eighth policy was for food quarantine. The people around the announcement nodded their heads. This was right. What if they ate something bad? The ninth policy was for workers to have a minimum wage. Good. In the future, if any employer dared to give them less, they could sue them. As for rest, there was no need for that, right? Rest when you are tired. Rest when you are not tired. Just wait and see. If you really can't do it, you can do it secretly. The 10th policy was for the government to train. In the past, they could go to the yamen to learn and then arrange for them to work. Now they just had to go to the yamen. Perhaps it would be a waste of time. They did not know if there was a need for them to learn. The 11th policy was for sellers and stalls to not have to pay any money. Was there such a good thing? There was no management fee. All the money they earned was their own. The 12th policy was for them to send things to distant people in the future through the yamen. They did not know if it was cheaper than the original. If it was cheaper, they could use the yamen. Would it be faster to send things? If it was faster, they could also use the yamen for the same price. Su Weinian explained a little, and the people followed suit. Their thinking was very simple. Everything was for their own benefit. Deeper knowledge had nothing to do with them. Alright, that's the general idea. There is a lot of knowledge in it. Including the one in front of me, I have already read it 4 times. I still do not understand it. In any case, most of them seem to be beneficial to you. After Su Weinian finished, he added this sentence. He shook his head and remembered what he came out to do. He continued to work. After he left, Teacher Yuan was still in a daze. Previously, he had concluded that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's national policies were harmful. However, after the last 10 policies came out, they started to become good. What was going on? Teacher Yuan, look, you misunderstood Xiaobao and Cuckoo, right? I knew it. How could the two of them harm us? In the future, we can go and watch normal football matches. It won't be like now. Sometimes they play, sometimes they don't. It makes people anxious. Someone nudged Teacher Yuan and said, but the first policy is indeed. I don't understand. Is there a need to say that Xiaobao is scheming? You may think one thing, but it is actually another. You may think that he is good to you, but he might not be good to you. You may think that he is bad to you, but he might not be bad. Yes, he is not bad. Someone said at the side. Teacher Yuan really could not understand what was wrong. He shook his head. Forget it. I will take one step at a time. We will see in the future. I am going back. You can see for yourselves. After he finished speaking, he left with his hands behind his back. He bent down and lowered his head. It seemed that he was still thinking. The people did not disperse. They still surrounded the bulletin board and said a few words from time to time. They were mainly afraid that they would forget. There were 12 policies. They should memorize them first. It would be easier to show off when they told others later. Especially when their children came home from school. They would let them read it and ask them what it meant. If they could not answer, they would teach it to them. They would let them understand that parents were still very powerful. Chapter 1240. What are you going to perform tonight? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan as the two of them returned to the restaurant and waited for the news of the firing. Wang Wan thought about the few performances she usually prepared and replied, how about I sing Xiao Hongchen? Song and dance. Then I'll sing Ocean's Laughter. Zhang Xiaobao followed suit. Why don't you choose a few new songs? They're old songs that have been around for more than 100 years. There's nothing new about them for you and me, Wang Wan suggested. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No. To us there aren't any new songs. The so-called new songs have been around for a very long time. Besides, the popular songs of that time didn't even last for more than a few years. If we hadn't come here, I reckon that after a decade or so of normal time, the people of that generation wouldn't even remember the popular songs. That's true. Then why do you still remember Xiao Hongchen and Ocean's Laughter? Wang Wan began to discuss this question with Zhang Xiaobao again. The two soldiers seemed to have forgotten that there were still several battlefields as they nervously prepared. It didn't matter if it was because they were confident of victory or because they didn't care. In any case, there wasn't a trace of the haze of war in the sky from them. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said uncertainly, "It's probably related to the mode. The two songs both use pentatonic modes, which is the easiest way to resonate with the human body and make it easier for people to grasp the intervals. Am I right? How would I know? Anyway, the Europeans like a different kind of structure, influenced by the 12 equal temperaments. It's mainly early church music, which generally pursues overtones. Later, due to the hard work of the colonial era, there were black elements in America. Under the influence of European music, rap music was added. Rap music is popular not because of the good mode, but because of the strong sense of rhythm, different from the mode that affects the human body's body structure and voice resonance. The biggest influence is the human body's blood flow and heartbeat. It can be said that they lead to the same destination by different means. Wang Wan analyzed the relationship between the existence of music and people from another perspective. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, but he really couldn't come to a conclusion. He could only return to the original topic. Then, are we still going to sing Laughing at the Mortal World and Laughing at the Sea? Sing? Why wouldn't I? The 3 Strokes of Plum Blossoms is even more old-fashioned. Haven't there always been people who like to listen to it? There are a few songs in Carmen. Let's not talk about that. In the past, someone actually said that Sister Zhang sang better than the original version. Why don't you sing the Matador song from there? Wang Wan had always liked the original version. She felt that the original version not only put in a lot of effort at the beginning, but also had a contemporary feel. I'm not going to sing. I don't like narrative songs. I've realized that the difference between China's songs and Europe's songs is that they focus on the details. Just like language, drawing, and so on, China's songs focus on depth and connotation. When singing, Europe wants to directly express their delicate emotions through their voice, while China's songs focus on touching the inner feelings. Their ideologies are different, so it's very difficult to perfectly integrate them. If one day they really integrate, it's China that embraces them, not them absorbing China. The simplest example is the division of land. Their large land is divided into small pieces, divided into different countries. If it weren't for special geographical restrictions, it would be impossible for such a situation to exist in China. They would have been annexed long ago, or they would have been annexed by others. That's why our Chinese people are a nation that loves peace and stability. We don't like to divide a piece of land into many parts, and then we're always on tenterhooks about fighting each other. Zhang Xiaobao talked about ideology from music, and then praised his own nation. Wang Wan was angry and amused. We all know what that last sentence means, so don't say it. Okay, where are Xiaobei and the others? Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had been back for a while, but he didn't see his younger siblings. They're probably preparing for some performance. They didn't go out yesterday, saying that they were afraid that someone would attack them during the war. If they were hurt, it would affect us. The provincial governor invited them to Izhou school to take a look, but they refused. In their courtyard, other than teaching each other, they're assembling toys. Wang Wan smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she wasn't worried about anything happening in Izhou. The guard she brought had firmly controlled the entire prefectural city. Her younger siblings were very sensible and stayed at home to not cause trouble for the adults. Xiaobei and the others were currently in their courtyard. They weren't teaching each other, nor were they assembling toys. They weren't even preparing for a performance like Wang Wan had said. They were reading newspapers, ignoring advertisements and stories, and studying the 12 national policies together. Xiaobei's face was full of sadness. I can't see anything. It involves all kinds of aspects. It's a mess. Gap, this is the gap. Xiao Yuan supported his chin with his hand and nodded. There has always been a gap. I originally thought that the gap between us was gradually narrowing. Today I realized that it was because our older siblings didn't use their full strength. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Why don't we just assemble toys? Toys. Is research more important? Or is playing with toys more important? Xiaobei pouted. For us, playing with toys is the most important thing. We need to learn. We need to learn while playing, not reach the sky in one step. Reaching the level of our older siblings is just a dream, absolutely. Brother Xiaohai, what do you think? While speaking, Xiao Yuan flipped through a catalog with the names of various toys. She wanted to choose one to play with. They had a lot of toys, so many that they could fill up a large room. They were divided into many types, and each type of toy required them to treat seriously. They contained all kinds of knowledge. Even the simplest pushcart game had to be played with brains after adding in the rules. But at least they were playing, unlike now, where they stared at the words on the newspaper and pondered over them. When the words were combined, it wasn't a poem, nor was it a story. It was a strategy related to the stable development of the entire Tang Empire for a period of time. Xiao Yuan felt that with the current level of the Tang Empire's inspection team, they should stay away. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, they would be qualified to participate. Xiao Hai, who had strong logical thinking ability, was currently in a confused situation. He wanted to use his logical thinking ability to organize the 12 policies, but the more he did, the more illogical he felt. It was too painful. Hearing his brother Xiao Yuan's question, he sighed and said, "Anyway, I still have to learn. Sister said that my mathematics level is at the level of a second to third year in a certain period of time, the kind that has a little contact with mathematical Olympiad. There's also something like first to third year in high school, followed by professional first year to fourth year, and only a certain category. After that, it's a graduate student of that category. Then when will I be able to understand all of the categories? Then I'll continue to learn to a higher level, to the extent where I can calculate the circulation of the universe and calculate the trajectory of time and space? Sister also said that she can only teach me to the level of a graduate student in one of the categories. I have to walk my own path in the future. Otherwise, she told me to wait for her and my brother to find time to specially study it. With their talent, they might be able to teach me to a higher level." Xiao Hai trembled as he spoke, clearly feeling the fear of the future. Wang Wan had indeed told Xiao Hai that if she wanted to continue teaching Xiao Hai, then she and Zhang Xiaobao had to give up many things and focus their energy. Then, the two of them would study mathematics together. With the two of them's IQ and previous experience, there was hope to achieve the dream of educating Xiao Hai to become an academician. And as for academicians, no matter which discipline they were in on the path that belonged to them, it was only the beginning. Even Zhang Xiaobao admitted that in his lifetime, he was just a baby who had just opened his eyes in the field of economics. The world was so strange and varied. Let's understand one thing first, okay? Don't worry about the rest. Xiaobei saw that everyone had lost interest in the 12 national policies, so he made a request. Zhang Chong shook his head vigorously. "It's not that I don't support you, it's that I don't understand it at all. It's not like you don't know my brother's style. What's the use of taking out one of the policies? It's a chain of policies. Not one of them can be missing. It's much more difficult than the various reforms we learned in history." That's right, Xiao Yuan echoed and said. "After seeing my brother play, I know that the reforms of the past were really too simple. Let's play Monopoly, okay?" Okay. Xiaobei gave up on continuing to study the 12 national policies. What program are they preparing? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were waiting for time. They did not wait for a telegram, but they did wait for someone to check on Xiaobei. They're playing Monopoly. Many people are busy. They want to add in the 12 national policies rules. They say that they want to carefully study the reforms in the game and reach half of your level. The person who went to check on them reported. After he left, Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and smiled. Wang Wan also smiled and said, "The people who propose the reforms in history are all heroes. What ability do we have? It's nothing more than summarizing the path taken by our predecessors. In fact, everything we have was given to us by our predecessors, so we have the obligation and responsibility to pass it on to our descendants." Wang Wan thought about the development of various parts of the world in various historical periods, and was filled with emotions. The figures that stood out in every period seemed to be right in front of her eyes. They were so vivid and distinct. Whether it was success or failure, there was a star that belonged to them in the night sky of history. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips twice and knocked on the table with his hand. He said, "That's why humans are more powerful than other creatures. The inheritance of human experience is systematic. Xiaobei and the rest are really smart. They know that they don't understand, so they let people put the rules into Monopoly. As they play, they can feel the specific changes. This is an era full of vitality, and we have a lot of potential. What you can do is to invade, and you're encouraging me to invade as well." Wang Wan habitually attacked Zhang Xiaobao. We're spreading the seeds of civilization so that the people of the world can feel the abundance of spring and the harvest of autumn as soon as possible. And the heat of summer and the cold of winter, right? Reporting a call from the front. The vanguard of our First Army has engaged the garrison of the Akangduo. They're advancing at full speed under the cover of artillery fire. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were leisurely chatting, a person who was guarding the telegram ran in and reported to the two of them. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. They were finally fighting. As for the engagement, that was impossible. What kind of fire did the other side have? The other side probably had a stomach full of anger. Wang Wan thought for a while and waved to the person to leave. Then she analyzed to Zhang Xiaobao. Using artillery, it's probably because the local garrison of the Akangduo has gathered troops. At the same time, the infantry also took bulletproof measures. If they use thick wooden shields, normal bullets can't penetrate them. At the same time, the enemy's arrows are also effective. The Akangduo are learning to be smart. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed with Wang Wan's words. Hot weapons were indeed superior to cold weapons. It was an overwhelming advantage. However, the two of them pursued 0 casualties in the battle. As for running and falling to death, being bitten to death by poisonous snakes, or even dying of illness, that didn't count. To achieve 0 casualties, long-range attacks had to be in place. Otherwise, once they entered the range of the enemy's long-range weapons, there would definitely be casualties. That was absolutely unavoidable. Now what was tested was the supply of artillery shells. As long as they were willing to spend money, the Tang Empire's military supply could keep up. It wasn't difficult to destroy the enemy. Wang Wan still looked indifferent and said, "The Akangduo can only last through the first wave of attacks. Even if they make wooden shields, when the situation is out of control and they are defeated, they will definitely throw away the shields. Or, the main defensive weapons of the defending troops will be removed by the small cannons. War is about logistics. They have no way to use their advantages to counterattack and can only passively defend. If we want to rely on mobile warfare, our commander must be stupid and advance into their encirclement alone. I believe that our commander won't be so stupid. Yes, it's just like India. Not the current India, but the India of our time. They only know how to buy weapons from others. They don't produce good weapons themselves and rely on buying. If they really fight, they will be used up after a few rounds. What will they do then? Buy more? If they don't use nuclear weapons, it won't take too long. 3 years, and the entire country will be worn down." Zhang Xiaobao followed and deduced. The cavalry that the Akangduo could think of was to gather at the periphery and wait for an opportunity to attack. Then, they would make simple defensive equipment. This should be the result of previous small-scale conflicts. But if they had to rely on bulky and heavy wooden and iron shields to block the barrage and were blasted by the small cannons a few times, would the production be able to keep up? How many people and tools did they have to produce the shields? Thus it sounded very serious. In reality, the use of artillery had always been beneficial to their side. As for which direction they should continue to advance and occupy, they would need to see the actual situation. It would take 3 to 5 days to understand. They're not going to fight a blitzkrieg, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Relying on infantry to fight a blitzkrieg? Not to mention now, even Germany during World War II couldn't fight a blitzkrieg when faced with the current Akangduo. They had to fight a positional battle and advance step by step. Wang Wan chuckled and shook her head as she imagined the map of the Akangduo's territory. This was the strategy that had been formulated before. Originally, they wanted to wait for the Akangduo to gather more troops and supplies at the border. Then the navy would disembark. But there was a small problem, so they had to start the war early. Even if they started the war early, they had to take it slow. They had to give the Akangduo the illusion that the Tang Empire was attacking from land. The Akangduo probably wouldn't think that the Tang Empire would play a land battle. So what we're waiting for now is Xinla's movement. I've been angry this whole time. Why did they have to wait for us to start the war? When their people go back, they'll give us some trouble. I'm guessing that they felt that they had received a lot of rewards from the Tang Emperor this time. They think that we have to be on good terms with them because we want to fight, so they took the opportunity to indulge. But they forgot about the two of us. Fuck, they dared to bully the women of the Tang Empire. If I can take this lying down, I'm not a man. I'd rather not fight the Akangduo to let them understand what they can do, and what they can't do. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the previous matter again. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Wang Wan's face was also cold. She gritted her teeth and said, "This is not over. Even if they don't resist and let us catch them, we'll have to punish them when we have time. After we complete the early strategic goal of fighting the Akangduo, you go and cripple Zhenla through economic means. I'll organize the troops. If they make a move, we'll go and kill them directly." Reporting, our troops in Mud Polo have broken through Guangyan City and are camping outside the city. At the same time, we're chasing the enemy who escaped from the city in the form of small troops. We're not going to get supplies from the city because we're afraid that the people in the city will play tricks. We'll continue to bombard or use explosives to blow up the walls in other directions of Guangyan City. Another person came in to report. Got it. Go and wait. Send back as soon as there's news. Who's in command in Mud Polo? They didn't send electricity when they attacked, and only told us when they drove people out of the city? Isn't this called a general on the outside can't obey the orders of the emperor? We'll deal with him later. That's referring to the situation when the communication system was not developed in the past. Now there are telegrams and various transmission points along the way. Would he die if he told us in advance? When Zhang Xiaobao heard that the city was broken and the troops were camping, he remembered to send a message and curse it angrily. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression and said with a smile, "That's our family's people. They probably feel that it's meaningless to tell us in advance. If they tell us in advance, we'll fight. If they don't tell us, we'll still fight. It's better to tell them after the fight. If it were the generals of the imperial court, they wouldn't dare to do so. It's easy to be accused of having bad intentions. Our family's people can be so flexible? They're clearly playing with us. I can't say whether it's good or bad to have such soldiers under us." Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. His family's people could do so because of Wang Wan's teaching. None of them were serious at all. Especially when facing weak opponents, they always liked to show off. If he was right, what if something went wrong? If he was wrong, there were many such generals in history who were famous generals. All right, don't worry about him. If he can't fight, send a report to him in the middle of the night and scold him, Wang Wan said. He might not be able to sleep in the middle of the night. He'll definitely come up with some wicked ideas, like setting a trap or something to let more man-eating drillers do a night attack. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed this person's personality. That's possible, Wang Wan agreed. Reporting, our troops guarding Gamma Labo have not found the enemy crossing the river to fight. They're now crossing the river. The vanguard has already passed by 15,000 people. Another person came in to report. Wang Wan frowned and muttered, "Then where are the enemy's ships?" Chapter 1241. The so-called crossing of the river was actually the Brahmaputra River, which was also the Brahmaputra River in India. Although it was called India, there were very few indigenous people there. The land was fertile, the flow of the river was abundant, and there was a lot of rain. There were also many types of animals and plants. The reason why there were so few people in such a good place was because there were also many floods. It rained almost every year, and most people did not have the courage to live there, especially the small rivers and tributaries. Because there were water, mountains, trees, and wild animals in the mountains, water could provide the necessities for people's survival. Thus, the cannibals treated this place as an important place to attack the Tang Empire. As long as the army crossed the river and continued north, some of them would die and they would be able to reach Lhasa City. There were many good things in Lhasa City of Tibet. Other than the Tang Empire's army helping them when they were affected by disasters, the usual things were all transported to Lhasa City by the Tang Empire and sold there. Tibetan specialties were also sent to the city, and then transported to Tang by the merchants of the Tang Empire. Trade with each other and exchange what they needed. The original Tibetans had better days, and the Tang Empire also got what it needed. Compared to the previous war, the trade activities were many times better. Then what exactly was there in the city that the cannibals coveted? First, there were various advanced tools for accurate calibration. Second, there was a small hydroelectric generator and 2 small wind generators. There was also a munitions factory directly controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There was a medicinal material classification center, A simple processing center, countless pressure cookers, endless salted eggs and century eggs, cloth and silk from the Tang Empire, finished medicines and hundreds of tons of salted fish and shrimp sent over from Qinghai Lake. There were also books, seeds provided by the Senongsi, and a large research branch set up in the area. There were barrels of soybean oil and high-quality white wine, cleaning products, skincare products, and iron ingots with good hardness and toughness. There was also a smelting workshop set up by the Tang Empire. There were 3 main telegraph stations, a substation for the Weather Collection and Measurement Department, a branch of the Institute of Disease Prevention and Research, a bookstore for the humanities and history editors, a breeding base for the military and police Tibetan mastiffs, a breeding base for goshawks, and a farm for other animals and birds. These were all things that the Tibetans did not even dare to think about in the past. They were a bunch of things that could directly form a social development system. Zhu Zan of Child was still the local manager, and the Princess of Jincheng still treated him as a married wife. The difference was that Zuzanchita had thrown the idea of independence beyond the 9th heaven and buried it in the bottomless abyss. What he had to do every day was to help manage the merchants that came and went, and to learn all kinds of books from Princess Jincheng. On the other hand, Princess Jincheng was a woman of her word. Other than raising the child, she would instill the thoughts of the great Tang into the Tubo people. Occasionally, when she was in a good mood or feeling unwell, she would allow the other women to accompany Zhu Zan for the night. When the weather was good, the couple would travel to the capital of the great Tang Empire and see if they could bring back anything good. Thus, such a good city was targeted by the man-eaters. As long as they could attack it, even if they couldn't defend it, they could move the craftsmen, students, and other things back. However, the other places were heavily guarded, especially the Wuchang region in the north. Originally, there was a direct route that could easily lead to the original location of the Turkic Khaganate. But now, that place had become a training ground for the Great Tang. Small-scale conflicts were incessant, and all kinds of weapons were used for testing. In a situation where there was no other way, the man-eaters gathered an army of 120,000 and planned to sneak through the Brahmaputra River's sluggish basin. Then they would cross the mountains and ridges to launch a surprise attack. The other armies in the other places would cooperate with them to feign an attack. Although it was called a feign attack, it was actually a suicide mission. The man-eaters' idea was not bad, and they were willing to pay a huge price for it, even going as far as to take a detour. According to the historical records that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew, they had never done so before. But the current Great Tang was developing too quickly, so quickly that it was like a piece of cake smeared with honey in the eyes of others. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of it and then retreat, getting as much benefit as possible. It was much better than watching the Great Tang develop to its limits and then turning around to bite them. Of course, if everything developed according to history, the Great Tang couldn't have sent scouts everywhere, especially the Brahmaputra River. If one went north, the geography was extremely harsh. Canyons, snowy mountains, and dense forests were not places that people should go. Man-eaters believed that they would have to sacrifice a lot to attack this place, but they would be able to catch the enemy off guard. Thus, they secretly built the ships. They didn't need ships that could be transported across the ocean, and they didn't need ships that could withstand strong winds or currents. As long as they could get the people to the other side of the river, they would have completed their mission. Man-eaters' calculations were not bad. In the past, if he didn't care about other battlefields and just concentrated his forces to attack, the Tibetan cavalry wouldn't have been able to hold. Now they no longer wanted to seek victory on other battlefields, even paying the price of religious compromise. But their opponent was not the original Great Tang, but the Great Tang controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them would not allow their intelligence network to have a blind spot. No matter where the border was, regardless of the local environment, as long as there was a border, they would definitely send people to investigate. After the two of them received news of the man-eaters' movements, they also secretly sent their soldiers over, and they even sent a total of 46,000 people. Their goal was that after defeating the man-eaters, some would stay behind while the rest would continue the pursuit. The man-eaters had sent 120,000 soldiers, not more than 1 million, but less than 200,000. How many supplies would 120,000 soldiers need? Where were their supply points? Where was the source of the supply lines? Are there any local Indian ethnic groups involved? Both sides moved in the same way, stealthily. The difference was that the Great Tang side sent over small cannons, which were mortars and grenade launchers. For this reason, the grenades were specially primed, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to be fired. As for why they didn't send the field cannons over, it was because they lacked transport helicopters. The two of them originally planned to attack when the enemy was crossing the river, and then continue to attack after crossing the river. How could they make the other party attack at the time they requested? As long as they sent out a small portion of their troops to stand on the other side of the river, the man-eaters would be afraid that the Great Tang would send more troops and expose themselves. Under such circumstances, they would have no choice but to attack earlier. The idea was good, and there weren't any problems during the operation. The problem was that when the man-eaters saw the small portion of Great Tang's troops, they didn't forcefully cross the river. From the simple telegram, the other party seemed to have given up. Wang was puzzled. Their side had sent over 15,000 people, so where was the man-eaters' resistance? Whether or not their ships were captured by them could be judged from these 2 points: that the other party had made a strategic move in advance. Go and ask. The content of the telegram just now was too vague. Let them say a few more words. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the person who passed on the message. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao didn't know whether to comfort himself or Wang. He calmly said, "There's no need to rush. The man-eaters aren't gods. It's just that the information they sent over wasn't detailed enough. The commander there is Zhang Shogui, and he sent the eunuch Yang Xishuan to supervise the troops. We'll send 2 battalion commanders, graduates of the Third World. I'm not worried about the man-eaters suddenly disappearing, but I'm worried that the man-eaters will destroy the enemy's ships and kill the future slaves." Wang continued. "That's true. We have information on him. This person likes to use the lives of his enemies to intimidate them. We don't need that now. I hope he learns to be smarter. Otherwise we'll lose slaves. I'll have him carry the stones himself." Zhang Xiaobao had a good understanding of Yang Xishuan. Wang's words were also recorded in history. This person liked to kill, and he didn't even let go of captives. In Zhang Xiaobao's view, this was a form of intelligence. Killing the enemy's captives could intimidate the enemy, and at the same time reduce the enemy's youth. Otherwise, if you attacked and captured a lot of people, bringing them back would be a problem. What he was afraid of was that he would use this intelligence on the man-eaters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's goal wasn't to kill people, but to obtain resources. Human resources were also resources. They had only built one railroad, and they had to continue building it. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said when he was thinking about who should die in the construction of infrastructure. "We also need people to blow up the river. Blowing up the submerged reefs is almost a death sentence. We can't use our Great Tang people. I can't bear to add people to it." Wang looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion and asked, "Blow up what river?" "It's the river between us and India, the Brahmaputra River and the Brahmaputra River. If we can form a navigation channel, it will be very useful." Zhang Xiaobao explained. "No, the place we're connected to is affected by the geographical environment. It's not navigable. If we build a dam in the future, we can add a few sets of generators. Can you think of something more practical?" A map appeared in Wang's mind. She shook her head and rejected Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. "I'm being practical. The geographical environment can be changed. In the past, it didn't change because of India. China has to spend a lot of effort and countless manpower and material resources to transform the river so that it can be navigable. However, India directly said that you can come over. What do you think China should do? Is the investment in the early stage gone? Tell me which river in the world can't be transformed. The main problem is whether the investment is proportional to the return. We're not at that time now. Why do you want to stop the duo crossing the river and send troops to track down their supply line?" Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation at that time and asked Wang, "I'm thinking that if someone in India gets involved, we can attack them, question them, and force them to admit their mistake. Then we can give up a line of the Brahmaputra River, including a certain area on both sides. They can't control it now, and there are always floods. They think that by paying a small price, they can get the forgiveness of the Tang Empire. So, we can occupy the river, just like the Qing dynasty ceding land to pay reparations. Occupying the Brahmaputra River is occupying the lifeline. What's there to be afraid of floods? We can build a dam and slowly transform it. If we don't have the opportunity to occupy it, we will be struck by lightning. Wang Wan repeated the strategic intention that they had discussed before to Zhang Xiaobao. That's right, then why don't we transform the river together? We can't even think about building a dam to block the river within 10 years. It's better to open it to navigation. Who said that canyons can't be bombed? Who said that canyons can't be bombed? Destruction is always easier than construction. As long as we are willing to sacrifice the lives of others, I promise to bomb the river within a year and complete control of the entire river basin within 3 years. That's the entire basin of the Brahmaputra River, and the Brahmaputra River. I've already thought about it. Capture captives and let them bomb the canyons and reefs for me. If they don't die after the first bomb, I won't let them go a second time within a month. If they don't die 3 times in a row, I'll directly give them a generous reward and let them get rid of their status as captives and slaves. Then, our country's people who lost their land through the 12 national policies can go there, and give them a large piece of land on the plains created by the river. They can buy cattle from India. Anyway, India doesn't value cattle, so they can buy them for our people to use. If it rains heavily and floods are coming, our people can directly retreat and rush over. It's not a pity to rush over the land that was taken for free. If there's any harvest, it's ours. Zhang Xiaobao was in a state of almost sleepwalking, imagining the good times in the future. Wang Wan also listened with a look of yearning. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, she pointed at Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, "You really don't blush when you talk nonsense. India doesn't value cattle? Value a value? I remember that Indians value the neem tree more. After other people plant it, other people can casually pick the branches and leaves of whatever they pass by and use it to brush their teeth. Can cattle be casually used by other people?" Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious look. Brushing teeth is valued? Then cattle also needs to be valued, because Indians also use cow dung to brush their teeth. Say something else, I'm disgusted. Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao on the shoulder. He actually led the topic to this. I'm disgusted too. Anyway, we have to occupy their livestock. The river has to be built and people have to be arranged there. This is not called colonization, it's a normal migration, or it's arranged to a slightly more remote place to enjoy high-wage job opportunities. Zhang Xiaobao stopped himself from thinking about the habits of India, and dreamed of planting his own land in other people's land. Report. The person who had just left came back and said to the two, "The troops guarding Karma Nagpo have sent back news again. They found that there are many cannibals, large and small, and there are countless boats. When the cannibals saw our small troops, they suddenly panicked and scattered. Our troops took the opportunity to cross the river and chased them. The enemy ran on horseback and ran on 2 legs. The enemy also threw away a lot of weapons, some made of wood and iron, and some made of wood. There are also places where they live, some made of branches, some made of leather. They also drank from wooden buckets. Some were spliced together with pieces of wood, but most of them were hollowed out in the middle of a piece of wood. Most of the food they eat is also made of wood. There are..." Little Liang, get to the point. They foolishly sent back such detailed information. Why did you read it? Zhang Xiaobao glared fiercely at the person who reported. Did the daily habits of the cannibals need to be explained in a telegram? The person called Little Liang by Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly and nodded. Okay, what Zhang Shogui mainly said is that they have already occupied the original camp of the cannibals. They just occupied it. Now, some of the follow-up troops are left behind, about 5,000 people, and the others are crossing the river. The troops who have already crossed the river are chasing the enemy's scattered troops and capturing many prisoners, mainly to let the people who can speak the language of cannibals shout. General Zhang Shogui also said that a lot of the supplies of the cannibals are still there, not burned, and not protected by anyone. Zhang Shogui wanted to ask what to do next. He judged that the fleeing cannibals might look for grass roots to eat. Our troops only need to find a place with a water source to encounter the cannibals. But it is impossible for the fleeing cavalry to kill horses for food. It is more likely that they will run far away, at least to the next supply point on the supply route of the cannibals, or even attack the Indians to plunder survival resources and obtain physiological satisfaction. The main content of the telegram was relatively euphemistic, but the meaning was clear. The cannibals were defeated before the battle. Those are 120,000 people, and 120,000 well-prepared soldiers. They ran away when they met our small troops? Madam, do you believe it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Little Liang, send back a telegram. Tell General Zhang Shogui to retreat immediately after a day's pursuit and defend the riverside. Use the resources provided by the cannibals as supplies. It is forbidden to kill prisoners for no reason, and it is forbidden to go in alone. Process the captured ships and use the local resources to continue to build simple transport ships. Wang Wan instructed Little Liang. Little Liang did not ask any more questions and turned to leave the telegram. Wang Wan turned back and said to Zhang Xiaobao, I believe it. Winning a war is not a matter of numbers. We made a mistake and overestimated the cannibals. They wanted to launch a sneak attack on us. When they see our people, the first thing they think of is the advanced weapons and communications of the Tang army. They are afraid that if they run too slowly, the Tang army will call in more people to attack them. If a few of them run first, they will definitely lose the morale of the entire army. It's not like this didn't happen when the Japanese attacked China in the past. In the First and Second World Wars, this kind of phenomenon is really too normal. What I want to say is that if they run away, our strategic purpose will not be realized. Isn't it to kill the enemy's strength? After they run away, how many people can we catch in a day's pursuit? Zhang Xiaobao felt that the cannibals were not giving them face. What could they do if they persisted? Couldn't they learn how to attack halfway? It seemed that they could not. As long as the people in front of them passed by, the machine gun positions and artillery positions would be set up. The gap between weapons made many tactics useless. Wang Wan did not continue to explain to Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that it was not that Zhang Xiaobao could not learn, but that sometimes he was not willing to learn military skills. Even if he knew, he still pretended to be stupid and asked her. Wang Wan was helpless and happy about this. She was happy because she understood that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to set her off. Let her perform, and then be happy with him. Many men did not understand this. Generally, women understood, so their family life was very happy. What made her feel helpless was that Zhang Xiaobao actually knew that she understood his intentions, but he still pretended to be stupid. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not look pretentious but cute. He was really good at coaxing girls. Hubby, tell me, how did you train? Wang Wan suddenly asked. It had nothing to do with the war they were talking about just now. I saw it in family psychology and couple psychology. Zhang Xiaobao immediately knew what Wang Wan was asking, and his current behavior and tacit understanding explained his understanding of the two kinds of psychology. What I'm asking is, forget it, I'll tell you about the three essentials and the knowledge of how to use them to survive. Okay? Wang Wan returned to the previous topic. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao sat upright. Chapter 1242. First point. Wang Wan raised a finger. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it seriously. When he realized that it was not the middle finger, he did not do anything else. To survive, the military structure cannot be lacking too much. Even if there is only one person left in a battalion, the structure is still there. Why is it a battalion and not a squad, platoon, or company? Is it because there are more people in the battalion? Zhang Xiaobao said enthusiastically. There are more people in the regiment. I am talking about our time, not now. Now the regiment is under the battalion. The battalion now is a regiment, or a reinforced company? Yes, reinforced company. Now, a regular battalion has about 600 to 700 people, and a reinforced company can have more than 1,000 people. For example, Guards Company. Zhang Xiaobao continued to be enthusiastic. Yes, now we are not talking about guards or not. We are talking about why the battalion structure needs to survive. The number of people in our battalion can form a natural survival unit. It is gathering, farming, hunting, guarding, and building. The number of people in a battalion can be replenished, and in the case of no one to rely on in the wild, they can survive independently. In fact, they can even survive, but it is very difficult. As for a platoon of 30 people, can they survive? In theory, they can. If they want to live a good life, half of them need to be from the Special Forces, and the other half need to graduate from the Shonan Science and Technology University. Then their survival rate is higher than that of a battalion. Are you saying that almost all of them are like the two of us? Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and said confidently. Your role will not be reflected in the situation where we do not meet other tribes. Then what if we meet them? Very simple, we will no longer be two people. They will be confused by you and then work for us. Even if there is a language barrier, I believe that you have the ability. Thank you. You are welcome. That is why, in order to maintain the survival of an army, the existence of the structure is very important. It is enough to replenish the personnel. The role of the veterans must not be ignored. The second point is that we need a strong political leader. In the situation where we cannot achieve military victory, he must use his rhetoric to paint a picture of a pie for the soldiers. Is it to quench one's thirst by looking at plums? Zhang Xiaobao echoed. More or less. Under normal circumstances, this political leader can't be someone who participated in the direct command of the battle. Otherwise, confidence won't be able to gather. If he's still a commander who participated in the battle, he can still play the role of winning people's hearts after his failure. Then he's not an ordinary person. For example, Napoleon. I think that in this era the two of us should be fine, right? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have much confidence when he spoke. Who knows? The people of the great Tang already treat us like gods. In their hearts we represent invincibility. If we lose, then I'll have to readjust my domestic policy. How about we also make a movie and advertise it saying that we had times of failure but in the end we stubbornly survived. This way we'll leave a psychological hint to the people that we're also humans. Our strength lies in our tenacity. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips, as if he didn't want to adjust the policy after failing. Do you think it'll work? Wang Wan asked. No, absolutely not. We're gods, we're not mortals. The people think so too. Third, what's the point of thinking about this? I don't believe that there's anyone who can compete with us in terms of military and economic power now. At most, a sudden natural disaster will cause losses to our army, but we can slowly push forward and try to circumvent the weather disasters as much as possible. The third is simple. In addition to the above structure, we can't lose much. We also have to have a political figure with strong affinity and charisma. We also have to collect the necessary resources for human survival. Snow mountains and grasslands are not easy to live in. That's why I admire the Red Army at that time. Brainwashing needs to be done to a certain extent. Wang Wan raised her third finger and said. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his nose and asked, then, what does that have to do with your previous arrangements? The third is that they need water and food. There are more fish and shrimp in the river, and many animals go to the river to drink water. We just have to leave the boats and search along the river. Why should we follow behind and eat dust? What if the small pursuing force is surrounded and annihilated? Wang Wan finally said why she had told him that the troops would be back in a day. If the defeated army wanted to regroup and rest after losing all their supplies, they had to find a place with sufficient water, not all of them going to their long supply line. Only when the defeated army went there would the people at the supply transit point would be scattered. The combatants would eat and drink and then take away the valuable things. The non-combatants would take away the relatively less valuable food and fodder. They would never be entrenched unless it was the second line of defense that had been set up before. The idea of the cannibals at the Brahmaputra River was to launch a sneak attack. Their usual supplies were calculated, and even slightly insufficient. Why would they set up layers of defense and play a strategic game of depth? Listen to you. You're the commander. Do you mean that my logistics supply has to be increased to the Brahmaputra River line? Zhang Xiaobao considered his mission. Originally it was to defend. Now that a large portion of the more than 40,000 people had advanced, the supply line would inevitably be extended. Yes, your mission is very important. Think about it now. I'm going to see my brother and sister. I'll cook tonight. Wang Wan got up and planned to leave so that Zhang Xiaobao could think about where to get people to send supplies to the front line. Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face a few times with his hand and said to Wang Wan, who had walked to the door, tell the kitchen to prepare the seafood for spicy soup and chicken soup. I'll go over to prepare the ingredients later. You're not thinking about logistics? Wang Wan asked in surprise. No need. I'm not going to send food to the front line over there. Tell them to save their bullets. Don't shoot hundreds of bullets when facing one person. I'll get someone to send ammunition once and bring enough money. Let them find a place in India where there are people to buy things. Zhang Xiaobao said casually. Wang Wan raised her eyebrows. Buy? Yes, buy. If we encounter a large number of Indians, use our Tang dynasty money to buy from them. The use of international currency will be perfectly reflected at this moment. Let them tell the Indians that if they don't want to use money to buy gold, they can go to Tang dynasty to buy other things or wait for Tang dynasty merchants to go over. Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan thought about it and felt that it was possible. There might be people in Tang dynasty who had never heard of countries like India, but the Indians would definitely have heard of Tang dynasty. For the Indians, it was very cost-effective to exchange food for foreign currency. Usually, they would not be able to exchange their food for Tang dynasty's money because Tang dynasty did not lack food. Just as she was about to agree, Wang Wan suddenly thought of something very important and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Are you sure they know about Tang dynasty's money?" "It's fine as long as they know the Tang dynasty's army. We don't have to print a batch of fake money for them. Now that place is not completely under our control, right? And there are many people there, right?" Zhang Xiaobao said. "Where?" Wang Wan was confused. "Trust River," Zhang Xiaobao said. "Then it's called Indus River in our time. Do you think there are people there?" Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not blush at all. "Yes, there should be." "Then, is there anyone in Pakistan's Fort Mermokt now?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Yes, the duo cannibals are there. There are quite a few of them. It's an important entrance for us to attack the duo cannibals. Do you really not remember? Or are you just trying to find something to say?" Wang Wan was too lazy to continue talking. Yes. I'm thinking of something else. Let them quickly take down Fort Mermokt. What is it called now? No name, right? It's the Laval tribe. What are you going to do? Wang Wan asked. Occupy. Let the troops be fast. First, occupy a few salt mines. Send a report to Lhasa City and let them print salt tickets. Mobilize Shuayun's family, and send the printed salt tickets to our troops in Brahmaputra River. Let them rob some horses and quickly go to the relatively nearby places to tell the locals that we have salt tickets. We will exchange them for salt later. Isn't it more direct than money? Zhang Xiaobao thought of a solution in the blink of an eye. Wang Wan sighed. She knew that the troops would be stationed there for a long time in the future. That was because the current Hindus did not know that the place Xiaobao wanted to occupy had several very good salt mines. Their salt mainly came from the original Tubo side, which was Qinghai salt. How much salt does that place have? It could be used to build roads. However, it was very expensive to bring it to India. How expensive was it? Salt itself was a currency and its value was very high. Ever since her family occupied Qinghai Lake, she had made a lot of money just selling salt. Of course, for the domestic market it was just a flat transportation fee, but not for India and Duoshire. This was probably the reason why Duoshire always wanted to attack. In the past, trade was not restricted. Now salt was a strategic resource. If it were anyone else, they would not be willing to be restricted like this. Therefore, it seemed that most of the people fighting were the various countries and vassals of India. In fact, Duoshire and the various countries in India had discussed this. Different religions could unite when they had a common enemy. Wang Wan knew that even though the Indians who had been convinced by the polyeder were not helping either side, they had been secretly helping the polyeder all along. Once they knew that there was good salt at their doorstep, they would almost 100% send troops to get close and try to get it. It could also promote the temporary alliance of their various countries and races. Of course, if her army was strong enough, it could also become a large trade market and conduct more trade with various countries and tribes in India. Xiaobao, I can't think of what will happen after your goal is achieved. We have to continuously transport arms and medicine there. Don't you understand what kind of demand the Indians have for salt? Wang Wan wanted to persuade Zhang Xiaobao to take back this decision. After all, her family still controlled an area of Qinghai Lake. Anyway, they were selling salt. Why should they cut off the original market? Consequences? Can we still fight a planetary war? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be stupid and said. Chapter 1243. Then you should organize the logistics of the space battleship to fight Star Wars. I'll tell the kitchen to make malatang tonight. Sichuan is more humid like the sea. Eating more spicy food will help with blood circulation. Wang Wan didn't plan to talk nonsense with Zhang Xiaobao. With a flash, she disappeared from the door. Zhang Xiaobao sat there in a daze. Suddenly, he got up and chased after her. As he chased, he shouted, "Wait for me, I'll go too. I have to tell the kitchen to prepare rice noodles. Just seafood malatang won't be able to fill my stomach." When he caught up with Wang Wan at the staircase, Zhang Xiaobao added, "Today's soup should be bland and less salt. We're not some Indian, Arabian, or polyglot. They shouldn't eat too much salt, they'll be thirsty." The problem is that they don't have salt. The drying method of sea salt hasn't been passed to them yet. You don't let their people get close. Say they're stupid. Why don't they think of ways to learn from Japan and Xinhua? Didn't we have an alliance in the past? That time with Japan. Wang Wan felt that it was sad for a nation to be controlled by salt. In the past, we worked with many countries in the world. Have we learned all the techniques? How slow is it to directly dry seawater? How many of them know that they need to put in brine later? Let the people by the sea continue to boil salt and put a rope or something in a container. It's good to crystallize. Speaking of which, our people are the ones who are blessed. How much did salt cost when we came? How much does salt cost now? In daily life, other than water, the cheapest thing is salt. 1 copper coin is enough for a person to eat for half a month. This is because the transportation cost is high. Zhang Xiaobao recalled and felt satisfied. He continued to work hard to improve the living conditions of others. Then he sighed. Salt is the root of so many racial wars. When Wang Wan arrived at the entrance of the kitchen, she stopped and admitted, "Indeed, there are many wars caused by salt. Wars between races, wars between religions, wars between countries, and wars between people. Food and salt are the most basic needs for survival. You can make the arrangements. At worst, we can increase the war investment and try to see if controlling a country's salt can stop its gradual rise. Don't always think about investing. There are returns. They are all places with slavery and caste systems, right? If we control the salt mines there, we will directly control the 2 river basins of India, the Sindhi River and the Brahmaputra River, not the Ganges River. According to what you said, the Ganges can also be controlled because the Brahmaputra River is further away from the Sindhu River. It is now called the Naga River. The 2 rivers basin refers to the place between the 2 rivers. Doesn't that mean you want to control the whole of India? What I mean is that you should try not to use force to conquer India, because the man-eaters still need us to fight a long war with them. You can give the Indians more preferential treatment in trade." Wang Wan was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would calculate and eventually force the Indians to launch an all-out war. That would be very busy. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head as if he was thinking seriously and then looked up. Preferential treatment, it must be preferential. In the past, if it was half a kilogram of salt in exchange for a slave, I will increase the price by 5 times. 2 kilograms and a half of salt in exchange for a slave, male or female, but not a child. I will not let them raise a child. Their own country has not yet understood how to raise a child. There are also ceramics, silk, glass mirrors, and tea leaves. If it really doesn't work, I will specially mix various kinds of curry powder for them. I would rather let the Tang people eat less chili and provide them first." Wang Wan shook her head and stopped talking to Zhang Xiaobao. She opened the door and went into the kitchen. As soon as she said not to force the Indians to launch a war against the Tang Empire, Zhang Xiaobao used other means to tempt the Indians to fight their own people. Slaves were not planted. There needed to be war to plunder, and they needed to be oppressed by caste to obtain slaves. The kitchen of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was very clean. The bluestone floor had to be cleaned every day, and all the dirt had to be sprayed with disinfectant. If someone wanted to eat at night, another kitchen would be used. The chopping boards for raw meat, cooked food, and vegetables were separated. Except for the chopping board that needed to be chopped raw bones, the rest were all made of bamboo. After using them, they were brushed with an iron brush. After a few days, they were thrown away. Anyway, bamboo grew quickly. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came in, they heard the sound of cooking and cutting. Because there was no range hood, the air was full of the smell of various dishes. Zhang Xiaobao sniffed. There is the smell of chopped green onions. How many dishes don't have chopped green onions? I can still smell the oil. Wang Wan also sniffed and looked for the person in charge in the smoke, who was the head chef. It was a little early for the kitchen to cook now, but the people in the inner courtyard didn't eat in a big pot as long as they could afford it. They would only cook in a big pot when they had no other choice. At that time even Xiaobei and the others would have to eat with them. Now that they could afford it, the restaurant cooked in advance and put them in insulated food boxes. When the time came, they would take them out for the inner courtyard to eat. Therefore they were very busy. The head chef had good eyesight and soon found that there were 2 more people in the kitchen. He came over and asked, "Young master, are you 2 going to? We are going to eat malatang tonight. Make some preparations. There are also rice noodles. We will eat them during the performance. Find someone to prepare enough cooked food for the performance venue. We can use a big pot," Zhang Xiaobao ordered. The head chef nodded and suddenly thought of something. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, there have been a lot of cows and sheep recently, especially females." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He looked at the head chef and waited for him to explain. "Most of them are people from the West. They drive the cows and sheep and drink milk along the way. When they reach Izhou Prefecture, they sell the animals and find other jobs," the head chef said. "Oh, I see." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao didn't give any instructions. He turned around and left with Wang Wan. "The shadow of war hangs over the sky. I hope they will come more often," Zhang Xiaobao said as he came to the door. Wang Wan nodded. "They are from Tubo, which is on the border with India. They don't want to be directly involved in the war. When they found out about the cannibals and Indians, they had no choice but to come here with their family property. The males were probably killed and eaten along the way. This is an abnormal loss in war. It's just a small loss. It's okay. Give the order. Let the merchants in Jianan Road buy livestock at a normal price. They will find a place to build a farm. There is a lot of alfalfa, so it's not worth much. We can make up for the loss in 2 or 3 years. Moreover, the livestock we will buy along the way will be in good shape. Their genes will be very good." Zhang Xiaobao was optimistic. It wasn't a big problem to exchange livestock from the Indians and Indians. "Let's go and see Xiaobei and the others." Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the courtyard of her younger brother and sister. 5 o'clock. "Let's go until we reach Hongnong County. I will invest 5,000 strings of cash to build a local market. You have to buy when you come in." After Xiaobei threw the dice, he picked up his little figure and walked 5 steps forward to an open space. He took out the fake money that represented 5,000 strings of coins from his box and handed it to the game referee. He said happily. The map they used was a very vague and abstract map of Hunan province. It was much more profound than the Monopoly games played by ordinary children, but it was also much simpler than the games played by adults. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the top-ranking assessment. That kind of assessment not only depended on how much assets you had, but also your assessment results. If your assessment results were good, the bank would give you a loan to help you do business in the real world. It was the same as when you came up with a plan and looked for venture capital. After Xiaobei finished speaking, the referee picked out a small model of the market from the box and placed it next to Xiaobei's little figure. The map was very big. It was 11 meters long and 5 meters wide. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cover the entire Hunan province. If the game didn't end today, they would remember the location and roll up the map. They would put it back the next time they played. That's not right, right? I took out 5,000 strings of cash. Why did you give me a small market? Hongnong County is a big county, not a small county. It's the one that had a flood. Xiaobei looked at the model and realized that it was a small market. She turned to look at the referee. The referee smiled and explained, "It's a small market. The price of the materials used to build the market has increased. It's mainly reflected in the cost of labor. Hongnong County used to be an important county where the army was stationed. It is now a Shang County and has a lot of farmland. Due to its good location, there are many cattle." "That's right. With many cattle, it means that the cost of labor has decreased. Why is it still expensive?" Xiaobei argued. If she had known, she wouldn't have spent the money on the market. Because the land is grouped into a group of 100 households and villages. After the merger, there are cattle for large-scale farming. The team leader fired many of the original farmers. A portion of the fired farmers left the area to seek more income. Some of them wanted to do small businesses. Some of them had good skills and were given a very high grade during the assessment. Hence their income was high. The final portion went to participate in training. Hence, there was less cheap labor available in the area. The referee patiently analyzed the situation. Xiaobei blinked and looked at the other 8 people. Everyone looked at each other and communicated with their gazes. After a while, Xiao Yuan reacted and said, "So the effects of the 12 national policies on society are so direct? Then what will happen if the population of Hongnong County decreases? Will it be demoted to Zhongxian County?" No. Because Hongnong County is an important county in Hunan Province, it has developed water transportation. Furthermore, the county will increase the number of merchants seeking opportunities. Hence, there are more immigrants than locals leaving. However, the newcomers are usually people who don't have any skills in their original areas. They won't go to the market. Instead, they are willing to accept low wages and squeeze into the service industry, as well as the port transportation industry. The referee explained to Xiao Yuan again. Xiao Yuan lowered her head and thought hard. Xiaonan interrupted and asked, "Will the previous port workers of Hongnong be affected? What will happen to them?" That depends on how many new products Hongnong has produced. What's the concentration of production efficiency and demand for goods? If the merchants prefer luxury goods, it will cause a large influx of luxury goods from outside in a short period of time. If the local workshops and agricultural groups further increase their efficiency, it will speed up the export of local goods. Because the original port workers of Hongnong have rich experience, the new laborers working at the port will not be as efficient and safe as the local workers. Hence, the wages will be divided into different levels. At the same time, the local workers will be promoted to become the foreman of the new workers. The referee continued to explain patiently. These 9 little guys were the hope of the future. They had to be taught well. It's a loss. Xiaobei didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the explanation. Hence, she agreed to spend 5,000 strings of coins to buy a small market. The main reason was that her market was beside the county, far away from the workshop. Furthermore, there were many shops in the city. "Actually, I should have built a chess room," Xiaobei added regretfully. "What you should have built is a gambling site. The investment is small, but there are many people entering and leaving the city." Zhang Xiaobao's voice sounded at the door. Chapter 1244. Xiaobei looked back at her brother and sighed. Alas! There are 12 national policies. Everyone is anxious. It's hard enough to play games, but I don't know what it's like in real life. Just do what you're supposed to do. Let's take a rest. We'll leave the city in a while. There will be a good show tonight, Zhang Xiaobao said to his brothers and sisters with a smile. The little guys began to prepare. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back to their room to rest. Night fell as everyone was looking forward to it. Tens of thousands of Tang citizens who had passed the household registration verification came to the west side of Izhou City. The stage was not facing one direction, but was surrounded by the crowd. It was a test of the actors' ability to control the situation. They had to take care of all aspects. There was an empty space in the crowd facing the north. Zhang Xiaobao and the others sat there and put the malatang utensils on the rack. People in other places began to give out lunch boxes. There were no disposable plastic boxes. They were made of thin bamboo slices and could be used again after being cooked. 2 copper coins per serving was enough to cover the cost. As for the snacks, they were handed over to the local merchants to sell. They didn't care how much they sold them. While the host was still talking on the stage, the whole place was filled with the smell of food. Fortunately, the performers had eaten a little in advance. Otherwise, it was easy to not be able to continue the performance. Many people opened their lunchboxes and looked at the food inside, then closed them again and waited until midnight to eat. Although they had been informed that there would be a restaurant selling lunchboxes at night, and they had not eaten dinner, they could not bear to eat now. Otherwise, what would they do when they were hungry later in the night? The host was stirring up the audience's emotions. Seeing this, he pretended to be angry and said, "You look at me after looking at the lunch boxes. Do you think I'm a dish?" The crowd burst into laughter. "Okay, let me tell you. There will be a midnight snack. If you don't eat now, you won't be able to eat too at night. If you take it away, you'll have to pay for the lunch boxes. How about this? In order not to waste everyone's time watching the show, let's eat first. Before the actors appear on stage, I'll sing first. I'll sing a Jiangnan's Purple Bamboo song. I'll repeat it 20 times, and I believe you'll finish eating. The audience continued to burst into laughter. They had never seen the same performance before. In the past, when they had seen a song and dance performance, it was very serious. Whether it was singing or dancing, it was all methodical. The noble mood made the audience full of admiration for the actors. Only when they were listening to storytellers in the tea house would they relax a little. Therefore, when it came to people who sang and played on the stage, they wanted to listen but were also restrained. When they finished listening, they felt that their souls had been washed away. However, if they wanted to feel happy, they needed to flatter others afterwards. There was no such thing on the spot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally knew what the audience wanted. When it came to elegance, the two of them knew it. Moreover, they could arrange it very well, ensuring that the atmosphere of the venue, as well as the actors' expressions and professionalism, would allow the audience to understand the artistic conception of spring and snow. However, even after the commoners comprehended it, they still didn't gain anything. They couldn't possibly learn it so professionally. Therefore, the two of them began to use the performance method they had at that time. In fact, it evolved from the form of the northeastern two-people rotation. Some people said that two-people rotation evolved from the beggar's method of falling lotus. In any case, regardless of the origin, this method was chosen because it was closest to the commoners. It refined the singing and communication of folk songs, forming an all-round contact and interaction with the commoners from language to dance to musical instruments. During the performance, the actors showed self-deprecation, ridicule, commoner thoughts, carefree, and acknowledgement of the reality of society and unyielding. This was the portrayal of the soul of every normal commoner. Therefore, when it came to the two of them, all the performances and programs were in this style, even if it was a gala on CCTV. But they also understood that at that time, not everyone liked it. A small number of people were unhappy when they saw it. One was people who were criticized by the content of the program, such as officials. The other was a small number of people who lived at the top of the pyramid. They hoped to hear an aria from an opera, to see the fingertips glide over the 88 black and white keys, and then they would squint and think with enjoyment that this was the Ninth Symphony. Or to listen to the high mountains and flowing water, the kind of zither where the performer had to sweep the zither 72 times, which was to sweep the strings continuously, and then think beautifully, this was the 72 rolling and flowing water. Or it would be a national symphony. First, it would be Jiangnan Spring played by the flute. Then it would enter the main melody. When it heard the part about the forced marriage, it could even hum in its heart, Dwashilaudo lai 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 lai. But which commoner would have the time to remember that the sound that appeared was a horn? Who would care about the change in tone of the main spin during the butterfly transformation? The commoners would usually hum a few lines of the main melody and sing the lyrics, the green grass is green and the blue flowers are in full bloom. If it was the zither, the commoners were more willing to use it as a companion and sing the song, Swallows Fly Together, which was sung by the very famous Qian Shuesan and his wife Zhang Ying when they were childhood sweethearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also liked it very much. Occasionally they would sing, Swallows Fly Together, the picturesque railings are quiet in the evening breeze. Now Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had their family, who were in charge of entertainment, learn elegant and popular ways. If there were people who needed elegance to eat in a restaurant, they would let them experience this kind of atmosphere. Of course, being elegant also meant that the price was high. Moreover, the restaurant also specially provided a venue for the guests to enjoy a Western symphony. There were pianos and so on, but they had only practiced for a short time, only 7 or 8 years. The problem was that the guests did not know what a rhapsody was, so it was fine if they did not play it. Li Longji had once asked Pei Guangting to treat him to a meal. Pei Guangting's family was rich, and because he was an official of the imperial court, he had a 30% discount. Therefore, a blue Danube waltz only cost him 4,900 strings of coins. Including the dishes and drinks, that meal came to a total of 6,125 strings of coins. The change was rounded up, and he only received 6,100 strings of coins. He gave him a small gift and did not give him an invoice. Since then, when Li Longji asked people to treat him to a meal, he would change the program to crosstalk, skit, or sing a few songs. Today's performance was free, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to put anything expensive on the stage. The piano was quite heavy, and it took a lot of effort to move it around. Tonight's performance did not have a duet or an allegro. There were a few folk music pieces to be played separately and in unison with the folk music. There were also a set of timpani, a drum set, 2 cellos, a harp, 2 trumpets, a trombone, and 2 guitars. Unfortunately, there were no effects instruments, and the timbre was required. It could be considered a combination of Chinese and Western music, although there were no such instruments in the West. The main thing was that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were going to sing Laughing at the Mundane World and Laughing at the Vast Sea. Zhang Xiaobao chose the Mandarin version, as he felt that the Cantonese lyrics sounded better. However, in terms of emotional expression, Huang Zhan's version was better. Wang Wan also chose the Mandarin version, as the Cantonese lyrics were a bit of a failure. Of course, these instruments and musical scores were all taken out by Wang Wan. She knew how to play them and she could even teach Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had always been very sentimental about this. If only he could have been born in the same family and received the same kind of nurturing. How good would that have been? Wang Wan also sighed. Hardships made people. Xiaobao had fought his way up from the bottom of society, showing off his heroic spirit. His life was not in vain. The host on the stage did not know more about the meaning behind this, nor did he know about the past encounters of the young master and young lady. At this time he was singing the Purple Bamboo tune. Sometimes he would spin around, sometimes he would do a handstand, but he did not stop singing. Originally it was time for others to eat, but when they saw him playing around on the stage, everyone looked at him. After singing twice, the host half knelt on the ground and stuck out his tongue in tiredness. He said, "Eat, I'm so tired. Why aren't you eating? How many times do you want me to sing? Everyone, please be merciful." There was a cheer from below, and the children brought by the adults also jumped and clapped happily. The whole party had just started and was full of jubilation, but who would have thought that there was gunfire somewhere else? Zhang Xiaobao had a gratified smile on his face. While cooking seafood skewers for his younger siblings, he also cheered along with them. Wang Wan also put her hand in her mouth and whistled loudly under the surprised gazes of Xiao Bei and the others. Then Xiao Bei and the others understood. They had to be as happy as possible today, so they coordinated the rhythm and shouted together, "Sing, sing, sing, sing 100 more times." The host, who could control the whole scene, naturally paid a lot of attention to the north. He was a spy, so he had to be vigilant of the situation below on the stage. When he saw the little ancestors shouting, he could easily see their mouths under the bright lights, so he made a bitter face at Xiao Bei and the others. He turned around, pointed behind him and said, "Did you see that? Did you hear that? Just because you didn't eat, our little ancestors made me sing 100 times. I'm so tired." When the audience heard the host's words, they all stood up and looked at where Xiao Bei and the others were. Actually, only the front could see, but the people behind were blocked. Carry us up high." Xiao Bei had a chance to show off, so she quickly instructed the people around her. Thus, a simple human ladder was set up. At the bottom were 3 people, and at the top was an adult. The adult was riding a little fellow on the adult's neck. There were a total of 9 human ladders. Xiao Bei supported the head of the bodyguard with one hand and held a string of sea cucumber with the other. In fact, it was only half a string. She waved it vigorously, then stopped to take a bite, indicating that she was also eating. She had the temperament of a celebrity and was not afraid at all. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people were much worse than Xiao Bei. They could only wave their hands and did not do anything else. When Xiao Bei finished eating half of the sea cucumber, she finally got someone to put her down. The audience was excited and sat back down after a while, burying their heads in eating. They were indeed hungry. If they did not eat now, it would be even more difficult to eat later when a better program came up. The host did not continue singing on the stage. Instead, a female host came up and played with him. This kind of thing had not been rehearsed before. In fact, all the program arrangements had not been rehearsed. What they usually practiced was the basics. As long as they had a solid foundation, they could do whatever they wanted when it was time to perform. In the entire Tang dynasty, the family performance team that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan organized was the only one that could organize and perform immediately when Li Longji suddenly arrived and requested to watch the program. The two of them joked on the stage for more than 10 minutes, and the audience had already finished their food at the fastest speed. "Looks like everyone has finished eating, right? I won't wait for those who haven't finished eating. If you stay any longer, it will be my performance. Oh, there's still that person. Alright, let's watch the first program. A famous beauty from Tang dynasty will perform a song and dance for everyone. Xiao Hongqian, please take the stage. After the host finished his speech, he was the first to applaud. The audience did not know who it was, nor did they know who Xiao Hongqian was, but they still followed suit and applauded enthusiastically. Chapter 1245. At this time, Wang Wan had already changed her clothes in the dressing room below the stage. She wore a pink dress with many gold and silver threads. Part of her hair hung down from her temples, while the rest draped over her shoulders. The head ornament was inserted almost all over her head, trembling and reflecting the light. Other than her eyes, the rest of her face was covered by a horizontal veil, and there was a red dot between her eyebrows. When the song started, that set of instruments was used. This set of instruments was usually not taken out casually outside. Even when eating in a restaurant, there was no drum accompaniment. At first, the people around thought that it was a jia drum, but later they realized that it wasn't. Before they could figure it out, they saw a woman in pink walk up from the slanted steps below. She had a small microphone around her neck, and there was a long line connecting it to the speaker. From another place, a group of men and women floated up. Some wore loose dresses, some wore tight short shirts, some held wine glasses, some held swords, and some held fruit platters. It was a very mixed scene. Worldly affairs, laughable infatuation is the most boring, supercilious. Alright? The voice came from the woman on the stage as the audience watched. Each and every one of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Even the children didn't shout blindly. This woman was really too beautiful. That figure, that voice, and that gaze. They couldn't see clearly. It was too far away. While the people were marveling at the performer's beauty, they were also conquered by the comfortable tune and lyrics. Zhang Xiaobao could understand the feelings of the people. If this wasn't a pentatonic mode, the people might feel uncomfortable and have to listen a few more times to get used to it. Now that it was a silent mode and with a special arrangement, it was refreshing. Zhang Xiaobao knew that people who listened to this song for the first time would be attracted. After all, those who weren't attracted were in the minority. There was no other way. You couldn't let everyone admire you. The only thing you needed to do was to put more effort into the people who admired you. Wang Wan had also specially practiced this kind of spinning stage control. She practiced it in her own courtyard. The difference was that the stage was spinning, and now she was the one spinning. She continued to sing. When I wake up, I smile to people. In my dreams I forget, sigh, it's too early. The next life is hard to predict. Love and hate are written off. To drink and sing. I only wish to be happy until I'm old. At this moment, the drums suddenly played a small continuo, and then the hanging cymbals, the stepping cymbals, and the ground drum sounded one after another. Then, no matter how cold the wind is, I don't want to run away. No matter how beautiful the flowers are, I don't want them. Let me float. Wang Wan sang the first part of Endure Me Float, with a strong sense of rhythm. When it hooked people's hearts, the four words Allow me float, accompanied by the swaying of her body like a willow, expressing the meaning of this sentence incisively and vividly. This kind of fast rhythm suddenly turned into a soft and tenacious effect, conquering everyone in an instant. Some people in the audience held their breaths, some clenched their fists, and some people's legs were trembling. Just as these four soft and tenacious words were sung, without waiting for others to breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Wan sang again. The higher the sky, the smaller the heart. Don't ask how much karma, alone drunk, today cry, tomorrow laugh. Don't ask for anyone to understand. Proud, singing, dancing, long night, finding happiness. Interlude. The people who were listening to the song were stunned. This song was not only soft and tenacious, but also had a strong sense of rhythm. The dance was the same. Every rotation, every flutter, every pause, every stretch of the body, they all matched the song perfectly. It was originally a song sung by a woman, but for some reason, the people who listened to it felt a lot of emotions in their hearts. There was the realization of life, the pursuit of life, the coldness of the long night, and the noise and prosperity in their eyes at this moment. It was like nostalgia, reluctance, tenderness, and determination. No matter what, they could not imagine how a song could contain so many emotions. Good, good, good. Cheers rang out, causing the surrounding air to vibrate incessantly. Some people even jumped and jumped, trying to find a way to vent the emotions in their hearts. When the song reached the climax again, Wang Wan suddenly lifted the veil on her face and flung it out, revealing her beautiful face with cherry lips and a jade nose. She continued to sing, "The wind is cold." Those who were not far away were all stunned when they saw the face behind the veil. Then they went crazy and shouted in a mess. "Cuckoo, it's Cuckoo. She's singing Cuckoo. Cuckoo is singing up there." When they shouted, those who were far away also looked carefully and wanted to squeeze forward. They vaguely saw that others were shouting Cuckoo, so they also thought that it was Cuckoo. Because there were people and stools in front of them, they could not squeeze forward, so they shouted along. Those who had good memories even sang along. After the song ended, Wang Wan's figure disappeared from the stage. The people who were watching the performance shouted and clapped crazily again. They felt that if they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe that the person who sang for them was Cuckoo. What kind of joke was this? How could Cuckoo go up to sing and sing so well? If she was not crazy, then the world was crazy. Everyone was excited and happy, but at the same time they were shocked. Cuckoo could sing so well. Who said that she only knew how to fight? Alright, thank you for your applause. Xiao Hongchen's song was indeed very good. Of course, it was mainly because the singer sang it well. I did not introduce it before the song, but I believe that I do not need to introduce it after the song. Everyone should already know. That's right, the singer of Xiao Hongchen's song is my goddess Cuckoo. Then just like the song just now, the song is singing, the dance is dancing, the night is long, and unknowingly the search for happiness. Cuckoo sang the first song, so that we can continue to enjoy the performance tonight. The next song is a solo on the horsehead zither. Please let us. Alright, you can come up by yourself. I will not introduce you. The host returned to the stage at the right time and said to the audience. He did not introduce the person who played the horsehead zither because there was no need. This person was also from the intelligence department and was disguised. In the future, he would not perform for no reason unless it was necessary. This person did not have any accompaniment, only a horsehead zither. The most pure music. He took the microphone, adjusted it, and lowered his head to speak. Actually, I am very unwilling to be the second to come up. This would be a very sad thing for me. When Cuckoo finished singing, your hearts had already flown away with her. I discussed it with the two brats behind me. I said that you should switch with me. After all, you are performing a language show, which is different from the previous song. Perhaps you can win back some of the audience's hearts. For this reason, I was even willing to treat them to a big meal, such as hot pot. However, I was mercilessly rejected by them. I found that they are very smart as I am. This is because it is impossible to eat hot pot outside in the inner courtyard, and eating at home is free. Ha 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 ha. There was another burst of laughter. Some people were quick-witted and immediately understood that the person who played the horsehead zither was also very capable. If he did not say a few words to amuse the audience and just started playing the zither, it would really be like what he said. No one was listening attentively. Everyone was thinking about Cuckoo's, Xiao Hongchen. Why don't I stop playing the zither? I will perform a stand-up comedy for everyone. When everyone is done laughing, I will see what those two behind me will do. There was another burst of laughter in the audience. Although he said that, he still had to perform the horsehead zither. After testing the notes, he began to play. His level was also very high. The audience sat back down and listened attentively, enjoying the moment of joy. This is really fun. While Xiao Bei was waiting for her brother to make something to eat, she looked at the person on the stage and said, "Is he a professional performer?" "No, he's from the intelligence team." Zhang Xiaobao whispered to his sister. His hands did not stop moving. He was currently peeling the shell of the prawn rake. He used a small knife to cut along the edges, opened the shell and took out the meat inside. He placed it on a deep plate. After placing a dozen or so prawns, he scooped up the hot soup from the malatang utensil and poured it over the meat. After pouring it over the meat, he poured the soup away from the plate and poured it over again. After doing this a few times, the meat would be cooked. Xiao Bei waited patiently. She sniffed and smelled the soup. She nodded and said, "The people in our intelligence department are indeed very good. Especially after the incident in Jiangnan society, they usually train harder. I have to train harder in the future and show my professionalism. Isn't that right, brother? No need. If you're tired, just rest. You're still young. You have time to learn slowly. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that if he said the right thing, his sister would compete with diplomacy all day from tonight onwards. In the end, she would confuse him. While they were talking, the prawn rake meat was cooked. Zhang Xiaobao specially prepared a small dish of sesame paste, sesame oil, soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Whoever wanted to eat could dip it in. Come and eat. Xiao Bei called the 8 people watching the performance. She first used a stick as a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat. She shook it in the sauce and carefully brought it to her mouth. She opened her mouth and bit into it. She nodded as she ate, making vague sounds of saying that it was delicious. The other 8 kids came over and surrounded the plate to eat. After eating a piece of meat, Xiao Bei asked, "Brother, when are you going to sing your song? I'm sure you'll be able to control the audience." "I don't know. Depends on the situation. Anytime." "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaobao was talking to his sister when an intelligence agent came over from the side. He signaled to Zhang Xiaobao with his eyes that he had something to say. The intelligence agent looked around warily. When he saw that there were no outsiders, he lowered his voice and said, "The duo man that Shui Yun led the team to capture has confessed. He said that the mission of the 231 people here is to capture the Tang people. It's best if they're real Tang people with status, such as officials and merchants. However, they didn't expect the Tang people to act so quickly. They captured them before they could do anything. He said that there are 3 groups of people. One group is them and the other group is the people at the border who are hired to carry the logs." "What about the last group?" Zhang Xiaobao knew that the 3rd group was the most important. He had his eyes on the group at the border. He believed that good news would come soon. The last group has more people and many ships. They're traveling by sea and bypassing Luzhou's armed ships and the lighthouse. They're heading to Hangzhou to capture people. They said that there are more people with status in Hangzhou compared to other coastal areas. It's safer there, the intelligence agent said. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it for a moment before he shook his head. "Tell Cuckoo to come back quickly. Don't stay there and chat with the others. Prepare the horses. I'll ask Cuckoo personally." When Wang Wan returned and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion, Zhang Xiaobao said to her, "We're not the only ones who know how to land and fight. Their target is Hangzhou. They're quite smart." Wang Wan blinked and scoffed. "I'm worried that they'll die at sea when they go around the lighthouse in our armed ships. Let's go back and ask them."